In the midst of tall mountains, a group stands under bright daylight, all eyes on one figure lying on the ground. Their stares hold steady, watching this lone person closely. An Suho, a swordsman, lay on the ground holding his broken sword. He looked very tired, his body hurt and poisoned, his breath heavy. He lifted his eyes to the people he once trusted most. Frustration burned in his gaze. One of them whispered insults, mocking An Suho for wielding a broken sword bravely. Nearby, Alex Morgan, a warrior, watched him with some regret. He believed things would have been simpler if An Suho had joined from the start. Still, he knew how stubborn officials could be. Beside him, Suzuki Ando casually agreed. Suzuki Ando, a mage holding a staff charged with dark energy, spoke with disdain. She pointed out the gap in talent that set people like her apart from An Suho, whom she mockingly called a sword god. She added that she disliked men in suits, showing her distaste. An Suho gazed at them, his eyes revealing the deep hurt he felt inside. His thoughts drifted to when they fought side by side in past battles. Together they had battled and rejoiced in wins, smiling and feeling victorious. Yet now they opposed him, as though none of it had ever mattered. "We've fought together all this time," he said, his voice shaking. He demanded an explanation for their betrayal and why they abandoned all they had done. Growing louder, he begged desperately for answers. Isabella, their healer, spoke with no emotion. She called it sad but inevitable. An Suho was the only one who opposed their plan and refused to go along. An Suho asked if they felt no shame for betraying all their ideals. He reminded them they had cleared one of the 5 disaster gates. Conquering the other 4 would keep humanity safe from monsters. Yet they wanted to abandon it, risking everyone. He couldn't believe their choice and called them no better than the monsters they fought. Hexherd the Archer spoke calmly. He noted that at least they did not kill humans. If every gate was cleared, hunters like them would be useless. They had been heroes. But soon people would see them as mere thugs. Hex addressed An Suho directly, saying he likely did not want to become an object of fear. He attempted once more to convince An Suho, extending his hand and inviting him. An Suho's face twisted with rage. He felt betrayed, and Hex's words only increased his pain. After all that had happened, Hex still expected him to join as though nothing was wrong. He refused the offer, glaring defiantly at the entire group. Inside, An Suho knew his time was short. Suzuki Ando's poison spread through him, and his injuries were too severe for any chance of recovery. He realized he would not live through this fight. He had only one choice. If he would die, he could at least bring one of them down for humanity's future. Thinking this, he clutched his shattered sword, letting new resolve shine through his tired eyes. He decided his final act as a hero would be to sacrifice himself, even if he defeated only one foe. The group grew tense at his resolve. Power swirled around him as he moved ahead. Alex Morgan, still with the group, looked unsure. Suzuki Ando tried to calm them, calling An Suho's threat an empty bluff. After all, he was just a swordsman holding a ruined sword. Yet Hexherd was uncertain. Something seemed off. Something about An Suho's energy felt different. Tension hung in the air until An Suho suddenly unleashed a surge of power, slashing the sword. The strike was quick and brutal, shocking the group. Suzuki Ando dropped dead at once, and Alex Morgan screamed in agony, his arms sliced away from his body. Hexherd moved fast, pulling himself and Isabella out of danger just in time. He was amazed by the attack's speed, sure that any delay would have killed him too. He wondered how An Suho could swing with such force. The sword was broken, and his body poisoned. It made no sense. Alex Morgan clutched his severed arm, his face contorted in agony as he struggled with the intense pain. Isabella rushed over, her hands bright with healing magic, but something still felt very wrong. She stared at Alex's wound in alarm, unable to heal it. Her eyes widened with realization. She had heard of such power but never witnessed it. This force was beyond normal magic, and An Su's strike had created a wound she could not heal. An Suho, battered and quickly losing strength, glanced at his sword as it started to shine with a bright aura. Watching from afar, Hexherd realized it was an intangible blade, created by sheer will. It was a sword made entirely of energy. An Suho felt grim satisfaction, knowing he had finally reached the peak of swordsmanship he had sought, even in these last moments of his life. With one last burst of strength, he gave his final smile and fell, his body disappearing over the cliff. As he plummeted, a system message filled his mind, congratulating him on reaching divine sword unity. It praised his deeds and showed a list of new abilities. Then it declared the player system would restart. Darkness closed around An Suho as his life ebbed away. He had completed his final task, giving up all to defeat his enemies. Yet regret weighed on him, pulling him toward oblivion. Death loomed, but the darkness suddenly vanished. replaced by a bright light shaped like a city. It was nothing like the ruined cliffs of his end. An Suho opened his eyes, confused. This was no afterlife but a busy, chaotic metropolis. A firefighter came into view, his voice tense yet urgent. He told An Suho he was hurt and must be taken somewhere safe. The firefighter's words about a gate outbreak widened An Suho's eyes. He had been certain he'd died back in that dungeon. While An Suho was carried down the roads, he looked around in confusion. Tall buildings loomed, but he also saw signs of damage everywhere. A huge explosion shook the distance, sending pieces of debris crashing across the road. He glanced at a station sign and the place name leapt out at him. Syndrome. He felt a jolt of recognition, his mind reeling. Syndrome Station had been destroyed long ago by a gate outbreak, one of humanity's worst disasters. Yet here he was, seeing that terrible event repeat itself. As he tried to make sense of it, a goblin emerged from the gate's darkness. An Suho muttered. Syndrome Station, gate outbreak, stunned by the impossibility of what he saw. Suddenly an arrow flew from nowhere and hit the firefighter who was carrying him. He let out a choking scream and dropped onto the ground. Chaos built around them, goblins shrieking and drowned out by the battle's roar. The firefighter begged An Suho to run, gesturing at the safe zone he had mentioned. An Suho's eyes tightened. He saw an axe leaning against some rubble. Without pause, he picked it up, knowing he had to act. He could not hesitate at this moment. Despite the firefighter's frantic pleas, An Suho swung the axe with practice skill gained from many fights, slaying the goblin instantly. Afterward, An Suho checked his hands, bracing for cuts or pain, but found nothing. They were unhurt, steady, completely intact. Suddenly he realized it felt just like before, when he first awakened as a player, long ago. A bright system alert lit up in his mind, congratulating him for satisfying the awakening requirements and pushing him to become stronger. An Suho laughed, part disbelief and part amusement. The scene felt strangely familiar. All around, the city was broken and chaos raged in every direction. Another notification appeared, offering him a new choice. This time, a digital screen lit up before him, showing 4 clear options: warrior, mage, archer, or healer. He gazed at the choices, memories rushing back. He had made this decision before, once choosing warrior without a doubt. Now he faced that same crossroads yet again. An Suho remembered everything that brought him here. His gut told him to pick warrior again, but he hesitated. He asked the system to wait, sensing another path might exist, unsure where it would lead. While the city's chaos roared, the firefighter shouted for him to get away. Yet An Suho stood firm, telling him not to worry. He said he could handle the goblins alone, since they were only goblins. Though unsure, the firefighter finally backed off. Goblins with bright eyes and rough weapons moved in threateningly. An Suho prepared himself. Standing firm in the chaos, he let his power surge, charging at the goblins with that same steady resolve he had shown countless times before. His moves were quick, his eyes locked on the foe. Racing along a burning road, he dodged the goblin strikes precisely. Each step showed his experience, his body acting on muscle memory. He saw a red axe in the wreckage, grabbed it, and swung hard at the nearest goblin. The goblin dropped and An Suho grew even more determined, ready for more foes. He jumped at another goblin with strong exact cuts, like a force of nature. His moves were smooth, never pausing. It really felt like goblin slaying time for him. Standing above the dead goblins, An Suho stayed calm. He noted they were only dangerous to new players, not someone with his level of experience. He looked at the goblin sword he had grabbed, felt its weight, and vowed to cut them all down. A brutal fight broke out as An Suho moved fast. Holding the goblin's sword, he struck any enemy that approached. Each blow was strong and sure, with no room for mistakes. One by one, the goblins dropped until none remained. Now by himself after the fight, An Suho stopped, breathing hard. His anger still lingered. He realized he had let his emotions run wild. He told himself to stay calm, since anger could cloud his mind, and he could not risk that again. He glanced around and a thought hit him. He must have come back to the past. This was a fresh chance to begin again. He noticed holographic panels pop up, showing achievements and skills. They included basic sword techniques he had not viewed in ages. An Suho smiled, thinking of his early days. It truly felt like starting over. Though short, the goblin sword would suffice for now. Just then the firefighter edged closer to An Suho, still trembling. He stuttered, asking if An Suho was a player. Suho nodded calmly and said, "Yes, I am." After everything, he already knew what he would say before choosing on the glowing screen in front of him. The system told him to pick which power he wanted. This time he chose the healer path. A confirmation window showed up, praising his decision. He gained extra stats and a new ability, Healing Light F. An Suho turned to the firefighter, saw his injuries, and stepped closer to check them. He gently set a hand on the firefighter's shoulder and spoke calmly. The firefighter seemed puzzled but did not pull away. A soft blue glow wrapped around them, showing that An Suho's healing magic had started. Gradually, the injuries started closing. The firefighter's eyes went wide with shock. He could barely speak, stunned that his pain was gone. He asked if An Suho was truly a healer. Suho smiled slightly and said, "Yes, I am now." Another system alert appeared, granting An Suho a small reward for using his first healing skill. He could pick a weapon from the system's armory. Even though he was a healer, he wanted to keep his usual weapon. He summoned a glowing sword from the system's arsenal. It was a beginner's sword, but it would serve its purpose. He examined the sword, looking contemplative. There was still much to do, and his journey had only just begun. He looked toward the distant gate and declared he would clear it. The firefighter, alarmed, tried to stop him, warning him of the dangers, but Sumo remained unfazed. He assured the firefighter that he had something to gain from this. As An Suho headed boldly for the gate, memories poured in. He recalled his old accomplishments and the abilities earned through effort. As before, any skill gained through talent was class-free. However, innate class-based powers like healing spells were only for that role. He remembered Isabella's Holy Spirit Light, recalling it had started as a basic healing ability. If he could have healed himself then, maybe everything would have been different. An Suho realized this time must change. He wanted to be both swordsman and healer, maybe like a paladin. He would avoid past mistakes and grow stronger. He tried to find comfort in this community. When he healed Michael Kong himself, that he would be worthy of the past. Leech reached out for the sword head, faster than those who had betrayed him. Standing before the gate, he recalled his former allies and their cold expressions. He knew he had to gain skills quickly to level up and outdo his old self. This gate, called a premonition gate, had nearly taken his life before, but now he was ready. His current level might be low and it might be hard, but it was fine. His sword skills were still there, and he would rise again. Determination shone in his eyes as An Suho neared the bright swirling gate. He had been granted another chance, and he was prepared to face it. Now was the time to change his story. An Suho moved slowly through the thick green forest, his feet making soft splashes on the damp soil. He stayed careful, eyes watching for threats as he moved on. The dense leaves rustled around him while he advanced. He soon spotted a still form, a dead goblin on the ground, proof of the chaos that had happened. He noticed all the goblins, which had acted like they ruled outside the gate, were actually dead inside. He figured they escaped through the gate, fleeing from something far scarier. Suddenly a noise broke the silence, pulling his attention that way. His instincts were correct. The cause of the goblins' frantic getaway soon became obvious. Two hobgoblins appeared from the darkness, eyes shining with anger. One was level 10, the other 12. They stared hard at An Suho, their bright red skin unlike normal goblins. An Suho saw these hobgoblins were bigger, with stronger muscles and a scarier vibe. They aimed to hunt him, taking over where they left off with regular goblins. An Suho grinned, not bothered by their anger. They were still goblins, no matter their shape or color. He moved in confidently, ready for the fight. The battle started, as An Su's weapon clashed with the hobgoblins. He dodged their strong hits with skill, but saw his own blows barely scratch their thick hides. His current level couldn't slice through them. An Suho realized pure strength wouldn't work. He had to try something new, finding a weak point and using it. The fight got fiercer as neither side gave in. Finally, An Suho saw he had to switch strategies. To win, he needed clever thinking, not just power. He searched for a weak spot. He found his chance and leaped high. Lifting his sword, he drove it precisely into a hobgoblin's eye with strong force. The beast jerked back, then dropped at An Suho's feet before he could even move. He glanced down, a bit surprised it died so fast. He sighed, seeing he acted on reflex. He told himself to be more cautious later, but now wasn't the time to think about it. A huge hobgoblin emerged far away, muscles flexing, rushing at him with fierce energy. An Suho narrowed his eyes. He couldn't waste this chance. He chose to use this hobgoblin until another target showed up. The hobgoblin lunged, but An Su dodged easily, moving with graceful speed. He knew that doing the same action many times could grant him a related skill. If he kept sidestepping this hobgoblin's blows, he might unlock the dodge skill he wanted. He kept dodging, each motion becoming sharper and more precise than before. At last a system message appeared, praising him for mastering dodge. An Su felt satisfied as the new skill coursed through him. Now that dodge was done, He aimed for parry. He lifted his weapon and blocked the hobgoblin's heavy blow with careful skill. Parry was crucial, forming a base for bigger moves, and An Soo-ho was set on perfecting it. After several good tries, another system alert popped up, saying he had learned parry. He watched his foe's stance shake. The beast grew annoyed, and An Soo-ho knew it was time to end things. Staying calm and sure, he faced the hobgoblin, having gotten what he needed. Now it was time to finish. He moved fast, slicing through the air. The hobgoblin uttered a harsh cry and fell. Sunlight shone through the dense forest. An Soo eyed the fallen foe, aware he still had tasks ahead. More creatures roamed, and he had to track them down. He spoke out loud, his voice echoing. He was ready to gain real experience now. Outside the gate, a small group of hunters stood, looking annoyed. One hunter complained about someone entering the gate without approval. They argued about which faction he might be from. Another said if that guy died inside, it would become a big legend. Meanwhile, on a broken city street, two suited men talked to the firefighter. They looked upset and puzzled, pushing for details about who went inside the gate. The firefighter described An Soo-ho as a new player who handled goblins alone and healed the firefighter's wounds before entering. He repeated An Soo-ho's statement that he had something to gain there. The two men in suits stood in the wrecked street. Goblin corpses lying all around. One man gazed in shock at the scene. They weren't even late, yet the goblins were all gone. The culprit was a healer, which sounded crazy, but the evidence was right there. He saw the goblin bodies and the lone healer who entered the gate. It was odd, very odd. He kept asking who that person inside might be. Checking the city again, his face turned serious while he took in the fallen goblins. He thought the gate must be weak if only goblins showed up. Still, he frowned, bothered by the healer going in alone. The destruction looked too big for a normal healer, who came out unscathed while the goblins fell easily. This left him uneasy. He wondered what that man was thinking. It seemed reckless, entering without a plan. But the result was clear. And what if the healer actually cleared the gate? He spoke to a nearby subordinate, his voice urgent. Any gate changes had to be reported right away, and anyone exiting must be noted. The subordinate nodded and the suited man pulled out his phone. He thought that if this healer really cleared the gate, they must secure him. It was too risky to lose someone that strong. The scene returned to An Soo in the thick, enchanted forest. An Soo-ho rushed through the trees, his sword flashing as he cut down hobgoblins with strong, accurate blows. His swift attacks left fallen enemies behind him, their bodies hitting the ground as he moved on. He walked up to a hobgoblin that had backed away in terror, eyes wide. An Soo-ho looked at it calmly, a slight grin on his face. He chose to spare it, telling it to return with more allies, Suture and Mendai. And screeching, the creature ran off into the woods. An Soo-ho watched it leave, then checked his own status. He opened the bright status screen and quickly looked over his stats. He felt it was best to boost all stats evenly, aiming for balance. He used his bonus points, recalling how many monsters he beat and how fast he leveled. A skill list popped up. An Soo-ho scanned it, spotting sidestep and other ones he'd earned. He held most basic skills now, but there was still more ahead. He started searching the corpse with care, until he found what he wanted. A red crystal giving off a soft glow on the ground. He knelt, picked up the magic stone, and nodded, pleased. It was a low-grade stone he wouldn't have cared about before, but times changed, and he needed cash now. He guessed he could sell it for 50,000 won. Looking more, he found another stone inside the dead hobgoblin, which made him smile slightly. This was enough for the moment. Suddenly An Soo felt movement. His body stiffened, weapon ready. Shadows slid between the trees, revealing more foes. An Soo muttered that if he beat these, the boss would likely appear next. All around him, hobgoblins filled the forest, red eyes shining with malice as they approached. An Soo-ho counted about 30, and gladly took the chance to gain more experience before the real battle started. The hobgoblins charged, but An Soo-ho faced them directly. He moved fast and skillfully, avoiding attacks and countering with sharp precision. His hits were strong, his blade slicing through foes with ease. The hobgoblins kept coming, but An Soo stayed calm, moving like a force of nature, set on ending this fast. Each monster dropped, one after another, screeching in pain as they fell. In the middle of the fight, a strong swing rushed at him. A bigger hobgoblin appeared, its huge axe swinging down. An Soo-ho grinned, parrying easily. This was the foe he awaited. A tall hobgoblin, face twisted, aura threatening, stepped up. Around them, the forest glowed in a sinister red. An Soo-ho locked eyes on it as a system message appeared. Chief Hobgoblin, level 20. He stood firm, sword in hand, his confidence steady. It was time to face the boss. An Soo wore a calm look, a slight smile on his lips. This fight marked the start of his new story. He faced the chief hobgoblin with the same resolve that brought him here, aiming to grow stronger and change his fate. Smirking, he felt the tense air, as though everything waited for the battle to start. He confronted the chief hobgoblin, and the fight began at once. An Soo-ho moved fast, matching every blow with skill. The chief hobgoblin kept attacking fiercely, its weapon swinging hard, but An Soo-ho stayed calm, hearing its wild roars. As a regular hobgoblin rushed in from behind, trying a sneak attack, An Soo-ho moved on instinct, dodging and hitting back with quick, exact blows. The forest echoed with the clash of steel and the screams of fallen monsters. An Soo-ho saw these hobgoblins as small fry. He wouldn't let them spoil his main fight, taking them out one by one. He found it a bit funny. They posed no real threat. But then the mood changed as the chief hobgoblin used its skill. Suddenly, An Soo-ho's whole body locked when the system said the chief hobgoblin had cast fear. A crushing sensation bound him like chains, freezing his limbs. He knew the risk. A higher-level foe meant a stronger fear effect. The skill aimed to freeze him in place. He clenched his teeth, knowing he had no way to block mental attacks like this. No skills or items. Yet An Soo-ho refused to stay helpless. He knew a way out. His gaze grew firm. He gripped his sword blade tightly, drawing blood from his own hands. The pain snapped him back, his body obeying his will to move. The system announced he had broken free from the fear state. An Soo-ho felt his resolve return as he narrowly dodged. He escaped the chief hobgoblin's strike and hit back fast. The beast looked stunned by his toughness. But An Soo-ho kept moving. He swiftly finished the remaining small hobgoblins, knocking each one down in turn. The system confirmed his win, stating that every hobgoblin had been defeated. In the middle of the aftermath, An Soo-ho used his healing power. A soft glow spread through the forest, renewing his body. But he wasn't done yet. The true fight was about to start. The chief hobgoblin appeared once more, aura threatening, its weapon catching the faint light. An Soo-ho eyed it, his calm manner showing no fear. He stood ready for a one-on-one fight, just them both. The battle raged fiercely, both sides going all out. An Soo-ho saw the level gap was a problem. His attacks did little damage. An Soo-ho focused on the chief, aware each hit mattered. Many small wounds would gradually wear it down. His sword glowed a little as he gathered his power, ready for a big strike. He targeted weak points, using the cuts he had already made. He lunged hard, burying his sword deep into the hobgoblin, which let out a shriek of pain. It tried fear again to stop him, but An Soo-ho was past that now. He had broken fear before, so it could not bind him again. He kept attacking, blow after blow, his face showing firm resolve. With a final heavy blow, An Soo-ho finished it. The chief hobgoblin's face stiffened in shock as it fell. But An Soo-ho wasn't finished. He cast healing power on the fallen beast, reviving it, just to battle it over and over. He kept doing this until he was content, sharpening his skills even more. The system reported his progress. Many of his skills upgraded, their ranks climbing, and his strength improved. An Soo-ho glanced at his hands, sensing this new power. The hobgoblin's role was over now. Wearing a grim smile, he landed the final strike, beheading it. The system confirmed his win. The chief hobgoblin was gone. He cleared the gate and was declared MVP, feeling a burst of energy as he leveled up. All his stats rose and he gained bonus points. Many screens crowded his sight, showing new skills and powers. His healing light improved, and he gained a new skill called Cure. An Soo-ho let out a slight smile. He no longer had to worry about status effects. One day, he would even cure the worst poisons. He eyed the glowing mana stone from the dead boss, feeling satisfied. He had what he needed here, and decided it was time to go. He recalled old faces he had missed, feeling a brief surge of excitement. Outside the gate, the world was in chaos. People gathered, showing both fear and wonder, as the gate shuddered. Unsure murmurs spread among the crowd, when a bright light shone and someone stepped out. Everyone watched the gate, guessing who or what might return. Stepping out of the gate, he carried himself with confidence, his whole aura pulsing with a strong, mysterious power. People whispered in awe, asking if he really cleared the gate by himself. Disbelief spread through the crowd, and the question of him being alone came up again and again. Many scouts rushed over to An Soo-ho, hoping to get his attention. One claimed to be from the Immortal Guild, another from Warren Guild, all wanting to recruit him. However, An Soo-ho paid them no mind, jumping down boldly and landing smoothly. He walked on with purpose, until he came to a suited man and offered a firm handshake. The man looked confused by the sudden approach. An Soo-ho greeted him, realizing he was Young Chilman, a young team leader at the South Korean Hunter Association. Another suited man asked Chilman if he knew An Suho, but Chilman said no, clearly unsure of who Suho was, and feeling quite puzzled. Later, around sunset, the scene changed to a big building marked as the South Korean Hunter Association. Inside, Jung Chilman sat at his desk, facing An Suho directly. Young Chilman was lost in thought, recalling their initial encounter. He recalled how An Suho had greeted him with confidence and shook his hand. Suho introduced himself and said he had business with the association, adding that he planned to obtain a hunter's license. Young Chilman was surprised. Approving a hunter's license was serious, and it seemed this wasn't even a renewal. An Suho appeared to be a completely unregistered hunter, which baffled him. His thoughts turned to what that implied. An Suho was newly awakened, and for someone with a healer class, often seen as the weakest of the 4 main classes, he had still cleared a gate solo. Studying An Supon's aptitude test, Young Chilman noticed they looked more like a warrior's results than a healer's, which intrigued him. An Su stayed relaxed, almost casual, while snacking as he waited for Young Chilman's reaction. An Suho saw Young Chilman's hesitation as he looked over the results and asked if something was wrong. Chilman said not to worry. Young Chilman confirmed An Suho's name and asked about his past. He wanted to know what Suho had been doing before he became a hunter. Suho confessed he was just a college dropout. When Chilman pressed for details, An Suho said he hadn't done well academically. He smiled, downplaying it. Chilman guessed he might have studied medicine, but Suho said he had taken physical education. That puzzled Chilman further. Usually healers came from medical fields. Picking a healer class with a physical education background was odd. Chilman then asked why An Suho went for healer instead of warrior or archer. An Suho grinned again, saying he simply disliked being injured. It was a straightforward yet unusual reason, amusing Chilman. Unable to hide his curiosity, Chilman asked how Suho had managed to clear the gate by himself. An Suho recalled the past, thinking of his hobgoblin battle. He said he'd had no real plan going in. A hobgoblin attacked and he fought simply to survive. Chilman was shocked when he heard hobgoblin. Han Suho nodded, saying it was truly a hobgoblin, then opened his inventory. In seconds, shining magic crystals appeared. He set them on the table, saying he got them after slaying both a hobgoblin and its chief. An Suho admitted he wasn't sure how valuable these magic crystals were, and asked Chilman to handle them. Still in disbelief, Chilman agreed to handle it. He picked up a crystal and started prepping it. Though he was stunned by Suho's story, he kept his focus on the task. He turned to An Suho, asking if he truly meant to become a hunter for real. An Suho confidently said yes, explaining he'd decided the moment he awakened as a player. Chilman remarked on the weight of that choice, secretly thinking it was a bit rash. He asked An Suho if he had a specific motive for wanting to be a hunter. An Suho grinned, noting Chilman wasn't great at hiding his feelings. The talk grew more earnest as Suho revealed why he wanted to become a hunter. He explained he lost his whole family to gate shock, fueling a deep hatred for gates and monsters. Becoming a hunter, he thought, would let him fight back. He admitted going into the gate alone was an emotional move spurred by frustration. Yet killing monsters hadn't brought the peace he wanted. The hurt in his heart remained. An Suho realized his goal went beyond slaying monsters. He wanted to make sure others wouldn't suffer as he had. He aimed to shield people from losing loved ones to monsters. Showing a serious look, he said he wanted to serve everyone's safety. Chilman gazed at An Suho with respect. Suho was resolute, his goal unmistakable. He wanted to be a hunter under the South Korean Hunter Association, not just for himself but for the public good. His determined face showed this was a serious, final decision. Chilman told An Suho that joining the association meant serving as a civil servant hunter, adding softly that the salary there was much lower than in private guild offices. Among the private guilds he was a secretary to a salary of $700 a month. It was no small pay cut. An Suho listened closely, keeping calm yet firm. He said he already knew about the lower wages, but money wasn't his priority. He wanted free access to different gates, priority to conquer them, and the authority given to the South Korean Hunter Association. He also sought power to enforce strict penalties on rogue players. Chilman blinked at An Suho's words, honestly intrigued. He asked what Suho meant by seeking such perks. He then mused that most people would rather have an office job instead of risking themselves to clear gates. Chilman leaned back, startled by An Suho's remarks, wondering aloud if this was truly possible. Chilman explained that although the association held the right to clear different gates, it usually sold those rights to private guilds. The logic was straightforward. Why risk your life for a small civil salary? He added that many people viewed a civil servant hunter role as a charitable act. Yet most chose it for stability, letting them earn a living with admin work instead of entering gates. Civil servant hunters often avoided gate duties however they could, but An Suho was different. He didn't focus on stability or pay. He cared about public safety and was ready to work in the field. Chilman felt genuine awe. He viewed An Soo-ho as the perfect civil servant hunter, truly eager to protect others and keep the customer, with perfectionist grace, almost a model of patriotism. Chilman felt a bit overwhelmed. Half joking, he said he was so pleased it nearly made him dizzy. An Soo-ho leaned in, worried by Chilman's reaction, asking if he felt okay. Chilman quickly gathered himself, coughing a bit. He confessed it had been ages since he met someone like Soo-ho. He promised to handle the paperwork and ID. But to join, Soo-ho had to pass the hunter exam, aptitude, written and practical. The problem: sign-ups ended, and the exam was tomorrow. An Soo-ho's eyes went wide with shock, but before panic set in, Chilman stayed calm and grinned. He told An Soo-ho that if he wanted, he could register him as an exception. An Soo-ho's face brightened with excitement, and he asked if that was really possible. Chilman nodded, saying the rules allowed it because An Soo-ho had cleared a gate solo. They just informed the higher-ups to approve his late entry. Chilman's tone grew solemn. He said he suggested An Soo-ho because he plainly had talent, but preparing for both written and practical exams in just one day would be tough. He worried about Soo-ho's physical side, given his high skill, but was also concerned about the written test. An Soo-ho clenched his fist, showing his firm resolve. Chilman repeated his concern about the written exam, but Soo-ho urged him to proceed with registration, saying he was up for it. Chilman was taken aback but nodded as Soo-ho explained it was good to try. If he failed, he could just retake it. Chilman admired An Soo-ho's courage, smirking and calling him bold. He then told Soo-ho he could view his aptitude test results that same day. An Soo-ho thanked him but paused, admitting he lacked money for registration. He asked if Chilman could sell the magic crystals at once to cover the fee. Chilman nodded, quickly straightening his tie, promising to handle it right away, and also confirmed Soo-ho's aptitude results. When Chilman left to arrange everything, the mood eased, and An Soo-ho turned inward looking thoughtful. Deep down, Soo-ho acknowledged that even now, Chilman was the only one he felt he could fully trust. His face brightened with genuine gratitude, and he offered Chilman a sincere thanks. Later, they ate together while Chilman reported the aptitude tests were done and the crystal money was deposited. An Soo-ho, amazed, gasped at the total of about 3 million won. He took a sip of his drink, sounding playful. Chilman, a bit shy, explained that as a civil servant hunter he got special tax breaks for magic crystals. Soo-ho's eyes went wide, thrilled it was basically duty-free. An Soo-ho looked at Chilman hopefully and asked for one more favor. Curious, Chilman asked what he wanted. An Soo-ho mentioned he'd heard the association had a library with study guides and references for the test, but it was already late, and with the test the next day he felt he had to cram everything. He paused, then asked more firmly if it was okay for him to study for the exam in that library. Chilman grinned broadly, raising their cups excitedly. He told An Soo-ho he could definitely use the library. Soo-ho's eyes lit up, and he thanked Chilman once more. The scene shifted to a bright library, with Chilman proudly showing off the enormous rows of books. He told An Soo-ho he wouldn't need an employee card upon leaving, and could stay to study as long as he liked. Chilman cheerfully waved goodbye, wishing An Soo-ho luck on tomorrow's test, then left. Soo-ho stood among the tall bookshelves in reflective silence. As Chilman departed, An Soo-ho watched him, his look mingling respect and a hint of guilt. He murmured that brother Chilman was still the same, ever kind and reliable, just like before. An Soo-ho mused that Chilman had no idea he would eventually be president of the association. An Soo-ho sighed, finding it tough to pretend ignorance. He felt he was sort of teasing Chilman, but realized showing he knew too much would spark Chilman's suspicion. He stood up, face set with resolve, and moved further into the library. Sunset light glowed through the windows, shining on the high shelves. An Soo-ho murmured that it was time to locate that dossier. Think. While he walked the winding aisles reading many book spines, he recalled major future events but knew he couldn't memorize every little detail. After all, he was only human. He halted at one shelf and lifted a big, old tome, decorated with detailed designs. He remarked aloud at the book's impressively large size. An Soo-ho opened it, finding pages of strange symbols and foreign writing. He remembered once trying to learn from this tome as he gazed at the pages, which began to glow and reveal a message. The system told him the book came from another realm. An Soo-ho noticed a short sentence appeared, hinting at multiple ways to use the volume. Holding it up, he felt a mysterious aura while the symbol on it glimmered. He placed the book on his head, but soon looked frustrated and mumbled, asking why it wasn't doing anything. They said that was the method, but still nothing happened. Suddenly, a glowing notice appeared, and the system said the Library of Memories was intrigued by his story. The The book's pages flipped themselves, shining with purple light that filled the room. The system continued, saying the library of memories was inviting him. The book shone with fierce, magical light, and Ansuho watched in awe. Finally, the system proclaimed, "Welcome to the library of memories." The library of memories opened to Ansuho, its massive volume unleashing bright magic that lit up the huge space. He stood quietly, realizing how important this power would be. This artifact let a person recall all they'd ever seen or heard, even the painful memories many would choose to forget. Ansuho knew people needed forgetting to cope with life. Endless, clear memories could crush someone. Still, he was ready to bear it. He understood the library of memories carried a cost, forever recalling everything. But that was precisely what he wanted. Even painful events were worth enduring if it meant reaching his goal. He recalled that, originally, this skill belonged to a girl who would become the Hexagon Guild's manager. She'd worked at the Korean Hunter Association before joining Hexagon Guild. He remembered how she had unintentionally gained the library of memories skill. He remembered that one night, as she studied in a library, she used the book as a pillow. By some lucky twist, she ended up with its power. Ansuho thought how he'd learned this because of her and smiled. He planned to treat her to a meal when he saw her again, feeling she deserved it. Suddenly, a bright system alert popped up, asking if Ansuho would share his story with the library of memories. He paused, thinking about the immense power now open to him. The library could save everything, even tiny, forgotten fragments of his past, memories that would normally disappear. He tightened his fist firmly and agreed to the request. A dazzling light surrounded him while the library started saving his story. Volumes circled him, covers gleaming with strange symbols. The whole space hummed with energy, alive with the magic of countless tales. A digital prompt flashed, confirming the skill's use. The system explained that the library of memories would keep every memory he had seen or heard, letting him retrieve them any time. It would also suggest needed data to him. Ansuho winced, clutching his head as a weird feeling swept over him. This recording method was unlike anything else, leaving him briefly dizzy. He drew a deep breath, regaining balance, wondering if it felt odd because this was an illusionary place. Now that he held the skill, he wanted to try it. He imagined returning to the past, and the world around him instantly spun into a swirl of old memories. Glimpses of his final fight filled his vision, the force of that moment still strong. He felt the raw emotion, pain, and fury as though it was happening again. He remembered those final moments, still sensing those emotions. He watched the memories rush forward. He saw the betrayal by his former allies, the fights, the hate in their eyes. The memories were harsh and very real. He set his jaw, thinking of those selfish traitors who stopped the gate's closure to keep power longer. Their cold, uncaring faces blazed in his mind. He promised he would never forget, his stare turning cold with obvious pain and betrayal. He leaned away, frowning slightly. The memory upset him, and he regretted not focusing elsewhere. Suddenly a new screen lit up, a surprising system alert with strange info. Ansuho frowned, eyes narrowed in confusion as he read it. The display changed, showing another message. The system stated it would give him a chance to grow stronger, since he was first to reach the transcendent realm, and it would reboot the player's system for Ansuho. Ansuho stood still, his form outlined by the swirling glow. The word rebooting rang in his head, sending chills through him. It felt unreal. When the light dimmed, Ansuho was back in the vast library. The shelves shimmered with hidden energy and all the day's wisdom, just as she had felt at the beginning of this crisis, and the gathered knowledge of countless lives and stories. He nodded slowly as it sank in. The system really had sent him into the past. He recalled achieving Divine Sword Unity and getting his first SS-grade skill, only to end up here again at the start. His face grew thoughtful as he rubbed his chin. Since he was the first to reach transcendence, the system gave him a fresh chance, something he'd never known was possible. He wondered if returning to the past was mere coincidence. He tightened his hands into fists, wearing a determined look as he rode a taxi toward his goal. After leaving the taxi, he kept walking, his hands clenched with resolve. Regardless of the cause, the key point was that he'd gone back in time. He could stop what happened to him and curb the early chaos from those wild gates that caused huge losses. Taking a steady breath, he stayed focused, thinking he might clear the gates faster than before, so he couldn't afford to lose any precious time. Soon he stood before a grand, lit-up building. Under the night sky, a sign shone like a beacon. Nexus. Ansuho's eyes sharpened with purpose, recognizing the private hunter academy called Nexus. In Nexus's brightly lit lobby, Ansuho strode to the front desk. The receptionist smiled politely, greeting him and asking why he had come. An Soo-ho calmly said he wished to see Director Kim. The receptionist's eyebrows went up, asking if he had an appointment. Soo-ho replied he didn't, but he had something important to discuss with her. The receptionist gave him a regretful look, saying he needed an appointment. An Soo-ho paused, then lifted his hand like he had a new idea. He asked if she'd relay a message. The lone conqueror of the Durham Station pre-catastrophe gate was here. Her eyes went wide in surprise, and she quickly nodded, picking up the phone to place a call. The scene shifted to a corridor ending in a door marked Director's Office. Inside, Director Kim stood behind a polished desk, calm and poised. She greeted An Soo-ho politely, introducing herself as the head of Nexus Academy. An Soo-ho introduced himself as well, and took a seat where she indicated. They sat facing one another, the mood a bit unusual but filled with curiosity. Director Kim started, saying she'd heard he was the lone conqueror of the syndrome pre-catastrophe gate, and asked why he came to Nexus. An Soo-ho didn't pause, saying he was there to request a scholarship. Director Kim's eyebrow shot up, surprised by his request. An Soo-ho added that there was a hunter license test tomorrow, and he intended to take it too. Director Kim seemed taken aback, asking how long since his awakening. An Soo-ho said it was literally that day. Director Kim's eyes went wide. She flipped through paperwork, stammering at the news. She wanted to confirm she heard right. He was an unregistered hunter who just awakened today, yet planned to take tomorrow's license test. Plus, he was the sole clearer of the syndrome pre-catastrophe gate. An Soo-ho calmly nodded to confirm. He remembered how he was lucky to have a contact in the Hunter Association who arranged a test spot for him. Director Kim leaned backward, her eyes growing keen as she studied Soo-ho. An Soo-ho declared with confidence that he intended to place first in the exam. If he took first place, he asked for official Nexus scholarship status. Director Kim eyed him, thinking it over. After a pause, she agreed, her tone both challenging and intrigued, saying a scholarship was fair if he succeeded. Their gazes met in tense silence, both fiercely determined. An unspoken test passed between them, and An Soo-ho realized this was just the start of the path he planned to forge. An Soo-ho spoke firmly, urging Director Kim to definitely grant him a scholarship. He appeared certain, despite how hard it would be for a newcomer to top the exam. Yet he wasn't truly a beginner, he was a veteran who had cleared countless gates. Still, it was now the director's choice whether she believed him or not. Director Kim pushed up her glasses, noting the hurdles. She explained that the hunter exam differed greatly from clearing a gate, even a rare one. She presented An Soo-ho with a report on the test statistics, saying the usual pass rate was under 20%, and this year's was only around 15%. An Soo-ho simply grinned. He suggested that if he didn't place first, she could ignore him and drop the scholarship. Director Kim hesitated briefly, then asked a question she wanted to know why. Among other schools like Hexagon and Prime, he picked Nexus. An Soo-ho said it was because Nexus was in the worst slump. Director Kim blinked at that surprising reply. Probably wanting to smack him for his remark, he continued, explaining that while Nexus Academy was the biggest in the nation, it hadn't produced any first or second place finishers lately, causing a clear drop in enrollment. Director Kim sighed, admitting it was sadly accurate. She adjusted her glasses, pondering Soo-ho's suggestion. They needed to show better outcomes, but lacked any standout student who had made big strides. What if she accepted Soo-ho's pitch and he truly ranked first? He was the solo conqueror of the Syndrome Station Gate, who then scored first on the Hunter Examiner, An Soo-ho. If that went public, Nexus Academy stood to gain a lot. It was tempting. Only one matter remained. Director Kim asked An Soo-ho how much scholarship money he wanted. An Soo-ho asked what the top student prize was. Director Kim said it covered the year's tuition and came with a 30 million won bonus. Also, the top scorer got the chance to join the Nexus Guild right away, if they chose. An Soo-ho nodded, impressed. It was fitting for the country's biggest academy. Still, Director Kim guessed he hadn't expected that much. In a casual tone, she asked how much he genuinely wanted. An Soo-ho paused, then grinned. He proposed 300 million won, factoring in the perks of being top scorer and the academy scale. He noted that 300 million wasn't huge for Nexus Academy. Director Kim seemed slightly startled by the figure but eventually nodded. All right, she said. If he finished first, she'd pay An Soo-ho 300 million won, meeting his terms. She proposed they put it in writing and meanwhile told Soo-ho to tour the academy. Nabashishambas, the scene shifted near a clock tower at dusk. An Soo gazed over the huge academy grounds, reflecting on Nexus's massive size, bigger than many amusement parks. Once he enrolled, he figured he'd have everything he needed. Nearby, another man laughed, clearly excited about the academy, saying it was the biggest in South Korea. As An Suho and the man walked, Suho's mind wandered. He spotted someone far away, practicing on the training field. The details were blurry, but it appeared to be a student. The man guiding him said that was Daeon, the most dedicated trainee. An Suho asked if he trained like that daily. The man nodded, and Suho watched Daeon's precise weapon swings. The guide called out to Daeon, telling him that while training mattered, he still had to look after his health. Daeon turned around, smiling with confidence, saying that as a third-year student he had to push himself harder. An Suho watched Daeon and recognized him right away. He recalled adventuring with Daeon in his past life, where Daeon became the country's best tank, famed for his massive mental grit and defense. Sadly, the pure tank role had faded in importance over time. An Suho noticed Daeon's battle axe, so unlike the shield he once excelled with. It appeared Daeon hadn't found his real path yet. An Suho saw a chance here, knowing Daeon would eventually join Nexus. Suho figured forming a bond now might help him recruit Daeon to the Korean Hunter Association later. An Suho smiled and introduced himself. They greeted each other, and Suho eyed the battle axe in Daeon's hands, curious whether Daeon planned to keep using that axe. Daeon seemed slightly uncertain but said passionately that he intended to fight as a melee type. He'd asked around, and people advised the battle axe. They said a weapon must fit a person's build from the start, and for raw destruction, no other weapon beat the battle axe. An Suho asked if Daeon had only ever wielded the axe, and Daeon nodded, admitting he was a slow learner, needing 2 years to get decent with it. An Suho fell silent, suddenly feeling a small headache. Inwardly, he knew the real issue was that the battle axe didn't suit Daeon's aptitude. Whether it was perseverance or stubbornness, Daeon should have switched if his skill wasn't growing. Seeing Suho's thoughtful look, Daeon asked if something was wrong. Suho frowned, thinking how surprisingly lax this top academy was. Then An Suho proposed Daeon try a weapon that felt right. With stat bonuses and skill correction, proficiency could rise fast. Suho pointed out the axe just didn't seem to fit Daeon. Daeon looked puzzled, so Suho explained that needing 2 years to gain proficiency hinted the axe lacked the right synergy for him. Suho said that although a battle axe had huge force, it left a long opening after each swing. Without a way to cover that gap, Daeon was exposed to counterattacks. Moreover, An Suho added that Daeon's big frame, combined with a heavy axe, would be hard to shield with a tank role. Daeon was startled at Suho's analysis. He admitted he'd been using the axe for 3 years, now wondering if all that time had been wasted. An Suho comforted him, saying if Daeon stuck with a bad weapon for so long, his real aptitude was probably nearer to a tank role. A tank? Daeon echoed, obviously taken aback by Suho's idea. Suho nodded, advising Daeon to use a kite shield on his left and a one-handed mace in his right. He added that Daeon's practical exam scores would likely jump if he switched. Daeon hesitated, questioning if it was too late to swap roles with the test so close. An Suho asked him about the party's core. Daeon guessed the mage, but Suho disagreed. Suho explained the tank was truly the party's core, drawing enemy focus and guarding the mage and healer so the team could function. An Suho urged Daeon to use a shield and keep another main weapon for different crowd control tactics. Daeon slowly nodded, seeing Suho's point. He smiled, agreeing to try. An Suho praised him for staying calm and making logical choices. Daeon thanked An Suho and left, resolved to keep practicing. As Daeon departed, the guide facing An Suho asked if Suho was some kind of instructor. An Suho looked surprised and denied it. The man observed Suho's thorough knowledge of weapon synergy and hunter tips, which was odd without a license. Suho just smiled, saying he wasn't an instructor but knew a little. Wanting to shift the topic, Suho asked if the contract was ready, noting some time had passed. The man nodded, saying he'd just gotten a call. He suggested returning to the director's office. Next, the scene jumped to the following day under a bright morning sky. The South Korean Hunter Association buzzed with examinees, weapons in hand, getting ready for the hunter license test. Almost everyone looked in top shape, with the exception of the burning girl's mother. A heroine of the series was avenging her mother's body, death-taking. An Suho, the lone gate clearer, sat looking worn out. He murmured he was still tired from all his running around the day before. He watched crowds of candidates lining up for the preliminary drug test, meant to catch doping. The announcer's voice boomed through the area, telling them to form queues by their given numbers. An Suho, drained by the day's efforts, rubbed his temple and sighed. Although the doping check was important, it felt like yet another hurdle in an already tough process. He glanced upward, his eyes briefly flashing blue, a sign of his special power. An Suho knew normal drug tests wouldn't catch everything. Cheaters often depended on skill-based buffs, not typical narcotics, to snag an unfair edge. Scanning the room, he saw a faint glow on some people, indicating they were buffed beyond the usual level 5 test standard. They weren't normal applicants but had heavier, closer powers. Their magic aura was overly powerful from the buffs. A system alert popped up praising him for achieving magic detection rank B. This new skill sharpened his senses, helping him spot cheaters even more easily. An Suho frowned, his mood darkening. Watching people misuse buffs was disheartening, especially since it wasn't widely recognized yet. He resolved to address it. An Suho glanced up at a balcony, seeing team leader Jung Chilman waving excitedly. An Suho gave a small smile. At least there was one familiar ally. As An Su waited, he heard other test takers chatting. One complained about how tough the written exam was and feared retaking it. Another agreed, calling it ridiculously hard. An Suho felt slightly smug. Due to the library of memories, he'd sailed through the written portion. He almost felt like a cheater, though for a different reason. A familiar voice shouted for him, breaking his train of thought. He glanced up, spotting Chilman coming over with a warm smile, asking how the exam went. An Suho shrugged, saying he believed he could pass. Chilman laughed at Suho's self-assurance, remarking that rumors said this year's written test was tougher than ever. Then he brought up Suho's earlier remark on buff checks, asking what exactly Suho meant. An Suho nodded, explaining that although measures like urine and blood tests and confiscating items curb doping, he saw no specific checks for skill-based cheating. He proposed running a magic detection scan to spot anyone using illegal buffs. Jung Chilman's eyes widened slightly, and he thanked An Suho for the tip, promising to investigate before the practical exam began. As he turned to go, he paused and glanced at An Suho, openly stating how he genuinely hoped Suho would succeed. Chilman also mentioned wanting to work with him in the association and strongly urged Suho to give his all on the upcoming practical exam. An Suho nodded, grateful for the support. It felt good having someone on his side. The loudspeaker buzzed, catching everyone's attention. It announced a 2-hour delay because of dive capsule problems. They were told to eat in the cafeteria and stay in the lounge or training zone for a while. An Suho sighed in relief, knowing the delay gave Chilman time to set up a buff check, hopefully ensuring a fairer exam. With 1,200 test takers and under a 10% pass rate, An Suho guessed the purge might cut it to 7%. But that meant those who passed would truly be the top tier. An Suho liked the thought of being around genuine, high-level talent. He chose to use the extra time watching the other candidates, in case any were worth noticing. Suddenly, a ruckus drew An Suho's attention from his thoughts. A young man stepped up to a bigger candidate, loudly demanding a spar. He was so noisy that everyone noticed. The larger candidate was annoyed, asking who this kid was and telling him to buzz off. The challenger kept insisting on a spar, teasing him about hiding his skills. An Suho observed with slight amusement. Hunter dynamics were always intriguing. Often a brief clash could expose someone's true nature. The bigger man, clearly irritated, grumbled that the challenger was a pest and should buzz off. He added he wasn't interested in fighting someone weak. Refusing to retreat, the young man stepped closer, hinting he might strike first. Tension spiked as the young man lunged at the bigger candidate, forcing him to react. The collision came fast, the smaller man's sword slashing with force. But before contact, An Suho intervened, stopping the sword with his blade. The bigger candidate stared at An Suho in shock, asking if Suho was out of his mind. An Suho stayed composed, telling the bigger man he'd handle the challenger so things wouldn't get worse. The angry challenger asked who Suho was. Suho said he was just a fellow candidate and fighting wouldn't help. The large man huffed and left, grumbling indifferently. The young man wasn't happy. He demanded to know why An Suho had intervened, clearly annoyed. An Suho smiled, introducing himself and noting the young man seemed to want a sparring partner. He volunteered to stand in instead. The young man scoffed, calling An Suho weak, insisting he had no wish to spar with someone like that. An Suho blinked at the insult. Weak? It caught him off guard. Growing bolder, the young man taunted Suho again, claiming his earlier block was mere luck and telling him not to get arrogant. An Suho paused, then tilted his head, asking if the young man was afraid. The young man's face contorted in rage, demanding to hear exactly what An Suho had just implied. An Suho calmly repeated that it looked like the other man was scared to spar. The goad worked. Now seething, the young man said he would teach Suho a lesson. He said he was bored anyway, surrounded by cowards, and that An Suho was now the perfect punching bag. An Suho smiled, seeing the young man accept. Onlookers muttered that they should move to the sparring arena, and get a supervisor's permission for a proper duel. They went to a wide, open arena, bright with onlookers casually gathering in the seats. A few spectators shook their heads, saying it was needless drama on such an important day. Others wrote them off as attention seekers. Officials stepped up, speaking to An-soo and the challenger as they got ready. He said only the association's training weapons were permitted, and he'd end the match if it went too far. With a swift hand motion, he signaled the start of their sparring session. Both fighters squared off, each holding a wooden practice sword. Tension rose as they traded swift blows, each move sharp and strong. The opponent struck hard, trying to overpower An-soo, but Suho blocked effortlessly, studying his rival's every swing. Obviously upset, the young man yelled he would shred An-soo, then lunged again, but An-soo deflected it smoothly. An-soo eyed him with mild surprise and let down, asking why he was so feeble. His face grew scornful, commenting the opponent was utterly weak and barely worth the trouble. Furious now, the young man hurled insults at An-soo, his anger tangible. Watching him, Suho felt the tension in the air, remembering who this fighter really was. His name was Pak Yong, a skilled swordsman radiating fierce energy as red mist drifted around him, a man whose eyes shone with an endless hunger for power, driving him to battle the strongest foes. He always yearned for higher levels of sword mastery. Over time, his quest for strength veered down a darker path, turning him into a dreaded hunter-killer, relentless in seeking dominance. An-soo stood aside, narrowing his eyes at memories of Pak Yong from his earlier life. Pak Yong had been powerful but tragically lost. Suhe knew he needed to steer Pak Yong away from repeating those errors. He thought about Pak Yong's potential, feeling obliged to step in before the swordsman sank into darkness again. He smirked, recalling past life memories of Pak Yong's might. They had crossed swords before, and Pak Yong had been formidable. Yet seeing him here, Suho noted the raw, unpolished nature of his technique. He sighed, surprised to find Pak Yong in this testing arena. Although once impressive, he still lacked the experience and polish to master his abilities. He acted quickly, planting his foot on Pak Yong's chest and hurling him backward. Pak Yong fell dramatically, his body hitting the arena floor with a thud. An-soo stayed put, looking bored. He found the situation dull, taunting his opponent since Pak Yong had bragged so loudly before that Suho expected more of a challenge. Pak Yong pushed himself upright, eyes wide in shock and pain. He stared at An-soo, stunned by the overwhelming strength he just witnessed. He demanded to know how An-soo was so strong, his voice edged with frustration. Suho just shrugged, casually warning him that charging in wouldn't help. He asked if Pak Yong really wanted to keep going. Noting his stance, Suho figured it was Pak Yong's first time fighting someone level 10, since he'd likely only faced level 5s before. Even so, Pak Yong wasn't discouraged. A faint smirk formed. He seemed intrigued by An-soo, as if he hadn't met anyone like him for ages. He said he finally saw why An-soo had been so calm. Tension rose as Pak Yong braced for another round. He gripped his sword tight, eyes shining with determination, vowing to fight at full strength. Han-soo watched red energy swirl around Pak Yong. An-soo couldn't help but grin, as though indulging a child. Pak Yong lunged forward, sword whipping through the air with fierce power. They clashed in a blur of quick blows, their weapons ringing across the arena. Every swing held raw power, and for a moment, Pak Yong drove An-soo back, their forces crashing against each other like waves on stone. An-soo sensed heft behind Pak Yong's blows, realizing they were indeed heavier now. Panting, Pak Yong sneered at An-soo, asking if he'd keep pretending to be calm. His frustration was clear. He ramped up his strength, the blazing red aura growing stronger, for a decisive attack. He roared, daring An-soo to block his next strike. Taking a stance that made Suho's eyes widen, Pak Yong used his original dragon sword technique. With a fierce shout, he thrust his blade straight at Suho. A huge blast shook the arena when their powers clashed, white light flooding everything. Feeling the collision, Pak Yong thought he'd triumphed, whispering to himself that he'd won. But when the light cleared, An-soo stood solid, sword braced to stop Pak Yong's strike. He breathed a slight sigh and grinned, meeting Pak Yong's startled eyes. He noted he'd blocked the blow effortlessly and could have done it blindfolded if needed. Pak Yong stuttered, eyes wide in shock, baffled at how An-soo had done it. An-soo's mind churned, realizing this wasn't the full dragon sword technique yet, only a simpler blade skill. Stung in his pride, Pak Yong roared, cursing An-soo angrily. The battle went on, Pak Yong attacking with unceasing power. He swung wildly, the red aura around him flaring brighter with every blow. An-soo got driven back briefly, yet stayed calm, watching for an opening. Seeing Suho pushed back, Pak Young thought he finally had an opening. He lunged, channeling every bit of energy into the blow. An Soo-ho easily parried, then slammed a fist into Pak Young's jaw, driving him backward before he could respond. Pak Young staggered, vision hazy from the blow. He mumbled in disbelief, fighting to remain upright, and puzzling over how An Soo had done it. An Soo-ho shook his head, calmly noting that Pak Young's swings were too slow without another comment. He observed Pak Young flying across the arena, hitting the floor hard. An Soo-ho inhaled deeply, deciding to wrap this up. He thought that crushing Pak Young's pride anymore might lead to serious problems. Silence fell over the arena as onlookers stared in amazement. Han Soo stood, exuding authority, while Pak Young lay sprawled on the floor, slipping into unconsciousness. He reflected that this was a lesson for both Pak Young and himself. The past held regrets, but the present allowed a new fate. Gazing at the fallen Pak Young, he realized the swordsman would be fixated on challenging him now, though that dream wouldn't happen. Soo-ho also mused the testing center might be quieter from now on. An Soo-ho summoned the supervisor, who appeared quite stunned. When he finally spoke, his tone was uneasy, clearly rattled by the large-scale brawl that had just occurred. An Soo-ho calmly explained he'd accidentally knocked Pak Young out, and asked the supervisor to look after him until he woke. The supervisor nodded, sympathetic to the situation, promising he'd manage it. The scene moved to the testing zone, where many technicians worked busily and several capsules lined the lab. An Soo-ho scanned the area, noticing more skilled managers than before. He guessed they were undercover doping inspectors, posing as technicians and closely examining the candidates. An Soo-ho stood near a capsule, observing the technicians at work. Nearby, someone griped about not matching the capsule's specs and was sent elsewhere for testing. A technician soothed them, asking them to cooperate for now. Eventually it was An Soo-ho's turn. Told to lie in a capsule, he agreed immediately. The overseeing technician said if he felt anything odd while diving, he should push the button for emergency help. An Soo nodded, showing he understood. The technician started the dive, and a high-tech display glowed, indicating progress as the system synced with An Soo-ho's mind. A voice declared the Hunter Practical Test Program active, starting the dive. The link finished, and the healer's practical test scenario began. The scene changed, placing An Soo in a reddish, ruined city. Buildings crumbled all around, debris strewn everywhere. He noted this exam's notorious difficulty, especially given the low pass rate for healers. His thoughts broke when he saw a small girl weeping on the ground, seemingly hurt, prompting An Soo-ho to approach carefully. This ravaged city felt painfully real, distant screams echoing and heightening the scene's tension. An Soo-ho stared at the wreckage in disbelief, baffled at how the association designed such a harsh simulation. He mumbled that it seemed they lacked all restraint. The entire exam seemed meant to shock, and An Soo-ho felt a surge of fatigue and annoyance. He let out a heavy sigh, fists tightening as he surveyed the chaos. Healers were prized because they had to offer aid in the worst danger. An Soo grasped his role's importance, but it was no less daunting. This practical test was the heart of the Hunter exam, where each hopeful's suitability was rigorously measured. For warriors, mages, and archers, it focused on combat skill. Their simulation changed yearly, and passing standards varied. One-on-one duels, fighting multiple foes, survival time, and number of enemies beaten heavily influenced their final scores. However, the healer's practical exam differed. For them, it wasn't about crushing foes, it was about self-sacrifice. To the examiners, a healer's healing ability was crucial, but one who risked their life for others was even more prized. This test judged more than magic or skill, it judged willingness to place others first. High scores went to those who braved real danger to save people. An Soo-ho prepared himself at the simulation site, reflecting on how absurd this was. In this test, healers sometimes had to die while defending others. The system had revived him once already. Dying again just for an exam made him sigh heavily. He glanced at his sword wedged firmly into the ground. He walked toward it with a firm, purposeful step. He gave a faint smile, gripping the sword, and thinking how odd it was to be required to die so easily. He knew the exam demanded sacrifice, but if it came down to it, An Soo-ho would bend the rules. After all, he wasn't just any healer. Suddenly, frantic cries surrounded him. An Soo-ho glanced about, hearing screams. All he found were lifeless bodies. The whole simulation zone lay strewn with unmoving people, their final expressions locked in terror. It resembled a battlefield devoid of hope, with only a single survivor left. He walked toward the girl he'd seen, kneeling by her side. Her eyes remained open, brimming with fear. An Soo asked if she was all right, checking her wounds. She struggled to talk, voice shaking as she warned they would return and they should flee first. An Suho shook his head, assuring her that help would come soon. He vowed to protect her until then. He understood his duty, keep her safe to the bitter end. Meanwhile, outside in the real exam center, the place buzzed with activity. Pods filled the room, each holding a test taker deeply immersed in a virtual scenario, their minds engaged in the simulated challenges. One test taker emerged from his pod, looking worn and let down, muttering that he could have done more while rubbing his neck. A neat uniformed staff woman smiled, thanked him for his effort, and told him to gather his things before going home. He nodded slowly, lost in thought while walking off. On a nearby screen appeared his results. Kang Jin Young, Archer Class. Time: 9 minutes, 4 seconds. His time wasn't especially good. As the staff woman studied the scores, she sighed, noting that perhaps this season's difficulty was high because all the results looked especially low. Then she asked a different staffer how long the candidate in his monitored pod An Sul had been in the simulation. Director Shin glanced up from his screen, saying Sul had been in there quite a while. She was startled, noticing it had already been 30 minutes, twice the usual 15-minute mark. She leaned in toward the pod screen, double-checking the time. 30 minutes and 21 seconds. She let out a shocked gasp. It piqued her curiosity, leaving her to ponder who could achieve such a duration. Director Shin and the woman observed An Suho's live simulation feed, seeing him brandish a sword to fight off monsters while protecting the injured individual under his care. She was astonished, remarking on his skill and asking if he was a warrior. Director Shin explained An Suho was really a healer. She scoffed, suspecting Shin was joking since Suho clearly held a sword. He motioned to the monitor, urging her to watch more carefully. On the feed, An Suho indeed wielded a sword with fluid, powerful moves. But it wasn't just swordsmanship. She noticed him using healing between strikes, focusing on the wounded woman he guarded. He patched her injuries, defended her, and skillfully held back incoming monsters. She was stunned, saying it was incredible for a healer to fight so well. She asked if An Suho might be disqualified for not dying, since sacrifice was expected. Director Shin said there was no cause for that. A healer's main task was saving the patient, and Suho met every requirement. The display showed An Su battling monsters, staying right by his patient and healing her whenever needed, never once losing focus. Director Shin underlined that An Suho was correctly escorting the patient, providing healing as needed, and risking himself to keep her safe. With all conditions met, no disqualification was needed, and even the exam system allowed it. She nodded slowly, smiling as she realized the practical exam's top candidate was probably settled. Back in the simulation, An Suho stood in the dim scene, gripping his sword. Several little green lizard-like creatures crept up, moving aggressively. An Suho watched them calmly, drawing his sword in one fluid motion. As the creatures rushed, he slashed precisely with his sword, cutting each one down in a single swing. He mumbled it wasn't sufficient, deciding he needed to speed up his movements. He quickened his pace, body moving in smooth coordination while he dodged and struck. The creatures swarmed, but An Suho was prepared. His blade cut through them with steady resolve and skill. A system alert flashed. It recognized his elevated grasp of skillful movement, congratulating him on mastering footwork. An Suho smiled with satisfaction. He expected this outcome, even in virtual space. On Earth, no one escaped the system's watch. He knew it detected his bodily motion, recognized mastery, and let him advance even in this simulation. Though the experience rate was lower than real exertion, it was great for honing skills. Aside from swordsmanship, he picked up various abilities, raising all his sword skills to A rank. It might not grant full experience, points, or items, but it felt satisfying. Another soft glowing notice popped up, praising him for raising his horizontal slash skill to A rank. An Suho pictured a skill grid, thinking of their growth. If he gained all basic sword skills and pushed them to A rank or beyond, he might craft something like Pakyong's dragon sword style. Suddenly a different system alert shone powerfully, unlike any before, almost like a radiant portal of energy. It enveloped An Suho, marking some major achievement. The system stated his swordsmanship insight exceeded everyone else's, and was impressed by his distinct style. It offered to fully recognize it, asking if he wanted to register a new technique that merged basic sword moves and footwork. If he did, it would assign a rank, and An Suho could choose its name. An Suho's face lit up in satisfaction. This was exactly what he'd awaited. Lifting his head, eyes brimming with resolve, he murmured, "Welcome back, my sword. My guardian sword." An Suho stood before the radiant screen, eyes gleaming at the notification. The system text lingered, asking if guardian sword was the right name for his new skill. He nodded slightly, a smirk on his face, confirming that it was. The system instantly replied, applauding him on reaching supreme mastery of his skill. The display shone as energy whirled around An Suho, wrapping him in shimmering light. A new skill was born. Carrying his imprint, Guardian Sword. Rank S. An Suho kept a poised, nearly proud look while he checked the interface. It showed extra benefits from his accomplishment. A 50% boost to current swordsmanship and footwork skills. Then another unexpected bonus appeared. The system gave him sword mastery at rank Sec Sword, rare gift reserved for those with extraordinary blade understanding. It removed all restrictions on learning or using sword skills, lifted limitations on every sword, and boosted his technique's power by another 50%. Han Suho thought about this change, holding his sword proudly. In his old life it took over 10 years to gain such power, but with his knowledge now, it happened far sooner. His worth rose, and he couldn't help but feel things would soon become even more interesting. Suddenly he returned to the moment. A pack of fierce monsters crept near, sharp fangs gleaming, saliva dripping from their open jaws as they advanced menacingly. An Suho regarded them calmly. Seeing how many there were, he knew this exam's monster count was set. He'd gotten all he needed and was set to leave, but only one exit existed. Clutching his sword, determined, he realized he had two choices: be killed by these creatures, or find another path. To An Suho the solution was obvious. Grinning at the oncoming horde, he decided he would simply destroy them all. Meanwhile, in the testing zone, several onlookers clustered around a screen linked to An Suho's pod. A fresh message appeared on the screen, grabbing everyone's notice. All test monsters defeated, please restart the program. For a moment silence fell. Then whispers rippled through the crowd. One person doubted what they'd witnessed. Another nodded in awe, noting this was a first in practical exam history. Someone else praised it, mentioning how amazing it was that Han Suho also healed his patient. An examiner sighed, saying checking the rankings was pointless now. A few days later, at Hexagon Guild HQ, another scene took shape. Inside their HQ, a group sat in a meeting room, looking confident. One person promised their candidate would claim the top spot this year. Another agreed excitedly, pointing out the work spent training their chosen person, insisting Hexagon, not Prime, would secure first place this time. Suddenly a projector lit up, showing a congratulatory note from the South Korean Hunter Association. It listed the top candidates, with An Suho's name shining at the top. Other names appeared beneath, but Kun's was missing. Confusion filled the room. One person gasped, "Who's An Suho?" Someone else murmured nervously, asking where Kun had gone. One held a phone, eyes locked on the screen as a call arrived, the caller ID showing Guildmaster. They panicked upon seeing the Guildmaster's call. Elsewhere, in a car, An Suho's phone rang and Jung Chil-mun's warm voice sounded. He apologized for not calling sooner, saying he'd been swamped. Han Suho's smile grew as he listened, genuinely grateful for the gesture. An Suho thanked Chilman, crediting his achievement to him. Chilman laughed admiringly, noting An Su not only passed but took the top score. He added that thanks to Su, they caught numerous skill-doping cheaters, paving the way for stricter test rules. Suho nodded, agreeing that exams should remain fair. Chilman hesitated briefly, then asked if An Suho was still eager to join the Korean Hunter Association. An Suho's gaze hardened as he said he might remain in a guild temporarily, but his resolve stayed firm. He'd join the Hunter Association no matter what. Chilman thanked him, visibly relieved, promising to call once new recruitment or exam dates open. An Suho agreed, adding that since it was lunchtime, Chilman should eat well despite his busy schedule. Chilman laughed warmly, wishing the same for An Suho. After the call ended, An Suho held his phone briefly, concern flickering as he asked himself if Chilman was all right. His voice sounded hoarse. Then Suho changed focus, expecting another call soon. Suddenly his phone lit with an incoming call. An Suho's gaze narrowed as he got ready to answer, noting to himself this was exactly on cue. Director Kim called, congratulating An Suho on his accomplishment and saying the contract money had been paid. She then asked if he'd join Nexus Guild, promising him better benefits than any rival guild. An Suho answered politely but carefully, asking the limits of her offer. She stayed upbeat, promising to meet his expectations. As a top finishing scholarship student, changing his terms would be simple, she said, then recommended meeting in person to talk more details. An Suho thanked her but said he had personal errands that day. He promised to look at his schedule and reply. As a Nexus Scholarship graduate, joining Nexus made more sense than going elsewhere. Director Kim's eagerness was evident even by phone. She urged him not to sign with anyone else for now, pledging to fit his schedule. An Soo-ho chuckled, saying he'd see her soon, then ended the call. Smiling to himself, he remarked how Director Kim was truly thrilled, and he could still sense her enthusiasm. The taxi halted and the driver told An Soo they were there. He nodded, thanking him. He left the taxi, eyes fixed on the old market ahead, resolve evident. Having passed the exam, received his license and gotten his deposit, he saw a busy street. An Soo-ho inhaled deeply, wondering what tasks remained. It was time to farm items here at Lighthouse General Market. After some time he recalled he had purchased all he needed as a hunter. Now only finding a weapon remained. He walked into a modest, somewhat worn shop that held various weapons. An Soo-ho went to the counter where the shopkeeper stood, greeting him while his gaze swept over the stock. The shopkeeper eyed him curiously, asking what exactly he sought. With a polite smile, An Soo-ho said he'd just become a hunter and needed a light weapon. He knew it wouldn't be easy finding something decent within his budget. The shopkeeper pondered, then directed him to a rear section where items were slightly cheaper. An Soo-ho nodded in thanks and headed to the shelves, clearly untouched for ages. Dust blanketed most weapons, leaving them forgotten. He brushed his fingers over a notably dusty blade, amused at the thick coating. Carefully he inspected each weapon, observing that many were low-grade and unverified, as though their true worth still slept unseen. But An Soo-ho realized even unverified weapons could harbor hidden promise. He held a spear carefully, reflecting how some weapons require a liberation step to become truly awakened. Such items often gave off an aura seeking recognition. He doubted many players would recognize that in a shop like this. He sensed something special in the spear. Gently closing his eyes, he focused. A notice popped up, and a faint buzz of energy surrounded him. The system declared magic detection had activated. An Soo-ho smiled slightly, feeling the blue energy swirl around the spear. He was pleased to have located it. The scene changed, placing him alone in a bright park under lush green trees. He held the spear firmly, gazing at it with both confidence and excitement. If the shopkeeper realized what he'd sold, he'd regret it later. An Soo-ho pictured him lamenting letting the spear go so cheaply, but that was for another time. At present, An Soo-ho had a job to do. Gripping the spear gently, he decided it was time to start. As he inhaled, the tranquil air turned tense. Energy collected around him, attracted to the spear, building a strong aura that enveloped both it and An Soo-ho. A system voice echoed mentally, saying that magical energy was now flowing in. The spear's consciousness began awakening, which An Soo-ho sensed immediately. A sudden energy surge startled him, eyes going wide. He groaned in pain under the mounting pressure. The spear itself was alive, pulling in more of An Soo-ho's power. He fought to keep hold, alarmed it was draining much more energy than expected. An Soo-ho realized the spear was gulping down his magic power, panic rising as his energy quickly ebbed away, the spear's pull nearly overwhelming him. In desperation, An Soo-ho let go, the spear hitting the floor as he fell, panting and drained. He realized that, had he waited a moment longer, he'd have passed out from lost magic. His eyes returned to the now quiet spear on the floor, its energy dormant again, and he sat up, reflecting on what just happened. He thought that reviving it required a magic stat of at least 100. Sighing softly, he planned his next steps. Even if he couldn't use it yet, it'd help later. Smiling with resolve, he silently vowed to level up fast and awaken the spear. Elsewhere, under a bright sky, rose a tall building bearing a big PBS sign. Inside, Jo Jin-hui sat at a messy desk, focused on his laptop. A normal day ended abruptly when his phone rang. He answered with mild interest. A voice on the line sounded friendly, introducing himself as An Soo-ho and confirming if Jin-hui was the PBS reporter. As Jin-hui listened, Hui blinked, startled. He paused, trying to recall the name, wondering who An Soo-ho was. Suddenly it clicked. He was talking to the top candidate, An Soo-ho. Soo-ho calmly confirmed he was indeed An Soo-ho, and said he also solo cleared the unusual gate at Syndrome Station. Jin-hui's eyes went wide, realizing An Soo-ho referred to the Syndrome incident. He leaned back, struggling to take it in, mind racing at how Soo-ho cleared that major gate before even getting his hunter license, thinking he must be a real monster. Jin-hui cleared his throat, asking why An Soo-ho called him. Soo-ho replied he'd found Jin-hui's blog while searching. He knew Jin-hui was a golden spoon kid but still worked in journalism, showing strong professional pride. An Soo-ho said he had many plans ahead and plenty of material for stories. He proposed Jin-hui become his exclusive reporter, but Jin's skeptical tone came through the call. Dryly, Jin asked if Soo-ho was trying to keep a wealthy reporter as his subordinate. Thoughts swirled as he sized up the man on the phone. He suspected An Soo-ho was an odd guy with an inflated opinion of himself. saying he found this approach off-putting, even though he was hungry for news. He wouldn't be anyone's underling. He wanted a true partner. He pointed out Suho seemed to be tricking people to boost his value before joining a guild. Suho briefly laughed, admitting Jinhui wasn't wrong but said it wasn't about raising his value blows. He wanted some fame since he planned to become a civil servant. Who's Suho? Jinhui paused, fingers still on his keyboard, asking if Suho meant the Korean Hunter Association. He was confused. Publicity was usually for people aiming at big guilds, not government hunter roles. Wondering if Suho was joking, Suho firmly said he was serious and planned to join the association's front lines. Jinhui grew more doubtful, asking if Suho was some wealthy kid treating work like a casual pursuit. Suho's tone darkened. He said he was a gate orphan, which explained his push for public service. Clearing gates, he added, was his life's real mission. Jinhui blinked, surprised, questioning if Suho was serious. He noted so many eccentrics were around lately. After a beat, Jinhui sighed, saying it wasn't that important. He understood Suho's view but refused to be his exclusive reporter, insisting on writing what he liked. Suho spoke up, proposing a wager. He reasoned he needed to gain Jinhui's trust for a partnership, given he was a hunter. Suho offered to prove his own skills. He added he intended to solo the Tower of Challenge that same day. Jinhui was startled, asking if Suho truly planned to beat the Tower of Challenge alone, something deemed impossible even for groups. Suho's confidence stayed firm. He told Jinhui this would earn his trust, and if he succeeded, he asked Jinhui to be his personal, exclusive reporter. Jinhui stared at his phone, torn between doubt and fascination. Suho was surely peculiar, yet there was something compelling in his resolve that was hard to dismiss. Suho pondered Jinhui's background, recalling he was a top broadcaster and PBS reporter. Suho knew Jinhui had strong pride and came from a wealthy family. He was known as a reporter who never took requests. In Suho's past life they had partnered many times because of Jinhui's top-notch reporting and remarkable skill at shaping public opinion. Yet Jinhui's immense talent eventually caused him to be pushed aside, vanishing from every organization. A sharp thorn was often viewed as dangerous, and he fit that label. He got dragged into factional strife, which forced him into an early exit from the scene. Suho refused to let Jinhui vanish again. If he could solo the Tower of Challenge, he wanted Jinhui as his exclusive reporter. Jinhui looked startled, yet Suho sensed he was pondering it, stressing the perk of having a trustworthy reporter. After a pause, Jinhui sighed, reluctantly agreeing that if Suho cleared the tower, he would do all he could to assist as a reporter. Suho smiled confidently before the tower, telling Jinhui they'd meet again. He ended the call, looking hopeful and resolved. He decided the moment had come to begin. In his office, Jinhui sat alone, frustrated, muttering how irritating Suho was. He was really driving him nuts. Seated at his desk, he mulled over Suho's motives for this wild proposal. Despite his irritation, it didn't feel wholly negative. He gazed at his phone, its screen mirroring his face, pondering the sincerity in Suho's offer. It didn't seem like a lie, nor did he think Suho was a con artist. He leaned back, head spinning, nearly losing his mind. He sighed, admitting this was driving him crazy. Jinhui finally straightened, looking resigned. He decided that either Suho was truthful, which would be great, or not, and so be it. It was a risk without real losses. Resolute, he rose and headed for the door, prepared to follow the gambler's path. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Challenge, crowds bustled around, eager to tackle the trials. Suho stood in front of the tower, talking to an official while surveying the area. He asked if he could enter, showing his ID to the guard. The guard said Suho could go in, but wondered if he was alone. Suho nodded, saying he'd tackle it solo. The guard hesitated, remarking it wasn't impossible, just strange for a new hunter to attempt alone. He advised forming a party since even the tower's lower floors could prove hazardous. Suho merely smiled, telling the guard he was fine and liked going solo. Worried, the guard still let him pass, explaining the entry fee and asking for payment. Once Suho got the bill, Suho nodded, thanking the guard and promising to stay cautious. He acknowledged the guard's caution about returning at once if it was too hard. As Suho stepped in, he recalled that the Tower of Challenge, called the Hunting Ground, was a state-run gate for sub-level 20 players to test themselves. He braced to meet whatever lay ahead inside. He pressed his palms on the door, determination rising. Since his level was reset, there was no better hunting ground than this. Resolute, he pushed open the big door, unveiling a brilliant light beyond. The air crackled with anticipation. The system announced he had entered the Tower of Challenge, adding he could quit at any moment. The instant he gave up, he would be forcibly returned to the tower's entry. Keeping that in mind, An Suho steeled himself for the upcoming trial, summoning his sword. The system spoke again, declaring that the first floor challenge was now underway. A big green slime appeared on An Suho's side. He braced himself, sword tight in hand. It was the first floor monster. A slime. Its bulk and speed had surprised him once, but now he could evaluate it fast. At level 1, the slime did almost no damage, but letting it drag on would be risky. He had to finish it quickly before trouble brewed. He charged the slime with resolve, plotting his next move carefully. He knew he could defeat it quickly by taking out its core. With a decisive blow, An Suho crushed the slime's core, landing confidently on the floor. Still, he realized the battle wasn't over. A cluster of smaller slimes emerged from the slain one's remains. An Suho watched calmly, noting how splitting cores could reform multiple creatures, weaker but still tricky. Their limited regeneration explained why group play was advised in the Tower of Challenge. Handling these splits was easier with a party. Without pause, An Suho dashed forward to face them. He recalled how nearly every floor spawned groups of monsters, and this was only the start. He dodged and struck deftly, creating a strong arc of force that sliced the slimes with precision. He jumped up and brought his sword down on each monster, aiming for a finishing hit. He swung his sword expertly, barely dodging a strike from a creature's tentacle. His agility and resolve sharpened his concentration, helping him evade their attacks and seek opening. The creatures lunged again, huge tentacles flailing in his direction. With a quick move, An Suho dodged, creating a chance. He jumped, seizing one tentacle mid-air, gripping it firmly. His hold was strong and his determination unwavering, leveraging it against the monster. He dangled in mid-air with a serene face, unafraid. Though the situation was risky, he stayed composed, smiling confidently. An Suho even thanked the beast, saying he only needed a handhold. He then swung his sword skillfully, cutting through the creatures with ease. After finishing off the enemies, An Suho glanced up at the towering edifice overhead. 48 floors remained. He knew he couldn't rest. Gripping his sword firmly, he readied himself for the next test. A blue system alert came up, telling him the second floor challenge was starting. Within the Tower of Challenge, he reflected on earlier records set by those who came before. In his previous life, the top official record here was 48 floors, done by a team. At present, the record was just 9 floors, also completed via group effort. An Suho knew exactly how tough the tower was, especially solo. Without pausing, he advanced rapidly to the top floor, pitched forward, and stood facing the guard stone, clashing with an undead monster in his path. Typically, people tackled the Tower of Challenge in groups. The monster's strength scaled with the number of participants, and experience was shared among them. Working in a party was typically safer and gave better progress. But An Suho had no interest in the usual path, trusting his own skills and forging a different course. Surrounded by faintly glowing defeated foes, An Suho glanced up when a digital alert popped up. After some time, the system announced he had cleared the 18th floor. The system asked if he wanted to try the 19th floor. An Suho agreed right away, striding on confidently, anticipation flaring. The 19th floor was unlike the rest. Instead of many foes, there was just one. What would become of him, he wondered. Meaning, it'd be far stronger. An Suho sprinted, energy radiating around him. The lone monster on 19F was dangerous, but at least he just had to beat one foe. That alone would clear the floor. Suddenly, he spotted a towering shape ahead. A huge orc, red-haired and muscular. Without pause, An Suho charged in, sword unsheathed, every step powered by unyielding resolve. He slammed into the monster with great force, greeting it loudly as he attacked. His weapon gleamed, cutting smoothly through the air, striking with unstoppable, intense force. Blood spattered, marking his success, and the mighty orc toppled under the swift, crushing blow. The system announced victory. 119th floor cleared. Another prompt came, asking if he'd try the 20th floor. An Suho stood among the aftermath, dismissing it for now to collect himself. After a moment, he turned to the dead orc's remains. Unlike earlier floors, something was different on the 19th. Typically, tower monsters vanished right after dying, leaving no trace. Yet this particular red-haired orc didn't disappear immediately. An Suho walked over to the giant tusk the creature dropped, smiling as he lifted it. He realized this was precisely what he'd sought. Studying the tusk closely, he knew it wasn't usable by itself. It served a special function. Holding the tusk, An Suho used magic detection, a shimmering glow enveloping the area around him. A soft glow lit the scene, unveiling a concealed section in a nearby wall. He mumbled he'd found it, focusing on a glowing groove in the rock. He went over and fitted the tusk into the wall's opening. With a low rumble, a portal formed in front of him. Swirling cosmic light. An Suho's eyes sparkled with satisfaction, realizing this was the subspace fortress owned by Fortress King Jang Pyong-ho. He knew beating the red-haired orc gave him a pass to this special dimension. Unlike items that made only small subspaces, this fortress let living beings come and go freely. A rare, precious ability. Without delay, An Suho stepped through and found himself in a shadowy cave, lit by a hovering orb's glow. He muttered it resembled a cave. Walking closer to the orb, which shone ever brighter, the system spoke, stating the fortress's owner had died, and asking if he wished to become its new master. An Suho immediately agreed, setting his hand on the glowing orb. The system hailed him for becoming the fortress's new owner. Light in his palm grew, swirling around as he clenched his fist, feeling the fresh power reverberate within. An Suho saw it was registered as a skill, not merely an item. This fortress wasn't just a storage space, it was part of him, tied to his magic. He sensed it would grow with his abilities. Suddenly everything lit up, the environment shifting as the system declared, "The subspace fortress is rebuilt." An Suho shielded his eyes from the brilliant glare. Once he lowered his hand, he stood in a luxurious modern room. He hadn't known it could do that. Glancing around, he realized it was like returning home after killing monsters, much better than he first guessed. He saw how the space matched his preferences, liking its convenience. The system's info said the fortress would expand in size and function as his magic climbed. He paused, smiling at the idea he had stopped Jang Pyong-ho from gaining this power at all. He recalled the havoc that Smuggler caused in his old life, using the fortress to hide illegal items, stolen goods, and even abducted people. Now, that power was in the proper hands. An Suho felt it was two benefits in one, halting the fortress king early and claiming his own fortress. Gaining confidence and resolve, he prepared for what lay ahead. He resolved to climb higher, intent on conquering all the Tower of Challenge. Outside the tower, Jin Hui stood silently, browsing an article on his phone with a slow scroll. He immediately spotted the headline. An Suho takes first place in the latest Awakener test. It hailed Suho's amazing achievement in the new Awakening rankings, beating veteran challengers. Naturally, Nexus also grabbed extra spotlight. For a while, Jin Hui assumed that many students would flock to Nexus. The article would surely raise their popularity even more. Yet he recalled that An Suho had mentioned planning to join the Korean Hunter Association. Now, though, the article hinted Nexus Publishing wanted him first. Nexus seemed certain An Suho belonged with them, maneuvering to grab him before anyone else. Jin Hui wondered how many floors Suho might have cleared by now. Thinking of the tower and how far he had possibly climbed, he pondered briefly, but a sudden system notice jolted him. The 30th floor had been cleared. Jin Hui froze in disbelief. It was so fast. Could he really be here for a record-breaking run? This would definitely be huge news. Then, another system message appeared, saying the top Tower of Challenge record was updated, and a fresh challenger had reached the 31st floor. Around him, people whispered, guessing which guild might hold the new mark. Some suspected a big guild's party. But Jin Hui's suspicion grew, and he narrowed his eyes. Could it be An Suho? Then the system revealed the 31st floor had just been cleared. Jin Hui's jaw clenched. It had been a short time since the trial started, yet this floor was already cleared. If it was An Suho, he was faster than anyone guessed. Jin Hui once saw him as flashy and lucky, but now he realized Suho was no ordinary awakened hero. At the tower's summit, a crystal shone, while the system declared the challenger's name, An Suho. It then announced that An Suho was now attempting the 32nd floor. Jin Hui's heart dropped, and he stood in a stunned mix of awe and disbelief, thinking he might be bound to An Suho for a long time. Meanwhile, at Nexus Academy, Director Kim read the newly released article, eyes widening in astonishment. The man next to her quickly clarified that An Suho was breaking a record right now, almost unbelievable, but Director Kim's mind raced with ideas. She straightened her glasses, aiming to recruit An Suhi for Nexus. They'd need an enormous offer. The moment was urgent. Without delay, she told her staff to call the president and manager, then go to HQ. She refused to let anyone else grab Suhi, who'd be Nexus's ace. Back with An Suho climbing the tower, he pressed on. Soon the system told him he had cleared the 48th floor. Slightly breathless, he sank to his knee, sword stuck in the ground. He wiped sweat off his brow, muscles aching from the strain. Rushing the tower truly was tough. Then the system declared he had achieved a great feat and would receive 5 extra stat points. An Suho smiled, opening his status window and lingering over the displayed numbers. He had reached level 39, seeing extremely high stats. Better than anything he had expected. He gave a soft laugh. Getting to level 39 was a milestone, but what really excited him were the bonus stats. Earning 5 each time he shattered a record seemed almost unfairly good. He upped his magic for a morale lift. Awakening his spear was top priority, so putting everything into magic seemed right. A bright radiance flooded the air while the system updated his stats. Feeling a surge of energy, An Suho got to his feet, ready for the final trial. Before him loomed a huge crystal, radiating bright light. This crystal marked the top of the tower, showing the highest point in the entire place. Thus began the challenge for the tower's 49th floor. An Suho's heart pounded as he braced for whatever lay ahead. Afterwards, the crystal's power flooded across the arena. A dark swirling energy mass formed in the middle, slowly taking shape. A mighty roar echoed across the arena, and from the darkness came the Tower Dragon, a level 49 boss ruling this tower. Its huge wings unfurled, throwing an ominous shadow over the battlefield. Despite the dragon's crushing aura, An Suho stayed composed and resolute. Level 49, he mused. This was totally over the top. Though not pure-blooded, the dragon was probably dragon-born, and An Suho understood the grave threat that posed. But he didn't waver when the dragon roared again. An Suho's resolve only solidified. The battle wouldn't be easy, but he'd come too far to retreat. What else can I do, he thought, clutching his sword. I'm here to win. The final fight erupted with a crash, An Suho rushing in, resolve fiercer than ever. He intended to confront the dragon, making his final stride toward becoming the first human to beat this tower. The dragon's roar shook the arena as An Suho's strike hit, yet did little damage. Its dense scales soaked up the impact without even flinching. It bucked wildly, trying to shrug off the blow, eyes burning with vicious anger, glaring at An Suho as if he were prey. An Suho had anticipated a sturdy foe, but this went beyond that. The dragon's sheer force surpassed his expectations, and his weapon had barely damaged it. The dragon lunged at An Suho, power splitting the ground. An Suho could hardly believe such a large beast moved so fast. It felt like cheating. He could only dodge, clutching his weapon firmly and shifting his stance for the next onslaught. Despite its massive size and might, he stayed resolute. The dragon growled, a deep, threatening noise, taking another step and casting a huge shadow over An Suho. Though obviously enraged, An Suho refused to retreat, aware the battle was far from finished. The dragon's eyes narrowed, blazing with an intense fury. An Suho sensed the tension as the ground shook. Cracks formed around the beast as it drew on its power, clear signs of a coming strike. Suddenly, the dragon roared deafeningly, unleashing a shockwave that hurled debris everywhere. An Suho moved fast, dodging the flying rubble. Instinct took over as he sprang aside, just missing a jagged stone. His swift, precise motions, forged by years of fighting, kept him ahead of the dragon's power. As the dust settled, An Suho crouched behind shattered masonry, eyeing the dragon. The beast prowled around, glowing eyes searching for any movement. An Suho realized he had to keep hidden for now. He stayed locked on the dragon, plotting his next step. Its level wasn't as bad as he feared, but its endurance remained a big issue. The dragon's scales were so tough that normal hits wouldn't pierce them. An Suho understood he must uncover a weak spot for a decisive strike. While watching the beast, An Suho's gaze moved to its tail. He barely spotted a missing scale, and his heart jumped. It was the reverse scale, the dragon's most fragile spot. The weak point lay there, barely visible yet unmistakable. A hit would inflict real harm, but timing was critical. Crouched behind the fractured wall, An Suho took a steadying breath, aware the dragon still searched, ignorant of his find. The beast prowled along, heavy steps shaking the ground beneath it. An Suho's heartbeat quickened as he readied himself. Mind fully on the mission, he gripped his weapon and inhaled, locking on to the target. He had no room to fail. This fight had peaked, and everything depended on landing the strike at just the right instant. As the dragon kept hunting, An Suho's body grew taut, poised to act. The moment was here. An Suho launched off the disintegrating wall, leaping forward with precision. His movements were quick, methodical, and his gaze locked unwaveringly on the target. The dragon's tail towered ahead, its scales flashing in the dim sun. An Suho narrowed his focus, spotting the faint glowing mark at its tail, its vital weakness. He raised his sword, cool steel steady, gaze unshaken. Everything rode on this single strike. The decisive moment arrived. He swung with all his might, the blade striking with huge force. Then he shoved hard, aiming to dislodge that reverse scale. The blow echoed through the air, and the dragon's eyes went wide, shock and pain filling them. For a moment, time itself seemed to stop as it froze in realization. Then chaos broke loose. The dragon roared thunderously, pain morphing into fury. Ansu felt an immediate backlash, hurled back by its force. He tumbled, barely keeping hold of his sword while it thrashed. The ground trembled, and the air brimmed with the creature's raw rage. Ansuho slammed down, barely regaining balance in time to see the dragon's eyes burn with fury. As expected, this won't be simple, he thought, breathing hard. He knew the longer the fight dragged on, the worse it got for him. The dragon's strength never wavered, and with each second their power gap grew. Ansu had to move fast. No time for doubt. Determination shone in his eyes as he mustered his will. His body ached, drenched in sweat, but he stayed focused on destroying that reverse scale, his sole hope. "Take this," he shouted, thrusting his sword deep into the dragon's scales, arms trembling with effort. The blade sank in, prompting the dragon to roar again, energy wrapping its body in a wild vortex. The atmosphere crackled while the dragon's aura grew stronger, a dark purple glow spreading. Ansu realized the tower dragon wasn't finished. The dragon roared across the battlefield, Ansuo bracing for impact, but instead, a system alert appeared, announcing, "The tower dragon uses dragon fear." Immediately, Ansuho felt crushing pressure descend upon him, a stifling force chilling him to the core. He stayed resolute, but cold sweat dotted his brow. It seeped into his bones, slowing him down until every step felt immense. He staggered, legs weighed by invisible chains. The fear's intensity pressed on him, clouding his mind. His head throbbed, vision swam, the dragon's roar twisting in his ears, sounds merging into a chaotic blur. Another alert appeared. "You've fallen into fear." Your muscles stiffened. Ansuho ground his teeth, resisting the overpowering feeling. He couldn't collapse now. Pure, he thought, frantically activating his skill, feeling his power slip away while he tried to banish the fear. The new notice flickered. "Pure activated, but this is high-level fear. Cannot be cancelled." Ansuho's heart fell. The dread was too strong for his present skill to lift. The dragon lurched ahead, its aura menacing and bright. Its huge frame shook the earth, each footfall echoing like thunder. Ansuho braced himself, dread flooding him at the realization the dragon was nowhere near done. Its rage only intensifying. The dragon's eyes burned, and Ansu realized he had to act quickly. Things were perilous, time short. Suddenly the dragon's huge body whirled, its tail whipping with force, striking the wall to fling Ansuho aside. Ansuho barely clung on, but the hit reverberated through him. His hold was loosening, and things were critical. Neither he nor the dragon would yield, both unrelenting. In the next instant, Ansuho was hurled through a portal, the dragon's violent motion knocking him off its form. Hurled across space, he slammed into solid ground, pain surging through him as he tumbled to a stop. He told himself to move quickly, pushing on despite the agony. He quickly produced a blue potion from his inventory, gulping it down instantly. He drank desperately, the dragon's roar still booming from beyond the portal. Instantly, a soothing energy poured through his veins. A clear notification filled his mind, telling him he'd used a purification potion, removing both fear and hallucination statuses. Ansuho fell to the floor, gasping for air, recognizing he'd survived as the stress ebbed away. He glanced around this new place, relief flooding him. That portal skill was certainly overpowered, basically cheating, but it kept him safe for now. He reflected how fortunate it was that only those permitted could enter his subspace fortress. Thankful the barrier kept the dragon from chasing him here. He gave a strained chuckle, recalling the purification potion he'd bought from the general store, never expecting to use it so soon. Rising slowly, Ansuho wiped away sweat. "That was tougher than I imagined," he muttered. Dispersing the dragon's fear wasn't the same as becoming immune to it. Cure spells failed, so he'd have to return here repeatedly, relying on more potions. He frowned, seeing that, at this pace, he couldn't beat the dragon. His eyes grew firm. If matters had reached this point, he would need a fresh strategy. He pulled out a guitar, a broom, and an old book from his inventory, eyes narrowing thoughtfully, recalling a crazy pulverized Staller's help. As mystical energy circled a magic array, Ansuho grabbed the skill book, focusing on mastering the spell. The system noted his progress, stating he'd learned the basic combination formula from the book. A big jar formed before him, and Ansuho felt more assured while studying the jar, realizing an absolute formula combo recipe would always succeed, even a basic one. "They're basically called junk," he mused, touching the items, yet a hidden treasure for anyone who understands their use. He dropped the items into the jar, heart racing as the system declared the combination process had begun. Ansu watched the jar, its radiance intensifying and shining ever brighter. Suddenly, the jar released a burst of golden light, filling everything with comforting warmth. The system announced the combination had succeeded. As the light dimmed, he peered into the jar, unveiling a precious item inside, a gleaming ring radiating a mysterious aura. The system declared a rare treasure, was formed using the lowest level formula. Ansuho reached out, taking the ring in his hand, pride welling up inside. The system went on, explaining this was the first muumuu with an SX+ grade. When worn, it consistently activated colorless solitude. Ansuho smiled, sliding the ring onto his finger. He felt proud, recalling that merging a first-ever item granted bonus stats. Basically, since a muumuu item was always SX grade, the first-ever label raised it to S+. He glanced at the ring. Power coursing through him, again realizing the advantage of having been reborn. This first muumuu was a treasure that would evolve, helping him grow stronger over time. Ansuho opened his status window, set to continue his plan. He added 4 points to magic, with the rest to strength and stamina. He confirmed it, watching for the system's reply. The system noted his magic had hit 100, then risen higher, congratulating him for leveling it up to red. Ansuho smiled, realizing this was his first red stat below level 50. He saw how quickly he was developing. In the color system, each 100 points raised the stat rank by 1. He recalled that pre-regression, purple, required 700 points. That was far away, but now he believed he could surpass even purple. Ansuho stood tall, resolve solid, convinced his stat allocation was done. He lifted his hand, calling forth the next tool, a spear. The system declared the old spear's arrival. Clutching the spear firmly, Ansuho's eyes showed his resolve. It was time to awaken it. He channeled magic into it. The room glowed bright as the spear stirred, its consciousness gradually coming alive. Ansuho winced, sensing the spear hungrily absorb his mana, almost overpowering him. He mumbled that, as suspected, it consumed a massive amount, his body straining. The spear shone with intense energy, gaining power steadily as each moment passed. Ansuho felt the spear nearing full awakening. He clenched his teeth, pouring in all his strength, thinking the reaction had begun and he needed just a little more. Finally, the system announced the unknown spear's consciousness was stirring, congratulating him on its partial awakening. Ansuho acquired the Shadow Spear, rank A+. He gave a confident grin, eyes narrowing as he gazed forward, prepared for round 2. The Shadow Spear shone with dark purple light, swirling shadows entwining its shaft. Ansuho paused, examining it when a system alert appeared, detailing its source. It was among the Shadow Lord's treasures, forged from a shadow beast's bones. Its immense power let its wielder call it from darkness any time, and even repair it via ambient shadows. Ansuho saw its potential, a surge of satisfaction filling him. If Jang Pyong-ho had the subspace fortress, then the Shadow Lord Monarch of Spirits possessed this Shadow Spear. He eventually became as infamous as Jang Pyong-ho, a major criminal in the past. Ansuho felt relieved it landed in his hands first, sparing another evil use. Ansuho stood in a lavish chamber, prepared to test the spear's might. He swung it effortlessly, shadows swirling alive. He stretched out his hand, and the spear flew back to him instantly. "Shadow summon," he muttered. Being able to call the spear any time would be very handy. That comforted him, given what challenges lay ahead. A portal appeared before him, showing a towering dragon in a barren field, its scales gleaming menacingly. Ansuho surveyed things, realizing a direct fight might be disastrous. The dragon's power was clear, even from afar, but it slept now, giving him a chance. He chose stealth to inflict maximum damage before it woke. Ansuho's foot crackled with power as he dashed ahead, closing in quickly. He halted at a favorable spot, clutching the Shadow Spear and channeling his magic into it. Shadows gathered thicker around him, swirling ever faster. His pulse raced, a fusion of excitement and steeled resolve. He rushed in with his spear, targeting the dragon's vulnerable spot. "Shadow Strike!" Ansuho shouted, the spear unleashing a strong wave of energy as he brought it down. The attack struck the dragon squarely, making the ground quake under the force. The dragon's eyes flew open, burning with intense rage. It pulled its head back, unleashing a thunderous roar echoing through the arena. The tower dragon was furious, eyes shining, scales quivering in pain from Ansuho's strike. Ansuho jumped backward, bracing for what would follow. The dragon unleashed a potent blast of fear, that stifling aura flooding the space. Ansuho's instincts told him to run, and he barely slipped into his subspace fortress. He caught his breath, eyeing the colossal creature through the portal's view. He smirked, gripping the shadow spear. Ducking into the fortress spared him the status effects, so he planned to repeat his hit-and-run tactic until the beast fell. After some time, the dragon's eye glinted ominously, its anger rising as An Suho maintained his strategy. This time, though, the reverse scale had cracked, and now the dragon was fully alert, refusing to drop its guard. An Suho realized his old tactic wouldn't work, so he had to confront it directly. He rushed in, throwing his spear with precision, penetrating the dragon's defenses and stabbing its eye, blood streaming down. The dragon bellowed in pain, its frame fracturing under intense strain, releasing its fear power. An Suho felt fear's crushing force overwhelm him briefly, yet he forced himself to act, driving back the terror with a surge of energy. He chugged a purification potion, the blue fluid washing away lingering fear. Grinning and gripping his spear, he yelled, "That trick won't work twice, fool!" echoing across the battleground. With a final burst of energy, An Su dashed ahead, targeting the dragon's head. He poured all his might into his blade for the finishing strike. After his concluding blow, the massive dragon roared deafeningly and fell. Ultimately, the tower dragon was defeated. An Suho stood panting, sword trembling in his grasp. A system alert appeared, announcing he'd cleared the 49th floor, setting a new Tower of Challenge record. It proclaimed his full completion of the tower and granted 10 bonus stats. "OMG, thank goodness," he muttered, exhausted from the prolonged dragon battle. Tiredness overwhelmed Ansu as he slumped onto the cold floor, utterly spent. He felt relief, admitting he'd done something incredible. Nobody else had managed it, conquering the Tower of Challenge in both past and present lives. System messages poured in, each bestowing more rewards. The system praised him for hitting level 40 and reported that every exclusive healer skill level rose by 1. It also declared he had gained a new skill, named Healing Spirit. Intrigued by this ability, Ansuho checked its details. This skill let him place a healing zone that continuously restored everyone inside, with no limit on how many. He just needed a weapon as a deployment totem. He smiled slightly, grasping the enormous potential of this ability. He imagined it eventually spanning whole battlefields, akin to Isabella's prior abilities in the past. As the system finished assessing his feats, a last prize appeared. The alert showed he'd received Dragon Blood, rated A+ rank. An Suho gaped at the text, remembering it was the hallmark of Yamapa's legendary player, renowned for unrivaled might. One of the top figures in the old timeline. He read the description. Dragon Blood granted dragon-like abilities starting with Intimidation, level 1, and Dragon Spirit, level 2, unlock at level 50. Higher levels stayed locked. Excitement coursed through him, realizing how potent this new power was. He considered how Young might have gotten Dragon Blood from Dragon Mountain. Unable to contain his glee, An Suho raised his arms triumphantly, reveling in this new strength. "Man, how powerful will I get? I can't even guess. Am I crazy for power?" Resolved to capitalize on his success, An Suho unsheathed the shadow spear and plunged it into the dragon's shadow. The spear throbbed with dark energy, drawing in the dragon's essence. The system stated the shadow spear had devoured the tower dragon, boosting its rank to SW+, adding a hidden special trait. Shadow Devour leveled up greatly, providing double defensive opportunities when punched in the face by a double fact, and exposed Shadow Devour to domestic danger by a perception check. Opening his status window, An Suo noticed all the spear's skills reached rank S. Shadow Binding, in particular, inflicted continuous bleeding damage on its victims now. Seeing the spear's growth potential, he reflected on how growth-type weapons differed from normal ones. While getting ready to depart, his eyes spotted something near the dragon's corpse. On picking it up, he found another item, the mighty dragon's fang. The system explained anyone impaled by the fang suffered a permanent curse, blocking any recovery. An Suho marveled at how rare it was, realizing the tower's boss wasn't just dragonkin, but a real pureblood. He stood amazed at these remarkable spoils. Well, another overpowered reward can't hurt, right? With his spoils secured, An Suho faced the tower and silently said goodbye. As he left, the crystal atop the tower shattered, announcing to every player that the Tower of Challenge had been cleared by An Suho, expelling all remaining players forcibly. Outside, chaos broke out as they were kicked from the tower. Many murmured that An Suho was truly a monster, discussing the tower's supposed impossibility, especially Solo. Nearby, media crews swarmed An Suho, bombarding him with questions about his feat. Overwhelmed and worn out, he felt like escaping or fending everyone off. An Suho scanned the crowd until he spotted something intriguing. Jin Hui, sitting on a car roof, appeared deep in thought. Suddenly, An Suho silently appeared behind Jin Hui, patting his back. Jinhui almost toppled over, whirling around in alarm, clearly unready for An Suho's abrupt entrance. An Su watched Jinhui's shocked response with amusement, wondering why he was so startled. His ultimate stealth let him slip away unnoticed to surprise Jinhui. It was fun. He offered Jinhui a hand, asking out loud if he still had doubts. Jinhui shook his head, looking both awed and astonished. He said he'd never doubted An Suho. Otherwise he wouldn't have shown up here. As the crowd's whispers intensified, Jinhui urged Suho to hop in the car, before they were mobbed again. As An Suho settled in the car, his phone buzzed, showing Young Chilman's name. Picking up, An Su heard Chilman's congratulations. Chilman marveled at him conquering the Tower of Challenge, an act thought impossible by many. He offered to send a car, but Suho gently declined, saying he was already with a friend. An Suho asked if there was a special purpose for the call. Chilman paused, saying it wasn't urgent, but the association requested Suho visit if possible, curious how he cleared the tower. Suho noted even big guilds weren't scrutinized like that after beating tough gates. Chilman explained the Tower of Challenge's special situation and repeated the provocative quote, "I'm not taking phone calls during the week." He had been expected to receive a publicly accessible but decided to leave the challenge to people over the coming weeks. Publicly accessible but deemed unbeatable. Chilman explained the Tower of Challenge's special situation and repeated the think about dropping by. Once the call ended, An Suho leaned back thoughtfully. Clearly some top official likely wanted his pictures for their own use. Poor Chilman was likely just the go-between. His face darkened, remembering his past life as a hunter, and draining disputes with that old association geezer. He vowed to protect Chilman from them after joining. From the driver's seat, Jinhui broke the silence, admitting he'd long wondered why someone with An Suho's extraordinary abilities would choose the path of a civil servant hunter instead of a private guild. An Su sighed deeply, noting he realized every guild wanted him at any cost. Yet he stressed that no matter how strong a guild was, it couldn't outmatch a nation's authority. Jinhui pressed on, noting that private guilds enjoyed huge fame and sway, but An Suho shook his head, saying guilds merely thrived briefly on success. He observed that guilds lived on fleeting fame, shining like heroes. Yet once they ruled by fear, the public and other hunters saw them as threats. Still, his ultimate aim was obvious: close every gate and end humanity's reliance on hunters. He stressed how no single person could handle all gates alone, so he viewed the government as vital. Jinhui nodded, grasping that An Suho intended to secure raid priority. Grinning, he asked if Suho planned to join the public recruitment process, but An Suho's answer stunned him. He'd settle for a level 9 field role, but aimed right for level 5. Jinhui was visibly shocked, asking if Suho was serious. Laughing, Suho said he wasn't joking, yet Jinhui, disbelieving, pressed him excitedly for his reasons. An Suho agreed under one condition: Jinhui must never publish the story and must keep it private. Naturally, Jinhui accepted, being extremely curious about the explanation. After hearing it, Jinhui was astounded by An Suho's explanation, commending him for such a clever plan. An Suli reminded Jinhui to keep it private. He added that once he became a civil servant, he'd rely on Jin for official announcements. An Suho said Jinhui must climb his station's ladder to make that plan work. Jinhui only chuckled, noticing Suho clearly meant to utilize him fully. Jinhui next proposed An Suho's stay at his apartment. Given Suho's major feats, his info was likely public, making his present home both inconvenient and possibly dangerous. He assured An Su of all necessary safety measures, highlighting his large, secure guest room. When An Suho heard it was in Kaiser Cheongdam, famed for sky-high costs, he was taken aback. Perhaps it was the sort of complex where Taylor Swift might own a penthouse. Who knows? Arriving at Jinhui's lavish home, An Suho grew more stunned by the opulence, wondering if privileged life was always like this. Inside, Jinhui mentioned contacting a healer to treat An Suho, only to stare in shock on seeing Suho already healed. Then An Suho casually mentioned he was also a healer himself. Jinhui remained doubtful, asking what kind of healer could conquer the Tower of Challenge all by himself. With a laugh, An Sui dismissed the doubt, reminding Jinhui he'd repeated that fact many times. As Jinhui got ready to depart for work, he told An Suho the apartment was essentially his home now. Left alone, An Suho opened his status window to allocate his newly gained bonus points. He decided it was time to raise stamina alongside other stats and put the leftover points into sensitivity. The refreshed window showed his new level, and 3 red mark stats, astonishing even him. He mused that hitting this state at level 40 felt nearly like cheating. Dude, I'm dying here only now realizing it? Afterward, An Suho carefully roamed the apartment, checking every corner for hidden cameras. He reasoned that, despite trusting Jinhui, caution was wise, given this was a conglomerate heir's home. After checking every inch, An Suho confirmed no hidden cameras. The place was enormous, leaving him even more drained than fighting the dragon. With no watchful eyes, he finally relaxed. Remember, it was still the same day he slew the dragon, but his phone kept buzzing, further puzzling him. Looking at it, he saw countless incoming messages, and worse, his personal info was leaked. Strangers had his number. He sighed, concluding he needed a new phone, and Shishua, a new number. After freshening up, An Suho sank onto the $1,000,000 bed, intent on resting before nightfall. He had plans requiring his complete concentration. That evening, inside a corporate data center, a portal formed. Several masked suspicious figures stepped through, making sure the area was empty, then starting their operation. One tossed a hefty bag onto the ground. Surprise! It was a bomb. They hurried, installing the bomb in the servers with precise care. A calm voice cut in, cautioning them not to leave bombs in a place like this. Startled, the terrorists demanded to know who spoke. Nobody was supposed to be inside at this hour. An Suho emerged from the darkness, casually saying he expected them, and came precisely to converse. Their leader told them to retreat back through the portal, but before they escaped, An Suho hurled his spear, knocking a terrorist to the floor. The rest froze in surprise, unsure why their comrade fell. They noticed nothing out of the ordinary. As one ran to aid her, they found she couldn't move at all. An Suho used his shadowbind skill to paralyze her. The female terrorist told her subordinates to abandon her and redirect their focus to kill An Suho. Instead, they drew daggers toward him. Yet An Suho never flinched. He unleashed his intimidation skill while standing still. Instantly, the terrorists collapsed, shaking with fear. Calmly, An Suho inquired if they belonged to Banshee, a secretive terrorist group infamous for bombings, the Lepoist. They gasped, stunned that An Suho knew their group name with no explanation. He walked closer, removing their masks one by one, exposing their faces. First came Kwak Duo, their heavy lifter and day laborer. Then came Okia Okinawan, the bomb maker who also served as a middle school science teacher. Next appeared Kim Hung Min, their transporter. He used a portal-based movement skill to dodge authorities and worked as a delivery driver. Lastly, Yang Hua, the mastermind and a university student able to disable electronic or magical gear. Stunned, she demanded an explanation for how An Suho discovered all their secrets. An Suho grinned slyly, saying he had his methods. He added, Yang Hua must know him. She confessed she knew him, everyone did, since he was the rookie who cleared the Tower of Challenge. Still, she couldn't fathom how he showed up here, given their seemingly perfect plan. An Suho then knelt before her, watching carefully. As he expected, she was swift to read circumstances and adjust. So An Suho used intimidation again, intensifying his aura. Yang Hua collapsed, her whole form shaking under immense dread. This fear was no small matter, even for her. An Suho started enumerating their offenses. 3 terrorist strikes, including tonight's, which spared civilian lives but inflicted major property damage. Because of Yang Hua's EMP-like power, the police lacked clues to catch them. Yet he held a method to locate them easily. He knew it all. How they worked, hid their tracks, and who their families were. So they'd better comply. Cornered, Yang Hua agreed to answer every question if An Suho spared her group and her family. An Suho leaned in, face close to hers, grinning that she was finally willing to talk. An Suho then told them he had no government ties and wouldn't arrest or hurt them. He asked if that explanation was enough of an introduction. Yang Hua stayed wary, doubting how An Suho expected their trust. Suho sighed, voicing regret that they couldn't be reasoned with. He implied that if this went on, calling the police might be simpler. He fixed his gaze on Yang Hua, showing their fate was in their hands, trust him or not. With few choices, she hesitantly asked what An Su truly wanted. Rising, An Suho proposed shifting to another spot to talk, insisting they disarm and carry the bombs too. He suggested their hideout as the best place for discussion. Seeing he knew their hideout as well, Yang Hua looked stunned, questioning how much An Suho truly understood them. Without replying, An Suho called Kim Young-min, telling him to open a portal. As Heng-min opened it, An Suho joked there was no time for a mere taxi ride. Reaching their base, An Suho insisted they take off their masks. They first resisted, but they soon agreed under An Suho's menacing glare, fear compelling them to obey. In the end, Yang Hua fumed, demanding how An Suho learned their location and why he confronted them, given his fame implied he was only dedicated to clearing gates. An Suho offered a faint smile, saying his abilities let him learn all their secrets and criminal plans. He then revealed his real motive. He wanted them working for him. Should they have read the news about him, they'd know he planned to join the Hunter Association, and he required their help for that goal. Young Hwa boiled with anger at the bold request, accusing An Suho of planning to hand them over just to earn a special recruitment spot. Yet An Suho calmly promised he wouldn't betray them and asked them to at least listen. He explained his plan: take the level 5 exam, move through various roles, and eventually enlist in the Special Forces unit. That news sparked immediate outrage from them, plainly showing their intense loathing for the Special Forces. An Suho clarified he knew their whole story of attacking sites linked to the Special Forces unit, where their hate grew into terrorism, all rooted in that deep grudge. He recognized their fury, saying his motives matched theirs. They had a shared cause. Like them, he was a gate orphan. Initially, he assumed his tragedy was simple misfortune. Eventually, he learned his disaster was purposely orchestrated. The government knew about the looming gate shock but chose not to intervene, putting local development plans above saving lives. With firm resolve, An Suho vowed to climb the Special Forces ranks to punish the culprits. Yet, given the unit's power and influence in the Hunter Association, he knew he needed their help. He pledged to assist their revenge, guaranteeing it would be accurate and definitive, but they had to organize it under his direction. However, Young Hwa questioned An Suho's certainty about passing the level 5 exam, calling it no simple feat. Resolute, An Suho said they should only join him if he succeeded. Meanwhile, any crimes would void his offer, forcing him to report them immediately. An Suho prepared to depart, aware his pitch likely stunned them all. Banshee, once famed for secrecy, lay exposed to him, and their plot against the Special Forces was uncovered. Naturally, they were confused at this point. He smirked, recalling how in his past life catching Banshee's members was monumental. During their questioning, he had uncovered vital information about them. Thinking on their parallels, he realized their fury had grown into hatred, steering them to terrorism. If only someone had led Banshee sooner, their course might have changed. With resolve, An Suho resolved to guide them differently. He'd allow them ample time to choose, trusting Young Hwa would accept. Given his prowess, what better option existed? Wearing a slight smile, he left, hoping they'd make a smart decision in the end. Meanwhile, at the South Korean Hunter Association, Young Chilman was being berated by his superior, repeatedly apologizing for failing to bring An Suho in. Afterward, he finally exited the office, burdened by the long reprimand he'd suffered for hours. Outside, he suddenly faced a mental crisis, wondering if he should quit and join a private guild. However, his commitment to his ideals held him there, despite years of hardship. He couldn't simply walk away now. While he battled his thoughts, someone's hand abruptly settled on his shoulder. Spinning around, he saw Chief P of the Special Forces unit before him. Inside, he panicked. How unlucky. Getting yelled at for hours only to encounter this person next. Chief P.I. remarked that everyone had heard about the reprimand, and he was here to offer support. He praised young Chilman for surviving the old man's scolding. Admitting it must have been exhausting, he then asked what prompted it. Young Chilman hesitated, admitting the scolding arose from confusion about An Suho. Chief P lifted an eyebrow, saying he heard a rookie named SWO caused it. Yet Chilman clarified Suho wasn't truly at fault, he had merely failed to bring Suho in, causing trouble. Hearing that, Chief P grew thoughtful, saying he could fix the problem, which startled Chilman. When Chilman pressed him, Chief Pi explained that calling someone to the association wasn't that complex. They just had to serve An Suho with an official summons, bring him there, and settle things. Chilman was stunned, noting Suho deserved a friendly approach. Chief Pi smirked, stressing that once An Suho was summoned for questioning, the association president could release him and give him a surprise, sailing forward with the case against the president. Carolina restored the old association to campus. His piercing stare answered Chilman's comment that An Suho probably planned to join anyway. Wouldn't this help everyone? Yet, on the flip side, that idea was so extreme, it made Chilman clearly uneasy. Chilman gave a tense laugh, calling it one of Chief Pi's pranks. He explained that strong-arm tactics against someone as accomplished as An Suho might end disastrously. Chief Pi wore a wry grin, remarking he always saw how truly decent Chilman was. Sarcastically, he asked why the government would fear one hunter, since it could crush anyone and stay proud. Ready to end this nonsense? Chilman asked. Chilman merely nodded. Chief Pi then leaned closer, more serious, urging Chilman to reflect, noting the association's power to investigate and prosecute hunters. He referenced the past power of prosecutors, whose authority once kept people in line. Chilman listened as Chief Pi insisted on a looser view, saying they, as association members, feared no one. He explained that unorthodox tactics were sometimes required to get results. Before departing, Chief Pi assured Chilman he was always around to help if needed. As Chief Pai left, Chilman stared in disbelief. Honestly, me too. I suspect Chief Pai might get wrecked by someone like Cujo someday. Overwhelmed by emotion, Chilman quietly muttered that Pai was sly. Initially, Chilman believed Chief P might differ from his other knowledgeable bosses, particularly since he was a hunter operating inside the association. He soon saw Chief Pai's grasp of hunters and their thinking let him exploit loopholes to his advantage. This realization left Chilman with a sour feeling. Leaving the association building, Chilman chose to pause and gather himself. His thoughts turned to An Suho, pondering why he'd initially cooperated with the association, yet suddenly seemed distant by phone. Maybe powerful guild offers tempted An Suho, swaying him to rethink joining the association, Chilman supposed. Peering at the sky, Chilman wondered about An Suho's true motives and choices. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, An Su stepped from a taxi, fully decked in his new gear. The first Mumu. The system's voice rang in his head, declaring monochrome solitude was activated. Confident he'd finished every preparation, An Su clenched his fist and advanced his next move. He vaulted a fence, stepping into an old, deserted building. He glanced around, using magic detection to examine his environment. He spotted a faint dark mana trail guiding him down a tight corridor. He mused that gates naturally radiate lots of mana, so even concealed ones leak magic. Observing that flow, he guessed his next gate had formed here. Tracing the trail, he discovered a hidden gate sealed and dormant, veiled in a magical aura melting into the surrounding air. He realized it was a hidden dungeon gate needing special conditions. Pulling a knife from his stash, An Su smirked. He made a small cut on his palm, letting some blood drip onto the gate. The system confirmed the condition was satisfied, causing the gate to start opening. A notice told An Suho of his find, a hidden gate, and that he'd hit a major milestone, netting 5 bonus stats. When the gate's name, Blood's Decree, appeared, the system gave extra details. Entry rules and max capacity stayed undisclosed. An Suho eyed the gate's swirling energy, his grin widening as he moved to enter. No matter what awaited, he planned to meet it head-on. An Suho stands before a swirling crimson gate, reading text about a hidden gate. He gains 5 new stat points. A fiery sign reveals Bloody Tower, unknown entry rules, and maximum limits. Flaming red energy intensifies the dungeon's danger. In a dark cave, he sprinkles luminous powder. Soft blue sparks reveal twisted walls labeled the tower's first stage. He smiles determinedly, holding the last powder. Flecks shimmer on his hand as he advances, ready for hidden trials. An Suho quietly explores the dim cave. Soft blue sparks outline walls, hiding something far more dangerous than normal. A droplet lands on his hair. He looks up, suspecting stalactite water, heart pounding softly, urging closer inspection. He touches the damp spot, half relieved it's water, yet worry lingers, sensing unexpected threats might appear soon. Glowing red droplets drip overhead. Realizing it's thick crimson saliva, he tenses, sure a hidden creature lurks nearby. A cluster of huge crimson-eyed bats dangles upside down. Each is labeled Blood-Sucking Batlive 63, revealing advanced dungeon threats. Shrieking, the bats swarm from every angle, eyes gleaming hungrily. They encircle An Suho, launching a fierce ambush. He smirks confidently, calling it a feast from the start, hinting he has faced far worse foes before. Unfazed, he summons a bright blue aura, intimidation. Shockwaves of raw power stun the bats, halting their frenzy momentarily. Blue sparks swirl around disoriented bats, forcing them to flee. An Suho's intimidation grips them, sowing panic everywhere. Fallen bats pile around him, blood splattering the cave floor. Hands in pockets, he observes this grim spectacle calmly. One large bat quivers, a deep wound visible. Red eyes flicker sadly as it struggles to cling to life. Its last screech dies in a rasping hiss. An Suho remains unmoved, ready to end the threat permanently. He stands over the giant bat, holding a shadowy spear. Purple-black energy wraps around it, draining darkness from the cave. An Suho stabs the spear into the ground. Violet light flares. Who? And ghostly shadow devours shadows, flashes on his system. Shadows peel from walls, spiraling toward the spear's tip. The cave trembles, while An Su calmly stands in control. A black vortex expands, swallowing bad remains and darkness. Purple flames subside, leaving An Suho triumphant in eerie silence. Purple wisps twist around his spear, slight cracks forming underfoot. He stands quietly after victory, sensing new dangers ahead. Raising an eyebrow, he opens his status window. SR rank intimidation easily beats weaker foes, bridging any level difference. He eyes the panel, recalling most hunters focus on 2 stats. Determined he will boost them all instead. Now level 46, Healer, Strength, Stamina, Magic, all rank 5, Perception, 67, no points left. He smiles, pressing on. He notices fast leveling from simple bats. That's odd, he murmurs, checking his combat log for strange entries. Rows of blood-sucking bat defeated appear. Suddenly, blood slime defeated stands out, making him whisper, "Huh?" in confusion. He realizes a random blood slime died unnoticed in battle. Amused, he acknowledges defeating it without even seeing it. He imagines a tiny red slime crying about his overkill. Grinning, he pities the creature's unintentional demise. Continuing deeper, Ansuho muses that intimidation quickly handles weak foes, though it lacks thrilling combat moments. He considers stronger monsters, who rarely yield unless powerless. A spark of excitement shows his readiness for tougher fights. His footstep echoes in the quiet. Darkness deepens, hinting a greater threat ahead, fueling tension throughout the tunnel. He reaches a grand blood-stained door with crimson carvings. Steeling himself, he suspects a sinister force beyond. A sly grin crosses his face. He calls this the main course, believing he's found the true dungeon test. Dark energy swirls around his hands, pushing open the heavy door. Entering Boan's desk. Boss room flashes, warning of fierce danger. He steps into a towering, pink-lit hall with tall columns. A distant rumble signals something gigantic stirs ahead. Crimson-streaked doors stand at the center. He calls, "Now, come out," and shifting shadows suggest an awaiting beast. Two glowing red eyes gleam in darkness. The hole grows still as a hidden shape locks its gaze on him. Sensing danger, he summons a glowing blue sword. Something lunges forward, trembling the floor with sudden, powerful force. A hulking bat-like creature smashes in, claws clashing with his blade. Marble quakes as Ansuho withstands its impact. Its blood-red eyes blaze, fangs bared in a fierce shriek. This monstrous white bat promises a brutal, skill-testing fight. He grips his blade, realizing this bat surpasses average bloodsuckers. Shocked, he prepares to face its greater threat. The giant bat dives, claws slicing air. Ansuho arcs his sword upward, sparks of pink light bursting on impact. He barely dodges another swipe, sensing a second menace behind him. A sudden presence makes this battle even riskier. A massive crimson slime rises, forming a giant fist dribbling red fluid. Sword raised, he braces for both foes. Red-hot energy detonates, scorching marvel. Debris and flames swirl wildly, revealing the enormous destructive might they wield. He whirls low, sword sweeping gracefully amid rubble. Focused eyes track each threat, avoiding lethal blasts around him. Ansuho sees the crimson giant and white bat. Neither is ordinary nor boss, yet both appear terrifyingly strong. Suddenly, 100-year bat live 72 flickers on screen. Its burning eyes confirm Ansuho must fight at his absolute best. Next, Blood Golem Leve 762 appears beside it. Ansuho labels this a mid-boss, planning a swift victory before worse emerges. Bat and Golem attack together, shaking the grand hall. Ansuho remains composed, bracing for their coordinated assault. He leaps, dodging bat claws and the Golem's heavy smash. Marble shatters around him, pink fragments swirling dramatically. His sword glows fiercely, cutting deep into the Golem's torso. Crimson liquid spurts, echoing its enraged roar through the chamber. Suddenly, the white bat swoops overhead, eyes murderous. Its wings cast a looming shadow, forcing him to brace again. A swift upward slash meets its dive. Blue sparks erupt and the bat recoils, frustrated at failing another strike. The Golem charges sideways, smashing marble in a thunderous hit. Ansuho backflips away, debris raining around him. Seeing an opening, he slashes the Golem's red torso. Crimson fluid drips, while the bat circles above, awaiting attack. Crouching defensively, he stands between Golem and bat. He refuses to offer any opening, determined to survive. A brilliant blue wave explodes from his sword, sending marble shards flying. Both monsters stagger, briefly overwhelmed. A white-blue flash engulfs the hall, thunderous magic echoing. Rubble spins wildly, hiding the creatures behind swirling dust. The dust settles, revealing Ansuho standing tall. Smoke drifts, and silhouettes of his foes fade, granting silent triumph. He lowers his sword, whispering, "Finished." Dust floats in the ruined hall, but doubt lingers about this quiet end. Rubbing his head, he scolds himself, "Ugh, idiot." Weariness grows, sensing the battle's finale might be premature. Behind him, the white bat's wings twitch again. Crimson eyes burn with raw hatred, confirming the fight continues. Nearby, red slime oozes from the Golem's wounds, reshaping a new form. Both foes stir, forcing Ansuho onward. Tired but resolute, he grips his blade again. Blue sparks flicker, and he vows to end this resurrection phase. A fierce shockwave cracks the marble hall. Ansuho stands ready, noting monsters won't stay dead easily. A bloodthirsty bat and red slime appear. Ansuho's level rises quickly, suspecting an eerie power behind it. He dodges the bat's fangs, using healing to endure. Strange tower rules boost his level unnaturally fast. Bat and slime merge their attacks. An Suho's sword crackles blue, determined to deliver a finishing blow. Tired but calm, he recalls a secret item. Both monsters, dripping crimson, resist dying without a fight. His sword hums with fresh power. Towering arches glow red as he plans a final, decisive strike. A brilliant explosion topples pillars. An Suho shields himself, hoping his timed blast ends these unkillable foes. Smoke clears over shattered floors. Sword flickering, he searches anxiously for any trace of resurrection. A monstrous red face emerges, fueled by sinister magic. Despite the explosion, it stands defiantly alive. Nearby, a white-furred bat regenerates, glowing eyes drawing strength from the tower's crimson mist. Blood bubbles upward, hinting at more abominations. An Suho clenches his sword, cursing the tower's endless horrors. Gore stains his blade. He vows to destroy the core power resurrecting these creatures. The bat hovers close. He recalls undead weaknesses, silver and holy energy. Confidence sparks. He intends to sever their cursed regeneration. His silver sword pierces the roaring bat. Crimson splatters confirm that this might actually weaken its immortality. Golden sparks dance on his blade as he infuses holy magic, prepared to shatter the tower's foul aura. A dazzling flash ignites the bat's flesh. It screeches, recoiling from searing sacred flames. Holy fire spreads, threatening both monsters. An Suho stands firm, determined to finish them here. The wounded bat and blood golem melt under the radiance, trembling as the tower's protection weakens. The bat collapses, eyes dimming. Unsure it's truly finished, An Suho remains on guard. He stomps the bat's head to prevent revival. Sword in hand, he scans for the next threat. Amid blood-soaked tiles, he readies twin blades for the towering blood golem, trusting his holy strikes again. He muses whether the golem will also burst. Confidence rises, while the creature roars enraged. The golem charges, shaking broken marble. Furious over fallen allies, it attempts to crush him outright. An Suho twirls blue-gold arcs, slicing the golem's shell. Their final clash grows ever more dangerous. Blood Collector defeated. An Suho exhales relief. A trembling red puddle proves his plan succeeded. He inspects his sword's holy enchantment. This silver plus sacred synergy feels overwhelmingly powerful. Golden ribbons wrap the blade. His healer-based buff intensifies damage against the tower's cursed defenses. He concludes silver with holy power lands critical hits. Determined, he advances deeper into the tower. A new, dark presence stirs beyond the hall. An Suho senses an even mightier foe approaching. He eyes the looming pillars, believing the true boss nears. Crimson air crackles ominously. From high above, a threatening force reveals itself. An Suho calls it the tower's final boss. A wounded figure drips blood, blaming him for killing minions. An Suho realizes this is the realm's ruler. Blood arts swirl around a mocking silhouette. An Suho stands tall, refusing to bow to this overlord. A pale noble Dai, cursed Prince Luv 776 emerges. Crimson droplets orbit him. He demands An Suho kneel. An Suho calmly says he's here to capture the prince. Furious tension crackles between them. How arrogant, the prince bellows, unleashing a crimson wave that rattles every marble pillar. An Suho counters with white-blue energy, scattering blood. Though panting, he refuses to retreat. Scarlet tendrils coil, trying to bind him. He slices them away, as the prince sneers condescendingly. Calling the prince Your Highness, An Suho teases him. Despite bruises, his confidence never falters. The prince forges a pulsing red orb, mocking An Suho's bravado. Blood droplets hover menacingly. Raising the orb, the prince challenges his defiance. The chamber trembles under massive crimson energy. He slams the orb down, smashing marble. An Suho leaps aside, dodging razor-sharp blood fragments. Crimson walls trap him, yet holy sparks glow on his blade. He refuses to give in. A blood veil blinds his sight. The prince's mocking voice echoes beyond the red haze. An Suho crouches, swords drawn. The prince's aura saturates everything, hiding his exact position. Swirling blood mist warps the hall. He lowers one sword, racing for a sudden, unpredictable ambush. He glimpses his reflection on blood-stained marble, steels himself, and readies for any lurking danger. Detecting movement near a pillar, he tenses. If the prince appears, he'll strike immediately. The prince dives from above. An Suho blocks with a blue burst, shocking his arrogant foe. He grins, claiming superior sensing. He sidesteps another blow, further stoking the prince's mounting rage. Their blades clash, crimson versus azure. An Suho dances around the prince's cloak, determined to win. Seizing an opening, he thrusts. Holy power crackles, clashing head-on with the prince's raging red aura. His strike lands, but the prince smirks. An Suho shivers, sensing the prince's mysterious regeneration. The prince's scarlet gaze glows. Laughing, he mocks An Suho, letting blood mend fresh wounds. Calling him arrogant, the prince allows crimson power to restore him. Tension spikes again. Turning slightly, the prince readies a deadlier assault. An Suho steadies himself, bracing for greater wrath. Blood scream erupts behind him. Crimson wings flare as he orders An Suho to die. The final duel begins. An Suho rushes forward, sword raised, slashing red wisps. Exhausted but resolute, he prepares for a fierce fight. Close up, his hand crackles with gentle healing light, charging the silver blade for a stronger counter against crimson magic. He lifts the sword, holy glow intensifying. Though bruised, confidence radiates from him, hinting at a decisive next move. A dazzling blue wave erupts, repelling crimson energy and quickly healing his wounds in a bright surge of warmth. Startled, the pale-haired prince recoils. He senses An Su's healing aura undercutting his blood-based power within the towering chamber. Crimson magic coils around his arms. Undeterred by the blue light, he vows to protect his cursed tower's darkest secrets. An Suho's fingers tighten on the sword. The prince jeers, declaring holy power irritating and unworthy of his domain. With a slight smirk, the prince admits curiosity. An Suho's aura unsettles him, fueling both anger and fascination. Fully healed, An Suho faces him. The prince demands to know how such terrible wounds vanished so effortlessly. A bright slash rips through the crimson hall. Cloaked in black, the prince braces, arms pulsing with lethal energy. Grinning calmly, An Su states he's a healer. His silver sword glows, blending healing magic with fierce striking power. The prince staggers, blood on his clothes. An Suho taunts him, offering to mend even the prince's nasty injuries. He gasps, realizing his regeneration fails under holy power. Panic flickers as An Suho closes in confidently. An Suho smirks, promising another demonstration. The prince seethes, preparing an overwhelming retaliation, driven by raw anger. Red shadows coil around the prince. He shouts no mortal can defy him, intensifying his lethal blood magic. Crimson tendrils lash out. The prince roars, calling An Suho's boldness unforgivable, aiming to crush him completely. Blood-soaked strands crash downward. An Suho darts aside, each blow carrying the prince's fierce and unyielding hatred. The prince stomps, floor trembling underfoot. Crimson aura swells, signaling a renewed attack to reclaim control. An Suho leaps forward, blade shining. He channels healing and holy energy, targeting the prince's heart directly. A radiant slash strikes the prince's torso. Holy sparks crackle, briefly halting his crimson flow and leaving him staggered. The prince lunges with clawed hands. An Suho parries, silver swords glare, forcing the prince back. An Suho sweeps a glowing arc. The prince staggers, red aura peeling away under sudden holy pressure. Enraged, the prince conjures more crimson power. He rushes forth, determined to overpower An Suho's relentless healing sword. Red and blue collide, shaking the floor. Neither fighter yields, both intent on claiming victory in this duel. The prince smirks, insisting An Suho is cornered. He readies a final slash, sure his foe cannot escape. He dives from above, red streaks forming a slicing cage. An Suho stands below, seemingly trapped. An Suho remains calm, red slashes closing in. His steady gaze suggests hidden strength despite the prince's vicious onslaught. Suddenly, brilliant blue radiance envelops him. An Suho's eyes flare, revealing deeper reserves of holy power unleashed. He darts behind the prince, sword raised high. Too late, the prince senses grave danger, red eyes widening. A swirling collision of healing magic and blood aura blasts them apart. The hall trembles under this fierce impact. The prince spits blood, glaring viciously. He curses the mortal who dares wound him in his own domain. An Suho leaps overhead, sword glowing anew. The prince braces, sensing this daring strike might end everything. Teeth clenched, the prince rejects defeat. Failing regeneration means nothing as he plans one last devastating assault. Crimson magic engulfs him in writhing shapes, each a sign of his fury. Pain grows, but he fights on. He lunges, vowing he'll never forgive this. Towering crimson forms trail behind, threatening unstoppable destruction. Declaring An Suho must fall, the prince summons all remaining dark power. An Suho stands ready, swords gleaming. Red and blue clash in their final showdown. An Suho's twin holy blades match the prince's savage blood magic. They erupt in a purple-tinged explosion, rocking the tower. Walls quake and pillars tremble under cataclysmic energy. Smoke billows, debris scattered. Silence descends over shattered floors and battered pillars, revealing the colossal battle's aftermath. An Suho stands victorious, swords aglow. Behind him, the prince collapses in defeat, crimson tendrils fading into stillness. An Suho stands in a grand hall with twin swords glowing. Behind him, the fallen prince bleeds from their fierce battle. The The prince lies on cold stone. An Suho moves closer, sensing crimson energy that suggests the fight may continue. An Suho kneels, gently prodding the weakened prince. He suspects the prince may be pretending to be defeated. The prince's pale hair glimmers faintly. An Suho realizes one hit cannot finish such a dark, magic-fueled foe. Suddenly the prince bites An Su's shoulder, crimson spraying. A royal vampire alert appears, signaling grave danger. With glowing red eyes, the prince mocks An Suho's recklessness, demanding blood to strengthen his unholy powers. Tightening his grip, the prince vows An Suho's submission. He's certain no one can resist his vampire influence. A sudden shockwave flings debris through the corridor. Both combatants brace for impact, proving the fight isn't over. An Suho examines his fresh wound, scoffing at the prince's bite as a mere annoyance. He remains resolute. A notice warns of vampiric contamination. An Suho looks alarmed, feeling a dangerous force surge inside him. He drops to one knee, pain coursing through him. He wonders how this transformation will change his fate. Dizzy and thirsty, An Suho senses crimson energy tighten its hold, dragging him deeper into unwanted change. The prince's laughter echoes in An Suho's mind. Frustrated but determined, An Suho refuses to surrender to despair. A flashing meter shows transformation at 3%, 13%, 27%, 42%. Each jump strengthens the crimson grip over him. An inner prompt urges him to endure and later use holy water. An Suho steels himself against the curse. At 50%, holy magic sparks within him. He realizes he can keep vampire traits if cleansed in time. He takes out holy water, hoping to purify himself before the tower's darkness swallows him completely. The vial suddenly shatters, spilling droplets everywhere. An Suho is shocked by this unexpected failure to cleanse. A strange glow encases his hand. The prince's magic seems to have corrupted the holy water's usual effect. Crimson aura swirls. The prince sneers, declaring control of this domain. An Suho, undeterred, vows to keep fighting. An Suho's eyes turn crimson. He senses the prince's cunning and the tower's illusions tightening like a trap. The corridor once ruined, repairs itself. At 57% transformation, An Suho realizes the tower's threat is escalating. Amid swirling red energy, he endures the prince's jeers. Instead of yielding, he forms a new plan silently. Blood corruption warnings appear. The prince mocks his plight, but An Suho insists he still holds a hidden option. Corruption hits 75%. A golden light flickers in An Suho's eye, hinting at a dormant dragon power awakening. A system message unlocks dragon armor. Reaching level 50 in mortal danger grants him dragon endurance and dragon skin. An achievements list confirms new defenses. An Su's eyes glow with confidence, ready to counter the prince's attacks. Blue sparks swirl, purifying his tainted blood. Standing firm, An Suho feels relief that the dragon's might arrived, just in time. In a cosmic realm of swirling stars, An Suho faces a colossal violet dragon. A mental message declares his second dragon blood power is ready. The dragon's energy crackles, promising a life-changing transformation that will banish the lingering vampire curse. White-hot light surrounds An Suho, forming shimmering dragon armor. Two powers awaken, dragon kin bonding him to the dragon's spirit, and dragon skin toughening his body. Hope fills him, knowing these gifts can purge any corruption standing in his way. Brilliant energy flares, halting the vampire curse. Black veins vanish as the dragon's radiance purifies An Suho's blood. He exhales relief, realizing dragonkin is saving him. The dragon watches silently, sealing away every trace of darkness with holy power. An Suho reappears in the bloody tower's corridor, swirling lights fading. Cleansed of vampirism, he senses a strange new force within. Gripping his twin swords, he feels thankful to survive, yet wonders what other secrets lurk beyond these towering pillars. A soothing calm washes over him. He raises one hand, marveling at blue sparks dancing across his fingers. His muscles feel lighter and stronger. Exhaustion drifts away, replaced by fresh energy. He silently thanks the dragon power for this relief. Surrounded by floating screens, An Suho recalls reaching level 50. He assumed a special gate was needed for the second power, yet it awakened right here. The tower's magic amazes him, hinting that hidden wonders lurk within these ancient halls. A larger panel displays requirements. Reach level 50 and face a lethal threat. A green dragon eye labeled Dragonkin glows, describing immunity to contamination and purifying powers. An Suho grasps that this ability saved him from vampire enslavement. Flickers of memory show a figure wearing crimson goggles. He mentioned a hidden condition taught by something called the Dragon Horse. His cryptic tip helped awaken An Suho's second power. Now, An Suho suspects more mysteries remain in the tower. Red flashes reveal An Suho's near-vampire curse. A new panel shows he gained vampirism proof. He almost succumbed. Though weakened by dragonkin, a remnant remains. The system accepted his crisis as life-threatening, so now he holds this skill. In the corridor, An Suho inspects an interface, curiosity replacing his dread. He ponders what powers come with partial vampirism. Despite its risks, any new skill might be useful against the tower's horrors. He taps the panel, eager for discoveries. A display shows vampirism sealed. It notes that An Suho almost became a true vampire but survived. Though locked, this skill might still unlock later. He feels relieved yet curious, wondering if this curse could awaken new abilities someday. Staring at the panel, An Suho sighs. He wonders if a sealed vampire trait truly counts as progress. Though uneasy, he believes it might help someday. With determination, he vows to continue training, no matter how odd his powers grow. He admits he once hoped to gain vampire power. However, combining dragon blood with vampirism seems impossible. Disappointed, he appreciates the partial vampire abilities he earned. Despite the missed chance, these remnants could strengthen him against the Bloody Tower's dangers. A glowing panel reveals blood-sucking rated grade A. This skill draws blood from foes, storing it in a crimson orb. Though strange, it pairs with his partial vampire side. An Suho wonders how this technique might help him survive encounters. Another screen shows the Blood Orb Grade A. It's a secret reservoir holding extra blood. An Suho imagines tapping it when dragon powers run low. Though odd, he's grateful for advantage. The tower's dangers could demand every resource he has. A panel reveals Blood Weapon. Grade A, reserved for noble vampires. It shapes blood into a weapon limited by imagination. An Suho envisions forging a blade, but wonders if his partial vampirism is enough. He welcomes help in future fights. A vision shows a regal vampire swirling with scarlet energy, forging blood weapons at will. It's the highest form of blood weapon power. An Suho senses this might is out of reach, but admires the possibility of wielding such magic. In a chibi-style montage, An Suho outlines steps: defeat monsters, siphon their blood into the blood orb, then empower his shadow spear with Shadow Devour. He hopes this plan will make him stronger, mixing vampire-like methods with his dragon heritage. An Suho ponders the risks of combining dragon and vampire powers. A glow surrounds him as he muses whether these abilities might clash. He pushes onward, convinced that skill, no matter how strange, is necessary to conquer the Bloody Tower. Suddenly, whispers echo through the corridor. An Suho, seated, demands they quiet down, unable to understand their babble. The red glow intensifies, revealing hidden illusions or spirits. Tired yet alert, he prepares for whatever force the Bloody Tower conjures next. In the tower's dim corridor, the cursed prince stares at An Suho, confused why his vampire bite failed. He feels worthless, suspecting his own curse is to blame. Soft red light flickers across the walls, mirroring his anger and shame. An Suho stands ready in the corridor, sensing a change in the tower's magic. He grips twin swords that glow with holy power. The ground seems to shift beneath him, signaling that a new phase of this trial is starting. A flickering crimson message reveals the prince's frustration. He clutches a wound from An Suho's blade, groaning in pain. Though weakened, his eyes burn with hatred. The tower's eerie light intensifies, hinting that his wounded pride will spark a counterattack. Suddenly, another glowing text declares the prince's rising power. Arcane energy crackles around him, driven by anger. Though battered, he won't accept defeat. His cursed blood boils, promising a fiercer assault on An Suho and anyone else who dares resist. An Suho glances up, noticing shapes pulsing like veins across the vaulted ceiling. The atmosphere grows tense, each breath feeling heavy. Shadows twist along the hall, hinting that the tower's magic is gathering overhead, preparing a terrifying spectacle of blood. Crimson droplets begin falling from the arches, merging into a mass. A hushed silence settles over everything, as if the tower itself is holding its breath. An Suho tightens his grip, realizing this living blood may herald a deadlier threat. A roaring wave of blood crashes onto the floor before An Suho. He leaps back, twin swords shining. The impact rattles the walls, scattering crimson droplets across the room. Danger ominously looms, and every sense warns of an impending assault. Within the swirling column, the cursed prince steps forward, head lowered. Streams of blood coil around his limbs, fueling an ominous aura. Where he was wounded, he now seems unstoppable. A glare reveals he is ready for a savage clash. The prince snarls and vows to destroy anyone standing above him. Red flames flicker around his head, pulsing with hate. Each heartbeat sends shockwaves of fury through the hall. The tower's atmosphere thickens, foretelling a confrontation fueled by his curse. A text appears, naming him the enraged cursed prince at level 80. Crimson tears drip from his eyes, reflecting his twisted transformation. He imagines flinging enemies into darkness, voice trembling with menace. The hall shudders at his terrifying new power. A chilling laugh echoes as blood swirls around him in thick ribbons. Dark shapes flicker behind him, intensifying his fearsome aura. An Soo-ho stands across the hall, swords held tight, aware that survival hinges on facing the prince's surging strength. With a gesture, the prince unleashes whipping streams of blood. They slice the air, shrieking as they collide with An Soo-ho's swords. Each impact sends red shards scattering, forcing Soo-ho backward. Tension spikes, and the corridor trembles under this assault. The prince roars, tilting his head back as crimson energy erupts around him. The shockwave rattles dangling ornaments, and a dreadful hum fills the air. An Soo-ho steadies himself, realizing the prince's power now dwarfs what he faced moments earlier. An Soo-ho exhales, noticing how much stronger the prince has become. He grips both swords, calling on holy and dragon power within. The air feels heavier with each breath. Despite the prince's rise, Soo-ho refuses to yield or abandon his mission. At the prince's fingertips, swirling blood condenses into a pulsing orb. Malevolent energy arcs around it, casting shadows across his face. His gaze narrows on An Soo-ho, daring him to stand firm. One blow from this orb could destroy everything. In a throw, the prince hurls the crimson orb forward. A colossal wave of blood surges through the corridor, rattling pillars. An Soo-ho braces both swords in defense, sparks flickering. Their collision feels unstoppable, each heartbeat echoing with impending chaos. An Soo-ho grimaces, releasing a sound as the crimson force nears. He shifts his stance, swords crossing to block the swirling onslaught. Despite the tower's glow around him, he refuses to back down. Every muscle tenses for the incoming impact. Blood-like wings unfold behind the prince, stretching in a display of new power. Clouds of red mist churn overhead, forming a vortex that crackles with energy. The floor quakes, stones rattling. His transformation marks a turning point in this battle. Crimson tears trickle down the prince's cheeks, merging with streaks of cursed power. His eyes glow with unwavering resolve, committed to destruction. Darkness clings to every breath he takes. Spurred by hatred, he stands ready to unleash even greater havoc. An Soo-ho lunges, swords blazing as he cuts through a crimson wave. The prince shifts, blood swirling around him like armor. Sparks explode where blade meets blood. Their collision marks the start of a decisive clash within the bloody tower. An Soo-ho stands with twin blades, facing the prince's blazing red aura. Surprised by the prince's sudden cunning, he senses the enemy won't fall easily. Bruises mark Soo-ho's body, but his calm eyes reveal determination to hold strong against evil. Suddenly, the prince lunges, his crimson energy blasting Soo-ho backward. Blood magic crackles across the air, leaving Soo-ho gasping hard. He quickly recovers, noticing the prince's furious expression. Even wounded, Soo-ho steadies himself, vowing never, ever to surrender this fight. Rising shakily, Soo-ho senses the prince's blood magic intensify. Red swirls fill the corridor, fueling the prince's grin. Soo-ho's arms tremble, but he stays focused on saving innocent lives. Though outmatched, he refuses to abandon hope in this perilous duel. In a flash, the prince attacks from above, aura flaring like living flames. Soo-ho gasps, raising his swords. Despite fear, he channels dragon strength to meet the blow. Determined not to yield, he prepares for the next assault with resolve. Swords of glowing blue collide with the prince's searing red aura, sparks exploding in every direction. Soo-ho feels pressure, each clash stronger than before. The tower trembles under their power, revealing that this duel has escalated into a dire confrontation. Blow after blow, the fighters trade lightning-fast strikes of red and blue. Soo-ho maneuvers carefully, using holy power to parry each deadly slash. Though the prince's speed intensifies, Soo-ho clings to courage, vowing to protect everyone from this looming menace. The prince whirls in a fiery spiral, launching a blazing wave of blood magic at Soo-ho. With a swift spin, Soo-ho intercepts the attack, arms shaking from the force. Despite the pain, he remains steadfast, refusing to yield this fight. In a tense pause, blue holy light gathers around Soo-ho's body and blade. The prince's red gauntlet scrapes dangerously close, but Soo-ho's quiet confidence holds firm. Drawing on dragon resilience, he believes his awakening powers may counter the prince's fury. Soo-ho attempts a decisive swing with holy energy blazing brilliantly. The prince's aura erupts, shattering the glowing weapon with ease. Pieces of sacred power scatter everywhere. Shocked, Soo-ho realizes the prince's strength outstrips normal means, and danger looms ever closer. Floating among swirling crimson droplets, the prince mocks Soo-ho's ruined holy sword. He declares sacred magic means nothing now. Blood-like mist coils around him, each droplet pulsing with dark power. Soo-ho watches warily, realizing the prince's cruelty has truly intensified. The prince roars, unleashing blood-red slashes that rip through the walls. The tower shakes with each strike, debris raining down. Suho darts around, using dragon reflexes to dodge lethal arcs. One slip could mean defeat, yet he clings to hope. On one knee, Suho stares at the shards of his broken holy blade. He realizes normal weapons cannot withstand this dark might. His determination burns brighter, ready for something desperate. Despite overwhelming odds, he refuses to abandon the fight now. Blood drips from Suho's wounded hand as he considers tapping the remnants of vampire power. Fear flickers in his eyes, but it may be his only option. He steels himself, ready to embrace that dark edge for a final stand. Crimson currents coil around Suho, feeding on drops of his blood. Intense energy crackles along his arm, molding into a new blade. It glows with red malice, reflecting the prince's vile magic. Suho breathes deeply, bracing for this dangerous transformation. The prince's eyes widen, stunned by Suho's power shift. No longer mocking, he senses a threat in this stolen blood weapon. Hatred flickers across his features as he realizes Suho can mirror his dark abilities. Pride wavers, replaced by alarm. Suho clutches the crimson blade, a swirl of dragon and vampire essence enveloping him. His expression hardens, acknowledging the risk of forbidden power. Yet he stands firm, believing this fusion can challenge the prince's rage and end the bloody tyranny. Furious that a mortal dares forge a blood weapon, the prince's face twists with wrath. Crimson flames burn around him as he rejects Suho's defiance. The tower quakes under his power, each tremor echoing the prince's wounded pride and resentment. Bellowing with wrath, the prince demands Suho surrender the crimson sword. He lunges, releasing savage arcs of red energy. The swirling aura tears at pillars, yet Suho grips his weapon tightly, refusing to relinquish, the only hope of victory now. The chamber shakes as prince and hero clash, blood blade against raging aura. Suho braces himself, holding firm despite crimson torrents battering him. He channels dragon resilience and holy spark, unwilling to bow. The prince roars, determined to crush him. Suddenly, blue light flows across the crimson blade, fusing holy power with vampire magic. Radiance illuminates the hall, revealing a sword forged by sacred and cursed energies. Suho grips it firmly, believing this synergy may finally overcome the prince's wrath. Inside the bloody tower, Suho rushes forward, red energy swirling around his newly forged blood sword. Despite bruises, he channels holy, dragon, and vampire powers. Determined to save others from the tower's evil, he stands ready to break this curse. The cursed prince reels back in shock, crimson fluid splattering his pale face. He never expected anyone could wound him using blood magic. Fury ignites in his scarlet eyes. Pride, bruised, he vows vengeance against this intruder who challenges his domain. Suho examines his crimson sword, sensing it grow stronger as it adapts to his own stats. Its red-grade power sparks with holy and dragon energy, giving him new confidence. He believes this weapon can finally match the prince's dark might. Snarling with wounded pride, the prince bellows at Suho, calling him reckless for wielding stolen blood power. Crimson mist coils around him, intensifying his aura. Determined to prove his superiority, he vows to punish Suho for daring to stand against him. From above, the prince hurls himself downward, roaring that he will shred Suho to pieces. A huge crimson blade of magic slices the air. Suho braces against the tower's warped walls, heart pounding, as he readies himself for the violent strike. The prince lunges in a burst of red fury, fangs bared and eyes blazing. He shrieks for Suho's demise, echoing through shifting corridors. Crimson droplets swirl around him, fueling his attack as he closes in for a decisive blow. A thunderous collision erupts as the prince's red wave collides with a sudden burst of blue light around Suho. The bloody tower trembles, illusions wavering at the edges. Surrounded by swirling colors, Suho strains to keep his shield from shattering. Reeling with disbelief, the prince discovers Suho's glowing barrier blocking his attack. Red mist flares around his body, fueled by wounded pride. Determined not to lose, he channels even more of the tower's twisted power, preparing another blow against Suho's defense. Smiling confidently, Suho asks why the prince seems startled, reminding him he's not the only one who can reshape blood weapons. Red energy crackles around Suho's arm, his determination rising as he prepares to unleash a final decisive move. Crimson wisps snake around Suho's hand as he quietly declares this battle's end. His triple powers, holy, dragon, and vampire, surge within, fueling a strike meant to sever the tower's curse. He grips his sword, heart pounding with fierce resolve. In a leap, Suho lunges at the prince, red sparks dancing along his blade. Illusions flicker across the chamber as holy light shines through his attack. Determined to break the tower's darkness, Suho pours every ounce of strength into this blow. A final slash rips across the chamber, sending shockwaves through cracked floors. Crimson arcs clash with a faint blue glow, forcing both fighters to stagger. Suho's eyes blaze with unyielding spirit, refusing to quit until the prince's dark reign is shattered. A single boot presses into the cracked floor, sending faint red ripples through the tiles. The corridor feels tense as though it just witnessed a fierce battle. Unnatural energy clings to every surface, hinting at the danger that lurks nearby. An Suho stands with sweat beading on his brow, breathing heavily from his last clash. Though bruised, he shows fierce courage. His gaze remains locked ahead, ready to fight lurking evil and protect anyone trapped within these dark, cursed halls. Sprawled on the shifting floor lies the cursed prince, pale skin smeared with crimson. Blood pools around his head, its glow pulsing unnaturally. Despite appearing defeated, a faint aura of power flickers around him, suggesting his dark will remains unbroken. Suddenly, the prince's eyes snap open, glowing red. A grin twists his lips as mocking laughter echoes through the hall. He sneers that no injury can silence him, vowing he will rise to challenge Suho's resolve and keep his reign. He strains to lift himself, eyes blazing with fury. Red sparks crackle around his fingertips, hinting at another deadly spell. Though battered, the prince refuses to yield, eager to test Suho's strength once more and prove his own true power. Suho darts forward with startling speed, raising his foot high. He delivers a swift kick across the prince's cheek, sending him crashing onto the blood-streaked floor. The impact resonates like thunder, momentarily silencing every echo in this dark, twisted corridor. The prince smashes into the ground, releasing a burst of crimson energy. Suho remains calm, refusing to be swayed by his foe's laughter or threats. Instead, he levels a stare, determined to end the prince's reign once and for all. Dark wisps coil around Suho's fist, merging with his crimson blade. Empowered by holy, dragon, and vampire energies, he vows to seal the prince's magic here. Resolve burns in his eyes, signaling the decisive blow he intends to deliver next. The prince, gasping for breath, lies sprawled on the floor. Despite gushing wounds, he boldly declares his intent to heal and strike back. Though battered, he refuses surrender, promising that his vengeance will be swift once his cursed strength returns. Before he can regenerate, purple lightning streaks through the air, halting his plan. The prince jerks in surprise, eyes widening at this unexpected surge. He senses a threat beyond his control, realizing his injuries might prevent him from fighting it. Dark chains, coated in a glowing violet aura, erupt from the floor and tighten around his limbs. A label reads, "Shadow Binding." Furious, the prince strains to break free, but each link resists his efforts, rooting him to the spot. The prince's eyes flare with desperation as he thrashes, but the shackles only tighten. He roars in frustration, realizing his strongest spells can't shatter this binding. Fear flickers across his face, unsure how Suho gained such a weapon of control. Suho steps across the blood-stained tiles, each footfall echoing in the stillness. The corridor's walls seem to bow to his resolve. He closes the distance to the prince, ready to end this twisted conflict and seal the tower's influence forever. Towering above his foe, Suho instructs him to remain still. Purple tendrils swirl around Suho's hand, fueling the chains that hold the prince. The prince curses Suho, demanding to know how he wields such magic to restrain a vampire lord. Suddenly, thin streams of blood flow from the prince's injuries into a crimson orb. Words appear. Blood drain activates. The prince groans as his lifeblood is pulled away, leaving him weaker by the second. Suho watches, controlling this new ability. A second message flashes. The absorbed blood is stored in the blood prison. More red fluid coils around the prince, draining him. He thrashes and shouts, but the orb continues to swell. Suho stands ready to use power if necessary. Hovering in front of Suho, the blood prison orb shimmers with stolen crimson. He recalls a legend claiming only its true wielder can sense its hidden might. Rivulets of blood swirl around it, revealing a link to the Blood Monarch. A flashback shows an employee at the Central Blood Bank, working as a healer. Unknown to him, his destiny lay with dark powers. He only wished to help the injured, never imagining he would unlock secrets tied to vampire magic. He stumbled into a hidden portal called Hemorrhage, buried within the blood bank's depths. The welcoming corridors turned sinister as he wandered closer to the boss chamber. Exhausted, determined, he pressed forward, unaware that the cursed prince awaited him inside. In that chamber he fought the prince but was overpowered and bitten, condemning him to vampirism. The bite burned like fire, sealing his fate. Thus, the healer transformed into the Blood Monarch, destined for a greater role in dark magic. Blood-red energy swirls across the screen, revealing that once bitten by a vampire, a victim is locked away as a monster. Normally, there is no escape from this terrible fate. But a daring healer defied this curse, sparking a miraculous event. The hidden healer, later hailed as the Blood Monarch, refused to succumb. Using his healing gifts, he slowed the transformation and uncovered strange powers. Through sheer will, he escaped certain doom, forging a path no one ever expected. The Blood Monarch stands shirtless in swirling red light, towering over the fallen cursed prince. His newly awakened might ends the prince's evil reign and clears the gate. Blood stains the floor, reflecting the fierce battle only he could survive. Scarlet energy coils around the blood monarch, giving him a fearsome aura. Though he defeated the prince, the world calls him its worst villain. His defiant stare and swirling power hint this is only the beginning of an unforgettable legend. Suho appears in a grand hall, holding a staff-like sword wrapped in purple shadows. He remarks that a captured foe must now serve as his informant. The sword's eerie glow suggests a newfound power he's eager to explore. Purple tendrils coil around a fallen enemy's pale face as the demon's soul sword drinks its final strength. System messages confirm the blade has grown stronger. Suho's eyes narrow, revealing he will use every advantage to survive within this haunted tower. A system message reveals the demon soul sword has absorbed the cursed prince's shadow completely. Suho kneels, pressing the blade into the floor as purple energy ripples outward. The quiet hall seems to acknowledge his dark victory over that once terrifying foe. Suho steps from the gate, the sword's purple aura trailing like a shadow. System screens appear, confirming Hemorrhage is conquered and naming him top fighter. Though victorious, his quest continues within this tower's shifting halls, packed with greater secrets and lurking threats. Glowing panels swirl around Suho, announcing extra experience points and a bonus stat. These system rewards highlight his performance as the strongest challenger. Suho remains calm, already thinking about what lies ahead. Realizing this tower's perils demand even more power, a swirling red vortex appears at the hall's far end, forming a new gate. The system notes another portal is opening. Suho contemplates how his dragon blood grants him strength, sensing the entire tower might be reacting to his lineage. In a close-up, Suho smiles. He reflects on how his dragon blood thwarts vampire corruption, granting him a unique edge. Gentle light shimmers, hinting that his blend of dragon and vampire powers is both special and challenging to fully control. Arms crossed, Suho admits he feels unfulfilled because the vampire he hunted escaped. Even as system rewards glow around him, he taps in frustration. Despite victory, his mind races with plans to pursue every threat lurking in the tower's twisting halls. A new chime interrupts Suho's thoughts. A panel appears announcing a special system evaluation of his abilities. Surprised, he wonders what extra gift the tower could bestow. There's a sense that something exceptional is about to reshape his entire path. More floating screens emerge, revealing he'll receive a unique trait for his remarkable achievements. Extra bonuses also appear, celebrating his outstanding performance. Suho stares at the messages in awe, realizing the system means to elevate him beyond normal boundaries or level up. An elaborate crimson frame describes new blood, a rare power that absorbs and merges many bloodlines. It grants effects called harmony, refinement, and qualification. Suho gasps at this revelation, sensing it could unite his dragon and vampire traits into something formidable. Reading the final screen, Suho repeats new blood in wonder. He admits he's never known such a power existed. Even though he wields dragon and vampire strength, this discovery amazes him. Could it open a path beyond limit he's faced before? Suho scans more details about new blood. It promises to combine bloodlines without conflict, unlocking incredible abilities. He can contain his excitement, calling it the perfect gift. The tower's system might have given him the greatest advantage he could dream of. Suddenly, more messages say the white vampire seal is removed, granting Suho a stronger vampire bloodline. His blood drain rank soars higher, and the system calls him a royal vampire. This noble status hints at ancient powers that surpass ordinary vampire limitations. A red icon labeled vampire blood appears, upgrading Suho's partial vampirism into a strain. Freed from normal undead weaknesses, he gains a hint of the oldest vampire heritage. Each boost cements his place beyond fighters, bridging his dragon side with vampire might. Finally, a panel called Original Vampire Rank S appears. It names these firstborn vampires the highest nobility, immune to sunlight and threats. All Suho's vampire skills reach S rank, revealing a new peak of power. The tower shudders, sensing his awe-inspiring evolution. Pink and violet energy swirl around the tower's heart. Suho, breathing heavily, sees glowing words confirming his new S rank, higher than A+, which the Blood Monarch once held. Cautious excitement flickers in his eyes, sensing this power may reshape his destiny. Half wrapped in crimson shadows, Suho recalls the Blood Monarch's vampiric legacy lacked titles like royal or original. His own, labeled original, stands apart, marking him as truly unique. Though he's proud, he wonders if such power carries a heavier responsibility than he ever imagined. Suho's lips curl into a gentle smile, believing his rare status results from the new blood trait. Holy magic, dragon blood, and vampire power now merge within him. He hopes this harmonious mix can safeguard his mind and spirit, preventing him from drifting into darkness. Peering at a glowing status screen, Suho notices the S+ rank. He'd hoped to inherit a few new abilities, but his growth surpassed all expectations. Though relieved, he stays cautious, sensing that immense strength might also draw dangerous consequences in the bloody tower's depths. Lowering his gaze, Suho reflects on the risks of trusting power too much. He reminds himself that no plan is foolproof, and that failure remains possible. Despite his heightened abilities, he vows to keep a clear mind, knowing hope alone doesn't ensure victory. With steady resolve, Suho walks away from the tower's silent corridors. He announces that his work here is done, having claimed the trait and mastered its trials. The red mist ebbs around toppled pillars, hinting that the tower's dark grip no longer binds him. Outside, Suho's playful grin contrasts with the fading crimson wisps dancing around him. He declares his next stop is Nexus, revealing a new challenge on the horizon. Confidence gleams in his posture, ready for fresh threats that may test his newfound power. Towering before him is the grand Nexus structure, sunlight reflecting off its tall windows and elaborate symbol. The imposing walls seem to welcome an unexpected visitor. Suho stands at the gates, feeling both excitement and caution as he imagines what trials wait inside. Deep within Nexus, Kim Sue strides through a polished hallway, two stern associates at her side. She moves purposefully, carrying urgent news about a significant visitor. Her calm expression masks the importance of her mission, hinting that someone influential awaits her report. Kim Sue stops at a large office door and announces herself with quiet confidence. Her companions glance at each other, acknowledging the gravity of this meeting. Though poised, she seems eager to deliver vital information, suggesting a new development that could affect the entire guild. A polite voice calls them in, revealing a spacious office bathed in warm light. A silhouette behind a broad desk awaits their news. Without hesitation, Kim Sue enters, her professionalism unwavering. An air of respectful formality hangs in the room, hinting at significant business. Kim Sue reports that Hunter An-suhu will come tomorrow to join the guild. The figure at the desk leans forward, absorbing the announcement. Although half in shadow, their reaction makes clear how critical Suho's arrival is for Nexus's plans and future. Remaining in his tall chair, the guild leader insists they prepare thoroughly. He knows An-suho's unpredictable choices can shift major plans at any moment. His calm tone suggests respect for Suho's power, and a hint of concern over how events may unfold. Stepping into the light, Baedong-haik, Nexus Guild leader, smiles thoughtfully. Documents detailing missions and recruits lie spread on his desk. Aware of Suho's unusual reputation, he's eager to secure this powerful newcomer's loyalty, believing Suho could change Nexus's fate in unforeseen ways. Late at night, city lights glow across tall buildings. One apartment complex stands out, each window shining. An-suho approaches with quiet steps, reflecting on recent tower battles. Though the streets seem calm, he senses tension in the night air. Stepping inside a quiet apartment, Suho notices soft lights and minimal decor. Though welcoming, it feels oddly empty. He scans the spacious living room and large TV, wondering who else might be here. His new powers keep him on guard. Peering around a corner, Suho spots Jo Jin-hui sprawled across a sofa, asleep. Dim city lights glow beyond tall windows, highlighting his form. Suho exhales, relieved it's just his friend. Despite victory in the tower, caution still lingers within him. Jin-hui stirs, murmuring Suho's name as he struggles upright. He rubs his eyes, complaining about dozing off on the sofa. Suho chuckles, relieved to see his friend safe. Their shared apartment feels warmer with this reassuring greeting after tough battles. Jo Jin-hui sits up, congratulating Suho on clearing another tower. He reminds Suho they share this place as roommates and partners. Empty bottles on a table hint at his earlier wait. Suho senses gratitude, appreciating these calm moments after danger. Grinning widely, Jin-hui brandishes two unopened wine bottles. He proposes a small celebration for Suho's latest success. Despite the hour, his excitement shines as he hopes to lighten Suho's burden. Suho smiles, touched by his friend's support after perilous challenges. Jin-hui admits he fell asleep waiting for Suho's return. He laughs it off, though exhaustion shows on his face. Suho feels a pang of guilt, yet appreciates Jin-hui's dedication. Together they share relief that they are safe in this moment. Relaxing on the sofa, Jin-hui predicts Suho's late arrivals will continue. Suho jokingly calls that confidence irritating, but a grin spreads across his face. Their light-hearted banter softens the mood, showing friendship forged by tower fights and daily challenges alike. At the dining table, savory dishes and fresh bread await, despite the late hour. Suho pulls out a chair, pleased by Jin-hui's thoughtful spread. Feeling relaxed, they prepare to share a meal, grateful for safety and companionship after harrowing encounters. Jin-hui, still holding wine bottles, invites Suho to toast his tower success. A gentle glow fills the apartment, contrasting the tower's corridors. Suho glances at the clock but nods, deciding these warm moments are worth savoring, no matter how late. Jo Jin-hui's face brightens, thrilled by Suho's agreement. They settle onto the couch, hoping to forget relentless tower threats for a moment. The city skyline shimmers behind them, reminding both men how precious simple joys can be after unimaginable danger. Over steaming plates and a bright glass of wine, Jinhui praises the building's community app for fast deliveries and services. He compliments Suho's upscale apartment, impressed by its comfort. Sharing a toast, they relish this safe haven after risky explorations. Suho recalls reading Jinhui's blog, noting his friend's apparent wealth. He's surprised by hints that Jinhui is more than just comfortable. With the city lights behind him, Suho senses deeper secrets emerging, ready to learn more about his companion's world. Jinhui laughs, admitting he's the youngest son of a powerful chaebol family. Suho, holding his drink, is amazed at this revelation. He never guessed his easygoing roommate had such a background, and wonders how Jinhui balances these two different lives. Feeling their trust grow, Jinhui confesses he belongs to Daesan Group's chairman. He recalls Suho's harrowing tower stories, deciding to reveal his own hidden identity. Suho listens intently, respecting this confidence. Their friendship deepens as they exchange extraordinary truths tonight. A tall corporate tower comes into view, symbolizing Daishan Group's power. Jinhui admits each sibling has a different mother, and his own mother was never recognized. Despite this origin, he remains determined to forge his own path. Mirroring Suho's resolve, a flashback shows Jinhui with his father, revealing he is an illegitimate son hidden from the corporate spotlight. This secret weighs heavily on him, yet he confides in Suho. He trusts they'll remain companions, united by secrets few others know. Back in the apartment, Suho questions Jinhui's casual approach to journalism. Jinhui confirms it's a hobby he truly enjoys, letting him chase stories that spark curiosity. Their banter continues, each realizing they hold surprising roles beyond what others might guess. While twirling pasta, Jinhui admits he has no shares or real power within Daesan Group. He even declined an offered subsidiary, feeling unsuited for management. Suho listens, impressed by Jinhui's independence. They share a quiet bond, rooted in personal freedom. Savoring a glass of wine, Suho praises Jinhui's skillful reporting. Jinhui admits he's hopeless at running a business, but writing comes naturally. Suho values his friend's authenticity, feeling grateful for this respite. Their camaraderie grows stronger with every shared secret. Inside their warm apartment, Jo Jinhui, wearing casual clothes and glasses, smiles at Suho. He admits he's never met a hunter quite like Suho. Though shy, he admires Suho's unique power and gentle nature, feeling both curious and appreciative. That evening, they share a homemade meal at a small wooden table. They raise glasses and toast, celebrating peaceful moments away from cursed towers. The atmosphere feels relaxed and warm, with both friends grateful for normalcy after danger and uncertainty. A morning scene reveals the tall apartment building under a bright sky. Wide windows gleam in sunlight, hinting at modern comforts that contrast frightening tower battles. Everything feels serene, offering a brief pause from the world's still dangerous magical threats. In the living room, Jo Jinhui yawns, shaking off last night's celebration. He recalls the relief of enjoying normal meals and jokes with Suho. The morning sun and surroundings remind them how precious peace can be after recent tower battles. Moments later, Jo Jinhui greets Suho with a friendly smile. Suho looks drowsy but content, relieved to be safe in their apartment. Their easy banter shows how their friendship has blossomed, providing solid support beyond the danger of cursed gates. Jo Jinhui now wears a neat suit and pours a drink in the kitchen. Suho seems surprised he's working on a weekend, but Jinhui mentions his overlapping roles, a hidden family background, and relentless curiosity, always demanding stories and responsibilities. Suho rubs his temples, regretting last night's extra drinks. Jinhui laughs, brushing off any apology, reminding him the fun was worth it. Their relaxed chat underscores how they treasure ordinary mornings like this, free from tower battles and illusions, if briefly. Sipping drinks, Jinhui says he can't focus solely on Suho's tales. While Suho's feats are thrilling, Jinhui craves new stories for his journalistic appetite. Suho smiles, knowing Jinhui's curiosity drives him forward, always seeking fresh insights beyond one powerful hunter. Suho teasingly admits he appreciates Jinhui's direct nature. Jinhui reacts with embarrassment, calling it a sudden confession. Their playful exchange shows how much their bond has grown, grounded in trust and teasing that still eases the strain of tower ordeals. Jinhui inquires about Suho's schedule, reminding him it's the day he planned to visit Nexus. Suho nods, confirming he must handle guild matters. Their short conversation reveals that quiet mornings can't last long when responsibilities call in a dangerous world. Before leaving, Jinhui shares news. He reached level 50 overnight, gaining new traits. Suho gasps, nearly spilling his drink, stunned by such rapid growth. This sudden leap reminds them that tower powers can surge unexpectedly, changing what they believe possible. Suho exclaims that Jinhui was only level 40 after the Tower of Battle, surprised he rose so fast. Jinhui corrects him, revealing he's at level 51. Suho's astonishment grows, hinting that both friends may possess untapped power awaiting future challenges. Jinhui gazes at Suho, noting how each new discovery about him adds more mystery. Suho laughs, unsure why he seems so cryptic. It's clear their bond deepens with each revelation, weaving their lives tighter in a world teeming with magic. Jinhui's stare makes Suho ask if something is on his shirt. Jinhui shakes his head, implying that Suho's aura itself is unusual. Their moment highlights how Suho's traits, forged by tower battles, continue to draw fascination from those around him. Suddenly, Jinhui changes focus, grabbing Suho's arm and reminding him of the looming Nexus meeting. He insists that casual clothes won't do, determined to help Suho look presentable. This playful tug-of-war shows their friendship's balance between humor and genuine concern. Suho protests that simple attire is fine, but Jinhui urges him to wear something sharper. He offers a suit and watch, insisting appearances matter for big guild introductions. Suho sighs yet agrees, grateful for Jinhui's support whenever serious events arise. Jinhua shoves Suho out the door, ignoring protests. He jokes that proper meetings demand neat looks, dragging Suho along like a determined manager. Their banter reveals how they rely on each other's strengths, even in everyday tasks beyond tower combat. Outside, the sun shines on a vibrant city skyline. Jinhui strongly suggests choosing a luxurious car, warning that curious onlookers will swarm a famous hunter. He prefers avoiding public transport. The bright day hints at hope despite still looming challenges. Roaring the engine, Suho zooms off in a red sports car. Its sleek design and powerful sound turn heads, mirroring his emerging confidence. He leaves behind the apartment's comfort, ready to face guild negotiations and the conflicts that lie ahead. He arrives at the Nexus entrance, drawing a crowd. With control, Suho parks gracefully, the red car gleaming under the daylight. Observers watch in amazement, aware this hunter isn't here for casual visits. A crucial meeting is about to begin. A group of Nexus members gathers outside, eyes widening at the gleaming car. At their center stands a tall man in a brown suit, studying Suho's arrival with interest. Their expressions hint that this visitor could influence the guild's future. Suho steps out in a gray suit, framed by the city's towering buildings. Sunlight highlights his posture, suggesting both confidence and readiness. He has come far from battling curses in towers, now facing new possibilities, with determination at Nexus's gates. Someone praises Suho's parking skills, joking that he dominated the maneuver. Suho hides a grin, trying not to appear too proud. The compliment contrasts his serious mission, reminding everyone that beneath his composure, he's still human, with moments of pride. A tall man in a brown suit approaches, introducing himself as Bei Donghai, Nexus's representative. He extends a hand, eager to meet the hunter who bested tower curses. Suho accepts politely, realizing this encounter could reshape his future and theirs. Suho, in a sleek gray suit, enters a bright office. He greets the Nexus Guild officials with a polite yet confident smile. His poised demeanor suggests he's come prepared for an important meeting. The officials sense this encounter might change their futures. Bei Donghai, Kim Sue, and a stern man in black sit opposite Suho. They remark on his rapid power growth, recalling his early dream of joining the public sector. Unsure if he's abandoned that path, they study Suho for any change in resolve. Kim Sue eyes Suho carefully as he reaffirms his Public Hunters Association goal. Surprised, Bei Donghyuk and the man in black exchange a look. Suho's unwavering ambition intrigues Kim Sue, who notices the quiet determination shining behind his calm expression. Bei Donghyuk leans forward, asking why Suho seeks a private guild when he wants public service. Suho pauses, considering how to explain his plan. He aims to show that working with Nexus can help protect people and advance his ultimate mission. Still in the office, Suho reveals his strategy. Joining a major guild can boost his chances of entering the Public Hunters Association. Confidently, he shares that he intends to take the Grade 5 exam soon, indicating his organized approach to success. A bright exterior shot reveals the towering Public Hunters Association building under a clear sky. Suho's internal thoughts explain he wants bonus points from guild experience. He also hopes to prevent the association from assuming they already have him secured. Back at the table, Suho clarifies that if he only pursued the public path, the association might take him for granted. By allying with Nexus first, he remains valuable. His playful remark about people desiring the unattainable hints at clever psychology. Bei Donghyuk rests his chin on his hand, intrigued by Suho's reasoning. Suho reassures them he'll do his best for Nexus during his stay. His sincerity and logical approach pique their interest, signaling a potential win-win if they cooperate properly. Suddenly, Bei Donghyuk expresses one remaining concern. Though he understands Suho's plan, he senses there could be more beneath the surface. The atmosphere grows tense as his sharp gaze demands clarity about Suho's true motivations for choosing Nexus specifically. From above, Kim Soo-ae faces Suho in a lounge area. She recalls how Suho approached them when he was unknown, suggesting a bold deal despite Nexus's poor performance. His risky proposal captured their attention, hinting at a daring partnership then. A flashback scene shows Suho and Kim Soo-ae in a darker setting. His confident smile contrasts her wary gaze, highlighting the tension of that uncertain negotiation. Though Nexus had struggled for years, his proposal offered hope, sparking curiosity despite obvious risks. In the present, the officials note Suho is now highly sought after by every guild. They wonder why he still focuses solely on Nexus, suspecting there's a deeper reason than convenience. Suho seems ready to explain his unshakable loyalty further. Bae Dong-hyuk acknowledges Suho's remarkable talent, but admits he cannot decipher his deeper purpose. He studies Suho's face, suspecting hidden motivations that extend beyond securing a guild or building influence. Tension hangs in the air as they await Suho's response. Finally, Bae Dong-hyuk warns that if Suho picked Nexus just because they seem easy to manipulate, they'll refuse him outright, no matter his power. His calm but firm words leave the room in silence. Suho must now prove his true intentions. Bae Dong-hyuk, the Nexus Guild's representative, tells Suho that being skilled is not enough. Nexus has standards and they refuse to accept him too quickly. He explains that Nexus values genuine loyalty, not just power. Letting Suho treat the guild as a shortcut would disrespect everything they have worked for. The Nexus secretary recalls a recent guild address. He questions Suho's true intentions, wondering if Suho actually respects Nexus's mission or seeks quick personal gain. A flashback shows Bae Dong-hyuk at a podium, vowing that Nexus will protect civilians at all costs. This unwavering commitment shapes their strict membership policy. Bae Dong-hyuk reaffirms their mission to fight dangerous gates until every region is safe. His determination proves Nexus focuses on protecting people, not gaining fame. A memory shows Nexus teams rescuing trapped civilians near a collapsed road. Orange-jacketed members guide survivors through rubble, reflecting the guild's commitment to public safety. The secretary studies Suho closely, acknowledging his possible sincerity. Still, he hesitates about accepting a powerful newcomer whose goals might not fully align with Nexus. Suho explains he wants to help where he is truly needed. He assures them he would rather strengthen Nexus than join a less principled group. Smiling, Suho adds that even after joining the Grand Hunter Association, he hopes to collaborate with Nexus. His upbeat tone softens the slightly tense air. Bae Dong-hyuk gives a nod, agreeing to consider Suho's proposal. Though he offers few words, his curious expression shows growing interest in Suho's determined spirit. Pausing, Bae Dong-hyuk asks why Suho insists on the official route. Private guilds can seal gates effectively. What draws him to the Grand Hunter Association? From above, we see Suho explaining that ending threats might demand government support. He believes combining Nexus's valor with official authority can conquer perilous gates. Suddenly, a crimson gate appears in Suho's mind. He warns that high-risk areas remain sealed, yet they cannot be fully ignored if peace is desired. Chains rattle against swirling red energy, suggesting even deadlier gates exist. Suho declares he will tackle the infamous 5 Great Calamity Gates to ensure safety. Suho reveals his plan. Every gate he conquers while attached to Nexus will highlight the guild's name. He believes this approach can expand Nexus's reputation. Kim Soo-ae and the secretary review documents detailing Suho's powers. They exchange uncertain glances, realizing his bold ambitions could shake the hunter industry if realized. Straightening his posture, Suho declares he will make Nexus the top guild. His promise suggests he intends to raise Nexus's status, not just benefit himself. Bae Dong-hyuk and the secretary glance at contracts on the table. They worry whether Suho's goals apply only while he remains with Nexus. Fearing abandonment, Bae Dong-hyuk repeats Suho's promise to devote his effort during his stay. His eyes suggest he needs reassurance that Suho won't vanish once he's famous. Suho explains he'll do more than conquer gates. He plans to recruit people, train current members, and leave Nexus stronger, even if he pursues other goals. Inside a small Nexus office, Kim Soo-ae looks up from her desk. Suho announces plans to mentor someone from his last visit, sparking her cautious curiosity. At the name Kang Dae-han, Kim Soo-ae's eyes widen. She touches her chin, recalling details about this recruit, curious why Suho specifically chose him now. A quick flashback shows Kang Dae-han, bright-eyed, accepting advice to become a tanker. Kim Soo-ae recalls suggesting this path when he signed a scholarship contract, confident in his potential. Leaping up from her chair, Kim Soo-ae worries she might have pushed Dae-han incorrectly. Her protective instincts surface, fearing the tanker role may not match his hidden strengths. Relaxed at the desk, Suho calmly explains he analyzed Dae-han's abilities before recommending tanking. His reassurance eases her concern, hinting he truly understands each recruit's potential. Relieved, Kim Soo-ae nods, admitting Dae-han surpassed expectations with great results. She trusts Suho's judgment more now, seeing how thoroughly he guided the determined recruit. Embarrassed by her earlier doubts, she covers her forehead while Suho chuckles. He gently reminds her that strong training, mixed with effort, can spark unexpected achievements. Documents piled on the desk reveal Daeon's astonishing climb to second place. Originally deemed unlikely to pass, his success proves Suho's keen instincts and effective training plan. Kim Sue thanks Suho, though she finds his relaxed attitude exasperating. He shrugs off the praise, calling his support effortless, leaving her torn between gratitude and mild annoyance. Standing tall, Suho outlines grand proposals for Kim Sue, Bae Dong-hik, and the secretary. His careful planning surprises them, revealing he's put much thought into every detail. A wider view shows Bae Dong-hyuk leading the meeting. He admits rejecting Suho's ideas seems foolish, then invites the secretary's questions, curious to probe Suho's ambition further. The secretary notes Suho's eagerness to challenge Sealed Gates as a Nexus member. Concern grows over the danger, but Suho stands firm, ready to explain his bold strategy. Outside, towering fences and armed guards underscore the government's strict control over Sealed Gates. Only official permits allow entry, proving safety outweighs profit in these dangerous domains. Back in the conference room, the secretary questions Suho's plan to secure permission. Suho acknowledges doubt, understanding how difficult it is to gain access to locked areas. A swirl of light reveals a Sealed Gate entry permit. Suho vows to present this permit before finalizing any contract, letting Nexus judge whether his intentions are authentic. Suho promises more than mere paperwork. He'll personally clear a sealed gate to prove his worth. Surprised, the secretary nods, sensing Suho's confidence could inspire major changes. The secretary, perspiring slightly, admits Suho's proposals are impossible to refuse. He respects how Suho pushes boundaries, leaving little room for Nexus to deny his daring requests. From behind the three leaders, we see Suho addressing them calmly. He confesses his unranked status and level below 100, reminding everyone that his fame outweighs his official record. Suho reiterates that despite the excitement around him, he remains a rookie. He faces the secretary directly, determined to prove himself worthy through genuine accomplishments, not just hype. Smiling confidently, Suho states his goal to shed the rookie label swiftly. He seeks genuine professional recognition, reinforcing how far he's willing to go for true respect. Bae Dong-hyuk sits in a softly lit office, wearing a neat brown suit. He looks determined, vowing silently to prove his worth to Nexus and any skeptics. A confident smile crosses Bae Dong-hyuk's face. He seems amused yet resolute, eager to see big promises fulfilled, and ready to test the true abilities of new allies. Outside Nexus headquarters, a sleek red car awaits. Bae Dong-hyuk informs the secretary they will finalize plans only after An Suho proves himself by clearing a difficult sealed gate. Bae Dong-hyuk stands beside the secretary on the grand steps. He requests an update, and the secretary confirms they will wait for tangible proof of An Suho's readiness. In a decisive moment, Bae Dong-hyuk orders a special support team for An Suho. The secretary looks startled, realizing this signals their major commitment toward the new hunter. A high-angle view shows the secretary stepping back in alarm. He questions investing resources before An Suho's gate pass is confirmed, while Bae Dong-hyuk stands calmly, unshaken. Bae Dong-hyuk chuckles confidently, insisting early preparation shows genuine dedication. Though the secretary hesitates, Bae trusts An Suho's capabilities to secure official permission without great difficulty. Bae Dong-hyuk gazes ahead, declaring his strong faith in An Suho's promise. The secretary doubts if it's just intuition, but Bae's confidence remains unshakable and deeply rooted. Walking by tall windows, Bae Dong-hyuk insists his certainty comes from direct observation. The secretary recalls seeing An Suho's extraordinary presence, admitting he also sensed remarkable potential. A brief recollection shows An Suho wearing a crisp gray suit, eyes brimming with determination. He quietly promises to surpass all expectations, ready for any upcoming challenge. Morning light reflects on the Hunter Association's grand building. Inside, rows of cubicles bustle with staff managing sealed gates, highlighting the complexity of granting official permissions to hunters. One official slumps under flickering lights, burdened by mountains of paperwork. Tension clouds his desk, implying the strain of sorting files essential for hopeful candidates like An Suho. That same official grips his head in despair, worried about persuading An Suho. He knows An Suho already refused invitations, yet must find a clever reason to summon him. He imagines presenting a fancy award, tricking An Suho into attending. Realizing higher-ups would reject openly praising this rising hunter, he dismisses the idea as impossible. Another scenario shows them posing like old friends with An Suho, yet management wants casual warmth without formal praise, leaving the official confused about how to proceed. Distressed, he envisions a forceful approach, enveloped in ominous red tones. Horrified by any coercive tactic, he immediately rejects this route, vowing never to strong-arm Suho. Slumping onto his desk, the official grumbles about a throbbing headache. He knows time is ticking, yet sees no easy way to coax Suho into cooperating. A sudden phone call breaks his miserable trance. He glances over, noticing an unknown number lighting the screen, stirring slight hope that this might solve his predicament. Lifting the device, he sees no saved contact. Despite uncertainty, he answers, suspecting new information about Suho's whereabouts, or a solution to his pressing dilemma. Introducing himself as Jung Chulmin, Gate Management Division 1's leader, he wonders who's calling. Perhaps this unexpected call finally paves the way to secure Suho's cooperation. Jung Chulmin, the stressed gate management team leader, nearly drops his phone upon hearing Suho's voice. Shocked, he braces himself for urgent news, not expecting Suho's call at all. Leaning forward at his desk, Jung Chulmin clutches his phone, anxious to learn more. He wonders if big news about gate clearances or new missions drove Suho to contact him unexpectedly. Not long after, they meet at Songre Gukbap, a modest eatery with a tiled exterior. Sunlight reflects off its sign, hinting at a cozy atmosphere for a welcome break. Suho and Jung Chulmin, both in suits, settle at a table with steamed pork and tasty sides. Chulmin praises the meal, surprised that Suho recalls eating here during his past workdays. Suho confides he worked part-time nearby, often stopping in for a quick bite. Chulmin grins, enjoying Suho's modest revelation. Their shared laughter eases any lingering tension between them. Setting down his spoon, Suho explains he switched phone numbers due to excessive calls. Chulmin teases him for his popularity, nudging Suho good-naturedly while eyeing the delicious side dishes. In the cozy dining area, Suho tells Chulmin he can call this new number anytime. Chulmin, both relieved and impressed, nods gratefully, happy that Suho isn't ignoring him. Chulmin thanks Suho for reaching out first, confessing he worried Suho might disappear after their tower mission. Suho reassures him he would never vanish without a word, easing Chulmin's lingering doubts. Over their meal, Suho casually asks if the association has been troubling Chulmin about bringing him in. Startled, Chulmin nearly chokes, surprised at how accurately Suho guesses his hidden stress. Struggling for composure, Chulmin blurts out a hesitant response. He wonders how Suho knew the association was pressuring him, revealing just how unprepared he feels under the growing demands. Placing his chopsticks aside, Suho recalls their victory at the Tower of Challenge. He admits he's questioned why Chulmin insisted on bringing him straight to the association, hinting at deeper motives. Suho notes that difficult gates usually require only written data. He questions why Chulmin needed him in person, suspecting a hidden agenda. Chulmin fidgets nervously, confirming Suho's suspicions are correct. Embarrassed, Chulmin admits that high-ranking officials crave publicity shots. He confesses they want Suho's presence mostly for photos, relieved to finally share this truth despite feeling uneasy about it. He tries to dismiss it, saying it's part of his job. Though awkward, he shows resolve. Suho observes quietly, sensing his friend's frustration hidden behind professional composure. From above, the table view shows Suho gently scolding Chulin for staying silent. Suho emphasizes that honesty matters more than secrecy. Chulin apologizes, grateful for Suho's understanding and steady patience. Suho quickly clarifies he never wanted an apology, explaining he already suspected the truth. Chulin feels sheepish for hiding it. Their conversation lightens and both begin to relax again. Suho surprises Chulmin by expressing gratitude, calling him a conscientious team leader. Chulmin touches his chest, puzzled why Suho would thank him. Suho's smile hints at deeper respect and friendship. A flashback briefly shows unfortunate hunters forcibly taken without fair hearing. Suho contrasts this injustice with how Chulmin behaved, protecting Suho from any harsh or rushed procedures. Suho calls Chulmin reasonable and professional, criticizing forced photo ops. He appreciates how Chulmin stayed fair even under pressure. Chulmin blushes slightly, stunned by Suho's praise, yet clearly relieved. Finishing their meal, Suho announces he'll visit the association of his own accord. Overjoyed, Chulmin nearly jumps from his seat, excited that Suho is finally ready to formalize his status. Suho and young Chulmin share a simple meal at a bright restaurant. Young suggests meeting the association's leaders, explaining it may boost Suho's future. Suho nods thoughtfully in his neat gray suit. A close-up of their table reveals steaming soup and side dishes. Jung wonders how they'll schedule Suho's visit. Suho politely proposes they finalize details once they finish eating. From above, the table brims with tasty dishes. Jung Chulmin leaps up to call the association, eager to help. Suho watches, impressed by Jung's energy and sensing an important opportunity ahead. Outside, the Korean Hunter Association's modern building gleams under clear skies. Tall windows and structured walkways convey authority. Suho approaches, convinced that his life may change dramatically inside. In a tidy office, Suho stands with key association officials for a photo. The older man in the center smiles proudly. Sunlight through blinds adds a hopeful glow to this formal moment. The association president greets Suho enthusiastically, mentioning how many people are eager to see him. Suho shakes hands calmly, grateful for the welcome, yet still cautious about their true intentions. The vice president chuckles, calling Suho a legendary rookie. He praises Suho's rumored feats, raising everyone's expectations. Suho nods politely, realizing each comment draws more attention and tests his composure. Everyone settles into comfortable chairs, exchanging polite remarks. Suho listens carefully, aware their interest in him might be more than simple curiosity. He maintains a respectful tone, anticipating the real reason behind their invitations. A close-up reveals Suho's subtle smile and a dark, swirling aura in the background. Inside, he feels uncomfortable with the flattery, recalling how certain officials can manipulate situations. Outwardly, he remains calm and gracious. President Jang probes Suho's motives, wondering if he truly wants association membership. Suho confirms his dream. Although he mistrusts Jang's pleasant smile, he senses hidden motives behind every polite question. Standing near a bright window, Suho reaffirms he hopes joining the association will help him fight dangerous gates. The officials nod approvingly. Suho keeps his confidence steady, determined to protect people on a larger scale. In a soft voice, Suho admits he lost his family to a gate, calling himself a gate orphan. His gaze lowers in sadness. The officials pause, touched by the genuine pain behind his words. President Jang smiles broadly, praising Suho's noble spirit. Meanwhile, Suho's inner voice seethes, recalling Jang's misuse of power. Suho silently vows not to let the association suffer under such questionable leadership any longer. Suho mentally resolves to unseat Jang before his term ends. Jang laughs, oblivious to Suho's hidden anger. Despite his polite exterior, Suho's eyes betray a fierce determination to protect the association's integrity. An official chimes in with fresh praise for Suho, shifting attention away from Jang. Suho thanks him quietly, relieved the conversation changed course, yet still burning with his secret plan inside. Vice President Park Kyuman admires Suho's selfless goals, noting his lack of interest in wealth. Suho remains courteous, wary of over-friendly words. He suspects deeper agendas beneath their encouraging tones. Park Kyuman's expression grows strangely reverent, insisting Suho's deceased parents would be proud. Dim lighting highlights his intense grin. Suho thanks him softly, feeling a twinge of unease at the overly dramatic admiration. Suho forces a bright smile, swirly lines revealing his inner discomfort. Park Kyuman waves off gratitude, claiming to speak only truth. Suho hides his tension, determined not to jeopardize future opportunities. A rosy background surrounds President Zhang and Park Kyuman, chuckling over a luxurious trip disguised as gate inspection. Suho's internal monologue seethes at their camaraderie. He suspects they orchestrated his visit for personal gains. Beside Jung Chulmin, a weary Suho clutches a small, red-gloved item, both men exhausted by gate raids and formalities. Suho silently resolves to endure, protect people, and eventually stop these officials' manipulative games. In a private association office, lit by a red glow, Jang Kyungwan sits confidently while An Suho stands before him. Jang asks which department Suho wants. Suho senses hidden motives, but stays resolute. In a brighter room, Suho calmly says he's reviewed several departments. He suspects some officials have secret agendas, yet his desire to protect others drives him forward with quiet determination. Suho declares he'll join the gate department. An official asks why. Suho explains that monitoring gates from the start allows quick rescue. His unwavering tone shows he's prepared for whatever lies ahead. A swirling portal dominates the scene, with staff checking equipment for a possible raid. They explain the gate department leads these missions first. Suho watches intently, confident this path suits his mission. In a lounge, officials praise Suho's willingness to face the toughest posts. Jang Kyung-hwan commends him for choosing danger, while Park Kyuman silently observes. Suho remains steadfast, determined to prove his sincerity. Park Kyuman suggests team leader Jung Chalmin show goodwill to Suho. Jung Chalmin looks unsure, sensing they might be testing Suho. Jang Kyung-wan nods, hinting at bigger plans for him. Jang Kyung-wan proposes giving Suho ownership of a gate or two. He calls it generous, though sealed gates are notoriously risky. Park Kyuman watches carefully, wondering if Suho grasps the true peril ahead. Jung Chul-min warns that only difficult or heavily sealed gates remain. He worries for Suho's safety, but others mention Suho's remarkable abilities. Suho stands firm, refusing to back down from his duty. In a brighter office, Suho insists tackling the hardest gates is necessary to protect civilians. Jung Chul-min gasps, fearing extreme danger. Suho's steady gaze shows he won't be swayed from his goal. Suho boldly proclaims he'll eliminate every dangerous gate threatening humanity. Officials applaud, stirred by his determination. A subtle tension lingers, foreshadowing the immense challenges he's bound to face beyond those portals. Suddenly, Jung Chul-min rushes in, calling for the president. Chang Kun-guan calmly asks what happened. An uneasy hush falls, suggesting urgent news that could disrupt Suho's confident momentum. A close-up of young Chul-min's tense face shows he's discovered something unsettling. He hesitates, glancing between Suho and the other officials. Everyone braces for an announcement that could alter Suho's entire plan. In a dimly lit office, Jang Kun-guan and Suho speak alone. Jang casually restates his idea of handing over some gates. Both know these missions are high risk, yet Suho's calm demeanor never falters. Jang's expression grows stern. He questions any hesitation about assigning these gates to Suho, leaving little room for dissent. Suho remains composed, ready to prove he can handle lethal challenges. Jung Chul-min arrives, uneasy under Jang's firm stare. He promises to arrange everything for Suho. Though worried, he must comply. Suho and Jung Chul-min exchange a look, sharing unspoken concern about these dangerous missions. John grants final approval, flashing a confident smile. Park Kumon stands by, quiet. Suho thanks them, already anticipating the trials ahead. A heavy sense of expectation hangs in the air, hinting at perilous battles. A clenched fist on a chair reveals tension beneath formal politeness. Jang insists the association will celebrate Suho's victory if he conquers the sealed gate. Park Kumon is urged to give his full support. Park Kumon agrees, noting the association's duty to aid hunters. Jung Chul-min silently fumes, believing they treat sealed gates too lightly. Suho focuses on his mission, ready to push his limits in deadly terrain. A fiery vision of explosions and discarded weapons shows how often sealed gates claim lives. These places are so lethal that the government heavily restricts them. Jung Chul-min's alarm grows at the official's casual approach. Back in the office, Jung Chul-min worries they're sending Suho into a hunter's graveyard. He glances at Suho, who remains confident but may not grasp the full danger. The tension foreshadows severe trials ahead. Suho sits in the association office, sunlight on his gray suit. He silently thinks that if his brother knew sealed gates' true danger, he'd be upset too. A soft apology escapes him. Park Kumon, the vice president, whispers to President Jang Kyun-won. Their hushed discussion focuses on budget concerns instead of protecting hunters. Suho feels uneasy, sensing their disregard for potential casualties. President Jang calmly states that the association profits if raids succeed, regardless of lost hunters. He then asks Suho which public recruitment level he'll take, treating lives like mere statistics. Suho announces he will challenge level 5 at year's end. President Jang notes its extreme difficulty, yet Suho remains firm, ready to risk everything if it means defending innocent people. Seen from above, Suho says level 5 offers more chances to help. He mentions joining a guild for practical experience, hoping to improve his skills before the official exam. President Jang agrees guild work builds credibility but warns about strict contracts. He tells Suho many guilds bind new recruits for years. Suho realizes he must tread carefully before signing. Suho hesitates, wanting real battlefield training without losing his freedom. He wonders if any guild offers short-term plans. Fearful of becoming a mere tool, he hopes for a balanced arrangement. Outside, the Grand Nexus guild building gleams. Suho imagines a short stint there, believing they might respect his unique abilities. He hopes to train before challenging level 5. President Jang leans back, saying it'd be ideal if Suho found a fitting guild. Suho realizes that if even the president supports it, joining Nexus won't raise eyebrows or suspicion. In Suho's mind, the association's symbol merges with Nexus's shining crest. Linking them could boost his reputation while forging alliances strong enough to tackle sealed gates and protect the innocent. A staff member enters, announcing Pi Songyol's arrival. Everyone glances up, startled by this unexpected name. Suho wonders who this newcomer is and why he suddenly appeared now. Suho's eyes widen at the mention of Pi Songyol. He silently thinks, "What?" and steels himself for the possibility of new complications. The atmosphere shifts, tension rising in the room. Through the open door, someone cheerfully calls Pi Songyol's name, saying he arrived at the perfect time. It seems everyone was waiting for him to share crucial news or ideas. Pi Songyol strolls in, ID badge swinging, joking about missing out on a secret treat. His relaxed manner suggests he's comfortable with the group, effortlessly blending humor and confidence. He spots Suho, abruptly halting mid-sentence. A flicker of astonishment crosses Pi Songyol's face. He never expected Suho here. The atmosphere shifts from friendly banter to sudden, questioning silence. Seated on the couch in his gray suit, Suho meets Pi Songyol's eyes with a nod. Tension settles, and everyone wonders how this unexpected meeting might alter the day's plans. A close-up reveals Pi Songyol's subtle smirk under a faint red glow. He softly murmurs, "Ooh," as if he's uncovered something amusing. giving off an unsettling air of confidence. Jang-kyeol grins at Suho, hinting there's another visitor. His playful tone suggests he's enjoying the surprise. Suho remains composed, yet a hint of worry flickers. Who else might appear now?
Pai Seong-yeol hesitantly peeks into President Jang's office, ready to slip away. But Jang waves him in, politely yet urgently hinting big news is coming. Stepping inside, Pai straightens his jacket and greets Jang. Jang smiles warmly, urging him to speak. He drops a hint, Pai is about to meet someone impressive. Jang introduces An Suho, the legendary hunter who conquered the Tower of Challenge. Pai's eyes widen, instantly realizing he's in the presence of a true powerhouse. Suho's face brightens, as if recalling a distant memory. The air buzzes with his energy, hinting that this unexpected meeting might launch grand plans. With a confident grin, Pai thanks Jang for arranging this meeting. He proudly mentions his special forces past, then extends a firm, respectful handshake towards Suho. Suho, dressed in a sharp gray suit, greets Pai with genuine warmth. He's no stranger to compliments, yet stays humble, intrigued by Pai's well-trained stance. Pai confesses he's devoured endless tales of Suho's exploits. Suho, slightly bashful, plays it down. Their handshake lingers, forging a quick but sincere bond. Suho invites Pai to take a seat, quietly noting this meeting feels unexpected. Mutual curiosity flickers between them, hinting they might collaborate on something massive soon. Jang reveals that Suho aims to tackle the Level 5 civil service exam. Pai's eyes widen, grasping the serious ambition driving Suho toward this daunting challenge. Suho coolly admits it's tough but insists on going for it. Pai admires his unwavering focus, realizing this hunter won't back down from any challenge. Jang casually drops a bigger bomb. Suho wants a shot at a sealed gate, infamous for being deadly. Pai's face screams concern over such a crazy risk. Pai is momentarily stunned, torn between warning Suho and admiring his guts. Meanwhile, Suho stays calm, fully prepared to tackle the deadliest missions imaginable. Pai bluntly demands whether Suho grasps the gate's lethal nature. Suho nods, unshaken. The room goes quiet, everyone mentally bracing for the choice he's already made. Suho offers a polite smile, noticing Pai's anxiety. He won't back down, trusting his own strength. Pai's concern grows, but Suho's resolve stands firm. Pai crosses his arms, realizing he can't dissuade Suho. His worried expression says it all. He respects Suho's iron will but dreads the potential fallout. Pai quietly wishes Suho good luck, a hint of eagerness glowing in his gaze. Clearly, he'd hate to lose such a gifted ally to needless danger. Zoom in on Pai's serious expression. He's terrified at the prospect of a gifted hero like Suho dying for nothing. That heavy sense of duty clings to him. Pai spontaneously invites Suho to join the special forces, pledging personal mentorship. He's half worried, half recruiting, hoping to harness Suho's talents without letting him self-destruct. Jang teases Pai for his sudden pitch. He then reminds him Suho wants the gate department instead. Pai arches a brow, clearly confused by that preference. We see Jang's sleek office highlighting the gravity of Suho's dream, shutting down every gate. He brandishes a gate priority pass, aiming far beyond standard clearing runs. Pai tilts his head, insisting special forces could handle gates just as effectively if allowed. He shoots team leader Jung a look, dragging him into this budding rivalry. Jung Chelman jolts at being dragged in, nodding awkwardly. He's torn between Pai's zeal and Suho's unstoppable resolve, unsure how to keep the peace. Jung chuckles politely, confessing he has no clue where this is going. Suho stays silent, perfectly content to let them argue over his fate. Pai casually points out that if Suho nails the level 5 exam, things get awkward for Jung. He smirks, while Jung shifts uneasily, picturing those rank headaches. It's nighttime. Jung politely wishes Suho luck, and Pai advises waiting until after Suho passes to plan further. Jung stands there, tense yet still rooting for him. Suho silently labels Pai a sly fox. On the surface, he thanks them for the help, but he's clearly keeping one eye on Pai's hidden agenda. Suho realizes passing level 5 might put him above Jung rank-wise. That thought bugs him. He doesn't want to mess up their friendship with awkward power dynamics. Suho looks down, thinking how rank-driven systems complicate real friendships. He sighs softly, signaling an end to their talk for now, weighed by that unfortunate reality. Flashback mode. Pai mentions he's tackled brutal gates before, so these deadly jobs aren't foreign to him. Suho and Jung stay cautious, absorbing his battle-worn confidence. Jung and Suho head down a long hallway, quietly mulling Pai's warnings. Harsh lighting overhead clashes with their darker worries about the looming life-or-death gates. Jung sneaks a look at Suho, each lost in their own thoughts. Their echoing footsteps grow heavier, reflecting the tension stacking up between them. Finally, Jung asks if Pai's caution got under Suho's skin. Suho nods, conceding those warnings aren't empty talk. The hush deepens as the weight sinks in. Jung pleads that sealed gates killed too many, especially star hunters like Suho. He suggests begging higher-ups for a safer route, desperate to keep Suho alive. Suho appreciates Jung's concern but won't budge, determined to see this mission through. Jung's anxiety hits Suho's iron will head-on, and neither side relents. Jung emphasizes that sealed gates are no joke, heavily regulated by the government for a reason. The corridor's looming ceiling mirrors their deepening sense of dread. Suho, fully aware of the danger, won't back down. Jung's voice wobbles, but why? Yet Suho remains rooted, absolutely sure of his choice. Suho explains he's confident the worst won't come. Young still trembles with concern, sensing Suho might have hidden intel, but nobody's sharing those secrets just yet. We see a swirling green-blue portal called Nameless Sword, notorious for its high death count. Its pulsing glow promises immense power and equally immense danger. Suho grins, claiming he already knows Nameless Sword's weak spot. That fierce sparkle in his eye implies hidden knowledge beyond anything the others can fathom. We arrive at Jeonju's Nameless Sword Gate Square, formerly serene, now swarming with soldiers and heavy machinery. The shift from historic peace to military lockdown is stark. Two guards tell Suho and Jo Jin-HWI to hold up outside. Suho's dark jacket and Jo's casual attire stick out among the camo-clad troops. Jo quietly points out that sure, the association runs this place, but it's basically an army fortress. Suho stays calm, sensing the heavy tension everywhere. Suho and Jo both snap their heads upward, reacting to a sudden noise. Their sharp reflexes suggest they are prepared for any incoming threat. One soldier salutes another while gripping his rifle, hammering home the intense security. Suho and Jo exchange looks, both fully aware of the heavy lockdown. A stern-faced guard addresses Suho by name, clearly recognizing his status. Jo hangs back, noting the soldier's firm respect and no-nonsense attitude toward the famed hunter. He introduces himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the officer running this entire operation. Suho and Jo respond politely, sensing his crucial influence over Gate's security here. Major Kim mentions that team leader Jung awaits further in, then guides them down a dusty path. Marching soldiers underscore just how critical this gate is. Jo spots a clearing in the woods and wonders if that's the square's entry point. Suho nods quietly, fully aware they're inching closer to danger. Stepping into a wide clearing, they see a giant metal structure ringed by scaffolding. Suho and Jo are awestruck. This fortress obviously restrains something deadly. Up close, reflective walls gleam under the sun. Reinforced iron and exotic alloys stand ready to hold back monsters. A subtle rainbow shimmer signals its formidable defense. Jo Jin-HY's eyes shine with excitement. Suho observes the barrier's sheer enormity, grasping how far the association will go to secure this lethal gate. Soldiers up top wave Suho and Jo toward Jung Cholman. Jung greets them, visibly relieved they made it. The towering barrier behind them screams high-stakes mission. Jung cracks a smile, joking about their long journey. Suho fires back a playful jab about Jung being too early. Their light-hearted exchange shows genuine respect. Jung notices Jo Jin-HWI and politely inquires about this new face. Jo stands at attention, eager to make his introduction and explain why he's here. Jo grins broadly, announcing he's a PBS reporter. His upbeat personality clashes with the rigid military setting, but his cheeriness kind of brightens the mood. Jung looks a bit taken aback but still shakes Jo's hand. He's unsure about a reporter here, yet Jo's excitement seems to lift the grim atmosphere. Jo asks if he can snap photos post-raid. Jung agrees since nothing's top secret. Suho remains quiet, trusting Jo's motives but keeping his focus on the gate. Jung confesses he's shocked Suho arrived with a journalist. Jo thanks him for the go-ahead. Suho stays in the background, neutral, letting Jo run with it. Jo cheerfully predicts they'll run into each other a lot, urging Jung to remember him. Jung chuckles, letting that playful note soften the heavy atmosphere. Major Kim steps in, double-checking that Suho's the lead for this sealed gate. Suho nods, carrying a calm air that quietly bolsters everyone's confidence. Major Kim politely inquires about Suho's hunter rank. Suho replies, level 51, catching Kim off guard. Clearly, Kim didn't expect him to be that formidable. Kim responds with a low and accepts it. He's clearly impressed by such a high-level hunter who's oddly humble about his insane power. A loud mechanical roar signals the fortress door unlocking. A distant voice cautions that once Suho steps in, it shuts tight. No easy exit from this mission. Suho offers a smile and thanks Major Kim. The massive steel doors behind him loom like a final warning. Once he's inside, there's no quick getaway. Team leader Jung calls Suho's name one final time. Suho turns, offering a respectful nod. Major Kim waits near the towering doors, ready to seal them shut. Jung anxiously asks if Suho genuinely has a plan. Suho says yes, but won't dish every detail. Jung and Kim exchange confused looks, suspecting hidden insights. Suho compares this to besting the Tower of Challenge. He then asks for backing on upcoming gates, declaring once he crushes Nameless Sword, he'll tackle even more. We close in on those unyielding walls while Suho's words hang. Jung questions if Suho can be stopped at all, but promises to assist if he triumphs. Green energy swirls at the gate's opening. Jung begs Suho to stay safe, but Suho waves off the concern, insisting he'll handle it just fine. Jung's mouth falls open as Suho declares he'll wrap this in an hour. For a lethal gate, that's insane. Suho's calm poise stuns everyone present. Suho stands by the portal, flashing one final confident grin. Emerald wisps coil around him. He vows they'll reunite shortly, then steps into the swirling abyss. A deafening clang seals Suho inside. Jung, Jo, and Major Kim stand outside, breath caught, questioning if this hour will crown Suho's legend or end in tragedy. Jung mutters he's inside as the heavy locks clamp shut. Jo and Major Kim trade anxious glances, remembering Suho's outrageous promise to finish up in 1 hour. Jung sighs, admitting there's nothing left but trust now. Major Kim keeps a stiff poker face, while Jo questions if Suho can really solo this deadly gate. Jung and Jo step from the sealed doors. Jung warns raw power isn't enough here. Jo cites Suho's healing skill, but Kim shrugs, hinting bigger complexities lie ahead. Major Kim remarks that Suho's healer tag won't help much now. Jung crosses his arms, pressing for details. Jo grows curious, sensing they hardly know Suho's true powers. Jo chuckles, saying Suho's basically a healer in name only. Major Kim seems baffled. Jo's mischievous smile implies Suho's combat approach is far from standard support. Jung says nobody wields a blade like on Suho. Jo's jaw drops, questioning if Suho's really that amazing. Major Kim leans in, intrigued by Suho's hidden prowess. Flashback: during the new Hunter exam, healers had safe stations. Jung remembers Suho entering the healer test, but doing something shocking nobody anticipated. Back then, Suho slaughtered all monsters assigned to healers, blowing examiners' minds. His lethal swordsmanship defied every healer norm. Memory fades, leaving Jung's group praying he repeats that feat. We're in a quiet clearing near the nameless sword gate. Major Kim stands guard, rifle in hand. Jo's psyched, peppering Jung with questions about Suho's bizarre test method. Major Kim remembers Suho saving civilians at another gate. With nobody harmed, no one questioned his methods. Kim's amazed Suho knows swords so well, though everyone calls him a healer. Kim realizes Suho's here to show off those special sword skills. Admiration collides with concern in his eyes. The silent forest lurks ominously, promising lethal surprises behind every branch. Jung quietly confirms Kim's hunch, while Jo buzzes with excitement to record Suho's heroics. They all turn to the sealed gate, sensing Suho's attempt might change everything they believe. Towering steel walls glint under the sun, enclosing the nameless sword gate. A huge system notification labels it plainly. Dark vines creep along the base, hinting at lurking threats. An emerald portal twists ominously. Another system message says only one person can enter. Naturally, Suho's volunteering solo, because hey, who needs backup when you're half superhero, right? Blinding light erupts as Suho steps through. A fresh notification reads, "You have entered the gate." Beyond the portal, jagged cliffs and lush greens beckon, teeming with deadly possibility. Suho strides into the shadowy forest, dressed in black that melts into the dim light. His crimson sword flickers ominously. Everything seems still, but he senses lurking threats. Suho mutters it's been a while since he roamed these woods, half fond, half wary. Sunbeams reveal his determined look. He remembers past trials and braces for more. He recalls brutal fights here before, each escape razor-thin. Suddenly, a distant rumble shakes him from memory, hinting powerful enemies are on the hunt once again. Shapes slither among towering trees. A massive figure prowls in the darkness, sending shivers down Suho's spine. He clenches his crimson blade, fully expecting a deadly showdown. Flames flare across a system alert. A boss monster has appeared. Leaves whip around and Suho's sword flares bright. Beast or knight, he's ready, unwavering in his stance. From the thick undergrowth steps a hulking, armored form. The system calls it Nameless Swordsman LV. That mystery level raises chills as Suho steals for battle. The Nameless Swordsman hoists a sword almost as tall as itself, sunlight gleaming off its edge. Suho refuses to budge, crimson blade lifted, prepared for this nightly clash. Suddenly, the swordsman surges skyward in a burst of radiant power. A notification declares the Nameless Swordsman activates the battlefield. Blinding light floods the forest, escalating the danger. Golden power spirals around them both. A system prompt says the swordsman's stats now match Suho's. He realizes this foe just cloned his strength, setting up a true duel. 3 notifications pop up: swords only, sword skills only, no exceptions. Suho just grins, unfazed by these rules, while the silent knight looms, ready to test his mettle. Suho's crimson sword gleams under that golden aura. He muses it's been ages since such a challenge. Though restricted, he's thrilled to duel this fearsome knight purely with blades. Leaves swirl wildly as the swordsman charges, colossal blade overhead. Suho addresses it calmly by name. Sparks erupt with each collision, forging a whirlwind of steel-on-steel fury. A fierce shockwave ripples outward, rattling trees. The swordsman vaults back, regaining balance. Suho remains planted in the eye of the storm, determined to see this fight through. Suho's blade crashes against the swordsman, sparks dancing. He's exhilarated by this high-stakes, sword-only duel. Each metallic clang echoes in the hush of the ancient forest around them. Suho unleashes a blazing red slash, driving the knight backward. The explosive force rattles branches overhead. His resolve burns clear, no matter the threat, he's pushing onward. They pause, only a few steps apart. The swordsman's imposing silhouette looms, cloak rippling. Suho's eyes show excitement, not fear. He's been craving this kind of intense showdown. He notices the knight pivoting expertly to lessen recoil. Impressed, Suho recognizes he must proceed carefully. A faint grin surfaces, tougher foes only sharpen his swordsmanship further. Suho feels the knight's deadly aura and thinks how most fighters rely on fancy powers, not raw swordplay. He's bent on proving that pure blade skills suffice. They've barely clashed swords, yet the knight shifts stances instantly. Suho sees it adapting to his moves in real time, showcasing the swordsman's razor-sharp tactical mind. The swordsman unleashes erratic strikes, shifting speed and angle without warning. Suho senses its chilling talent for constant pressure. Still, he stays composed, aware one mistake means doom. Their swords meet midair, painting streaks of purple and red. Suho struggles against the knight's changing approach. However, that fierce sparkle in his eyes suggests he's relishing this growth. Suho remembers a past life mentor who molded his swordsmanship. Reflecting on those lessons boosts his confidence, giving him the backbone to challenge any foe, no matter how ferocious. The knight fires off a massive horizontal slash, pink glow trailing. Suho ducks, pivots, then lines up his own precision counter, channeling those refined skills he once mastered. Spotting a gap, Suho unleashes a sweeping crimson strike, hammering the knight. It slams into the ground, armor clattering loudly. That vivid red arc showcases Suho's raw might. The knight roars and lurches upright, cloak snapping. Suho's grip tightens, bracing for another clash. Danger or not, he's clearly jazzed. Each sword strike fuels his growth. Light radiates through a crack in the knight's breastplate, proof of Suho's solid hit. The swordsman stands mute but stunned. Suho expected that. It's a battle of wits. A few steps back, Suho recalls the knight never spoke before it was beaten in prior fights. Honestly, its silent blade speaks louder, dripping lethal intent every swing. Suho vaults overhead, flipping against the bright sky contrasted by the knight's dark armor. He eyes that armor crack with a grin, ready to hammer that weak point again. Red and purple light burst wildly whenever their swords clash again. The knight staggers under Suho's pounding attacks but won't yield. Suho stays sharp, intent on finishing this showdown. A hollow voice rings out 7 times. Suho's eyes go wide. This is the knight's first time talking, hinting it has battled him repeatedly with its own personal grudge. In mid-fight, the knight elaborates, "I've tried to beat you 7 times. Suho tenses, rattled that this armor harbors such a persistent vendetta after so many run-ins. Charging in, Suho slams the knight's midsection with his sword's hilt. Red energy explodes, fracturing more armor. Leaves whirl in the shockwave as the swordsman staggers. Suho steps back, blade still high, scanning the gloom. Silence creeps in, but the knight, though cracked, isn't done. Suho braces for that final furious assault. Amid tangled greenery, Suho reflects on people's curiosity about the knight's hollow armor. Supposedly empty, yet it terrorized challengers. Its mysterious emptiness only made it more terrifyingly intriguing. A sudden white blur whooshes by, hinting another swift strike. Suho remembers peering inside the armor once, disappointed to find only a ghostly trace gripping a cursed sword. The knight is now missing a left arm, courtesy of Suho's strikes. Ragged cloak flutters, yet it stands tall, preserving its eerie mystique. Suho lifts his sword once more. The knight shifts stance, crushing the ground with its single foot. Only one footprint remains, confirming it's missing a leg. It won't fall. Suho stands wary yet impressed. Sunbeams highlight the injured knight like a broken legend. Suho comments it's just a phantom of a dead warrior. The battered armor reveals how fragile that myth really is. Violet mist leaks from the knight's split torso. Suho nears, knowing it's just possessed armor without flesh. Still, this ghostly foe once drove him to sharpen his swordsmanship. Suddenly, the knight lunges once more. Suho races forward, slipping past that enormous blade. Green foliage whips by in a blur. His gaze hardens. He aims to finish this himself. Suho notes his guardian sword technique was built for slippery enemies. His sword radiates energy, primed for decisive blow. Even hollow armor can move fast, but he's set. Suho carves a deep cut, violet haze leaking out. The knight lifts its sword again, declaring resurrection won't help if Suho counters its flawed footwork. The finale looms. One final flash and the knight crumples. System windows proclaim nameless swordsman killed, gate conquered, MVP on Suho. He stands triumphant over fragmented armor, concluding this epic showdown. Suho looks upon the defeated knight, murmuring thanks for their impactful clash. Sunlight spills into the clearing, highlighting the broken foe that once drove him beyond his limits. He admits these relentless duels fueled his explosive swordsmanship growth. Because of this adversary, he became the renowned sword god. Though it's now silent, it shaped Suho's legacy. Alone in the woods, Suho briefly bows, vowing to honor the knight on days like Teacher's Day. A fresh system pop-up grants MVP bonus EXP, signaling mission accomplished. Tons of blue alerts appear. Level up, all stats increased, plus bonus stats for clearing a tough gate. Suho exhales, savoring the powerful rush of newly boosted abilities. Suho eyes the knight's remains, bummed there's no actual blood or shadow to drain. His vampiric and shadow powers get nothing from ghosts. Still, he's satisfied with his triumph. He picks up the fallen sword, admiring its shine in the sunlight. No extra power to leech, but grabbing it was his main goal. His gaze hints it's vital. A system notice shows, Nameless Swordsman's Nameless Sword Grade F. It's an old blade, but Suho's reflection glimmers on its steel, implying hidden promise beyond that pitiful rating. Suho tests the sword's heft, then tosses it over his shoulder. A subtle energy ripple suggests secret power within. He suspects it might evolve for a worthy wielder. Light swirls around Suho. A new prompt says, activating the understanding of the sword. Blue spirals climb skyward as he shuts his eyes, welcoming ancient insights into his mind. 2 notices flash. Nameless Sword Soul merges and Guardian Sword updated. As the glow fades, Suho opens his eyes, feeling his technique evolve thanks to the knight's legacy. A last blue alert reveals Guardian Sword S+, with infinite growth and synergy from the Nameless Sword. Suho grins softly, muttering his sword journey is just beginning. Beyond those walls, the Nameless Sword Gate's exterior looks deceptively peaceful under a bright sky. Meanwhile, spectators stand ready, clueless that Suho already finished his epic battle inside. In a small control station, Major Kim, Young, and Jo watch monitors stuck on a silent forest feed. Jo notes how eerily quiet it is, missing Suho's hidden fight. Young chuckles nervously, suggesting Suho needs more time for that brutal monster. Joe checks his watch, just 30 minutes gone. They've no clue Suho's basically done already. Major Kim shrugs and goes for a patrol. Joe and Jung urge him on, hoping it calms nerves. None realize the monitors are about to blow up with news. Kim is just stepping outside when Joe yells, "Wait." His eyes are huge, spotting something abrupt on the displays. Kim freezes mid-step, wondering why Joe's freaking out. Jung asks what's up, and Joe stumbles over his words, pointing to shifting gate data. They both realize something major just changed inside, catching them totally off guard. On-screen, Suho appears with a swirling portal behind him, plus the words "Gate conquered." Everyone is stunned. A mere half-hour passed, and he beat a notoriously deadly gate. The massive doors grown apart, and Suho strolls out into daylight. A nearby guard gawks at his unscathed form. The sunshine frames Suho's cool composure, proof of his triumph. Jung and Joe eagerly shout "Suho" and "Pro on." He arches an eyebrow at the new title, slightly amused. Though tired, he offers them a small grin in return. Joe and Jung sprint to Suho, faces lit with relief and excitement. Joe's camera is rolling non-stop for this record-breaking moment. Jung attempts calm but can't hide his glee. Joe yells that Suho beat a sealed gate in under an hour, practically unheard of. The camera keeps flashing. Suho chuckles, telling them to relax, yet he gets their shock. Shaken, Jung recalls the nameless sword gate once took over 200 lives. He inspects Suho for injuries. Finding none, relief and amazement flood him at Suho's serene state. Suho flashes a calm smile, insisting he's fine. He brushes off the gate's difficulty as routine. His understated poise proves this victory is real, not just talk. He tilts his head, claiming it felt like nothing. They all stare, bewildered that a lethal gate was so casually dismissed. The room's mood flips from worry to disbelief. Major Kim is in disbelief, echoing Suho's words. "It was easy." Suho nods. The Major's eyes widen, grappling with how rumors of extreme danger contrast Suho's effortless triumph. His disbelief grows. Kim wonders aloud how a gate with countless fatalities could be easy. Sweat beads on his brow as he struggles with Suho's calm, unshaken attitude. Seeing Joe and Jung hover around Suho, Kim questions who Suho truly is. A soft radiance seems to emanate from him, emphasizing the mystery behind his remarkable presence. Suho casually proposes they celebrate this gate clear with a photo. A soldier stands rigid, unsure if he should pose. Suho's relaxed vibe is jarringly light after such peril. Jung jokes they need official pics for the public office. Kim hesitates, casual group photos aren't standard. Still, Suho's vibe calms them. They snap a shot, immortalizing Suho's solo conquest. Under a bright sky, officials crowd around on Suho by tall steel walls. They want a group photo proving he conquered the nameless sword gate. They check the laptop, admiring a fresh group shot. Suho stands proudly with association staff and Major Kim. It's proof he truly cleared that lethal gate. In a room, Suho introduces B Dong-hyuk from Nexus Guild to Jo Jin-hwi, PBS reporter who took the photos. B realizes these snapshots are authentic. Joe shows off his press badge, calling himself Suho's exclusive reporter. The mood brightens, and everyone senses Suho's rapid ascent to fame has only begun. B Dong-hyuk waves off Joe's business card, saying he never doubted the pictures. Joe looks awkward, but B wants to skip pleasantries and hear Suho's gate-clearing story. B moves in, demanding every detail of Suho's lightning-fast victory over that deadly gate. Two suited colleagues hover, both suspicious and intrigued by Suho's incredible claim. Suho in casual black stares back. B wants every detail, how he got permission, how he survived, and how he finished quickly. Joe listens eagerly. They study the laptop photo of the infamous gate where countless hunters fell. B grills Suho on how he gained entry and won so fast, pushing hard. Suho explains he secured a ticket directly from the association president. B is stunned, realizing Suho truly tackled one of the most dangerous gates alive. When pressed, Suho casually says, "I went in and won." B's eyes fill with disbelief, questioning how anyone could pull off such a feat. B massages his temple, clearly overwhelmed. Suho repeats it's all true, no fluff. Jo Jin-hwi confirms it, having personally witnessed Suho's truly astonishing skills firsthand. Finally convinced, B suggests a contract. Suho's prowess seems undeniable, and Nexus Guild wants him. This agreement might rewrite the future for everyone involved. Suho grins, agreeing but demands two big conditions. He flashes two fingers, hinting at personal goals. B senses Suho won't be a typical recruit. Backdrop shift showing cityscapes in the association building. Suho's first condition, total guild support. Second, if he passes the civil service exam, he can leave anytime. Bold move. Suho clarifies many guilds begged for him, but he chose one respecting his unusual ambitions. B listens intently, realizing this partnership might be extremely invaluable. Suho confirms he'll train under any guild that supports his public service goal. B looks shocked but intrigued, figuring a rising star like Suho could quickly elevate Nexus's reputation. B bursts into laughter, ordering his secretary to bring the contract. Suho's victory over the nameless sword gate convinced him to sign immediately, no more hesitations. B stomps excitedly, admitting Suho's instant proof shut down all doubts. That unstoppable gate conquest changed everything. He's now fully on board with this unstoppable new recruit. B extends his hand, warning Suho about future missions. Tough gates and internal politics await, but B's excited eyes gleaming at Suho's truly fearless potential. Suho clasps B's hand, sparks practically flying. He vows to tackle any guild task, sealing their agreement. A new era dawns for Suho and Nexus. Evening settles over busy streets. Car horns blare while the sky glows orange and purple. Suho and Joe Jin-HWI head home, buzzing from their new contract triumph. In Joe's car, Suho offers to drive, grateful for Joe's help all day. It's a friendly gesture after an intense round of guild meetings. Joe declines, joking he's Suho's manager. Suho raises an eyebrow, reminding him he's a PBS reporter. Joe just shrugs, happily wearing his multiple hats. Driving under the city lights, Joe explains he gets exclusive stories from Suho, so he'll act like a manager. Their banter shows a growing friendship, forged through adventures. Stuck in traffic, Joe brags about his comfy new sedan. Suho's surprised he bought another car. Joe calls him on pro, hinting at unexpected wealth connections. Joe teases Suho for skipping work. Suho counters that he needed time for exclusive coverage. They laugh, revealing how laid-back Joe is about ditching his reporting gig for Suho. Joe mentions new articles about Suho are out, advising him not to stress any backlash. Their lighthearted mood shows they're very confident and excited. Joe admits he planned to manage Suho's errands. Relaxing in the seat, Suho gets used to being called on pro. City lights accent their new friendly vibe. Flashback right after Suho's gate victory, Joe collapses in snow, begging Suho to withhold some details for future teasers. Exhausted Suho just nods, trusting Joe's instincts. In the car now, Suho says he's fine with Joe's reporting strategy. Joe grows serious, calling him Mr. On Pro before asking a question that's clearly been nagging him. Joe hesitates, then asks how Suho was really sure he could survive the deadly nameless sword gate. The question hits the deep core mystery. Suho explains a hidden pattern inside the gate. Once he spotted it, the boss was toast. Joe listens, eyes wide, truly amazed by Suho's foresight. Suho recalls facing a bloodstained knight called the Sword King, who demanded a pure sword duel. That harsh challenge seriously sharpened Suho's blade skills like never before. Back to reality, Suho flashes a V-sign, bragging he surpassed even the Sword King. He grins confidently, though the memory of that brutal fight still slightly lingers underneath. Joe is stunned. Suho insists technique can top raw strength. Joe struggles to believe he dueled a guy titled King, but Suho still seems totally unfazed. Suho quietly explains he's devoted his life to swordsmanship. City lights glint vividly in his eyes, subtly highlighting his double existence, normal on the surface, legendary in battle. Joe recalls the Sword King's grim rumor of killing 200 fighters. He wonders if Suho truly knew that. Yet, it seems even that knowledge never shook Suho's confidence. Suho explains the Sword King mirrors an opponent's power, relying solely on technique. A flash of a truly crackling sword hints at a fierce, magic-free duel. Joe asks if Suho possesses a specialized swordsmanship skill. Suho reveals an S-rank creation-type ability, hidden from normal status checks. Joe is stunned by this secret weapon. The car swerves as Joe processes this bombshell. Suho's S-rank skill is completely invisible to official tests, really implying he's far beyond ordinary hunters. Joe slams the brakes, nearly launching forward. Suho looks over in alarm, unsure if the sudden stop stems from pure shock, traffic, or both. Joe recovers, shouting utter disbelief about Suho's S-rank swordsmanship. He's practically speechless, wondering how Suho kept such insane power under tight wraps for so long. Suho says he only got it recently, shrugging off Joe's dramatic reaction. Joe flares with comical fury, while Suho just smirks slightly at his over-the-top response. Once calm, Joe suggests releasing Suho's story in stages, keeping public interest high. He switches to reporter mode, offering to handle any questions. Tension finally eases. Joe jokes Suho's feats make him a crazed promoter. Suho laughs, warning Joe not to overdo it. Both men share relieved, satisfied smiles. The car glides through the city as Joe apologizes for ever doubting Suho. Suho waves it off, grateful that Joe broke his Sealgate success story. Night blankets the sky. Joe checks Suho's schedule, who declares he's ready to crash after non-stop action. Joe offers a final lift, urging Suho to rest for tomorrow's chaos. They arrive at Suho's towering apartment complex, glowing in the dark. Suho steps out, relief washing over him after a chaotic day, anticipating what adventures come next. Inside, Suho notices he's oddly energized, crediting a recent stat boost. He casually towels his hair, truly amazed he isn't drained after so many intense events. He summons his status window, bathing the room in a soft blue glow. Suho murmurs, "Let's check," obviously eager to see how his stats have dramatically improved post-gate. Turns out he's gained 7 bonus points. Suho contemplates using them for something very special, cryptically noting it's time to upgrade that ability soon. A possible unified trait requires matching certain stats. Strength, stamina, magic, and sensitivity are all boosted. Suho realizes everything must line up perfectly for this powerful new feature. The system warns him, raise weaker stats to the highest rank, then keep 1 bonus point. Suho zeroes in on magic, challenging but hoping to meet each requirement. He succeeds, and a message proclaims all stats now reach red rank. Suho beams, thrilled that he fulfilled this difficult condition perfectly at last. Another prompt confirms the unified trait is unlocked, merging each stat at rank 14. Suho marvels at this synergy, anticipating major upgrades in future battles. Overjoyed, Suho shouts, "I got the trait," practically dancing around. All his calculated planning and brutal gate fights led him to this peak moment. Flashback, Suho in a neat suit admits he never knew unified trait existed. He looks relieved yet slightly embarrassed at missing such a powerful hidden mechanic. Back in the present, Suho rechecks his glowing status window, really noting that it's surprisingly simple once you know how. Sometimes big secrets lurk behind minor details. Suho allows himself a mischievous grin, clearly enjoying this power spike. He even chuckles softly, a private joke about how strong he's become. He flops onto the bed with a satisfied sigh, vowing to handle this new trait responsibly. Exhaustion fades, replaced by quiet confidence in all tomorrow's battles. Suddenly, his phone rings. Suho glances over, wondering who's calling this late. The device's glow illuminates his relaxed face, curiosity piqued, tension quietly rising. He sees it's Gu Yon Hwa, someone he hasn't spoken to in a while. Suho wonders why she's reaching out tonight after such a hectic day. Suho answers cheerfully, teasing she caught him in high spirits. It feels like reconnecting with a trusted old ally after huge recent accomplishments. Gu Yon Hwa's voice is half teasing, half formal. She really mentions seeing his news. Suho tells her to drop the stiff talk but wonders what she truly wants to discuss. Suho notes the article got published quickly, asks about online reactions, then suggests meeting. Gu Yon Hwa, flustered, agrees but still calls him sir, mixing formality and sarcasm. Split-screen moment, Suho lounges in bed while Gu Yon Hwa stands elsewhere, bristling at his relaxed tone. They're clearly on different wavelengths, her seriousness clashing with his laid-back approach. In a comical style, Gu Yon Hwa threatens to drop everything if Suho won't commit. She's obviously hoping he'll accept, though her prideful posture says otherwise. Tension simmers beneath. Returning to a realistic view, she demands Suho's next move. He holds her fate in his answer. The night air feels heavy, as though their futures hinge on this. Suho coolly says he'll decide tomorrow, telling Gu Yon Hwa to meet him at Nexus Academy by 1 p.m. He's calm, but scheduling might be really tricky. Gu Yon Hwa frets about day jobs and lectures. An illustration shows 3 busy figures. Gathering the team at midday isn't simple, but Suho teases them anyway. Suho jokes maybe it's not urgent if they can't meet. He's testing Gu Yon Hwa's resolve. She grows flustered, realizing he's pushing them to act seriously and swiftly. Suddenly, Suho changes tune, loudly agreeing to meet at 1 p.m. His over-the-top shout breaks the tension. Everyone breathes easier, comedic drama effectively resolved. Next morning, Suho ends a call with a sly grin, telling Gu Yon Hwa he'll see her soon. He's amused by their lightly comedic back and forth. Sunlight bathes Nexus Academy, its grand architecture shining. Suho arrives, eyeing the massive emblem overhead. He's ready for whatever meeting awaits under this clear, promising sky. In a hallway, Gu Yon Hwa insists she didn't take time off just for him. Arms crossed, cheeks pink, she denies caring too much. Overhead shot, Suho sits casually on a bench while Gu Yon Hwa and 2 teammates stand, bristling. She snaps, "Who asked?" Suho smirks, clearly amused by her reaction. In a private corner, Gu Yon Hwa demands to know why Suho summoned them. Perched on a ledge, Suho hints there's critical news. She stares, arms folded, awaiting his explanation. Facing the full team, Suho declares he'll explain immediately. Gu Yon Hwa and her 2 partners stand at attention, braced for Suho's plan. Tension hangs, waiting for big revelations. Suddenly, darkness envelops the scene. On Suho's eyes gleam red as he threatens to kill them today. His deadly aura completely contradicts the usual academy calm.
Inside an office, Gu Yon Hwa and her 3 male teammates look completely stunned. They stare forward, clearly surprised and tense after an unexpected event just occurred. Suho slides a tablet over. Gu Yon Hwa eyes it warily, asking if it's some scary contract where they have to sign away their bodies or something dramatic. Reading the tablet, Gu Yon Hwa realizes it just asks for their skills. Confused, she asks why Suho needs their personal info, her teammates equally puzzled beside her. Suho stands before the 4 trainees in a locker room. He explains his future plans for a special division require trustworthy agents, or shadows, to act outside. Focusing his intense gaze, Suho asks if they seriously thought he would choose just anyone to be his trusted quote shadows for such vital, secretive work. Suho lays out his plan, intense training covering basics to advanced power usage. He tells the 4 to fill out the info honestly, assuring them it's private. Gu Yon Hwa considers the tablet. Suho reminds them this alliance needs trust, mentioning he's already shared secrets. The team thinks hard about this serious proposal. The scene changes to a vast, empty Nexus Academy training room. Rows of sleek, high-tech blue pods line the wall under bright, sterile lighting. Suho stands coolly beside a control panel for the training pods. With a confident smirk, he announces it's officially time for their training to commence. Suho presents a sleek, unmarked black pass card, holding it up for the trainees to see clearly. This card signifies special access. He explains this valuable black card grants free, unlimited access to all facilities within the entire Nexus complex, a major perk for them. A quick flashback shows Suho in a suit talking with manager Kim Sue. She confirms his S-rank room ensures privacy and mentions getting guest passes ready. Back in the present, Suho pauses thoughtfully, stylus in hand. He recalls he needs to meet Kang Dae-han. Having forgotten amidst his own recent intense activities, Suho remembers instructing Kang Dae-han to meet him here in the training room. He expects the young hunter should arrive sometime soon during the session. Suho directs the team towards the pods. Their 4 silhouettes are visible inside the machines, lying down as they prepare for the virtual immersion training session. Bright blue light flashes from the pods, accompanied by digital interface sounds. The 4 trainees are plugged into the system, beginning their virtual experience. Suddenly, their senses are transported. They find themselves in a breathtaking virtual world, the misty, sunlit mountain range of Kunlun, complete with a faint rainbow. In the virtual Kunlun, Suho faces the 4 trainees, who are now wearing practical black training outfits. He welcomes them to their challenging new practice area. The team looks around the impressive mountain landscape. Suho notes their lower levels are perfect for his custom training plan. Gu Yanhua asks what they'll be doing. Suho gets serious, confirming it's combat training. He challenges the 4, questioning if their current skills are nearly enough to evade the skilled Special Division members. Gu Yanhua looks defiant, insisting careful planning can easily fool the Special Division. Her 3 teammates stand solidly behind her confident declaration. Suho chuckles, reminding Gu Yanhua with amusement that he caught them easily. He notes perfect plans are rare, especially with unpredictable superpowers involved. She looks quite annoyed. Suho's tone shifts to earnest encouragement. He tells the 4 trainees the real goal isn't just self-protection, but gaining the strength to protect their allies too. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Suho signals the beginning. The air crackles with anticipation. The first test or training round is about to start. Glowing blue energy swords appear before the 4 trainees. Suho explains their first goal: master basic weapon skills and, crucially, overcome their human fear in battle. Gu Yanhua materializes a sword, looking puzzled. She asks Suho why he specifically chose swords. He replies cryptically, asking if she knows his recent nickname. A tiny, cute Gu Yanhua thought bubble guesses, the sword god? Suho confirms with a confident hand gesture amidst digital sparks, saying that's the one. Suho leans on a large energy sword. Gu Yanhua asks if he, a swordmaster, plans to learn other weapons. He corrects her, they need to improve. Magic is prohibited here. The 4 trainees look tense, but determined, sweat visible. Suho issues their first serious challenge. They must try their absolute best to defeat him in combat. Suho smoothly draws his own gleaming sword, settling into a ready stance. He looks towards the 4 distant trainees and announces the fight begins now. Start! Suho commands, immediately dashing forward. The 4 trainees brace themselves, raising their energy swords to meet his incredibly fast opening charge on the rocky terrain. From Suho's perspective, the 4 trainees launch their attack together. Arcs of blue energy from their swords swing slice through the air towards him simultaneously. With blinding speed, Suho instantly cuts down the 3 male trainees. Gu Yanhua cries out, shocked to see her teammates killed so quickly in the simulation. As he defeats the 3 teammates, Suho coolly asks if they really thought they had time to be surprised mid-battle, emphasizing their fatal slowness. Before Gu Yanhua can even react, Suho flashes past her like a blur. His incredible speed and agility completely overwhelm her defenses in the virtual space. The 3 defeated male trainees begin to digitally reform, their bodies glitching as they respawn. They express their frustration from the swift, simulated defeat. Suho calmly observes the 4 trainees sprawled on the ground. He notes that having faced, quote, death once, at least they aren't completely frozen with fear this time. Despite the harsh defeat, all 4 trainees determinedly push themselves back to their feet. Swords ready, they look bruised but resolute, prepared for another round. Suho watches their resilience with a slight smirk. Seemingly pleased, he nods slightly in acknowledgement of their refusal to give up, saying, it's not bad. From Suho's viewpoint, the 4 trainees stand ready again. He gives them a brief warning, announcing that he is coming at them again immediately. Suho leaps powerfully. 2 male trainees cross their swords, barely managing to block his heavy downward strike, causing a bright explosion of blue energy on impact. Gu Yanhua tries a sneak attack on a teammate, but he blocks instantly. Suho mockingly asks if she thinks revenge will be that easy. The teammate looks annoyed. Suho delivers a swift kick, sending another male trainee stumbling. He taunts the trainee about being slower than even his grandmother, adding insult to injury. Suho strikes the same trainee again, criticizing his clumsy movements. He jokes the trainee moves less like a delivery worker and more like an old man. The teacher-trainee lunges, but Suho dodges easily. Suho critiques his slowness, asking how he'll teach students if he can't even dodge basic attacks. Flustered, the teacher claims he meant to take the hit. Suho, now behind him, dryly remarks his excuses sound just like a middle school. Gripping his sword tightly, the teacher-trainee glares, completely embarrassed and angered by the taunts. He mutters determinedly about needing to shut Suho's mouth. Provoked by the relentless attacks and taunts, the 4 trainees charge together in a final, furious assault, yelling fiercely. Suho observes, thinking this anger is necessary progress. Suho meets their charge by slamming his sword down, creating a powerful shockwave. The energy blast stops the 4 trainees in their tracks momentarily. Gu Yeonhwa and a teammate look startled by the display of power. Suho clarifies being his shadows involves more than just quiet intel gathering. The other 2 trainees also seem surprised. Suho states his high expectations. They must become strong enough to clear gates independently in his place if needed. Standing confidently, sword planted, Suho looks down at the trainees. He declares there's no secret trick or easy shortcut to becoming a true, capable warrior. Suho explains the harsh reality with an intense look. True warriors are forged only by being pushed to their absolute limit, facing death itself. Intense flashes of action and impact effects fill the screen. This symbolizes the brutal, relentless virtual training continuing against Suho or his clone. The rocky virtual ground is heavily cracked and scarred. The sounds of exertion and pained breathing indicate the extreme physical toll of the training session. The 4 trainees are shown completely exhausted, panting and leaning on their swords. They've endured the harsh regimen, but refuse to stay down. Suho surveys the scene, blue digital effects fading. He comments he'd enjoy watching them train more, but has other important matters awaiting him now. A small cartoon, Suho, explains this session ends automatically later. Keep training hard. The real trainees look confused, asking why he's leaving so suddenly. Suho reassures the concerned trainees not to worry. A glowing blue energy clone, possessing his exact abilities, will appear to continue sparring with them. The newly formed blue energy clone looks just as arrogant as Suho. It immediately taunts the exhausted trainees, calling them trash and urging them to attack. Utterly indignant, the 4 trainees glare at the infuriating clone, radiating anger. They desperately want to land just one single hit on their tormentor. Back in the real world, Suho smoothly exits the high-tech blue training pod inside the Nexus Academy facility, the virtual session now left to his clone. Standing beside the pods, Suho stretches casual. He mutters to himself that the intense virtual session should be sufficient training for the Banshees, his team nickname. Suho answers his phone politely. Director. Kim Sue confirms the news article about his Nexus admission is officially published, just as they discussed earlier. Suho confirms Jo Jinwei published it. Sue verifies Jo got the exclusive. Suho immediately suggests a follow-up report, surprising Sue with the timing. Suho predicts incoming public criticism. He explains to Sue that joining a private guild contradicts his earlier government hunter dream, expecting online backlash. Kim Sue calmly reassures Suho over the phone from her office. She advises him not to worry, as their planned strategy should handle the negative reaction. Suho clarifies he hasn't announced taking the civil service exam yet and won't soon. He ends the call for another, promising details later. Suho quickly answers the next call. Yes, on pro. It's reporter Jo Jinhui on the line, likely calling about the recent news release. Jo Jinhui sounds excited from his office. He asks Suho what's up, confirming he saw the Nexus admission article just went live. Suho smiles strategically, telling Jo it's time to make their next move now public attention is high. He instructs Jo to prepare a follow-up report immediately, titled The Second Sealed Gate. Suho reveals decisively. He announces his bold next challenge, taking on the infamous Swamp of Despair Gate. Online news explodes over Suho clearing Nameless Sword. Comments debate his power, Sword God, and question his joining Nexus after wanting to be a government hunter. A new article. On Suho joins Major Guild Nexus. The comments turn nasty, mocking him for choosing money and calling him arrogant. Then, another article drops. Breaking news. Suho is immediately solo challenging another sealed gate, the Swamp of Despair. Public opinion flips instantly, defending him and hailing the Sword God. A phone screen shows comments flooding in. Fans repeatedly call Suho a god, praising his insane but amazing feats. even joking about buying anything he sells. Suho reads the comments on his phone with a satisfied smirk. The public's volatile reaction is proceeding exactly according to his calculated plan. Just then, a drained-looking team leader Jung Chulman slumps into the office. Suho looks up from his phone and greets the overworked official. Suho asks Chulman if the Swamp of Despair entry permit is approved. Chulman sighs, rubbing his temples, admitting he was just getting scolded about that. A flashback shows Association President Jang Kyung-won furiously yelling at Chulman to approve Suho's request immediately. Suho thanks Chulman for handling the pressure. Chulman leans in, asking Suho about the talks between Nexus and President Jang. Suho keeps details private, but confirms the core agreements are likely included. Walking through the office, Suho seriously tells Chulman he still plans to take the civil service exam. He stresses this is a secret just for him. Chulman makes a funny face, zipping his lips shut and giving a thumbs up to promise secrecy. Suho chuckles, then says it's time to clear the gate. An aerial view shows Yeongjong Island, Incheon. This coastal city is identified as the location of the dangerous S-rank sealed gate, the Swamp of Despair. Suho stands alone before the swirling purple energy of the gate portal. Behind him, Jo-jin Hui aims his camera, ready to document this historic entry. Inside a control room, the Nexus PR leader watches Suho's feed nervously. He worries aloud about the gate's deadly reputation, questioning if Suho can survive. Jo-jin Hui tells the PR leader he worries too much and suggests a fun bet on the outcome. The PR leader seems intrigued by the idea. Joe confidently flashes a wide grin. He declares his wager, a hefty 1 million won, betting that Suho will successfully clear the gate. The PR leader nervously agrees, saying while he hopes Suho wins, he'll bet 1 million on failure just for the bet. Suddenly, someone gasps nearby. Young Chulman stares at the monitors, utterly shocked. He shouts, pointing at the screen, asking everyone if the gate line is actually disappearing right now. Everyone spins towards the gate monitor. The purple energy signature is fading fast. A technician yells, "This means Suho has incredibly cleared the gate already." Joe grabs the PR leader, shaking him wildly, asking how long Suho was inside. 10 minutes? 20? Chulman frantically checks the timer, shouting, "It wasn't even 5 minutes." Suho calmly walks out of the fading gate portal, giving a casual wave, completely unharmed. The control room staff are utterly speechless at the impossible speed. A system notification confirms the timeline, approximately 5 minutes ago. It displays the Swamp of Despair's simple but misleading entry requirement. Anyone can enter, no limit. A quick flashback shows Suho's determined eyes just before entering the gate moments ago. The system notification simply read, "Entered the gate." Flashback inside. Suho stands at the bottom of endless crumbling stairs. He thinks about the gate's dread. No level limits, yet more deaths than Nameless Sword. No info exists. Suho's flashback thoughts continue. The secret? No monsters live here. Just climbing these endless glowing white stairs to the exit is the only requirement to clear. His thoughts clarify the twist. Each step is the real trial. These stairs are laced with terrifying, mind-affecting traps, designed to break the climber's spirit. Suho recalls the simple strategy: use S-rank mental protection. Without it, climbers drown in fear and despair the moment they step on, dying mentally. He remembers the grim consequence of failure here. Those who die mentally become stone statues lining the staircase, eternal monuments to their despair and fear. Suho thinks on the gate's name origin. Before the mechanics were known, it was called the Swamp of Despair, simply because nobody ever came back out. Suho smirks internally. Only after the first clear did the info change. The swamp described the feeling of the draining mental climb, not literal mud. Back to the flashback entry. Thinking none of this matters to him, Suho confidently steps onto the first stair. System stepped onto the staircase of despair. Suho momentarily staggers as the mental attack hits. His face darkens from the force. System message confirms. Deep despair descends upon you. But he instantly recovers, unaffected. He thinks about his trump card, a skill providing absolute immunity to all mental debuffs, like fear or despair. Standing tall amidst purple dragon energy, Suho smirks. System activating dragon blood. Mental corruption does not progress. His dragon blood makes him immune. The system messages flash again as Suho begins his calm, steady ascent up the glowing white stairs, completely protected from the mental assault. Suho walks easily past the grotesque statues of failed challenger. The system confirms his dragon armor's effect continues to block all mental corruption attempts. Another flashback shows Suho after acquiring dragon blood, S+. He realized then that this immunity would make the Swamp of Despair trivial for him. A screen details the S+ rank Dragon Blood skill, granting Dragon's Mind S immunity. Suho thinks this specific immunity is why he chose this gate second. Back in the gate, Suho stands high on the stairs, looking down the path lined with countless stone statues of those who failed before him. Observing his surroundings, Suho notices fewer statues the higher he climbs. This grimly indicates that very few challengers ever made it this far up. Looking at the tormented stone faces, Suho feels a somber truth. Even by clearing this gate, he knows he cannot truly save these trapped souls. Suho recalls the story of the first clearer, the ascetic, who tried to recover the statues, only for them to crumble instantly into dust upon touch. The ascetic left alone, unable to save anyone. Suho understands his own limited role here is different. He cannot save their bodies, but perhaps their souls. Near the top, Suho stops and bows respectfully to the statue. He quietly tells the trapped souls he will free them by clearing the gate. Reaching the exit, Suho is showered with system messages. MVP achieved, bonus express/stats, level up, special reward, more stat points. A huge haul. Suho looks up expectantly towards the system interface, a satisfied glint in his eyes. He calls for the final, most important reward item now. System, obtain the Ring of Emotions. An ornate S-rank ring appears. It allows seeing emotions as colors and storing/transferring positive white or negative black energy. This ring once belonged to the ascetic. He used it to help people suffering emotionally, but tragically, it was eventually stolen by villains long ago. Suho confidently fixes his jacket, thinking about his new ring. He vows that, unlike its previous owner, he won't let anyone take this artifact from him. He carefully places the glowing, patterned purple ring of emotions onto his finger. The artifact settles, ready for use as his new power-up. Suho recalls entering the gate, stepping onto the foreboding staircase of despair, remembering the system alert about its notorious mental challenges ahead. He remembers touching the stair, dark energy instantly grabbing his arm. The system warned him that deep despair was trying to corrupt his mind. Unfazed, Suho faced the attack. Notifications confirmed his Dragon Blood activated, and the Dragonkin armor effect completely blocked any mental corruption from taking hold. Kneeling amidst dark energy, Suho felt his new ring react. It targeted the strong, black despair emotion from the stairs and started absorbing it. Dark energy streams flowed intensely from the cursed stairs directly into the pulsing ring, like it was drinking up all the bad feelings. Suho observes the ring, now dark. It absorbed its maximum black energy, but he knew it wasn't enough to purify everything. It would have to do. His task partially done, Suho turns towards the swirling gate exit. Having freed the trapped souls, he decides it is finally time to leave. Outside, many reporters, including Jo Jin-hui, have gathered. Cameras flash brightly as they eagerly await the hunter's return from the dangerous gate. Suho steps out into a frenzy of flashing lights. Reporters shout his name excitedly, scrambling to get the best picture of the returning hero. Jo Jin-hui, Young Cholman, and a Nexus PR lead rush forward, their faces showing pure disbelief and excitement at Suho's swift reappearance. Jo and Cholman bombard Suho, asking how he cleared the S-rank gate in under 5 minutes. They declared it an unbelievable world record needing exclusive coverage. Suho suggests taking promotional photos first ever the PR strategist. Jo Jin-hui enthusiastically agrees, telling his associate to prepare the camera immediately. In an office, someone watches news of Suho exiting the Swamp of Despair, remarking it was even more dangerous than Nameless Sword. Another confirms it. Nexus CEO Bae Dong-hyuk looks stressed, finding it unbelievable. He mutters that clearing a sealed gate solo in 5 minutes just doesn't make any sense. Bae rubs his head. Thinking Suho surpasses all expectations, he tells his staff to gather data and await orders, wondering how to handle this. The office phone rings loudly, displaying an unknown number. The unexpected call startles the already bewildered CEO Bae Dong-hyuk, making him jump. Bae answers professionally, confirming his identity as the Nexus CEO. He cautiously asks the person on the other end of the line who is calling. A man wearing sunglasses speaks from the other end. He begins to introduce himself with a smooth, confident, and slightly imposing tone. The caller reveals himself as Jang Kyung-wan, president of the Hunters Association. He states he has something important to discuss and asks if Bae is free. Bae correctly assumes it's about Suho. He politely offers to visit the association, realizing Suho's feats leave Nexus little choice but to cooperate. Bae quickly suggests a dinner meeting instead. President Jang agrees to a meal, saying he'll wait for the arrangement. Bae taps his desk thoughtfully. After the call, Bae tells Chief Kim I-gang, who just entered, that his timing is perfect. He needs to contact Hunter on Suho right away. A white car pulls up to the curb for Suho. His friend, the reporter Jo Jin-hui, calls out that he has arrived for pickup. In the car, Suho asks if Joe is heading to the station. Joe confirms, saying the article is ready. He suggests a food tour later. Jo Jin-hui drives away, leaving Suho alone on the sidewalk. Suho stands before a large, traditional building complex set against the modern cityscape backdrop. Suho watches his friend leave, smiling slightly. He appreciates Jo Jin-hui's dedication and passion for reporting the truth about hunters and gates. He notices his ring glowing white now. Suho realizes the reporter's excitement and admiration must have filled it with positive energy after his gate clear. Suho walks towards the traditional building's entrance, the arranged meeting spot. Sunlight shines down as he blends in with other people walking nearby. Inside the elegant building, Suho, now wearing a smart suit, is met by a woman in formal traditional clothing, who will guide him further inside. The guide leads Suho down a corridor towards a private room. He sees several important-looking men already seated around a table filled with food. President Jang greets Suho warmly as Korea's protector, welcoming him after his journey. He invites Suho to sit beside CEO Bae Dong-hyuk. Suho sits next to CEO Bae, surveying the powerful figures present. He notes President Jang, Vice President Park Kyu-min, and one other significant person. He recognizes the smirking man as Pai Seong-gil, Special Unit Chief. Suho is inwardly surprised by this gathering of top brass, pondering its true purpose. President Jang congratulates Suho on clearing the difficult gates so quickly. He heaps praise, calling Suho a national treasure and the country's future hope. Vice President Park Kyu-min raises his cup first. He proposes a celebratory toast to Hunter on Suho's astounding success, and everyone quickly agrees. President Jang insists, Suho, the star, give the toast. Suho accepts calmly, holding his cup and preparing a simple toast for the powerful group. Suho toasts to everyone's collective success. Cups clink together merrily around the table as the assembled leaders all shout out, cheers, in unison. President Jang turns to CEO Bae, mentioning Suho praised him. He asks if it's true. Nexus gave Suho a contract without a fixed duration. CEO Bae confirms Suho is special. He explains Nexus wants to support Suho's future contributions to the nation, not hinder him with standard contracts. President Jang voices his approval, saying Bae's thinking aligns with the association's goals. Suho agrees, crediting Bae's consideration for the generous terms. Pi Seong-gil smoothly adds his support, excited about Suho potentially joining the association. He notes Suho's talent would elevate national security and prestige. Vice President Park enthusiastically announces the president plans to issue Suho a special letter of appreciation for his incredible recent achievement. Suho instantly grasps the letter's meaning, a guaranteed pass for the civil service exam, his secret goal. Outwardly, he expresses deep honor and gratitude. President Jang explains the letter was originally for the nameless Sword Clear. He marvels that Suho conquered another sealed gate even faster than anticipated. Suho gives a perfectly humble response, thanking the president for the gate permit and the opportunity. The officials praise his skill, looks, and humility. Pi Seong-gil leans in, his curiosity clear. He directly asks Suho the burning question, how exactly did he conquer the infamous Swamp of Despair? Pai emphasizes his curiosity as a fellow awakened. He states that since no one ever returned, details of the swamp's interior are completely unknown. Pai suggests sharing information would benefit the nation. Suho recognizes Pai's information-extracting specialty, recalling his similar curiosity from Suho's past life. A subtle smile plays on Suho's lips. He decides to be vague, preferring not to reveal his trump cards or specific abilities just yet. Suho explains the swamp only had stairs, no monsters. After assessing the first step's danger, he decided using, quote, tools to ascend was safer than stepping directly. He concludes that this unnamed method worked, allowing him to succeed. The president, vice president, and Pai listen intently, exchanging thoughtful looks. Pai notes most hunters use mental skills or items for such gates. He observes pointedly that Suho seems to have employed a much simpler approach. Suho casually brushes off the observation. He replies vaguely that he just kept his approach simple and maybe had a little bit of luck. President Jang changes topics, asking Suho's current level, mentioning he heard it was below 100. Suho answers directly that he is level 53. Pai looks surprised but intrigued by the low level. He immediately presses, suggesting Suho must have acquired a special trait to achieve such feats then. Suho feels the ring react as he adjusts his tie. He realizes grimly they see him as a tool, a hunting dog they want to utilize. Suho explains that although he's a healer, he focuses on swordsmanship. Consequently, he obtained the trait known as Path of the Sword. Pai finds Path of the Sword interesting for a healer, though not extraordinary overall. Suho anticipated this reaction, knowing Pai seeks rare abilities. Suho knows the special unit values unique traits, so his isn't impressive to them. He feels annoyed by their probing, seeing they view him only as a weapon. Pi Seonggil narrows his eyes slightly, carefully considering Suho's words and calculated answers, trying to gauge his true potential and useful. Suho shifts focus to CEO Bae, mentioning his swordsmanship focus but need for healing skills. He asks for support, reminding them of hunter dangers. CEO Bae warmly assures Suho of Nexus Guild's full support. He acknowledges the dangers hunters face and promises resources for his development. President Jung agrees, noting private guilds often offer better training. He expresses hope CEO Bae will provide significant help for Suho's growth. CEO Bae promises his best effort. President Jang highlights Suho's potential role as a communication bridge between the association and Nexus Guild. Vice President Park laughs, grabbing a liquor bottle. He declares it's his turn now to propose another round of celebratory toasts for everyone. Pi Seonggil raises his cup, smoothly adding Suho should remember him too. He offers his help as someone active in the field operation. Suho beams, saying he feels reassured by everyone's willingness to help him succeed. The president and vice president smile, pleased with his response. Suho clenches his fist, boldly declaring his ambition. He vows to clear not just sealed gates, but every gate in Korea for the nation. President Jang laughs heartily at Suho's ambition. He enthusiastically pours Suho another drink, encouraging the young hunter's impressive fighting spirit. Night falls over the traditional restaurant, the full moon shining brightly. The lengthy, strategic dinner meeting filled with politics finally concludes. Outside, CEO Bae gets into his car, bidding Suho and Pi Seonggil farewell. He tells them to take care and says he'll see them next time. Suho and Pai watch the car drive off into the night. The two men are now left alone together on the quiet sidewalk. Pai casually asks Suho if he smokes. Suho simply replies that no, he does not partake in smoking cigarettes himself. Pai lights a cigarette anyway, commenting that drinking often triggers his craving for one after a long meal and intense discussions like tonight's. Pai hands Suho his business card, explaining it's his direct line. He assures Suho he will always take his calls, unlike potentially ignoring others. While taking the card, Suho answers Pai's question about his residence. He explains he's using a hotel since his old place became too public. Pai complains about stalker-like fans clinging to the famous. Suho lightly suggests perhaps it's just the public's way of showing their affection. Pai scoffs at affection. Suho senses Pai's emotional aura turn murky via the ring, realizing Pai considers non-awakened people livestock and their affection meaningless. Suho recalls the dinner, realizing this disdain isn't limited to Pai. He suspects President Jang and VP Park also view ordinary citizens as inferior beings. Pai brings up the year-end Level 5 civil service exam. He asks pointedly if Suho knows it seems tailor-made for his guaranteed success. Suho meets Pai's gaze with a knowing smile. He calmly confirms that yes, he is fully aware of the situation regarding the exam. Pai seems intrigued by Suho's lack of false modesty. He remarks that he now sees a more calculating side to Suho beyond mere humility. Pai playfully suggests they start using senior/junior terms now since they'll be colleagues soon. Suho readily agrees, calling Pai senior with a smile. Pai laughs loudly, clearly enjoying the interaction. He declares he likes Suho's straightforward attitude, heartily calling him junior in return. Pai turns serious, stating he has something important to say. Suho politely encourages his senior to speak his mind freely. Pai makes his pitch. Suho should skip gate management upon joining and enter the elite special unit directly. Suho listens, expression carefully neutral. A subtle, calculating smile appears on Suho's face. He recognizes this as the moment he has been maneuvering towards throughout the evening. Suho thinks, with hidden satisfaction, he took the bait. Pi Seonggil fell right into his carefully laid conversational trap as planned. Suho internally confirms Pai's direct recruitment offer was the reason he stayed behind. Pai's personal approach showed his determination to secure Suho for his use. The ring of emotions glows faintly with white energy. Suho thinks strategically, go ahead and use me, preparing to leverage Pai's desire. Surrounded by faint white energy, Suho enthusiastically agrees to Pai's offer. He beams, stating he is perfectly fine with joining the special unit. Pai looks pleased. Suho affirms his choice, stating everyone knows the special unit is the core, the most vital part of the association. Pai praises Suho's visible ambition, unlike others. He likes ambitious people, but then asks curiously about Suho's known closeness with team leader Jeong. Suho confirms his friendship with Jeong, but insists he can build ties with Pai too. He slyly adds he especially wants to get closer to Pai. Suho explains it's best to be close to one's direct superior. He positions Pai as more relevant long-term than the distant president or temporary colleague Jeong. Pai laughs, complimenting Suho's advanced social skills for his age, joking it's like a second life. Suho slightly flinches, startled by the accurate guess. Suho thanks Pai for the compliment. He then expresses his eagerness, saying if possible, he would join immediately via special recruitment. Pai repeats, special recruitment, considering it. Suho knows the year-end exam makes it unnecessary, confirming Pai is acting based on emotion now. Suho understands the ring's effect is worded strongly. Pai's feeling has moved beyond mere liking towards the love the ascetic described. Suho reflects on the ring's power. The white effect has amplified Pai's positive feelings to love, temporarily tilting the situation greatly in Suho's favor. Suho reaffirms his goal is unchanged. He then mentions checking for special recruitment this year but finding none, feigning slight disappointment. Influenced Pai agrees. Special recruitment is rare, but hints he could arrange it. Impressed, Suho outwardly praises Pai, calling him an amazing senpai. Pai modestly says it depends on higher-ups, but he suggests citing a manpower shortage in the special unit could make it feasible. Pai's eyes narrow, his strategic mind still working. He explains that pushing an unscheduled recruitment requires a strong justification. Pai states they need proof Suho is essential to the unit. Suho asks if he means a gate assault, inwardly noting Pai's focus despite emotions. Pai clarifies gate assaults are secondary. The special unit focuses more intensely on another critical task, indicated by a swirling dark vortex image. Pai gives the main example, capturing awakened criminals. As Pai speaks, showing himself subduing one, Suho remembers the danger from his own past experiences. Suho acknowledges the special unit's investigative rights. Pai adds they hunt wanted criminals, now commonly referred to as dangerous villains. Pai knows Suho's skills but says villain hunting differs from Gates. He proposes Suho prove himself by capturing a famous villain this time. Pai suggests capturing a wanted criminal would impress the higher-ups, adding there's no pressure. Suho agrees, asking if Pai has a specific target. Pai says no specific target, just pick one from the wanted list. He reminds Suho that special recruitment usually happens within a month or two. Suho taps his wrist confidently. He promises Pai he will catch a villain soon and prove his worthiness for the special unit position. Walking to the car, Pai notes most rookies fear wanted criminals. He observes approvingly that Suho shows no hesitation or fear at the prospect. Getting into his car, Pai smiles knowingly at Suho. He bids farewell, saying he will be eagerly waiting for his dear junior. As Pai calls him junior, Suho internally contrasts it with Pai's past dismissive tone, flashing back to being called, "Hey, Blade Guy." Watching the car leave, Suho recalls Pai's old impersonal orders before he was famous. Go get the swordsman, comparing him to a mere butcher. Suho reflects on the swordsman nickname Pai used before Suho defeated the Sword King. Only after that major victory did Pai acknowledge his name. Suho muses that Pai's current friendly behavior stems directly from that past victory. It forced Pai to recognize Suho's power and potential value. Suho walks off, thinking the ring helped manipulate Pai. Pai's fast-track offer suits Suho's plan to use villains as stepping stones, so he'll play along. Time passes. The scene shifts to a bright, sunny day, showing typical apartment buildings under a clear sky, hinting at Suho's next important destination. Suho silently approaches an apartment building, his shadow near the door. He has arrived at the location where the villains are holding Seo Kiwon captive. Peeking inside, Suho sees a messy, smoke-filled room. He notes the awful smell, comparing it to a dirty animal den, showing the prisoner's terrible condition. Using mana detection, Suho confirms the villains are inside. Blue energy reveals their unaware forms lounging around. He knows he's found the exact hideout. Ready for action, Suho picks up a heavy brick outside. With a determined expression, he prepares to make a very disruptive and noisy entrance. Suho hurls the brick through the window. Inside, startled men react with shock. one getting hit. They yell out, wondering who is attacking them. Panic erupts. The thugs scramble inside, shouting about an intruder and urging each other to quickly go outside and catch the mysterious troublemaker now. 4 angry-looking thugs burst outside, ready for violence. Spotting Suho waiting calmly, their leader aggressively demands to know who he is. The blonde leader glares, questioning if Suho is crazy or drunk to cause such a scene. He looks extremely irritated by the sudden interruption. Suho replies with a cool, confident smile. He calmly assures the angry thug that he is perfectly sober and definitely not crazy at all. Getting serious, Suho asks directly if they are the thieves, using weird methods to steal electronic money. The pointed accusation clearly startles them. Suho presses further, asking if Mr. Seo Kiwon is inside. He reveals his knowledge that they are holding Kiwon captive, stunning the thugs. The thugs whisper nervously, wondering how Suho knows their secrets and if he's The leader decides they must silence him immediately now. Suho smirks, having overheard their pathetic plan with his sharp hearing. He openly taunts them, challenging the villains to even try catching him. Dark ghost shadow energy swirls around Suho's hand. He jokingly suggests that if they manage to catch him, he might even consider hiring them. Suho stands ready, dark energy tendrils swirling around him. He calmly awaits the thug's attack, looking completely confident and prepared for battle. Suho activates shadow binding and shadow bleed. Dark chains erupt from the ground, ensnaring one thug, Jiseong, causing instant pain and immobilization. Jiseong screams terribly from the painful shadow chains. The bald thug yells his friend's name in shock and alarm at the sudden, effective attack. Furious, the remaining thugs charge Suho together, shouting insults. Suho remains calm, observing their angry approach without showing any signs of fear. Suho effortlessly dodges their clumsy attacks with graceful, swift movements. He weaves between their punches and kicks like a highly skilled martial artist. The enraged leader leaps, swinging a metal pipe fiercely down at Suho's head. He screams murderously, determined to end Suho immediately. Suho raises his hand, letting the pipe seem to pierce his palm. Blood splatters, making the attacker think he landed a critical blow. The leader freezes in disbelief, stammering because Suho doesn't react as expected. He's shocked that his powerful attack seems completely ineffective. Close up on Suho's palm, the blood from the wound swirls like liquid magic. A system message announces the activation of blood weapon. Instantly healed, Suho forms the swirling blood into a solid, glowing red staff. He calmly faces the stunned thug, holding his newly created weapon. The leader collapses, coughing blood, utterly shocked by Suho's resilience and strange power. The failed attack apparently caused him severe internal damage. Suho looks down at the fallen thug, holding the blood staff. He states he won't kill him, but will use the staff for a beating. Another thug desperately throws a heavy speaker at Suho, yelling furiously. He hopes this heavy projectile attack will finally stop the powerful intruder. Suho smoothly swings his blood staff using the swordbind technique. He easily deflects the flying speaker, preparing to disable the rest swiftly. The remaining bald thug stares terrified at Suho's dripping blood weapon. Calling him insane, Suho stands ready, weapon poised, radiating cool, deadly confidence. The bald thug tries to flee, but Suho swiftly strikes his leg with the blood staff, stopping him. Suho asks where he thinks he's going. All 4 thugs now lie defeated and groaning on the ground. Suho sternly warns them to stay still unless they want more punishment. With the thugs subdued, Suho stands among them. A faint blue energy swirls briefly around his feet as he prepares to secure them properly. Suho steps out of a vanishing blue portal, having stored the thugs in his subspace house. Now, he can finally go find Seo Kiwon inside. Inside, Suho discovers a disgusting kitchen filled with trash and old food. This confirms the horrible, neglectful conditions Kiwon was forced to endure. Opening another door, Suho sees a figure slumped over a desk in darkness. He quietly confirms, "So you were here," having located Seo Kiwon. The captive is Seo Kiwon, famous as Meteor. He looks exhausted, bruised, with silver hair and stitches, clearly showing signs of long-term mistreatment. Kiwon stirs weakly as Suho approaches. His fingers twitch, and his eyes flutter open slightly, showing he is barely conscious but somewhat aware. Kiwon looks up blearily as Suho stands near the desk. He weakly greets him, mistakenly thinking Suho is one of his returning captors. Realizing his mistake, Kiwon scrambles back in sudden confusion and fear. Suho calmly greets the startled young man with a simple, non-threatening hello. Suho politely introduces himself as An Suho. He tries to calm the frightened Ki-won down after the initial shock of his unexpected appearance. Ki-won trembles, recognizing the famous name from the news. He asks why Suho is here and frantically wonders where his captors have gone. Suho recalls Ki-won's terrible story of capture. Seeing Ki-won's severe trembling from trauma, Suho knows he must calm him before they can talk. Suho gently touches Ki-won's shoulder, activating his ring of emotions. It senses extreme fear, visualized as dark, black energy seeping out from Ki-won. The ring rapidly absorbs the swirling dark energy from Ki-won's body. The system confirms it's absorbing the overwhelming negative emotion from the target. Ki-won instantly stops shaking, utterly astonished by the sudden calm. He stares at his hands, asking how it's possible. Suho asks if he's better. Suho explains it was just a helpful skill he used because Ki-won seemed extremely unstable. Ki-won looks up, still processing the sudden, welcome peace. Reality sets in, and Ki-won worries about his fate. He nervously asks Suho if he will now be arrested and sent to prison. Suho looks surprised, asking why Ki-won would go to prison. He gently reminds him everything he did was while held captive against his will. Ki-won realizes Suho's logic is sound. Suho smiles slightly, thinking Ki-won, the famed meteor, is surprisingly broken and guilt-ridden from his traumatic ordeal. Feeling calmer, Ki-won asks how Suho found him here. He notes, Suho isn't even officially part of the Daehoon Association yet, making it curious. Suho confirms he isn't with Daehoon yet. He gives a half-truth, claiming he used a special, secret foresight ability to locate Ki-won's whereabouts. Suho reveals he shared his secret because Ki-won is essential for the dangerous journey ahead. Ki-won sadly doubts his own usefulness. Feeling completely helpless, Suho firmly insists Ki-won is vital. He is the only person in the country with the unique cyber-type trait, possessing the power of digitization. The narration explains digitization, an ultra-rare cyber-type power allowing consciousness transfer into networks. Only 2 people in the world ever awakened this ability. One of those 2 was the future villain Overload, who recognized digitization's immense potential alongside Ki-won. This knowledge set the stage for world-altering conflict. Overload seized global network, declaring himself ruler. Society's dependence on the internet made him incredibly powerful. Only one person could stop him back then. That hero was Seo Karwan. In the original timeline, he sacrificed himself, defeating Overload, earning the title Meteor. This was his tragic destiny. Suho knows this history from Ki-won's autobiography. Looking at the current Ki-won, Suho vows to prevent Overload's rise and Ki-won's death this time around. Suho explains why he needs Ki-won. The world faces destruction from the Gatesin system, and Suho admits he cannot prevent this alone. Ki-won looks terrified and overwhelmed by the prophecy and Suho's heavy request. He clutches his arms, unsure how to face this daunting fate. Ki-won processes the dark future where someone like him becomes a villain. He recalls his earlier intense desperation just to escape his terrible captivity. As the ring absorbs more dark emotion, Ki-won stammers, completely overwhelmed and hesitant about joining Suho's seemingly impossible mission against destiny. A new resolve emerges in Ki-won. Leaving isn't just escape. It's a chance to help On Suho, the person who rescued him. And more importantly, Ki-won clenches his fist, determined now. Knowing Overload shares his power, he realizes the potential for disaster and feels he must stop its misuse. Ki-won looks up, resolute. He agrees to join Suho's cause, admitting his uncertainty but willing to help prevent the catastrophic future Suho described. Suho smiles faintly, recognizing Ki-won's selfless spirit, just like his autobiography described. Even after terrible suffering, Ki-won chooses to help protect others. Suho thanks Ki-won for accepting and suggests they eat first. Ki-won looks down worriedly, admitting he has absolutely no money after being captive. Suho reassures him, saying he'll cover the cost. He kindly gives Ki-won sandals, prompting Ki-won to wonder how Suho even has these prepared. Suho cheekily credits his foresight power again. He looks at Ki-won with genuine sympathy, acknowledging the tremendous suffering the young man has recently endured. Overwhelmed by Suho's simple kindness and deep understanding, Ki-won's eyes well up with tears. This compassion means everything after his long ordeal. Ki-won bows deeply, overcome with gratitude, sincerely thanking Suho for the rescue and compassion. Suho calmly lets him compose himself after the emotional. Later, at a clean restaurant table, Ki-won devours a steaming bowl of food. Having been starved by his captors, he finally gets proper nourishment. Ki-won apologizes for eating like a pig, explaining his long starvation. Suho encourages him, genuinely happy to see him eating well after everything. Feeling better, Ki-won thanks Suho again and asks a question. Suho agrees, reminding him they're a team and can speak casually now. Kiwon respectfully calls Suho Hyung due to orphanage habits. He asks why Suho specifically targets Daehoon, the restrictive government hunter associate. Kiwon wonders if creating his own guild or joining a large private one wouldn't be better, noting Daehoon likely has many inconvenient rules. Suho explains government authority ultimately surpasses any guild. He needs Daehoon's official power structure to minimize damage while preventing future world destruction effectively. Kiwon understands Suho's strategic reasoning for choosing Daehoon. Suho puts down his spoon, preparing to make an important vow to his new ally. Suho looks Kiwon directly in the eye and makes a solemn promise. Once officially in Daehoon, he will personally protect Kiwon from ever suffering again. Deeply moved by the sincere vow, Kiwon accepts gratefully, placing his trust entirely in his new Hyung and their shared important future mission. Suho stands, ready to lead. He tells Kiwon it's time to deal with his past trauma directly now, leaving Kiwon understandably confused. Putting his jacket on, Suho reveals he knows the thugs were from Kiwon's orphanage. He declares it is time to teach them a lesson. Kiwon is utterly baffled by Suho's sudden declaration and mysterious plan, surrounded by question marks, having absolutely no idea what will happen next. Back in the alley, the beaten thugs desperately plead with Kiwon for mercy. This shows Kiwon is now actively confronting his former tormentor. Kiwon coldly tells the pleading thug to be quiet. He shows a hardened resolve, taking charge of confronting his past abusers face to face. The leader cries out he was wrong. Kiwon calmly tells Suho the thugs can be healed again, implying this isn't the first round of beating. Suho casually asks Kiwon which round of beating and subsequent healing they are currently on, treating the violent therapy with unsettling, calculated normalcy. With a cheerful yet chilling grin, Kiwon announces it's the 7th time. Suho notes the special unit arrives soon, so they should finish up. Suho heals a thug, reflecting inwardly. This confrontation helps Kiwon process past trauma, something his autobiography indicated was deeply needed for his recovery. Later, Kiwon stands composed in the alley as a dark car arrives. The brutal therapy session seems concluded, awaiting the authorities' arrival now. P. Seong-gil steps out, sharply dressed in a suit. He casually greets Suho as Junior, reinforcing their previously established, albeit fake, senior/junior dynamic. Pai smirks slightly, asking Suho if he handled capturing these villains all by himself, assessing the scene and Suho's independent operational capability. Suho politely greets Pai as Senpai, thanking him for coming personal. Pai dismisses it, falsely claiming they're close now. Suho internally disagrees strongly. Pai glances at the subdued thugs nearby, asking if these are the thieves Suho was assigned to capture. Suho simply confirms they are indeed. Pai notices the thugs look physically healed now. Suho explains there was some friction, so he healed them just in case, downplaying the earlier violence. Pai laughs loudly, calling Suho wild and his methods surprisingly fiery. He praises the violent takedown, despite Suho trying to obscure the details. Pai clarifies its praise, explaining the special unit's methods. Beat villains near death, then heal them, conveniently erasing evidence of excessive force. Pai puts his foot on the leader's head, showing disdain for human rights talks. Suho recognizes this ruthless attitude typical of the special unit. Pai turns his attention to Kiwon, confirming he's the kid whose power was exploited by these thugs. He expresses keen interest in the rare cyber-type trait. Pai observes Kiwon intently, with a sharp, calculating gaze. He is clearly evaluating the boy and the potential power and danger of his unique ability. Deciding Kiwon is potentially dangerous, P declares he will personally take custody. A tense red aura surrounds him, asserting his authority over Kiwon's fate. Special Unit Chief Pai Seong-gil eyed Seo Kiwon, ominously suggesting Kiwon's dangerous ability needed his personal, separate attention, making everyone a bit nervous. Suho stepped up, calmly asking Senior Pai if that was truly needed, pointing out that poor Mr. Seo Kiwon was clearly just a victim here. Suho presented a file, explaining Kiwon was kidnapped by old orphanage mates right after his digitization trait awakened, and these were their tearful confessions. Pai Seong-gil, looking skeptical, took the file and wondered aloud if this fancy digitization thing was even useful inside those dangerous gates. Suho, seeing Pai's real interest, clarified that digitization was a cyber-type trait, totally useless in gates, but pretty handy for online security stuff. Suho further explained Kiwon wasn't suited for combat or support roles in gates, so the team probably wouldn't need him for dangerous missions anyway. Suho earnestly requested that, whatever happened, Seo Kiwon shouldn't face any punishment, while Kiwon looked on with hopeful, slightly terrified eyes. Lee Seong-gil smirked, teasing that Junior An had apparently grown a soft spot for the victim, though he privately admitted the kid sounded pitiful. Lee Seong-gil finally agreed, stating victims can't be punished, and promised Kiwon would be cleared and get compensation from those captured ruffians. Suho politely thanked his senior, but Lee Seong-gil just waved it off, claiming he was always a fair guy, though his smile suggested otherwise. Lee Seong-gil then slyly asked Suho how he'd even found out about this messy case, prompting Suho to prepare a rather bold explanation. Suho spun a tale about Kiwon sending an online plea for help, which Suho heroically responded to, though he secretly knew that wasn't true. Lee Seong-gil seemed impressed, remarking Suho was quite something to pull it off, attributing it to luck, which Suho modestly accepted. Lee Seong-gil, keeping his word, clapped Suho's shoulder and promised to fast-track his special recruitment, telling him to just wait for the call. Once the officials left, a relieved but uncertain Kiwon turned to Suho, hesitantly asking what he should do now that the scary part was over. Suho smiled reassuringly at Kiwon, telling the young man he would be coming with him, offering a clear path forward from the recent chaos. Kiwon stepped into a stunningly bright and luxurious apartment, his jaw practically hitting the floor in utter amazement at the opulent surrounding. Kiwon gushed to Suho about his amazing place, but Suho, grabbing a juice, casually mentioned that this fancy apartment wasn't actually his. Suho explained the apartment belonged to his reporter friend, Jo Jin-hui, who was away on business, leaving them the impressive place to themselves. Kiwon nervously asked if using the apartment was okay, but Suho reassured him, quietly adding a reminder to keep his foresight ability a secret. Kiwon eagerly promised to keep Suho's secret, then, full of newfound purpose, asked what his role in the team would be now. Suho, sipping his juice, confirmed with Kiwon that he'd been kidnapped right after unlocking his trait at level 50, setting up his next point. Suho then seriously told Kiwon they needed to start leveling him up to face a future baddie named Overload and save the world. No pressure. Kiwon, looking a bit overwhelmed but determined, asked if this meant he'd be joining Suho on dangerous gate raids to get stronger. Suho, already typing on a laptop, said Kiwon needed a unique leveling path, planning to fully utilize his special digitization ability starting immediately. Suho suggested they connect to the network together, prompting a surprised Kiwon to ask if that was even possible with his ability. Suho explained Kiwon's digitization power could send anyone's consciousness into the network, not just his own, opening up exciting possibilities. With Suho's encouragement, Kiwon placed his hand on the laptop, and a bright light flared as his digitization ability began to activate. Suho agreed to the consciousness transmission, and with a flash, he felt himself entering the strange new reality of the network world. Suho found himself in an entirely new kind of digital space, his usual composure lost for a moment, as he simply uttered, "Wow." Suho stood in a beautiful digital vineyard, a place he'd always wanted to see, just as Kiwon excitedly called out to him. Kiwon ran up, remarking how odd it was to see someone else there, while Suho admitted it was his fascinating first time too. Suho identified the scene as a desktop background grape farm, and Kiwon confirmed it, marveling at the familiar yet artificial world. Suho playfully tried a digital grape, only for Kiwon to remind him with a laugh that the virtual food sadly had no taste. After spitting out the bland grape, Suho asked Kiwon how one levels up here, prompting Kiwon to guess it involved accumulating experience points. Suho confirmed Kiwon was right, explaining that experience points build up from recognized actions anywhere, even in virtual reality like the Hunter exam. Kiwon, surprised, asked if one could level up in VR too. As Suho explained, it was for skill levels, not character levels there. Suho gravely explained that unlike VR, actions here had real consequences, which is how Kiwon had managed to hack crypto wallets before. Suho, with a mysterious smile, led Kiwon to a structure resembling a giant computer folder, announcing he had something special prepared inside. Kiwon read the folder's name, Free File Cleaner, just as Suho revealed it was a trap, actually filled with dangerous computer viruses. A startled Kiwon asked if he was supposed to level up using viruses, as Suho explained they were like monsters to be hunted. Suho warned Kiwon to be careful, as getting hurt here meant real-life injury, and not to answer the guide's deceptive question inside. A smiling digital guide with bright blue hair appeared, cheerfully asking if they'd like to use the free file cleaner, a truly unsettling welcome. Suho dryly commented on how legitimate the offer sounded, and Kiwon admitted he almost fell for it and answered her question. Suho handed Kiwon a staff, identifying him as a mage class, much to Kiwon's surprise about how Suho knew his role. Suho reminded Kiwon of his foresight, then stretched, announcing he would tank the incoming fight, telling Kiwon to get a feel for spellcasting. The guide's friendly smile twisted into a demonic grin as she repeated her offer, her eyes glowing with a new, terrifying red light. Monstrous, shadowy viruses with glowing red eyes erupted, and a terrified Kiwon wondered if there weren't far too many of them. Suho calmly assured Kiwon they could escape, but the viruses couldn't, then summoned his crimson blood weapon, ready for a fight. Suho advised Kiwon to run if things got too dire, because failing to escape the massive virus looming over them meant real trouble. The colossal virus lunged with a terrifying screech, its jagged maw and burning red eyes promising a swift, unpleasant digital end. Suho met the attack with incredible speed, his blood weapon a crimson blur, as he parried and dodged the monstrous virus's assault. With a focused intensity, Suho warned Kiwon that he might actually die in this fight, so he'd better stay extremely sharp. Suho yelled for Kiwon to prepare his spells, and a trembling but determined Kiwon affirmed, conjuring a crackling turquoise magic circle. The digital battlefield erupted in chaos as Suho's crimson blade danced, while Kiwon desperately launched spells at the attacking shadowy viruses. After the battle, an exhausted Kiwon thought he was going to die, but Suho, checking his status, noted his own level gain. Suho praised Kiwon's surprising talent, noting his level gain, and mused about building him as a nuker mage for future team synergy. Suho declared it was time to leave and rest, and a trembling Kiwon, using his staff for support, slowly agreed to exit. Back in the real apartment, Suho took a long, satisfying drink from a can, the coolness a welcome sensation after the intense digital fight. Relaxing on the sofa, Suho found it nice to level up without gates, then decided to check online reactions to his recent raid article. Suho's phone screen showed news of his Swamp of Despair raid, with fans calling him insane and demanding action figures immediately. Suho smirked, reading comments praising him as a god, reflecting that respected gate-clearing hunters truly live the best life. This felt good. Satisfied, Suho decided everything was proceeding smoothly, and it was time to make a call to set his next ambitious plan in motion. On the phone, Suho informed CEO Bae Dong-hyuk of Nexus that he had something important he needed to discuss with him soon. CEO Bae, intrigued, asked what it was about, confirming that Nexus indeed owned an S-rank gate, wondering what Suho was planning now. Suho confidently declared his intention to personally conquer Nexus's S-rank gate, casually adding that all the loot would go to Bae. CEO Bae, recognizing the massive potential gain for Nexus if Suho succeeded, agreed but curiously asked about Suho's sudden interest. Suho explained his entry into the Public Hunters Association was being moved up, so tackling the S-rank gate felt like fair compensation. Suho told Bae he'd handle miners for the S-rank gate, and Bae, though a bit sad, thanked Suho for his thoughtful advance notice. The scene shifted to a sunlit, modern break room at the Paju Nexus Academy, a calm space with comfortable chairs and city views. A friendly, powerfully built young man named Kang Dae-han approached Suho with an outstretched hand and a warm, enthusiastic greeting. Suho greeted Dae-han warmly, then introduced him to Kiwon as the hunter who passed second in his exam batch, fostering new connection. Kang Dae-han expressed his deep gratitude, saying he passed the exam thanks to Suho's advice and had really wanted to see him again. They sat, and Suho asked Dae-han about his current training, learning he was still gaining basic field experience by running gates. Suho explained the typical hunter progression, gaining field experience, then team assignment based on skill, all to increase survival rates in gates. Suho, with a charming smile, then offered Kang Dae-han a chance to gain experience with him on an upcoming gate raid. Kang Dae-han was visibly shocked and thrilled by the unexpected offer, stammering if Suho was being serious about the joint raid. Overcome with excitement, Kang Dae-han eagerly accepted, exclaiming he'd do it and was ready to go anytime Suho gave the word. Suho, with a playful glint in his eye, smoothly replied, "Then let's start right now," leaving Kang Dae-han utterly bewildered and confused. Suddenly, the scene changed to Suho's Shadows team enduring brutal training in the network world, with Suho's clone fiercely attacking a teammate. In the snowy digital landscape, trainees yelled warnings as Suho's relentless clone launched another barrage of sharp, unavoidable energy attacks. Guyan Hua grunted in pain as the clone landed a solid hit, sending digital blood scattering, showing the harsh reality of their training. Suho's clone, radiating a cold blue energy, pressed its assault with terrifying precision, its sword a blur against the struggling trainees. Gu Yanhua cried out, overwhelmed by the clone's relentless power, its strikes pushing her far beyond her apparent breaking. With a swift, brutal slash, Suho's clone cleanly decapitated Gu Yanhua, her digital form vanishing in a spray of particles. Moments later, Gu Yanhua and the other defeated trainees reformed on the snowy ground, panting from their latest digital death experience. Unaware the real Suho had arrived, Yanhua furiously cursed the clone, vowing to crush its skull, just as Suho praised their endurance. Startled by Suho's voice, the trainees looked up in surprise, and Suho dryly asked why they were looking at him so strangely. One trainee, still breathless, hesitantly asked Suho if his odd comment was supposed to be some kind of joke, clearly confused. Suho noted their mood had changed, and Yanhua bitterly agreed, saying dying hundreds of times in training would change anyone's outlook. Suho, observing their hardened eyes, noted with satisfaction they seemed detached from death and had developed a necessary fighting edge. Just then, Kang Daehan and Seo Kiwon entered the training area, and Suho announced the arrival of these new faces to his team. Suho introduced his original team members to the newcomer, Jiyu Yanhua, Kim Hyun Min, Seo Gyo-won, and Kwak Do-ho by name. Kiwon looked slightly nervous facing the intense veteran trainees, while Kang Daehan appeared more composed, observing the harsh training environment. Suho tauntingly asked Gu Yanhua if she was sick of the hard training yet, but she defiantly retorted she wasn't tired at all. The veteran trainees, surrounded by symbolic flames, declared with burning hatred they wouldn't tire until they'd beheaded Suho's miserable training clone. Suho laughed heartily at their fierce spirit, telling a stunned Kiwon and Daehan they too needed such burning intensity to survive. Suho seriously stated that such fierceness was key to surviving Gates, announcing the newcomers would start training alongside the veterans immediately. Suho instructed Yanhua that Kiwon was a mage and Daehan a tank, telling her to form a squad and spar using clones. Suho mentioned an upcoming field operation, telling them to stay sharp, and muttered about needing to adjust clone settings for the new mission. Suho dismissed talk about the gate, insisting they fix titles first, while Yanhua internally shuddered at calling him anything too familiar. Suho declared that as a team, they should call him team leader, and Yanhua, though reluctant, formally acknowledged his new title. Suho announced he had other business and would leave first, telling the team to contact him when their current training session concluded. The newcomers nervously asked Yanhua what to do, and she cryptically replied they'd find out soon, as Suho's clone ominously appeared. Suho's clone, sword ready, harshly berated the newcomers for spacing out, calling them trash and telling them to attack if they had time. Daehan found the clone's tone surprisingly different, while Yanhua snarled at him to get ready if he didn't want his neck sliced. Back in reality, Suho exited a taxi, the driver saying he couldn't go further towards the remote Paju village outskirts by car. Suho watched the taxi leave, noting that vehicles indeed couldn't reach all the way into this dilapidated part of the region. Suho activated his stealth ability, a purple aura flaring briefly as his presence completely vanished, preparing him for unseen movement. Suho walked unseen down a deserted street in the Paju outskirts, a place once prosperous but now decaying and viewed through broken glass. The area, once thriving, had become a wasteland due to frequent gates and a lack of hunter. A truly depressing sight. Suho reflected grimly on how Gates fueled global crime and hunger, knowing he couldn't save everyone individually in this broken world. With fierce determination etched on his face, Suho resolved that he absolutely needed to find a way to end the Gates soon. Despite the surrounding desolation, Suho recognized that even this grim wasteland could prove strategically useful when the right time came. Suho approached a nondescript building, noting ironically how this place, abandoned by most, had become a haven for certain other people. At a reinforced door, a suspicious voice from a peephole asked who he was, and Suho calmly stated he was there to buy. Suho deactivated his stealth, and the surprised voice inside, recognizing him as Hunter An Suho, hastily asked for a moment. A flustered man opened the door, attempting to compose himself as he formally welcomed the renowned Hunter An Suho inside. The man nervously offered Suho a seat, clearly honored and a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected visit from such a famous hunter. As Suho sat, the man explained they weren't officially open, prompting Suho to perceptively ask if his presence made the man uncomfortable. Suho clarified he meant the man's disguise, saying he noticed he was wearing a mimic mask, which visibly shocked the poor fellow. The flustered man stammered, asking how Suho knew, and Suho, smiling faintly, simply said he could see it and to relax. The man, realizing his disguise was useless against Suho's perception, nervously touched his throat as a pink aura began to glow. The disguise dissolved, revealing a stunning woman, Choi Yoon, who praised Suho's perception, confirming Suho's memories of this top gate broker. Choi Yoon, now revealed, curiously asked Suho how he knew of this place, and even gate slang, as Suho recalled her future fame. Suho deflected her probing, stating he could always find things out, and more importantly, he wanted to discuss purchasing access to gates. Suho directly asked if she possessed the Twisted Forest Gate, and Choi Yin's eyes widened in genuine surprise at his specific knowledge. Suho confidently stated his desire to buy a ticket to the Twisted Forest, adding that he intended to enter the gate alone. Choi Yoon, shocked, questioned how Suho knew about the newly listed gate and its price, but Suho coolly implied black market sources. Suho firmly reminded her it was an unspoken rule not to engage in small talk during gate deal, cutting short further questions. A brief informational interlude explained gate trading. Ownership meant buying the whole gate, while entry passes allowed just one-time access. Naturally, owning a gate was far more expensive, but even single entry passes for popular or dangerous gates could be quite pricey. Choi Yoon, looking concerned, apologized that the single-person entry fee for Twisted Forest was a steep 100 million won, questioning Suho's solo plan. Suho, completely unfazed, said that was his concern, placing a large cash deposit on the table, promising the rest at the gate. Choi Yoon, relieved, admitted she was just surprised by his knowledge, then offered to personally guide him to the gate entrance. Soon, Suho and Choi Yoon were speeding across a modern bridge in her sleek white car, heading towards their clandestine destination. Suho noticed the Union Guild mark on her car's display, realizing she'd just joined, which was a relief as their backing minimized conflicts. Choi Yoon, glancing at Suho, asked if he wasn't surprised they had crossed into North Korean territory, testing his composure again. Choi Yoon explained North Korea was now anarchic due to gates, making it dangerous but also more accessible for certain groups. As they stopped, Choi Yoon remarked Suho was very blunt, unlike his public image, and Suho coolly agreed he left good impressions. They exited the car near some imposing guards, the atmosphere tense, and clearly indicating they were in a restricted, unwelcoming area. Choi Yoon professionally announced to the guards that she had brought the guest who would be entering the Twisted Forest Gate. One thuggish guard eyed Suho skeptically, questioning if it was really him, but Choi Yoon sharply told him to respect customers. A large, intimidating man, Bang Du-yeok, emerged, declaring himself the boss and giving Suho a disturbingly pleased, honorific welcome. Suho's eyes narrowed as he instantly recognized the man as Lumberjack Bang Du-yeok, the infamous head of a human trafficking ring. Suho recalled with disgust how this vile man, Bang Du-yeok, trafficked people like logs, one of the worst exploiting the world's chaos. Suho remembered Bang Du-yeok's eventual capture, but was surprised to find him with Union and owning a gate, a new timeline wrinkle. Suho asked if he could enter the gate immediately, but Bang Du-yeok, oily and smug, hinted it wasn't worth the cost for them. Bang Du-ye, with a sly grin, explained they usually sell to failures, implying Suho's success meant they'd lose potential future customer. Suho, internally noting the trafficker's shady mindset, began to address the thinly veiled attempt at a price hike for the gate. Choi Yoon, with a dazzling but firm smile, quickly interjected, loudly questioning if Bang Du-yeok was actually trying to raise the price now. Choi Yoon, radiating authority, coolly reminded Bang Du-yeok that she, backed by Union, wouldn't tolerate such last-minute opportunistic price changes. Bang Du-yeok quickly backed down with a forced laugh, claiming he was just joking, as Suho noted Choi Yoon's veteran broker skills. Suho, seeing Choi Yoon handle the despicable Bang Du-yeok, decided there was no need for him to personally step in just yet. Bang Du-yeok grumbled about not being able to joke, then told him to follow, while Choi Yoon confirmed Suho could enter. Choi Yoon assured Suho she and her guards would stay with him for his safety until he entered the danger. She explained some lowlifes ambush buyers after gate clears, so brokers need power to ensure safety, making good ones extremely rare. At the swirling blue gate portal, Bang Du-yeok grudgingly remarked on Suho's confidence to enter such a dangerous place completely alone. Suho looked towards the gate, a determined glint in his eye, curious and ready to see if he could conquer this place too. Suho stepped into the shimmering portal of the Twisted Forest, its entry conditions noted. ready to face the dangers within its depths. Suho found himself on a gloomy path in a dense, eerie forest, with unnaturally glowing, twisted roots and flickering digital artifacts. Suho mused he never thought he'd visit this forest, though he knew of its famed rare items from another's past success. Suho summoned an ornate dark spear crackling with purple energy, ready to venture deeper and claim the forest's valuable treasures. Suho activated his mana detection, his eyes glowing faintly as he scanned the unnervingly quiet, treacherous woods for hidden threats. Suddenly, a massive, baleful yellow eye in a nearby tree snapped open, fixing on Suho with a disturbing, hostile intensity. The surrounding trees groaned, twisting into monstrous ants, their high levels indicating this forest was a truly dangerous hunting ground. A towering twisted ant, level 93, loomed before Suho, its single glowing eye and jagged bark maw promising a fierce battle. Suho dryly remarked that while an axe was for chopping wood, he unfortunately didn't happen to have one on him right now. A twisted ant shrieked and lunged with surprising speed, its branched claws swiping, but Suho deftly dodged the powerful, clumsy attack. Suho recalled hearing the ruler of the miner's mine was even tougher, seeing these ants as mere practice for future challenges. Suho resolved to grow stronger here, just like with the nameless sword, to defeat that future enemy, using only his swordsmanship. Suho activated a decapitation skill, his crimson blood weapon flashing in a devastating arc towards the neck of a twisted ant. Noting his blade didn't cut through in one strike due to the level gap, Suho reaffirmed his vow to use only swordsmanship. Suho unleashed a furious flurry of slashes, his crimson blade tearing into the ant, which shrieked as dark sap sprayed wildly. After felling the first ant, Suho admitted it took effort, but felt himself growing stronger, finding the challenging fight rewarding. More ants emerged, and Suho, with a grim smile, called them training dummies as he leaped back into the chaotic fray. Suho, eyes glowing red, unleashed a massive wave of crimson energy from his sword. Roaring he'd turn them all into firewood. Suho stood triumphantly atop a huge pile of defeated ants, his blood sword on his shoulder, declaring that should do it. Suho checked his status, noting the slow but steady progress, and decided to allocate his newly gained points to control power. His status showed he was now level 63, a healer, with his stats like strength and stamina reflecting his recent growth. Suho's eyes widened slightly as an unexpected new notification suddenly popped up on his status screen, piquing his curiosity. A system message declared his light of healing skill had evolved into a more powerful version, simply named Heal, a significant upgrade. Suho recalled skill progression, upgrades at level 50, then individual skill evolutions from level 60, with a career shift at 100. Suho walked deeper into the now quieted forest, stating he'd dealt with the small fry and expected the real boss soon. A colossal, shadowy silhouette, radiating ancient power, began to rise from a shimmering turquoise pool of water in the distance. Two enormous, glowing yellow eyes, filled with primal intelligence, snapped open, fixing on Suho, their gaze heavy and ancient. The majestic, antlered boss monster Malayan, level 100, ruler of the Twisted Forest, fully emerged, its body covered in glowing script. Suho appeared dwarfed by the immense Malayan, but coolly assessed it, noting it was finally a challenging 1-star class monster. An explanation detailed monster ranking, below level 99 unrated, then 1-star, 2-star, and so on for every 100 levels. Malayan rose, vines and water swirling, and Suho noted with anticipation this was the first 1-star monster he'd faced this life. Malayan, the ancient forest ruler, spoke with a voice like rustling leaves, observing that an uninvited guest had clearly entered its domain. Suho scoffed, retorting they hadn't invited Malayan either, finding it rich to be called a trespasser in a system-generated portal. Suho dismissed Malayan as a mere system creation, then began to gather dark, shadowy energy, intoning the name Ghostblade. A brilliant blue light then enveloped Suho's Ghostblade as he activated holy power, creating a potent, unstable combination of energy. Suho forcefully hurled the Ghostblade, now blazing with both dark and holy power, directly towards the ancient forest ruler, Malayan. Malayan, with surprising ease, casually deflected the speeding blade, then questioned if Suho, with his holy power, was a servant of gods. Suho smirked wildly, a crimson rose of blood energy blooming in his other hand, tauntingly asking if he looked like a servant. Suho then yelled, "Take this!" as he launched the spinning crimson blood rose projectile directly at the surprised forest guardian, Malayan. The blood rose struck Malayan hard in the chest, exploding with force, causing the massive ancient being to stagger back in shock. Suho, seeing greenish sap ooze from Malayan's wound, coolly remarked he expected more from a 1-star, finding it weaker than anticipated. The forest boss, Malayan, annoyed, pulled Suho's surprisingly pointy rose attack from his shoulder. He huffed, clearly not amused by this unexpected prickly greeting. Suddenly, Malayan's annoyance flared into a spectacular temper tantrum. He declared this impudence absolutely unforgivable, the air itself turning an angry shade of red. Suho stood calmly as the whole forest quaked. Information appeared, noting the woods were quite scared of Malayan's impressive fury, a truly heavy atmosphere descending. Suho, sweating just a bit, smirked. He acknowledged the big boss's intense killing vibe was strong. As more information confirmed, this murderous feeling was trying to consume him. Suho activated his dragon blood power. A giant, ghostly blue dragon appeared, wrapping him in its protective aura, completely negating the scary boss's bad mood. Malayan, surprised, asked about Suho's mysterious power. Suho cheekily replied, it wasn't magic, just the result of good old-fashioned hard work, much to the ancient being's confusion. Dark, shadowy power gathered around Suho's hand as he announced his ghost blade. Malayan, observing, admitted Suho had quite a few surprising skills up his sleeve. Suho then asked if Malayan wanted to see more tricks, before launching a huge dark energy spike that slammed impressively into the ground near the startled boss. The dark energy then morphed into shadowy chains, binding Malayan's arm. Notifications confirmed Suho was activating both a binding and a bleeding effect with his shadow powers. Malayan, now wrapped in chains on his rock, scoffed. He questioned what Suho thought he could possibly do with such flimsy-looking, insignificant little abilities. The big, meanie Malayan flexed, and Suho's shadow chains shattered like glass. He then boasted that this was how real power looked, preparing his own. The water around Malayan started to bubble ominously. It was clear something very big and probably very unfriendly was about to make an appearance from below. Gigantic, gnarled roots, like monstrous tree limbs, suddenly burst from the water. They towered menacingly around Malayan, making the clearing look quite imposing and scary. Malayan smirked, his eyes glowing, and told Suho to witness truly superior power. This plant-loving tyrant seemed quite pleased with his dramatic root display. Suho, however, just smiled back, calmly at the giant root. He invited the powerful forest ruler to bring it on, completely unfazed by the show of force. One massive root slammed down, trying to flatten Suho. He dodged just in time, the ground exploding where he'd been, starting a dangerous game of tag. Suho activated a skill he called Decapitate. His blade, glowing red, met the root head-on, tearing through the wood with a surprisingly forceful, splintering impact. Suho landed, looking thoughtful. He noted these roots were much tougher than the previous tree creatures he'd fought, clearly a more significant challenge for him. Another huge root swung like a giant club at Suho. He dodged again, the sheer size of the attack emphasizing the very squashable situation he was in. Suho didn't just dodge, he struck back. His red glowing blade sliced upwards again, powerfully cutting into the attacking root in an impressive show of offense. Suho, sent spinning, still managed to slash with his blade. It didn't cut through the root this time, but he gracefully dodged the massive limb anyway. Malayan watched Suho's efforts with a smug look. He declared that Suho's recent slash was completely useless, still utterly confident in his own victory. Suho landed with a knowing little smile. He agreed, for now, but thought to himself that his plan was just about to work, a secret anticipation building. Malayan looked a bit puzzled. He wondered what Suho was truly trying to achieve with these seemingly ineffective moves. A tiny doubt now sprouting in his mind. Suho kept slashing at the roots with his red blade. Malayan realized Suho was just making sword-like energy forms, not actually damaging the roots at all. Malayan noticed Suho wasn't using that earlier holy power either. He suspected Suho had a secret goal, but couldn't figure out the human's tricky plan. Despite his confusion, the stubborn tree boss Malayan insisted Suho's efforts were pointless. His roots continued to pound the area, with Suho nimbly avoiding each blow. Malayan, tired of the chase, raised his hand decisively. He announced that Suho's annoying game of hide-and-seek was officially over, preparing a big attack. Malayan then roared and launched a massive, spear-like root straight at Suho. He bellowed that he was going to pierce right through the much smaller human. Suho stood firm, gripping his glowing red blade tightly. He faced the enormous incoming attack with focused, steely determination, ready for the massive impact. Suddenly, Malayan's giant spear root was sliced clean in two. The forest boss stared in shock as his big attack failed, dark sap spraying everywhere. Malayan's eye narrowed in disbelief. He wondered if Suho cut it in one hit, or if the root had a weak spot from earlier. His confidence wavering, Suho landed as Malayan muttered about the impossibility of a human cutting his ancient tree root. The forest ruler was clearly quite disturbed by this development. Suho grinned triumphantly, red energy swirling around him. He declared that his attacks were finally having a real effect, his clever plan unfolding perfectly. Suho internally explained he'd used his decapitate skill repeatedly just to prove his mastery. He knew if the system recognized high skill, it would improve. And indeed, the system would then acknowledge his understanding and boost the skill's power. Suho, peeking out, looked coolly pleased with his successful system manipulation. Information confirmed Suho's swordsmanship understanding was exceptional. His blade glowed with new power as the system acknowledged his skill. Recognizing Decapitate fully now, more good news appeared. Decapitate was now a higher grade, reaching its ultimate state, evolving. It was promoted to a top rank, now able to cut steel. Suho smiled, exhilarated, a bead of sweat on his face. Finally, he thought. His risky plan paying off as a blue aura signaled his power increase. Suho, surrounded by a bright blue aura, saw more messages. His sword insight was activated, his weapon blessed, and he was now successor to, quote, Hyogong style. Malayan, seeing Suho's power up, absolutely lost it. This furious tree being screamed for Suho to try and block his next, even bigger root attack. An enormous, dark root, glowing faintly blue at its tip, rose high above Suho. It looked like a giant, ancient club ready to pulverize him. Suho faced the giant root, his own blade now burning with intense red energy. A message detailed his new technique, Hyogong style, Form 1 severing steel. Malayan's face was a picture of disbelief and rage. He yelled, asking what kind of unbelievable sorcery this was. This dim-witted monster, completely baffled by Suho. Suho stood calmly, his red blade planted. He repeated to Malayan that it wasn't magic, just the simple, honest result of putting in the effort. Suho raised his intensely glowing red blade, a dangerous glint in his eye. He told Malayan things were about to get exciting. A chilling promise indeed. Suho mused on swordsmanship, recalling he once thought his guardian sword was peak. He learned of many styles, and of powers beyond human reach, like the nameless sword. Suho reflected he'd acquired severing steel much faster this time around. The system, impressed by this feat, even awarded him 10 bonus stat points for his troubles. Malayan, furious and desperate, roared he would crush Suho's dark sorcery. This egotistical plant fiend prepared another massive root slam, determined to win with brute force. Suho looked up completely unimpressed. He asked if Malayan ever learned, as a red line of energy appeared. He then announced the activation of Severing Steel. Suho unleashed Severing Steel with a mighty cry. A blinding red energy flash erupted as his blade met the huge root, creating an immense, star-like impact. Malayan stumbled back, horrified, as his strongest root was effortlessly sliced apart. He stammered, asking how this could possibly be happening to him. Malayan, from his perch, saw Suho standing calmly. He angrily asked how Suho cut an already cut sword, and Suho coolly promised to drag him down. Malayan clenched his fist, enraged by Suho's bold threat. This overgrown weed shouted about Suho's arrogance as the rock beneath him glowed with power. Malayan then summoned new minions from the earth. 3 stone golems of impressive levels appeared, to which Suho merely commented on the cheapness of the summon. Malayan sneered, challenging Suho to handle these new stone creatures too. He then roared at his golems to destroy the arrogant human bastard for him. A golem charged, but Suho nimbly leaped onto its arm, kicked off its head, and sent bits of stone flying with a blood-red energy effect. Suho, now airborne, held his crimson blade high. It pulsed with red energy and droplets of golem essence, his focus sharp for the next exchange. Suho scoffed disdainfully, preparing another move. Information confirmed he was once again activating his powerful Severing Steel technique against the golems. With one devastating downward slash, Suho's Severing Steel tore through the golem. The crimson energy split it cleanly in two, defeating it instantly. Malayan stared, his jaw practically on the floor, completely dumbfounded. The ancient forest ruler simply couldn't believe Suho had just wrecked his stone golem so easily. Suho landed smoothly as messages confirmed 2 golem defeats. He then taunted Malayan, asking if he really thought rocks could stop someone who cut steel. Suho flicked his red blade, looking coolly at Malayan. He asked with chilling confidence if that was all the boss had, clearly unimpressed. Malayan trembled with pure, sputtering rage, baring his teeth. He stammered out that Suho was a complete bastard, his composure utterly shattered now. The desperate Malayan screamed at his remaining roots to shut Suho up. A chaotic storm of dark roots then lashed out, trying to overwhelm Suho. Suho became a blur of red light, his blade a flashing crimson streak. He effortlessly carved through root after root with severing steel, making quick work of them. Malayan stumbled back, watching his attacks fail miserably. He cried out that this was totally insane and made no sense. This poor sap utterly bewildered. Suho stood calmly amidst the debris of severed root, a faint smirk on his face. He coolly observed that Malayan seemed to be fresh out of tricks. Suho declared it was time to finish things. He then dashed forward with incredible speed, leaping across rocks, his red blade ready to strike Malayan. Suho, in a powerful mid-air attack, brought his crimson blade down hard. Malayan, surprised by the speed, could only attempt a hasty block. The red blade struck Malayan with great force, sending a shockwave. The forest boss cried out as the blow landed solidly on his chest. Malayan was sent flying by the impact, crashing into the water with a huge splash. Suho landed on a rock, blood-like drops flicking from his blade. Malayan surfaced, clutching his chest in pain and sputtering water. He was clearly hurt and disoriented from Suho's surprisingly powerful blow. Seeing Malayan vulnerable, Suho raised his hand, purple energy forming his ghost blade. Malayan looked up in alarm, seeing yet another attack coming his way. The ghost blade shot out, not to hit, but to form dark chains. These quickly ensnared Malayan again, who grunted in pained frustration as he was bound. Malayan, chained and angry, glared at Suho. Suho taunted him about being tired, and the enraged tree fiend yelled at the lowly human to shut up. Suho ignored Malayan's furious rambling. He leaped above the bound boss, and his crimson blade flashed, neatly severing Malayan's head, which flew upwards. As Malayan's headless body dissolved, a message confirmed his defeat and the gate's clearance. His shocked, severed head also faded into dark particles midair. Many rewarding messages appeared. Suho was MVP, got extra experience, bonus stats, and leveled up. He thought with satisfaction he'd gotten everything he wanted. A glowing green orb, a cursed druid's control orb, emerged from Malayan's remains. Its description explained Malayan's power was domination, leading to his corrupted guardianship. Suho held the green orb, his true prize. He mused that Haewang's style was nice, but this orb was vital for his plans in the next gate. Outside, the twisted forest gate swirled, signaling its closure. Choyun Bangduko and his men stared as an announcement declared the gate cleared. Choyun, sweating slightly, murmured in disbelief that Suho had actually cleared it. Bang Dueok, equally stunned, just wondered what on earth had happened. Bang Dueok fumed internally. This high-difficulty gate, his personal cash cow with its strict limits, was supposed to be uncleared, providing him endless fees. Bang Dueok ground his teeth, his face a mask of pure fury. The thought of his easy money disappearing thanks to Suho infuriated the greedy criminal. Bang Dueok cursed, saying this whole situation was unbelievable garbage. He ranted he wouldn't accept a measly payment after all his investment in the gate. One of Bang Dueok's thugs holding a nasty-looking tool grinned. Their boss then ordered them to get ready to ambush and attack on Suho. Choyun seriously questioned Bang Dueok's plan to attack Suho. She warned him, asking if he could actually handle the severe consequences of such an action. Bang Dueok screamed he didn't care about any consequences or the union. Just then, Suho appeared, and his purple ghost blade pierced the loudmouth's chest. Bang Dueok's eyes bulged in shock and agony, blood gushing from the wound. He choked, his furious rant cut short by Suho's perfectly timed, lethal strike. Bang Dueok crumpled, Suho's purple blade still in him. His thugs yelled for their boss in panic, completely frozen by the sudden, brutal attack. Suho casually stepped from the fading gate's light. Choyun, seeing his dramatic, perfectly timed entrance, asked if it was indeed Hunter on Suho. Suho calmly walked past the fallen criminal, blood dripping from his hand. His steady, menacing approach silenced everyone, a chilling presence filling the air. Suho flicked blood from his hand, a cold smile on his face. He softly asked the terrified thugs if they still wanted to continue their fight. One of Bang Duok's thugs, clearly terrified, quickly told his pals they should not prolong this and just leave immediately, wanting no part of Suho. Suho, hearing this, sharply asked what the thug meant. His red blade appeared at the thug's throat, demanding the return of his gate entry fee. Suho's eyes glowed red as he gripped the thug. He snarled about rule breakers paying penalties and demanded his money. The terrified thug quickly agreed to pay. Later, a silver car sped away from Paju. Bang Duok and his crew were left behind. The immediate, violent confrontation now concluded for Suho. In the car, Choi-yeon thanked Suho. He replied with a slight smirk that she certainly should be thankful for his timely assistance back there. Suho then smiled, telling Choi-yoon he didn't accept thanks for free. He coolly informed her she would need to repay this favor later. Choi-yoon, surprised, noted Suho was quite sharp. He deadpanned it was because he used swords. She, flustered, asked if that was a joke. Suho requested Choi-yeon's direct number for future calls. She agreed, and they both playfully considered her contacting him if a good gate appeared. Suho got out of the car, saying he'd see Choi-yeon next time. He walked off as she watched, the city glowing at sunset. Choi-yeon leaned against her car, thoughtfully watching Suho leave. She mused to herself that he was actually a better person than she initially expected. A few days later, a black van arrived at the Grand Nexus Academy building at 9 in the morning, signaling a new day and purpose. Several pairs of combat boots marched together. A trainee asked Suho, their team leader, about their destination and purpose for being there that morning. Suho, carrying heavy cases, said he'd explain upon arrival. He pressed a button, urging them to hurry as they couldn't keep the CEO waiting. Suho stood before his uniformed team, Kiwon, Daehan, and the Shadows. He announced their destination was the miner's mine, and they responded with a crisp, "Yes, sir."
Outside a modern glass building surrounded by forest, a group of hunters gathers, looking ready for some serious and probably dangerous business. A fancy car arrived, and a sharply dressed man thanks An Suho for coming. Apparently, Suho is their very important problem-solving delivery. Suho asks if the large, ominous building is the mine. The man confirms it's a temporary structure to keep the gate's weird energy contained. The man assures Suho that, as requested, only his team and some miners are present. Suho gives a simple thanks for the privacy. The man suggests they start the briefing, probably to get the scary part over with. Suho agrees, and they head towards the entrance. Suho calmly explains the plan: herd monsters, collect shiny stones, and then defeat the boss. He makes it sound like a simple farming chore. A Nexus official looks completely baffled by the simple strategy. He seems to be thinking that there has to be more to it. Suho clarifies that there's no boss info because he plans on fighting it alone, which only makes the other men whisper more nervously. With a cheerful grin, Suho reminds everyone that all the loot belongs to Nexus. He's a surprisingly considerate, high-stakes problem solver. The deal is sealed with a firm handshake. The guildmaster places his trust in Suho, who promises to give it his best shot. Suho instructs the mining team to hang back until he gives the signal. The lead miner agrees, putting his crew's safety in Suho's hands. Suho faces his team, asking if they feel nervous about their first real gate. He seems to be enjoying their potential first-time jitters. The team looks back with fiery determination. They remember their brutal training and feel more emotional about finally getting to fight than being scared. Suho lays out the formation, telling his team to conserve stamina and protect the miners. It's time to get serious and stop messing around. He gives them a grave warning. This isn't their training simulation. Here, death is permanent, so they had better stay completely focused. Suho gives the order to move out, and his team roars in agreement. They all march bravely toward the swirling red portal of doom. A blue notification confirms their entry into the miner's mine, a place with a level cap and limited space, shifting them to a dark cave. The moment they arrive, a purple energy blast instantly strikes a clueless kobold guard. "Welcome to the mine, little guy. Your shift is over." Suho is already a blur of motion, taking down the first guard. A second monster just a few feet away is frozen in total shock. Suho's own blood forms into a terrifying blade that slices through the air, quickly dispatching the second stunned guard before it could even scream. Wielding his new crimson sword, Suho notes the lack of sentry. He decides it's a perfect chance to collect some more monster blood. The miners watch in total disbelief. One whispers that Suho took out the guards instantly, finding his incredible power utterly mind-blowing. Seo Gyo-won jokes to a miner that it's their first time seeing him fight too. He says Suho usually just talks all day long. Kim Hyun-min tells everyone to stop zoning out and follow the fleeing monsters. The team quickly snaps to attention and gives chase into the darkness. Kim Hyun-min fiercely leads the charge, yelling at her teammates to hunt down every last kobold. She orders them not to let anyone escape. Seo Ki-won unleashes bright, crackling energy from his hands. He shouts to his teammates that he will provide covering fire for their advance. The team works in perfect, brutal harmony. Kang Dae-han smashes the front line, while the others expertly cut down the terrified kobold forces. Kim Hyun-min, sweating from the intensity, barks orders to maintain their formation. She reminds them not to get cocky and rush ahead carelessly. Suho watches from behind with a satisfied smile. He sees that his team is performing their roles perfectly and feels completely confident in them. Kim Hyun-min shouts to the miners, telling them to start collecting ore right behind them. The well-oiled machine of death and profit moves forward. The mining leader yells that he understands and orders his men to begin. A miner immediately swings his pickaxe into a large mana crystal. The mining operation runs like clockwork. The workers efficiently gather ore and byproducts, while also clearing away the piles of monster corpses. A miner yells at his colleague for just standing there gawking. The stunned man replies that he just finds the whole efficient operation amazing. Suho leads the charge at the front, a whirlwind of dark energy. He effortlessly carves a path through the hordes of surprised kobolds. Suho plunges his spectral blade straight through a kobold's chest. It's a clean, efficient kill that shows he is not messing around today. Following their leader's violent example, a teammate mirrors the action perfectly. He stabs another monster, continuing the group's synchronized dance of death. Amidst the chaos, Suho activates his blood weapon again. A vicious crimson sword forms in his hand as he continues his elegant, deadly rampage. Holding his blood-red blade, Suho looks completely in his element. He seems almost serene in the middle of all the brutal monster slaying. The miners finally recognize the famous hunter. One gasps that it's the legendary sword god, An Suho, awestruck by his incredible skill. Inspired by fighting alongside a legend, the miners cheer loudly, newly motivated. Suho glances back, slightly confused by their sudden burst of energy. After the battle dies down, Suho's expression becomes serious. He calls his team over, telling them all to gather in front of him. The team immediately assembles, their movements sharp and disciplined. Kim Hyun-min answers for them, confirming they are ready for his next order. Suho points down the dark cavern towards a fork in the path. He asks his team if they can see the two tunnels ahead. He explains this choke point is where endless kobolds emerge, which is why Nexus gave up. A teammate asks if they should split up. Suho firmly says no, declaring he will go into one tunnel alone. He summons his crimson blood weapon, much to his team's confusion. Raising his blood sword high, Suho smirks and announces that there is a boss monster inside. This was apparently not in the briefing. He unleashes a colossal wave of energy from his blade. His severing steel technique tears through the cavern, aiming to block one entrance. The team stares in disbelief as the attack shatters the cave wall. They wonder aloud just how powerful their strange leader truly is. Suho explains his plan. He will take the collapsed left path while they guard the right. A teammate confirms their job is just crowd control. Suho confirms, adding that he could have blocked the path completely. He says this way, they get to fight and gain valuable experience. He gives his team one final, very strict order. He warns them not to come looking for him, no matter what happens inside. He gives them a 12-hour time limit. He tells them to trust him and wait, but to leave him behind if he's not back. Kim Hyun-min looks worried, but understands the order's gravity. With a tense expression, she quietly agrees to his terms and his timeline. Suho thinks to himself that he needs at least 12 hours in the gate. It's the minimum time required to collect everything he's after. With a casual goodbye, Suho turns and walks into the darkness. He leaves his team behind to deal with the aftermath of his plan. The team watches him go, feeling very uneasy about the situation. They worry that even for him, going alone is just too reckless. Seo Ki-won's voice cuts through their doubt with absolute certainty. He tells everyone that their team leader is going to be just fine. He reminds them all of Suho's legendary reputation. They all know he has cleared sealed gates and other high-difficulty dungeons completely on his own. Ki-won's words rally the team, their doubt turning into determination. He tells them to trust Suho and focus on doing their own jobs well. Now completely fired up, the team declares they'll level up so much Suho will be shocked. It's finally time to prove their training paid off. Now completely alone, Suho feels a grim sense of satisfaction. With his team safe, he thinks that now nothing is standing in his way. He enters a huge chamber where dozens of glowing eyes snap open. He faces a massive horde, thinking that now the real fun begins. Suho looks at the massive army of monsters with an amused smile. He notes that the number of enemies is completely insane, but seems unbothered. With unshakable confidence, he thinks that it doesn't matter how many there are. To him, the outcome of this fight is already decided. Digital readouts identify the enemies as Earthkeeper Kobold, all high level. The horde snarls, preparing to charge at the lone intruder before them. Suho announces that he is starting, then launches himself into the fray. He becomes a spinning vortex of death, diving headfirst into the horde. The kobolds' battle cries quickly turn to terrified scream. Suho moves like a phantom, cutting them down before they can even properly react. A clever kobold leaps from a high ledge, trying to ambush Suho from above. Suho, however, simply glances up, completely unfazed by the tactic. Suho easily sidesteps the plunging attack, letting the monster's weapon crash uselessly into the stone floor. The beast seems surprised by his speed. In a flash of motion, Suho's crimson blade clashes with the kobold. He effortlessly blocks the follow-up strike, sending sparks flying everywhere. A smirk appears on Suho's face as he fights. He seems impressed that the little monster has some tricks up its sleeve, finding it amusing. The scene shifts to his teammates, fighting with cold efficiency. Another kobold is defeated, its final struggle dismissed as a meaningless, futile effort. Back at the main entrance, the team stands guard. Kang Daehan happily notes that the monster attacks have stopped, making their job much easier. The mining leader sees the lull in combat and calls for a break. He loudly announces that it is finally time for everyone to eat. The miners cheer with relief at the news of a meal break. It has been 6 long and very tense hours inside the dangerous gate. The mining leader checks on Ki-won and Kim Hyun-min, asking how they're holding up. Kim Hyun-min replies that things are calm now. Kim Hyun-min proudly remarks on her team's great performance. Ki-won adds that it was much easier because their leader blocked the main passage. Kim Hyun-min agrees, admitting they would have been overwhelmed otherwise. She worries if Suho is okay, wondering if he predicted everything perfectly. She recalls their strange first meeting, admitting she has grown attached. She finds herself genuinely worried, even if she can't help him now. She sighs in frustration, but a nearby teammate teases. He laughingly asks who she's worried about, implying their leader needs no help. Ki-won stands apart, staring into the dark tunnel with unwavering resolve. He thinks to himself that he will wait and trust his leader. Meanwhile, Suho sits on a throne of monster corpses, eating a tiny chocolate bar. He wryly notes his team is having a much better meal. His short break over, Suho gets to his feet. His expression turns serious as he prepares to continue his solo mission into the mine. A new group of kobolds cautiously peeks out from the shadows. Their glowing eyes are wide with fear at the sight before them. They see Suho standing atop a massive mountain of their dead comrade. The sight of the incredible slaughter sends a chill through. Suho asks the trembling monsters if they're finally scared of him. He then dismisses them, saying he has lost interest in fighting them. He leaps to a high cliff overlooking a dark abyss. He declares his true purpose, to face the master of the mine waiting below. He notes that the massive cavern is too dark to see anything. He decides he should probably add a little bit of light. He pulls out a small, orange flare gun. It's a special item designed to illuminate a large area for a very long time. He aims the gun down into the darkness and fires without hesitation. A brilliant projectile streaks into the void, lighting up the abyss below. The flare explodes in a brilliant shower of golden light. The sparks scatter through the huge cavern, pushing back the oppressive darkness completely. The light reveals a massive, sleeping beast, the master of the mine. Its level is 99, and its name is Bulgasari,
the unkillable. Suho recalls that this beast eats ore to make its skin incredibly tough. It is known as one of the top 5 strongest monsters. Dark energy coils around Suho's arm as he prepares his ghost blade. With a confident smirk, he decides to start with a light test. He throws his spectral blade with incredible force. The purple projectile flies like a comet, aimed directly at the sleeping giant's thick neck. The powerful blade makes contact, but harmlessly bounces off the beast's hide. It leaves behind nothing more than a tiny, insignificant scratch. A wide, incredulous grin spreads across Suho's face as he laughs. He seems to find it hilarious that his attack was so ineffective. The tiny scratch on the Bulgasari's neck glows and heals instantly. The beast's massive foot shifts as it slowly begins to wake up. The Bulgasari stirs, a low rumble echoing through the cave. A fiery orange light pulses from its core as its incredible power awakens. Back in the side tunnels, the remaining kobolds begin to screech. They are terrified and awed that their powerful protector has been disturbed. The entire cave starts to shake violently, and the miners cry out in panic. They fear the cavern is about to collapse on them. Kim Hyun-min realizes with alarm that the tremors are coming from where Suho went. The shaking ground confirms he has engaged the boss. She looks up at the crumbling ceiling, her face a mask of worry. She screams out, wondering what on earth her leader is doing. Suho simply looks up at the waking beast and lets out a defiant shout. He seems to be intentionally provoking the massive monster before him. A cunning, self-satisfied smile touches his lips. He thinks to himself that he has successfully provoked the sleeping lion and woken it up. An alert confirms the Bulgasari is now using a boss-level fear aura. Intricate energy patterns glow across its hide as it gathers its power. The monster reveals its terrifying tiger-like face and unleashes a deafening roar. The sheer force of the sound is enough to crush one's soul. Suho stands firm against the wave of dread as a blue aura surrounds him. His dragon blood ability activates, completely negating the fear effect. Completely immune to the monster's psychic attack, Suho just looks on calmly. His expression is almost bored as he withstands the incredible pressure. The fully awakened Bulgasari looms over Suho like a living mountain. Its furious roar continues to shake the very foundations of the mind. Suho summons his crimson blood weapon into his hand. He gives the beast a challenging grin, taunting it to come and fight him. The Bulgasari accepts his challenge, opening its massive mouth. It takes a deep, guttural breath, sucking in the air around it. It unleashes a devastating torrent of superheated ore from its mouth. Suho is hit by the blast, and blood sprays from his body. Even while being shredded, Suho analyzes the simple but powerful attack. He grips his vibrating blood weapon, enduring the terrifying force of the blast. He grits his teeth, holding his ground against the storm of projectiles. He thinks that no matter how powerful, it is still just steel. His blade begins to glow with an intense red and black energy. His special skill, Steel Cutter, has just been activated on his weapon. With a powerful shout, Suho swings his enhanced blade with all his might. He cleanly slices the torrent of steel projectiles in half. He stands untouched as the energy dissipates around him. With a confident smirk, he says he will now tame the beast slowly. He walks forward across a misty, ethereal river, sword held ready. The colossal, red-maned head of the Bulgasari rises to meet him. A swirling aura of blood erupts around Suho, gathered from the kobold. He grins, glad he so diligently collected blood for this fight. The Bulgasari's core pulses with an orange light. Its entire body convulses as it gathers a terrifying amount of energy to retaliate. With a guttural roar, the beast launches forward. It moves with impossible speed, a blur of white fur and crackling purple energy. Suho's eyes widen in genuine shock. The massive monster closes the distance in an instant, its huge jaws opened wide to devour him. His initial shock quickly melts into a wide, manic grin. He can't believe that something so enormous can move so incredibly fast. The beast's overwhelming power feels like a cheat code. Dark energy tendrils lash out from its body as it barrels towards its target. The Bulgasari becomes a whirlwind of destruction, crashing through the cavern. It leaves behind trails of shadowy energy and shattered rock in its wake. The shadowy tendrils coalesce into tangible claws. They swipe through the air, trying to grab and crush the lone human challenging their master. Suho's expression turns grim, knowing he cannot drag this fight out. He realizes that if he wastes any more time, the cave will collapse. He decides to end things now, activating a power-boosting tonic. At the same time, he fully materializes his crimson blood weapon for the attack. He pours all the blood he collected from the kobolds into his weapon. The energy explodes outward, massively expanding his sword's size and range. With his steel cutter skill active, he brings the colossal blade down. He strikes the charging Bulgasari with all of his concentrated might. The enhanced sword slices a deep, brutal gash into the beast's face. The monster reels back as Suho lands, his blade dripping blood. Suho looks confident, knowing the secret of his skill. Steel Cutter has a special effect that applies an unconditional amount of cutting depth. He knows that no matter how thick the beast's hide is, his sword can cut it. He declares he will conquer the beast. Suho reflects on the standard strategy to defeat a Bulgasari. He remembers from his past life that its greatest weakness is fire magic. He pictures powerful mages conjuring a giant fireball. He knows that as a swordsman, he could never produce flames on that massive scale. He stands firm with his massive blood sword. He is a swordsman, and he believes it is only right to settle this with his blade. The wounded Bulgasari whimpers, a pathetic sound for such a huge creature. It stumbles back, its glowing orange core flickering unsteadily. Suho's eyes narrow as he recognizes the beast's posture. He knows exactly what is coming next and realizes what the creature is doing. An alert confirms his suspicion. The beast is shrinking to begin hyper-regeneration. It curls into a ball, pulsing with a healing violet light. Its infamous ability is just as the rumors describe. When injured, it consumes stored minerals to heal itself, making it seem almost immortal. As the beast shrinks, Suho calmly walks towards it. He mockingly calls out its name, as if speaking to a scared, wounded animal. A smug smile plays on his lips as he approaches the healing monster. He asks if it really thought he would just stand by. The beast cries out again, but this time it is not a sound of pain. Golden, lightning-like energy crackles across its regenerating body. The monster isn't just healing, it's getting stronger. It activates hyper-enhancement, consuming minerals to fortify its exoskeleton and become even tougher. Suho watches as rock-like plates form over the monster's hide. He realizes the beast now sees him as a true threat. Blood drips from Suho's chin, but his expression is one of pure joy. He declares that he will happily accept the monster's challenge. The now fully armored Bulgasari unleashes a new attack. Using hyperspin, it becomes a spinning, unstoppable cannonball of pure destructive force. Suho stands his ground, not flinching at the incoming attack. He holds his crimson sword ready, his eyes burning with keen anticipation. A look of supreme confidence settles on his face. He is finally about to test the true strength of this legendary, unrated boss monster. As the spinning cannonball of death closes in, Suho braces himself. He wonders if his sword can actually cut through its ultimate skill. The two forces collide in a titanic explosion of raw power. Suho is engulfed in the blinding light, holding his ground against it. Suho's arms strain as he pushes his blood-red blade against the spinning beast. Sparks and crimson energy fly as his sword grinds against it. The seemingly impenetrable armor begins to crack under the relentless pressure. A fierce, triumphant grin spreads across Suho's blood-splattered, determined face. With a final, explosive push, his blade pierces the spinning shell. Vicious red tendrils erupt from the sword, shattering the beast's momentum. The beast is thrown backward, its ultimate attack completely broken. It stumbles, looking utterly shocked that its powerful move has actually failed. The Bulgasari looks down at its exposed, flickering core. It lets out a confused whimper, not understanding how its skill was defeated. This is the opening Suho was waiting for. His eyes glow with red light as he raises his sword for the final, decisive blow. He plunges the blade directly into the beast's vulnerable core. The massive monster lets out one last, soul-shaking roar of pure agony. The enormous creature slumps to the ground, its life force finally extinguished. Suho stands over his fallen foe, the clear victor of the battle. Suho holds up a glowing orb, and a beam of light captures the defeated beast. He declares that the creature is now his. Back at the gate's entrance, the violent tremors suddenly stop. The team and the miners look around the now silent cavern with relief. Kiwon reports that no more kobolds have appeared since the shaking started. He confirms that they have managed to collect plenty of ore. He looks towards the dark tunnel where Suho vanished. His expression is a mixture of absolute trust and deep, lingering worry for his leader. A bright blue notification suddenly materializes in front of him. He is momentarily confused by the unexpected appearance of the system window. The message declares that the gate has been conquered. Everyone shouts in disbelief as they see that the MVP was An Suho himself. Kiwon's face flushes with pure joy and admiration. He cheers loudly, shouting that this incredible feat is exactly what he expected from his leader. Alone in the boss chamber, Suho receives his rewards. He is granted 5 bonus stat points for accomplishing such a great feat. The system continues to shower him with rewards. He gets bonus experience and another stat point for being MVP, which triggers a level up. He holds the orb containing his new prize. A final notification grants him 1 more bonus stat point for the successful capture of the monster. A deep sense of satisfaction washes over him as he looks at the orb. He thinks to himself that the capture was a complete success. Suho admits that the beast's attack would have been fatal for anyone else. He then reveals that he never actually intended to kill it. He holds up the glowing orb, stating his goal was to tame, not kill. He recalls the control orb he got from the druid. He tosses the orb to the ground, thinking there was a specific reason he used this powerful, one-time item on the incredible Bulgasari. The orb opened, and a status window for the tamed monster appears. A miniature, adorable version of the beast materializes on the cavern floor. Suho kneels beside the tiny, sleeping creature. He activates his healing skill, preparing to mend the wounds from their brutal fight. Soothing blue energy flows from Suho's hand into the miniature Bulgasari. It sleeps peacefully as its wounds completely heal under his gentle care. The small creature slowly opens its eyes and looks up at him. Suho greets it gently, asking the cute little thing how it's feeling. Suho gives a crisp command for it to stand at attention. The tiny beast immediately snaps to it, puffing its chest out proudly. Suho smiles, pleased with his new companion's enthusiastic spirit. He tells it they need to gather all the ore before they finally leave. Suho pats his new tiny companion, asking if it's ready to begin. The creature, Bulbul, lets out a happy chirp, eager to work. The scene shifts back to the worried team waiting at the entrance. They wonder why their leader is taking so long to come out. Suho recalls the Bulgasari's original owner, Gaia. He knows exactly how that legendary player evolved the beast and plans to do even better. He knows the beast eats metal, so he opens a portal. He prepares to enter his personal subspace house to begin the creature's training. Inside his personal space, Bulbul sees a huge mountain of mana crystals. The tiny beast squeals with pure joy at the delicious-looking sight. Bulbul happily dashes toward the pile of ore. Suho watches with an encouraging smile, telling his new pet that it's doing a great job. Bulbul opens its mouth and inhales the massive pile of crystals. Suho is impressed, thinking the beast is truly the world's best miner. Suho smirks, knowing the Nexus team collected their share. He thinks that whatever his new pet gathers now is his personal secret bonus. Outside, the team's anxiety grows. They note that a long time has passed since the gate clear message, and their leader is still missing. The mining leader voices his concern, fearing Suho might be injured. He suggests that they should go inside and search for him. A teammate asks the others for their opinion. He says that while they trust their leader, they can't help but feel very worried. Seo Kiwon's voice cuts through the doubt, firm and resolute. He states with absolute faith that their leader will definitely come back safely. Kiwon reminds them that their duty as team members is simple. He believes they must trust their leader and continue to wait for him. Kim Hyun-min listens to Kiwon's words, her expression thoughtful. She quietly considers her own feelings and her duty to the team's unity. Her resolve now hardened, she agrees with Kiwon. She reminds everyone that Suho gave them clear instructions, so they will wait as instructed. Kim Hyun-min admits to herself that she is incredibly worried. However, she knows that the team's unity depends on their trust. She recalls Suho's final command to wait for 12 hours. She decides that, at the very least, they must honor his specific word. Just as their resolve solidifies, the rock wall explodes outward. Purple energy crackles as the blockage is blown apart from the inside. Kiwon and Kang Dae-hun's faces light up with pure joy. They both shout out for their team leader, relieved to finally see him. The dust settles to reveal Suho sitting casually among the rubble. He looks at his stunned team and notes that they're all here. Kiwon rushes forward, complaining about how worried they were. Suho cheekily replies that if he was that worried, he should have come looking. Kiwon tearfully explains that they were following his orders not to enter. He proudly declares that he was the one who insisted they wait. Suho pats Kiwon's shoulder with a rare, genuine smile. He praises his subordinate, telling him to keep up the good work and loyalty. Suho tells the rest of the team they did well to wait. In the background, Kiwon celebrates with his hands in the air, happy he was praised. Kim Hyun-min watches with a firm, resolved expression. She thinks to herself that if they cannot trust their leader, they can trust no one. Suho thanks her for her trust, but she immediately asks why he was so late. She reminds him the gate was cleared a day ago. Suho vaguely says he had some adult business to take care of. He playfully teases her, saying that kids wouldn't understand the details. Kim Hyun-min erupts in a furious, yelling that she's not a kid. Suho just walks away, whistling, enjoying her frustrated reaction. His playful moment over, Suho turns to the mining crew. He thanks them for their patience and asks if they're ready to leave. The miners cheer and raise their fists in triumph, ready to go. Meanwhile, outside, CEO Bae worries as he stares at the dark monitor. CEO Bae frets about the consequences if anything happened to Suho. The hunter is a rising star that even the association is watching closely. He breaks into a cold sweat, thinking of the public backlash. If word got out Suho entered out of guilt, his guild would be blamed. Suddenly, Suho and his team emerge from the portal, looking completely fine. An announcement declares that everyone has returned safely from the gate. Overwhelmed with relief, CEO Bae rushes towards Suho, shouting his name. Suho simply offers a calm smile, acknowledging the very stressed guildman. Suho gestures towards the now stabilized gate area. He calmly informs the CEO that the gate has been cleared, just as he had promised. A Nexus official stares at a data tablet, his eyes wide with shock. He tells the CEO that the amount of ore is unbelievable. A wave of profound relief washes over Bae Dong-yuk. He says with deep emotion that Hunter An has given them a truly great gift. Bae knows Suho's contract was cut short, but this huge haul is more than enough. He sees it as a great display of sincerity. Bae understands that Suho saved the Nexus brand's reputation. If they had failed, the damage from the government's intervention would have been unavoidable. Later, in his office, CEO Bae tells Suho they have tallied the profits. He is ready to inform him of the final numbers. Bae thanks him again, but Suho humbly says it was the least he could do. He insists he owed it for leaving early. The CEO laughs, praising Suho's rare sense of duty and loyalty. He notes that such honorable values are hard to find these days. Bae hands Suho the summary report to review together. Suho looks comically awkward after receiving so much intense, heartfelt praise from the man. Bae explains this is the estimated value from just the mining team. Suho narrows his eyes, focusing intently on the preliminary profit report. Suho's composure shatters as he stares at the report. The ore is valued at a jaw-dropping 7.2 billion won, nearly frying his brain. The CEO explains the stones are high-grade, and the final profit will exceed 10 billion. Suho's mind rapidly calculates his own secret haul. Suho struggles to suppress a greedy grin, knowing his personal stash is worth more. He tries to keep a straight face as Bae speaks. Bae generously offers to give 10% of the profits to Suho's team. Suho is struck completely speechless by the unexpected, generous offer. Beaming with pride, the CEO says it would be shameless to take all the credit. Suho begins to sweat, stressed by this inconvenient generosity. Suho frantically tries to refuse the bonus, but Bae insists. He says that giving them the money is the only way he'll feel at ease. Suho sweats, repeating that he really doesn't need it. He thinks that since he already stole a fortune, he can't accept it. After a long, awkward negotiation between the two men, an agreement is finally reached. The sun sets on a very productive business meeting. Bae offers a new, different proposal to settle their debt. Suho, eager to just move on, immediately says that it sounds good to him. Suho asks why Bae agreed when he hasn't said anything. The CEO happily replies that they owe him so much. They'll agree to anything. Suho reflects on his choice to work with them. He knew Bae was honorable and generous, which is exactly why he chose Nexus. With the mood perfect, Suho makes his real proposal. He tells Bae that he wants to create a secret, unofficial raid team. Suho explains he has a private team and will soon join the association. He asks Bae to secretly manage them under the Nexus banner. A cunning smile appears on Suho's face as he lays out the terms. He asks Bae to register and support his skilled, helpful team. Bae understands that Suho will secretly continue to be a hunter for Nexus. He realizes that the team in question must be the trainees. The deal is struck, and Bae says he will inform his manager. As they walk away, Suho offers a simple, satisfied word of thanks. Suho's expression darkens as he reflects on a past betrayal. He reaffirms his vow to carefully build only true, unbreakable alliances this time. Suho enters his team's lounge. Surprising. They all look up from what they're doing and greet their team leader with curiosity. He tells them that he has come to make an important announcement. His serious tone immediately captures every single person's full and undivided attention. He drops the incredible news. As of today, they are all officially registered members of the prestigious Nexus Guild. The team is completely stunned. Suho explains he arranged for them to get paid and receive B-rank treatment. He knows they all sacrificed a lot to train with him. The team erupts in pure joy, ecstatic at the news. They can't believe they are now official members of such a major, respected guild. Suho's phone rings, and he walks away to answer it. He speaks respectfully, addressing the person on the other end as his senior. The caller, Pai Seon-yeol, congratulates Suho on his recent amazing accomplishment. Suho coolly thanks him, pretending that it was nothing special at all. Pai informs him that the special recruitment went through successfully. The higher-ups approved, so he will be hired after a small ceremony. Suho smiles, thanking his senior for all his help. With his eyes fixed firmly on the future, he promises more impressive results soon. Suho's team relaxes in the fancy Paju Nexus Academy lounge, probably wondering if their new high-paying job comes with a good snack bar. A mysterious laptop begins to glow, signaling that their official break time is over, and it is now time for some very intense virtual training. Terrifying digital monsters with glowing red eyes suddenly appear, screaming silently. This virtual reality program clearly does not have a peaceful puppy's difficulty setting. The team immediately leaps into battle, turning the once comfortable lounge into a chaotic mess of desperate fighting against the scary digital nightmares. One of the shadowy monsters lunges forward with its mouth open wide. It seems very personally offended by their presence in its virtual world. The team's field leader, Kim Hyun-min, shouts encouragement, telling everyone to hold their positions. He seems to be the responsible one of the group. Guyeon-hwa notices Seo Ki-won looks tired and asks if he is okay. He insists he is fine, though he looks ready for a nap. She kindly suggests that maybe they should all take a little break. But Ki-won, full of stubborn energy, strongly disagrees and says he can continue. Ki-won proudly declares he is a member of the Banshee team and refuses to fall behind. He is very serious about his new team name. Amused, Kwak Do-ho praises the youngest member's fiery spirit and gives him a friendly, but far too powerful, slap on the back. The very friendly slap sends poor Ki-won flying across the room. His teammates rush to help him while scolding their overly enthusiastic friend. A calm hand rests on Ki-won's shoulder as a quiet voice tells everyone to settle down, ending the brief moment of chaotic team bonding. Guyeon-hwa offers Ki-won her hand, telling him not to show weakness. She reminds him he still has a long way to go. Two teammates smirk, agreeing that reaching a high level is just the beginning if he wants their full respect. The pressure is officially on. Kwak Do-ho adds that they all have a lot of work to do and tells them it is time to get fired up again. Inspired, Kim Hyun-min rallies everyone with a loud cheer for their Banshee team, officially kicking off their intense training session as a new unit. Suho watches his team from a distance, surrounded by defeated virtual monsters. He notes with a smile that they have plenty of energy. In his own virtual space, Suho stands in a long hallway. He thinks the training program is just a little more intense than he planned. Suho checks in on Ki-won, who is taking a short maintenance break. Suho casually informs him that he has already finished his own session. Ki-won is completely shocked that Suho cleared the program so quickly. Suho cheekily asks if he knows how much time has actually passed. Suho suggests a food break, but the team passionately shouts back that they are just getting started. Their hunger for battle is much stronger. Suho is amused that his team is now willingly overworking themselves. He decides to leave them to it and meet them on the outside. The story moves to a sunny cafe in Seoul, a much more peaceful setting than the intense virtual battlefield his team is currently enjoying. Inside, Suho checks his phone, thinking that he needs to manage his busy schedule more tightly now that his life is getting more complicated. On a call, he considers his new official status and his deal with CEO Bae, realizing his days of having any free time are over. His next important mission is to track down a specific person. Just then, a nice white car conveniently pulls up right outside the cafe. The gate broker, Choi Yoon, steps out of the car. She looks stylish and confident as she walks toward the cafe with a purpose. She greets Suho and immediately orders a fancy strawberry drink. He dryly asks if she remembered to bring her own wallet this time. Suho reminds her with a grin that she is not in a position to make demands, since he called her here to repay a favor. Despite his teasing, the strawberry drink appears. She insists the hard work she did for him has earned her a very delicious, sweet treat. Choi Yoon is stunned to see the drink appear so fast, asking what it is. Suho calmly states it is the frappe she just ordered. She asks how he knew to order it in advance. She is amazed by his perfect timing and his apparent mind-reading skills for menu items. Suho explains it was just a hunch, revealing his special memory power also contains some fun, useful facts about her and her favorite things. He recalls how his memory contains every little detail, even things like someone's favorite food, which he always remembers for his future plans. Suho playfully asks if she is not going to thank him for the thoughtful gesture. She happily agrees, saying she will enjoy her drink. Getting to business, Suho asks if she found what he was looking for. She excitedly presents a folder, confirming she has the information. Choi Yoon wonders why he is looking for a person she considers a junkie. Suho quickly corrects her, stating the man is not. Suho clarifies he is searching for a skilled craftsman as he looks over the man's detailed resume, which includes a picture of his face. He reveals the man's name is Nam Haewon, a legendary blacksmith from his past life who was famous for his amazing, magical creations. Suho praises her for finding the man so quickly. He thinks to himself that now his important future plans can finally move forward. He asks about a secret union safe house in Cheongdam. She is shocked that he even knows about such a highly classified and secure location. Suho explains that in his past life he knew everything, so a simple safe house is no secret. He then says he wants to use it. Choi Yoon laughs, explaining that the Cheongdam location is top tier and not so easy to get into, even for someone as powerful as him. Suho reminds her that she still owes him a very big favor, asking if she plans to go back on her word now. She argues the favor was only for finding the documents he wanted. He taps the file, agreeing that was at least part of it. He leans in with a dark smile, asking if her life is only worth a few papers. This friendly negotiation has suddenly become very threatening. She quickly backtracks, insisting that is not what she meant. Seeing his look, she reluctantly agrees to make a quick phone call outside. A little later, she returns, looking tired but successful. Suho smugly says he told her so, while she wonders why Cheongdam was so important. Suho gives her an intense look, asking if she really wants an explanation. His question sounds more like a serious, dangerous warning to her. She immediately regrets asking, covering her face in mock terror. He smiles, admitting he only picked it because it was located conveniently nearby. Choi Yoon informs him there is a condition attached to using the safe house. Suho seems interested, asking what this new condition is. She explains that if he meets the condition, he will get access to the fancy safe house at a very generous half-price discount. Suho is surprised by the offer, thinking that even with a 50% discount, the price for that safe house would still be enormous. She starts to confirm the deal for him, but Suho holds up a hand to stop her before she gets too far ahead of herself. He insists on hearing the important condition first. She notes he is being rather demanding for someone who is asking for such a big favor. Suho proudly explains that since he is joining the Hunter Association, he must act like a proper public officer. She looks completely bewildered by him. The condition is simple. He must clear a newly discovered gate. Suho asks why the Union does not just use their own numerous hunters. She explains the gate appeared in a very public place, Namhansan, making it too conspicuous for a typical, quiet and discreet military operation. The gate is called Sky Mountain and is filled with dangerous flying wyverns. She adds that hunter entry is limited to level 110 or below. She says it is not a solo mission and he will join a team, adding even he could not clear it alone. He thoughtfully considers the challenge. Suho asks if the wyverns happen to be sky blue. She confirms this, wondering how he could have known such a specific, random little detail. With that confirmed, Suho stands up, ready for action, and asks when the raid is. She tells him he can go in right away. He smirks with his eyes glowing as he changes the condition. He declares he will not join a team but will instead clear it alone. The beautiful and peaceful southern Korean landscape provides a calm moment before Suho begins his dangerous, high-stakes solo mission inside the new gate. Choi Yoon and another hunter watch the gate, with the man wondering if Suho refusing supplies and going in solo is not just pure arrogance. She tells Hunter Kim Suwon not to judge, as Suho must have his reasons. Suwon adds his boss does not care if Suho wins. Choi Yoon looks on with confidence, saying she has a feeling he will succeed because he always manages to achieve the most surprising results. Suwon asks if she is only confident because it is the famous An Suho. She gives a happy confirmation that this is exactly why. Believing it will not take long, Choi Yoon decides they should wait nearby for his return. Her companion seems much less certain about this. Suwon watches the gate, thinking about the legendary sword god An Suho, and wondering what will happen next to the famous and powerful hunter. He muses that if Suho wins he will be a bigger legend, but if he fails his downfall will be epic. Either way it will be fun. Inside, Suho recognizes the frozen celestial mountain from old records. He recalls it was not a very dangerous gate, but there was a catch. He remembers many past hunters were sacrificed here because the sky was full of wyverns, forcing teams to rely only on ranged magic attackers. Because warriors were considered useless against flying enemies, they were left out. But Suho, gathering his power, knows he is a different case. He activates his blood weapon, forming a sword from crimson energy. Looking at the sky, he prepares to start the most exciting part of the raid. Using his leap skill, he rockets up the mountain with incredible speed, shattering the ground as he launches himself toward the flying monsters. He recalls that the mountain's razor-sharp winds are very dangerous for most climbers, making a direct assault nearly impossible for any normal person. But for a hunter with his high stats, those deadly winds feel like a cool breeze. He easily scales the cliff, ignoring the danger. He spots the high-level wyverns, led by a powerful leader. Meanwhile, a tiny red creature peeks out from behind a nearby rock. The small creature makes a curious sound as a huge wyvern looms over it, angry that an intruder has dared to climb its mountain. Suho studies his enemies, noting that wyverns are a lesser type of dragon, known for their powerful flight and impressive brute strength. He also knows they are cunning, making them tough opponents. A wyvern snarls, clearly unhappy to see him getting closer to its precious nest. Suho smirks, guessing the creatures see a lone man with a sword and probably think he looks like a very easy, delicious afternoon snack. The wyverns take flight, circling above him like hungry birds of prey, getting ready to dive down and attack their single, lonely target. One of the creatures screeches and dives, unleashing a powerful blast of wind magic aimed directly at Suho, starting the first real attack. He thinks they are underestimating him far too much as the powerful winds swirl around him, kicking up dust from the Rocky Mountain peak. He identifies the attack as a simple wind blast and prepares his counter. His quick-draw skill activates just as the attack is about to hit. In a flash, he teleports in front of the diving monster, his red sword slicing through its chest and causing it to cry out in pain. The wyvern is slammed into the ground with incredible force, creating a huge crater. His glowing red sword is already prepared for the next one. Suho lands gracefully, stating that his attack range is far greater than that of any ordinary, boring swordsman they have fought before. He warns the wyverns that he is very different from their previous opponents. One of them lets out a startled squawk in surprised response. The enraged leader wyvern lets out a furious roar, signaling its minions to forget caution and begin their coordinated group attack immediately. The entire flock descends to the ground, surrounding Suho in a tight circle, ready to overwhelm him with their superior numbers and sharp teeth. Suho looks around, unimpressed. He correctly assumes that since they cannot beat him alone, they are just going to try and swarm him. He calls their strategy pathetic, which makes the creatures shriek in fury and charge at him all at once from every single direction. As they charge, he calmly analyzes their formation, seeing that the first attackers are just decoys meant to distract and confuse their real target. He knows the true danger is the leader, who is waiting in the back for the perfect moment to strike while he is busy fighting. Just as he predicted, the giant leader wyvern lunges from behind the pack, its mouth wide open, trying to eat him in one big bite. Suho pivots and unleashes a powerful upward slash with his blood weapon, cutting the massive beast and spoiling its well-planned dinner attempt. The leader shrieks in pain as it crashes to the ground, its clever coordinated attack now in complete and utter disarray from one hit. The wounded leader unleashes a wave of pure fear, a special ability designed to mentally paralyze any foe who stands against its might. Suho remains completely unaffected, as his dragon blood skill makes him immune to such cheap mental tricks, much to the wyvern's growing horror. He mocks the terrified wyvern, asking how a lesser creature could ever think its power would work on someone with the blood of a dragon. Furious at being insulted, the leader wyvern roars and fires a desperate blast of crackling blue energy directly from its powerful, gaping mouth. Suho watches with a calm smirk, noting that his opponent seems to be getting very angry now that its tricks have all failed so miserably. The other wyverns begin tearing giant boulders from the mountainside, preparing to switch from direct attacks to a more tactical bombardment from above. They rip the rocks from the cliffs, demonstrating a surprising ability to use the environment to their advantage in a very intelligent way. One wyvern grips a huge boulder tightly, its claws digging deep as it prepares to drop the heavy stone on Suho's unsuspecting head. Suho quickly understands their strategy, realizing these monsters are much smarter than the average beasts he usually fights in gates like this one. The wyverns let out a screech and release the boulders, sending a deadly shower of heavy rocks raining down upon the battlefield below them. The rocks smash into the ground around Suho, creating a chaotic series of explosions that fills the air with dust and flying ice shards. He realizes the smaller wyverns are dropping rocks to block his escape path, while also creating a convenient smokescreen for their powerful leader. As expected, the leader wyvern dives through the chaos of the rockfall, aiming to finish him with a powerful and decisive claw attack. Suho braces himself as the attack crashes down, the ground shattering from the immense force of the monster's powerful and well-timed strike. He thinks their tactic is clever, but he activates his leap skill, shooting straight up into the air and easily dodging the massive attack. Soaring high above the battlefield, he prepares to end the fight by activating his powerful severing steel technique, ready to finish this now. He hangs upside down in the air directly above the terrified leader wyvern, which can only stare up in shock at its impending doom. Suho tells the beast that no matter how smart it is, it could never have predicted the exact moment of its own swift demise. With a single, fluid slash, he unleashes a wave of crimson energy that cuts through the leader wyvern, ending its reign instantly. He lands on the massive body of the defeated monster, announcing that the cleanup of the minions is now officially and finally complete. Suho clenches his fist, thinking he still needs more practice to master his skills, but at least he is slowly getting the hang of it. He decides there is no need to rush his training, because he knows the main course, the true boss of this mountain, is still waiting. Using his leap skill, he continues his journey up the mountain with incredible speed, leaving the remains of the lesser wyverns far behind him. A huge roar echoes from the summit, and he smirks, realizing the Sky Wyvern King finally knows its underlings have all been defeated. He reaches the peak, the true domain of the sky. He knows that from this point on, the real, much harder challenge finally begins. With a final leap, he lands on the flat summit that serves as the boss room, ready to face the final, powerful guardian. He looks up in surprise at the enormous shadow looming over him, cast by a creature far larger than he could have possibly imagined. He wonders why the sky has suddenly gone completely dark, as if something has appeared to eclipse the bright sun above his head. The colossal Sky Wyvern King, a level 113 boss, reveals itself, its massive body blocking out the sky as it glares down at him. The king roars and immediately uses its fear ability, sending a wave of terrifying mental pressure washing over the entire mountaintop arena. His dragon blood skill activates, making him immune. He realizes the attack is so powerful it would have instantly shattered his mind without it. He notes the boss is so huge it could be mistaken for a real dragon, and is the highest level monster he has fought yet. Despite the pressure, he smirks, knowing that at the end of the day a wyvern is still just a wyvern, not a real dragon. He remembers fighting a real dragon in his past life, so a simple flying lizard, no matter how big, should not be a problem. A confident smile appears on his face, a sharp fang showing as he announces that it is finally time for the main event to begin. The boss circles cautiously overhead, clearly wanting to test him first. Suho expresses his great dislike for opponents who waste his valuable time. He glances at the nearby nest full of glowing eggs, wondering if the boss would come down to fight if he took one as a hostage. He decides to test his theory and starts walking towards the nest, daring the king to keep hiding while he threatens its young. His taunt works perfectly. The furious king roars and dives down from the sky, unleashing a massive wave of energy as it descends. The king lands with incredible force, the wind from its wings creating a shockwave that shatters the ground and blasts debris everywhere. Suho braces himself, annoyed that he is being pushed back by the sheer wind pressure from the monster's landing alone. He admits that a king is on another level entirely, with destructive power far beyond any of its lesser minions he fought earlier. He notes it is a good thing the mountain is so sturdy, or it would have crumbled to dust from such powerful attacks. A sly grin appears as he realizes the opposite is true. The tough terrain is not actually helping him at all in this situation. He knows the sturdy ground is an advantage for the king, allowing it to unleash its full power without ever having to hold back. The king lunges forward, trying to use its fear ability again at close range, hoping it will be more effective this time around. Suho ignores the attack and charges forward, meeting the beast head-on with a powerful strike from his glowing crimson blood weapon. He activates his Iron Slash technique, bringing the heavy blade down on the king's body with all of his formidable might. He lets out a sharp breath, a look of genuine surprise on his face as he feels the impact of his own powerful attack. His blade grinds against the king's incredibly tough scales but fails to break through, shocking him with its unexpected level of durability. Suho admits that a 40-level difference in power is a pretty big gap that probably should not be ignored in a fight like this. But he smiles, seeing this as a great chance to train his techniques on a durable opponent who can actually take a punch. The king roars and spins in the air, gathering its power to summon a huge swarm of reinforcements to help in the difficult battle. A flock of smaller sky-blue wyverns appears, flying alongside their powerful leader as they prepare to join the fight against the lone hunter. Suho watches them arrive with a calm expression, stating that he fully expected the boss to call for backup to try and overwhelm him. He glances at the sky, now filled with dozens of the creatures, and remarks on the impressive number of minions the king has summoned. The entire horde roars and dives down in a massive, coordinated assault, aiming to crush Suho with their combined strength and numbers. He knows that under their king's command, these normally cautious creatures are now in an all-out attack mode, which makes dodging them very tricky. He smiles confidently, glad that he chose to invest his skill points in strength first, knowing it will give him a crucial advantage here. He knows his high strength stat increases his speed and jumping power, which is a tremendous help for evasive maneuvers in a chaotic fight. Just as he is about to move, a bright blue system alert flashes before his eyes, catching him by surprise with its timing. The Wyvern King roars again, commanding its minions to press their attack and finally finish off their single, very troublesome human opponent. A brilliant column of light shines down on the mountain. Suho smiles, thinking that the timing for this surprising new development is absolutely perfect. He reflects that it took him a very long time to acquire a skill as simple as leap, but it was worth the wait. His leap skill activates with a message stating his understanding of it is extremely high as he launches himself powerfully from the ground. The system reassesses his talent due to his mastery, and his leap skill is officially upgraded to a powerful S-rank ability. He shoots through the air like a red comet, aiming directly for the Wyvern King with his newly enhanced and much more powerful speed. The Wyvern King is startled by his sudden burst of speed, and pulls back just in time to narrowly avoid his incredibly fast attack. Suho lands with a smirk, impressed that the boss was clever enough to dodge his newly upgraded and very powerful leap skill. He compliments the beast on its smart move, but his tone suggests that one good dodge will not be enough to save its life. His new S-rank leap skill gives him a massive 500% boost to jumping power, plus a brand new, very special effect. The new skill lets him perform an additional step in midair. He activates it again, launching himself from the air itself. Using the midair jump, he appears before the shocked king, calling it careless as his hand plunges deep into the monster's chest. With a savage grin, he pulls his crimson sword from the deep wound, his eyes already locking onto his next unfortunate target nearby. To show off his power, he brutally strikes down a minion right in front of the boss, whose face shows pure terror. He gathers dark energy into his blood weapon. Knowing that for a boss of this high caliber he needs a very special move, he knows he can end this entire long and difficult fight in just one single perfectly executed final strike with his ultimate technique. He unleashes his ultimate attack, commanding his weapon to extend like the Ruyi staff, crushing the king and its minions in a single blow. The dust settles, revealing the broken and defeated body of the Sky Wyvern King, now lying motionless on the fractured mountain summit. Suho lands near the fallen boss, which lets out a final, pained groan as it weakly tries to get back up on its feet. He admires his new technique, noting how his weapon reabsorbs the blood it uses, and then he cheekily asks the boss for a review. The king growls weakly, and Suho notes that his ultimate attack only managed to scratch the incredibly tough and resilient monster. He raises his glowing red sword, telling the king he needs its durability for practice, and warns it not to fall too easily. The giant blue Wyvern King let out a seriously ticked-off roar, not a fan of his new battle scars. Suho zipped past the beast's clumsy lunge, leaving a slick red energy trail like a work of art. He popped up above the big lizard, his blade glowing as he landed another perfectly annoying hit. The wyvern smartly blocked the attack, its scales shimmering with a blue power that pushed back hard. Realizing he was in over his head, the king screeched for backup like his life depended on it. His minions heard the call but just shuffled their feet, looking like they'd rather be anywhere else. Suho chilled on the lizard's head, wondering if this promotion to king was effective immediately. The Wyvern King threw a fit, letting out a roar that sounded more like a temper tantrum. The smaller dragons seemed to find their boss's meltdown hilarious, making some seriously weird cackling noises. As the wyverns finally attacked, Suho figured they were just scared of getting yelled at by their grumpy leader. He thought they were supposed to be smart, but it turns out they just followed orders from a big bully. With one smooth move, he took out the whole squad, wondering why they couldn't tell the good guy from the bad. The hunter was a bit bummed. This whole training session was not leveling up his skills fast enough. He'd planned to farm XP on the small fry, but this whole thing was turning into a major time sink. Deciding to switch things up, he announced he would just make the big blue lizard follow him instead. Leaving the confused king in his dust, our hero sprinted full speed toward the towering mountain peak. He knew a secret. A much bigger, scarier purple wyvern queen was waiting for him at the summit. The swordsman calmly held his weapon, knowing this powerful queen had one very big, exploitable weakness. The queen was a super protective mom stuck guarding her eggs, which meant she couldn't move very far. The enormous purple dragon appeared, roaring at the guy who dared to crash her very private nursery. A system pop-up confirmed the angry mom had started chucking giant boulders down the mountain at him. A deadly rock slide came tumbling down the path, ready to turn him into a human pancake. He smirked. His plan was perfect, as the queen was stuck using long-range attacks to protect her nest. His special skill kicked in, letting him slice through the falling rocks like they were made of butter. He landed on a high cliff, totally safe since the overprotective mother dragon couldn't reach him up there. The trapped queen let out a furious screech, the sound wave powerful enough to shake the whole valley. Suho casually cleaned his ear, guessing she'd now send her minions since she was stuck on babysitting duty. He brushed off the thought with a sharp look. The angry purple mom wasn't his real target today. Just as he planned, the enraged Blue King finally caught up, charging blindly right into his wife's territory. Suho dodged the clumsy attack, making the big beast smash right into the ground where he had just been. He taunted the big lizard, reminding him of his duty and suggesting they finally settle their little disagreement. With a determined glint in his eye, the hunter held his crimson blade ready, declaring it was time to end this. The angry dragon lunged forward, while Suho braced himself, preparing a seriously powerful countermove. As the huge beast came down, his ultimate sword skill activated, ready to meet the overwhelming force. He poured all of his focus into his hands, gripping his sword with a look of absolute concentration. The Wyvern King's face was pure rage, its eyes locked on the tiny human, who was causing so much trouble. They met mid-air, but the big lizard cleverly twisted its body to dodge Suho's incredibly deadly strike. Suho held back his final move, since his real goal here was to level up his swordsmanship, not just win. He remembered his #1 rule. In this life or the last, his sword was his only true friend. His eyes glowed. This was the perfect chance to push his sword techniques to their absolute breaking point. He focused all his senses into his fingertips, feeling the perfect, fluid connection between his body and blade. Activating his skill again, he became a blur of red slashes, totally lost in the feeling of the power. He unleashed another perfect strike, his glowing red blade cutting deep into the dragon's massive body. The monster cried out as a deep, bloody gash appeared on its soft, vulnerable underbelly. A system window popped up, declaring that his skill with a sword had officially surpassed everyone else. A confident smirk appeared on Suho's face as he thought to himself, well, it's about time. The Wyvern King stared in shock, sensing a terrifying power shift in the human's swirling dark energy. The beast reared back for one last, agonizing roar as blood poured from the many fatal wounds, so calmly took his fighting stance, inviting the dying creature to come forward and meet its end. The system officially recognized his mastery, promoting his sword-drawing skill to the supreme realm. The skill evolved into a brand new technique, awakened by a mysterious sword spirit inside his weapon. The spirit blessed his growth, infusing his sword with its power and updating his skill information. He unleashed his new move, Cloud Cutter, an attack so devastating it sliced the king into two halves. The beast let out one final, pained scream as the unstoppable attack tore right through its scaly body. The Cloud Cutter exploded into a swirling vortex of destructive energy, a truly impressive debut for a new skill. Suho landed softly, the shockwave from his attack blasting away all the rock and dust around him. A final system message confirmed he had slain the king, leaving him to stand alone in the now silent canyon. From her nest high above, the purple wyvern queen let out a heartbreaking scream of grief for her fallen mate. As the furious queen lunged, Suho coldly asked if she was feeling sad about her husband's recent demise. Before she could even get close, he had already activated his Cloud Cutter again, launching a ruthless attack. The crimson energy wave tore through the air as he promised the grieving queen a very quick reunion. System windows popped up one after another, confirming he had successfully slain every last one of the wyverns. A final message announced the gate was conquered, and Suho casually rested his bloody sword on his shoulder. He checked his stats, happy to see he'd gained a ton of experience, and his strength was almost ranked up. Having learned the skills he wanted, he decided it was finally time to go and collect his well-earned loot. The hunter gracefully leaped down into the deep rocky crater that the Wyvern Queen had called her home. At the bottom he found the real prize, a clutch of 12 huge, light purple Wyvern Queen's eggs. He remembered the Union only reported 6 eggs and smiled, realizing he had hit the jackpot once again. Cradling 2 of the giant eggs, he grinned, thinking this awesome bonus definitely called for some extra pay. With the eggs now safely secured, he turned his attention to the other valuable prizes, the monster corpses. He knew the queen's body was a high-grade material that could be sold for a ridiculously high price, but Suho had a much better, more creative idea for this prize, and decided to invest it elsewhere. He placed his hand on the dead queen, and his ghost blade immediately began to absorb the monster's shadow. The ghost blade pulsed with a brilliant purple light, growing much stronger as it feasted on the queen's energy. He noted the shadow was great food for his sword, and now he just needed one more to complete its evolution. After dealing with the king's body, he stood in the quiet gate and wondered what to do next. Suddenly, the shimmering blue gate began to disappear, which caused a bit of a panic for the people outside. The Union hunter, Kim Sai-hoon, stared in total disbelief, admitting he never thought Suho could actually do it. He couldn't believe a single healer, not even level 100, had done what a full party might not. His contact, Choi Yun, laughed with relief, and Suho jokingly denied looking excited about his amazing win. Onlookers shouted, as the hero of the day calmly stepped out of the fading light of the conquered gate. The broker and a very humbled Si-hoon approached to formally congratulate him on clearing the gate all by himself. Suho thanked them and then held out his hand, ready to present them with a very generous portion of the loot. He revealed a pile of 10 huge, purple eggs, an unbelievable haul for a solo mission like this one. The skeptical Union guy was shocked by the number of eggs, but Suho calmly explained he took his share first. He then lied that the monster corpses fell off the mountain, hiding that his sword had a very nice meal. Still trying to make sense of it all, Si-hoon nervously asked if he could ask him a personal question. He desperately wanted to know how a healer managed to defeat flying dragons with just a sword and some healing. He pleaded for an answer, guessing he must have used some kind of ranged weapon or powerful magic scrolls. Suho just listened to the man's frantic questions with a calm, mysterious smile, not revealing a single secret. With a cool smirk, he gave a simple, infuriatingly awesome answer. One sword was all he ever needed. The doubter was stunned, asking if he really took down both the king and queen with just one sword. His doubt instantly turned into hero worship, but the broker dryly pointed out his sudden change of heart. Suho got back to business, and she confirmed he more than fulfilled his end of their very important deal. He demanded free use of the biggest Cheongdam safe house, and she assured him her boss was a man of his word. He wanted the safe house that day, and also asked her to handle selling his items and laundering the money. His contact beamed, promising the best, most discreet service for all of his future business needs. Just as she was about to leave, Suho stopped her again, asking for one last, very important favor. He asked about a patient named Nam Hae-won at a rehab center, showing her a file with his picture. He said he needed to know everything about this person, but she recognized it as the file she already gave him. She was confused and asked who he was, since Suho had only said he was some kind of technician. Suho gave her a sharp look that made it clear he didn't appreciate her prying, and she quickly apologized. She pretended to be hurt, but Suho drew a firm line, saying she could ask how he was, but nothing more. She coolly informed him the safe house would be ready soon, and she would send him the address. He then asked about the information on Hae-won, and she confirmed it would be easy to find him. She explained that digging up info on a junkie would only take a few minutes and promised to contact him. A short while later, while he was sitting in his car, Suho received a very important phone call. His contact reported that the safe house was ready, and she had already sent all the data on Hae-won. She tried to ask why he was looking for an addict, but he just cut her off and ended the call. Suho smiled, impressed with how quickly and efficiently her organization worked when properly motivated. He looked at his phone, which now displayed a map with a pin marking Hae-won's exact location. With his target now located, he decided it was time to go and recruit the legendary blacksmith from his past. He arrived at a rundown villa, noting that the blacksmith lived in another depressing semi-basement apartment. He tried the doorbell, but it seemed to be broken, which was definitely not a very good sign. He knocked on the door and called out for Hae-won, but got no answer from the dark, silent apartment. Suho paused for a moment, a thoughtful and slightly concerned expression on his face as he waited. He decided to come back later, not knowing that inside, the man he was looking for was unconscious. A large, menacing thug stood over the bodies, mockingly asking if he was expecting another guest to arrive. One of the thugs raised his foot for a final blow, but was interrupted by a very loud noise. The door was suddenly kicked open, and the three thugs stared in pure shock at the unexpected intruder. Suho stood in the broken doorway, looking down at the thugs with a very unimpressed expression. One of the thugs, a big guy with tattoos, stepped up and angrily demanded to know who he was. Suho looked at him with cool indifference, telling him that his identity was none of his business. Enraged by the disrespect, the tattooed thug yelled about his nerve, and then lunged forward to attack. Before the thug could even land a punch, Suho casually slapped him across the face with blinding speed. The other two thugs stared with their mouths hanging open, shocked by how easily their friend was defeated. Suho glanced at the remaining two and gestured for them to come forward, inviting them to attack him. He used his magic detection skill, confirming that there were a total of 4 people in the room. The other two finally reacted, with one asking who he was while the other said he looked familiar. He finished his count with the third thug, who was now unconscious and foaming at the mouth on the floor. His eyes finally landed on the fourth person, Nam Hae-won, who was lying unconscious in a dark corner. The remaining thug got angry at being ignored, and once again demanded to know who Suho was. He tried to boast about who they were, but Suho simply cut him off with another swift, powerful slap. The thug's face twisted in pain as a spray of blood flew from his mouth from the force of the blow. He collapsed to the floor unconscious, while his last friend stared down in utter disbelief at the scene. The last thug tried to warn Suho, but Suho interrupted him before delivering another powerful slap. The final thug was sent flying through the air before crashing hard onto the floor of the apartment. Suho casually checked on the man, noting that he was still breathing, so he probably hadn't hit him too hard. With the thugs now dealt with, he turned to Hae-won, who was lying near a used syringe on the floor. He gently tried to wake him, telling him that the danger had passed and that it was okay now. As he tried to lift him, Suho paused, a look of serious concern spreading across his face. He spotted the used syringe on the floor and immediately understood the grim situation he had walked into. He realized the thugs had been torturing him, and his stiff body meant it had been a while ago. He checked his pulse and was relieved to find him alive, but knew he had to act fast. He activated his recovery skill, knowing it was perfect for healing these kinds of real-world illnesses. He remembered his old friend Isabella's lesson. By pumping in more mana, he could expand the skill's range. He smirked at the irony of saving someone using information from a person who had tried to kill him. The green-haired man groaned as the healing magic took effect, his eyes slowly fluttering open from the pain. Suho asked if he was awake, and the man weakly looked up, confused about where he was. Suho smiled reassuringly, telling him he was safe at home as the man sat up, completely bewildered. Hae-won panicked, asking who Suho was, so he explained he just subdued some very uncooperative men. He became hysterical, insisting that the thugs had forcibly drugged him and that it was not his fault. Clutching his jacket, he desperately pleaded for him to believe that he had not done it to himself. Suho realized that the man was far too agitated to have a reasonable conversation in his current state. He remembered that in his past life, the blacksmith had confessed to being forcibly drugged by a gang. Understanding his trauma, Suho used his ring of emotions to absorb the man's overwhelming negative feelings. A dark, shadowy aura flowed from Haewon as the ring began to absorb his intense negative emotions. Suho asked if he was feeling a bit better, and the man looked up, his expression slightly calmer. Suho told him that he believed him, and that the men who attacked him were from the Changsik gang. He casually asked one of the unconscious thugs to confirm the gang's name, and the man groggily agreed. He recalled that the gang originally called themselves Gold Made Hand, a ridiculously fancy name for them. The Hunters Association found the name so absurd that they mockingly nicknamed them the Changsik Gang. Suho then asked if he attended a rehab center, and the green-haired man was surprised that he knew. Suho lied, claiming he learned about him while wiping out the gang, and told him not to worry. He promised to take full responsibility for the case, which moved the grateful man to tears of relief. He then asked if he was feeling any withdrawal, and Haewon admitted he was starting to feel cold. Suho gently asked him to sit down for a moment, and the weak man complied without any questions. Activating his recovery skill, he explained that it would remove his withdrawal symptoms and purge the drugs. He told him that he would need continuous treatments, but the skill was incredibly rare and mana-intensive. He remembered his friend Isabella's popularity due to this skill, which was why he chose to be a healer. He said he would see him again for more treatment, and then prepared to leave for the gang's hideout. As he was about to leave, the blacksmith nervously called out, asking for his name and affiliation. Suho turned back with a friendly smile, introducing himself as An Suho, a hunter, before saying goodbye. The man sat in his messy apartment, surrounded by unconscious thugs, repeating the famous name in disbelief. He realized that even without a TV, he had heard that name constantly over the past few days. He remembered seeing a breaking news report about Hunter An Suho clearing another sealed dungeon on TV. He stared in shock, finally understanding that the man who had just saved him was that famous hunter. Suho walked away with a confident expression, his mind already focused on his next important mission. He knew that after several gate shocks, this part of the city had devolved into a dangerous slum. Now in the heart of Seoul, it had become a hotbed of crime that the authorities chose to ignore. He arrived at a rundown building, knowing this was a place abandoned by both police and the association. Looking at the gold-made sign, he scoffed at what kind of punks would use such a fancy name. He entered and found himself in a surprisingly clean convenience store, which was obviously a front. He knew a pristine store like this could only survive in a slum if it was run by powerful gangsters. He left the fake store and headed up a side staircase, making his way to their real base. As he climbed the stairs, a gruff voice from above shouted at him to stop right where he was. A large, bald man glared down at him, threatening to beat him up if he took another single step. Suho just smirked at the classic tough guy act and asked where he could find their boss, Changsik. He repeated his demand more forcefully, which only made the guard angrier at his lack of respect. The guard's anger turned to shock as he recognized him, so Suho gave a friendly little wave. The guard stared in confusion as Suho held up his hand as if offering a friendly high five. Instead of a high five, he delivered a lightning-fast slap that sent the large guard flying with one hit. With the guard now dealt with, Suho's expression turned serious, and he again demanded that Changsik come out. Inside, Suho had already begun to clear the room, standing over another one of the defeated thugs. He sighed in annoyance, complaining that none of these thugs seemed to understand simple, polite instructions. He casually sat on a defeated thug, wondering why it was so hard for them to bring him their boss. The unconscious thug probably wondered what would happen if they kept ignoring his very clear orders. The boss, a man named Changsik, finally appeared with his lieutenants, annoyed that his quiet evening had been interrupted. Suho knew this gang, full of awakened hunters, was a clear sign of the country's decaying public order. He remembered from his past life that this gang grew into a massive threat that caused countless problems. He clenched his fists with determination, knowing he had to cut out this cancer before it had a chance to grow. The gang boss scowled, demanding to know what the hell Hunter An Suho was doing here all of a sudden. Suho calmly retorted that they were the ones who started this, but the boss feigned complete ignorance. Suho gave him a cold look, completely tired of him playing innocent and wasting his valuable time. He threw a used syringe on the table, declaring that they had messed with his friend, Nam Haewon. He told the boss he had just met with Haewon, and asked if he was still going to deny it. The big cheese pretended not to know the name, but one of his men quickly whispered a reminder in his ear. Suho's patience finally ran out, and he slammed his foot on the table, shattering it with pure anger. His eyes glowed with a dangerous red light as he calmly asked why they would ruin his best friend. The boss and his men were completely frozen, sweating under the terrifying pressure of Suho's killing intent. The boss, trying to maintain some authority, ordered everyone else to get out of the room immediately. The men hesitated for a moment, but their leader roared at them to leave, so they quickly scattered. Suho watched the cowardly thugs run away with a calm, unimpressed expression on his face. Now alone, the boss tried to de-escalate, suggesting there had been a misunderstanding and they should talk. Suho looked at him with pure disdain, repeating the word misunderstanding as if it were a pathetic joke. He grabbed the boss by his collar with a menacing smile, informing him that every word just earned another beating. The terrified boss tried to threaten him, sweating as he warned that he would call the police if touched. Suho called his threat absolute nonsense and then punched him squarely in the face, sending him flying backwards. He found it deeply ironic that a pathetic gang boss would threaten to call the police for help. He was slightly impressed that the boss wasn't completely knocked out after taking one of his direct hits. The boss glared at him with pure hatred, vowing through his bruised face that he would never let this go. He suddenly burst into a fit of crazed, maniacal laughter, which was a very strange choice. Suho's expression darkened as his fist began to glow, reminding the boss that he had been warned. He grabbed the man by the face, generously offering him one last chance to take back what he said. The goons waiting outside heard the commotion and all turned their attention toward their boss's private office. They burst into the room to check on their boss, shouting his name in a slight panic. Suho stood in the now trashed office, calmly informing the remaining thugs that their boss had cowardly run away. When the thugs looked confused, Suho simply pointed out that their leader had broken a window and escaped. One of the thugs noted that they were on the 3rd floor, but another dismissed it, saying their boss was strong. Suho, completely tired of their excuses, asked them what they planned to do now that their leader had abandoned them. He smiled menacingly, offering to tie them all up and send them to the infamous Cheonggok prison. The thugs were immediately terrified at the mention of Cheonggok, the brutal prison for player criminals. Cheonggok was a literal hell on earth, a special facility for violent player criminals next to the regular prison. It was a place where only the strong survived, and its fearsome reputation made even hardened criminals tremble. One of the thugs tried to act tough, boasting about his connections with the Public Hunters Association. Suho's expression turned deadly serious as he gave them one final warning to get out before he locked them up. The tough-talking thug's bravery vanished in an instant, and he stammered that they were just following orders. The rest of the gang quickly disowned their leader, shouting that they had no boss, and fleeing for their lives. Suho gave one final order, warning the fleeing thugs not to take a single piece of paper with them. Now alone, he activated a magic spell, ready to uncover the dirty secrets the gang was hiding in their nest. His mana detection skill revealed special, mana-infused objects hidden on both the 2nd and 3rd floors. He moved a cabinet in the corner of the office, revealing a very well-hidden safe. He scoffed at their simple hiding spot, noting the safe could only be opened by its owner's mana. He knew a normal steel cutter wouldn't get through the tough material, so he needed a more creative solution. He decided he just needed something strong enough to neatly remove the door and summoned his secret weapon. His cute, elephant-like pet, Bulgasol, appeared from a glowing magic circle, ready to get to work. Suho asked the little creature if it could rip off the safe door, and Bulgasol eagerly agreed. He watched with amusement as Bulgasol happily chewed through the metal door, acting more like a pig than an elephant. With the safe now open, he and his little pet peered inside at the incredible stash of cash and gold. He was impressed by the sheer amount of wealth the gang had managed to accumulate through their criminal activities. However, he knew that the money was not the most important thing hidden inside the secret safe. He found the real prize, a dark ledger containing the names of the gang's countless victims and their crimes. He learned that they grew their disgusting criminal empire by getting their victims addicted to a special drug. The drugs they used on powerful players were especially potent, leaving their victims with no choice but to obey. He realized the blacksmith was a special case. Without his unique trait, he never would have been able to escape. Looking at the list of victims, he vowed to make the gang feel every ounce of pain they had caused. A short time later, he returned to the blacksmith's small, dark apartment to check on him. He found the man sitting alone, still recovering from his traumatic and painful experience with the thugs. A blue, healing light emanated from his hand as he began the 2nd phase of the man's treatment. After finishing the healing session, he gently asked Taewon how he was feeling now. The man looked up, his eyes much clearer now, and said that he was feeling much better. He offered his sincere gratitude, and Suho noted that while full recovery would take time, this was enough for now. He then handed the blacksmith a folder full of documents, telling him to take it. He explained that these were the loan documents he had collected after completely dismantling the Changsik gang. The man couldn't believe it, stammering that it was impossible, but Suho calmly confirmed it was true. He explained that the gang trapped their victims with insane interest rates, and they resorted to drugs for him. The blacksmith admitted that he tried desperately to escape their grip by going to rehab and making antidotes, but every single time, the gang would find him and forcibly inject him, while the authorities did nothing. He explained that from his perspective, the gang, the police, and the association were all the same enemy. He confessed his anger at the system that failed him, and Suho looked at him with complete understanding. Suho acknowledged the sad reality of public safety, where pleas for help were ignored by indifferent authorities. He knew that to make a real difference, he had to join the association and reform it from the inside. He placed a comforting hand on the blacksmith's shoulder, telling him he was able to save him because he held on. He told the man that he had suffered a lot, which moved the emotionally exhausted man to tears. The man was completely overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he clutched his hands tightly. He bowed deeply, thanking Suho over and over again for saving him from his hopeless situation. After he calmed down, Suho told him he had a proposal, and the man asked what it was. Suho explained that he had learned about his special personal trait from the data he recovered from the gang. He reminded him that this trait was why the gang was so desperate to control him and asked if it was synthesis. The synthesis trait was a unique ability to create new substances without any chance of failure, unlike normal crafting. This incredible power, which only he possessed, had earned him the titles of blacksmith and mixsmith. Suho knew he had to bring this incredible talent to his side, and the blacksmith confirmed his guess. Suho then told him that if his ability was what he thought, he wanted to officially hire him. He explained that he had found countless other drug victims and needed help, as he couldn't save them all alone. He proposed that the blacksmith create a proper drug neutralizer to help save all of the other victims. He assured him this would allow him to help people and that he would be paid very fairly for his work. He added he would also provide a top-class safe house and personally treat his addiction, a truly unbelievable offer. The man wondered if Suho was some kind of hero, so Suho asked if the conditions were lacking. He quickly grabbed Suho's hands, insisting that the generous offer was far from lacking in any way. He passionately begged for the chance to accept the job, his eyes wide with hope and determination. He insisted that he didn't even need to be paid, as being saved from hell was more than enough. Suho smiled, explaining that he needed to hire him properly so he could officially provide the necessary resources. Just as the man was wondering what kind of person Suho was, his teammates arrived at the location. He told them that they would go in his car, and they left the rundown apartment building behind. They arrived at a luxurious modern safe house, where the Banshee team was already waiting to handle the request. The blacksmith was completely amazed by the lavish interior, while Suho took it all in with a calm sigh. The safe house was a 3-story structure with top-of-the-line security and staff ready to be summoned at any time. Suho told him to choose any room he liked, and to use the lab on the 3rd floor for his work. With the man now settled in, Suho said he had to head to the Nexus headquarters for a meeting. As he was about to leave, he received a timely call from a reporter named Jo Jin-wai. Suho answered the call, telling the reporter on the other end that he had some great material for a story. The reporter, Jo Jin-hui, listened with a stressed expression as Suho relayed the incredible details of his story. Members of the Banshee team helped with the investigation, piecing together how Suho dismantled the notorious gang. The CEO of Nexus was amazed to learn that Suho was now planning to create a neutralizer to save the victims. Suho explained to the CEO that he had already passed the story to the reporter, who planned a series. The reporter explained that a single article wouldn't get much attention, so they would run a feature series. The series would first expose the slums, and then reveal how the gang had been secretly dismantled. Finally, it would dramatically reveal that Suho was the hero behind it all, creating a sensational story. Suho knew that if the article blew up, the police and the association would face heavy public criticism. He made it clear that he had no intention of covering up their mistakes. They needed to be held accountable. He explained his plan. Haewon would create a neutralizer, and Nexus would buy it, benefiting everyone. Nexus could then use the neutralizer to save the victims, finally getting public credit for their relief efforts. The Nexus boss listened with a slow, appreciative smile, realizing the absolute brilliance of Suho's master plan. He laughed, impressed that Suho had it all planned out, and agreed to fully support his efforts. He asked for the victim list but doubted Suho could create the neutralizer, but Suho assured him it was underway. The CEO readily agreed to buy the neutralizer as long as it worked, promising to help the people. He thanked Suho and shook his hand, asking him to also take good care of the blacksmith when he joins. The boss promised to make the most of the opportunity, and they shook hands, officially sealing their deal. Suho left the meeting with a satisfied smile, pleased that he had created a win-win situation for everyone. Before heading back, he decided it was time to check on the condition of that guy he had captured. The scene shifted to a trashed room, where a man was convulsing on the floor next to a syringe. It was the gang boss, Chung-sik, suffering from severe withdrawal and growling Suho's name with pure hatred. Suho entered a subspace house, stepping calmly through a swirling and bright blue portal to check on his prisoner. He looked around at the trashed interior of the subspace, coolly commenting on what a mess it was. He found the boss crawling on the floor and noted that the drug's withdrawal effect was impressively strong. He activated his recovery skill, placing a hand on the man, who looked up, dazed and confused. He told the pathetic, mumbling man to get a hold of himself and stop being so dramatic. The boss, now clear-headed, glared at him with pure hatred and then lunged forward, screaming like a wild animal. Suho effortlessly dodged the clumsy attack and delivered a swift, powerful kick to the man's chest. The boss cried out in pain and began screaming pathetically, begging to be let out of the subspace prison. Suho smiled, mockingly asking if the drug was kicking in and making him feel so lively. He informed the man that he had used up several days' worth of drugs, but not to worry. The gang boss's face was a mask of pure terror as he understood the truly hopeless situation he was trapped in. He crawled on the floor, desperately begging Suho to let him out, and promising to do anything he asked. Suho coldly refused and stomped on his chest, causing the pathetic man to scream in absolute agony. He informed the screaming man that no one could hear him, and his cowardly gang members had all run away. He told him that letting him off easy was not an option, and that he should reflect on his actions. The scene shifted to the luxurious safe house, where the sun was setting beautifully in the background. As Suho returned, Nam Hae-won rushed out onto the balcony to greet him with some exciting news. With a proud and excited smile, he announced that he had successfully created the drug neutralizer. He held up a small bottle of glowing green liquid, a grade C neutralizer he had named Hammer 2. Suho was amazed he had created it in just 2 hours, but the blacksmith explained he just improved his prototype. He guaranteed the effect was solid, and Suho, always curious, asked him about the name Hammer. The man explained he named it Hammer to symbolize smashing the drug known as fantasy, a clever name. Suho knew that while this version was effective, it was no match for the future Grade A Hammer 4. Still, he praised the blacksmith, saying it was incredible to create a second version so quickly. The man modestly credited Suho's support, saying that with time and money, he could whip up anything. Suho smiled, wondering what he would be capable of once he reached level 100 and his trait evolved. The blacksmith confirmed that he had the formula and could mass-produce it, so Suho told him to prepare. He then asked what the man's current level was, and he replied that he had leveled up after the synthesis. Suho decided that at this rate, he wouldn't need to call for backup and it was time to save the victims. The first article was published, but it only managed to get a disappointing 512 views from the public. A day passed, and the view count still hadn't reached 1,000, confirming the reporter's initial prediction. He knew a story about a neglected slum wasn't big news, but this was all just a stepping stone. Suho and his team began distributing relief supplies, including the new neutralizers, food, and water to the victims. A truck full of supplies arrived, and the entire team hurried to unload and distribute them to the needy. Suho proudly oversaw the operation, confident that with Nexus's support, the relief efforts were going smoothly. He received a phone call from an old acquaintance and answered it with his usual professional respect. It was his senior from the association, Pai Seonjo, calling to ask how his new junior was doing in his endeavors. Suho politely replied that he was doing well, and his senior complimented him on his unfailing politeness. His senior suggested they hold the appreciation plaque ceremony tomorrow, which pleased Suho immensely. He told Suho to wear something neat for the reporters, which was a very helpful piece of advice. Suho immediately called reporter Joe to inform him about the ceremony, which made the reporter very excited. The reporter eagerly agreed to attend, realizing that the major news networks would also be present. Suho jokingly asked if he was sure, pointing out that his critical article had put him on the association's radar. The reporter wasn't concerned at all, saying the world ignores things with low views anyway. He laid out his plan to post the next article and then asked if Suho had an SNS account. When Suho said no, the reporter lamented the waste of influence, mentioning his disappointed fan cafe members. Suho was completely surprised to learn that he even had a fan cafe, so the reporter sent him a link. He was surprised by the amount of activity in the fan cafe and asked about its strange name, On Shinjun. The reporter explained the fans had given him the fan name, quote, Guardian Priest, which Suho found suspiciously detailed. He suggested Suho make an SNS account, as the fan cafe had over 30,000 very active fans. Suho realized that building recognition wasn't a bad thing, and that with more support, he could gain influence. He called out the reporter, asking if his nickname was Hwanguma, the name of the fan cafe's president. The flustered reporter admitted it was him, explaining that the fan cafe was all part of a larger strategy. He explained that since guilds don't create fan cafes, he manages it to help control public opinion. Suho smiled, accepting the situation, and the reporter eagerly offered to manage an SNS account for him as well. The excited reporter boasted that he was an expert at managing fandoms and it would be incredibly easy. Suho agreed to make an account but insisted on handling it himself, which was a very wise decision. The reporter agreed it was an excellent choice and suggested he post some selfies for his adoring fans. He told Suho to create the account and give him the ID so he could promote it to the fan cafe. A few hours later, Suho's new account was already flooded with notifications from thousands of new followers. Back at the safe house, the blacksmith pointed out that his phone had been buzzing non-stop with notifications. He marveled at how Suho made time for relief work, so Suho decided to turn off his notifications. He saw a message from the reporter, who had already uploaded the news about the plaque ceremony. The next day, Suho was completely shocked by the massive crowd that had gathered for the simple ceremony. The auditorium was packed wall-to-wall with reporters, fans, and various other association members. The hall was so overcrowded that the staff were struggling to maintain order and keep people from pushing. An association staff member was amazed by the crowd, and his colleague explained they were all Suho's fans. They were baffled as to how the fans found out, as the event was not posted on the official site. The huge turnout for an unofficial event was completely unprecedented in the history of the Hunter Association. The fans in the audience were buzzing with excitement, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their sword god. One young woman in a school uniform enthusiastically admitted that she had skipped class just to see him. A group of fans decided to take lots of photos to share with their absent fan cafe president. Reporter Joe texted Suho, letting him know that the auditorium was filled with his fans. Suho replied to the text message, calmly informing the reporter that he already knew and was watching. The surprised reporter asked where he was, as he couldn't see him anywhere in the chaotic crowd. Suho revealed that he was already inside the hall, secretly sitting right there among all of his fans. He activated his S+ rank item Monochrome Solitude, which completely concealed his presence from everyone around him. He sat unnoticed in the crowd, listening to his fans eagerly chattering about seeing the sword god. His senior, Pai Seong-gyo, texted him, asking where he was and telling him to come to the hallway. Suho met him in the hallway, and his senior greeted him with a grin, calling him a superstar. Suho was embarrassed by the title, but his senior admitted he'd never seen such a crowd at the association. He added that it worked out well, as public opinion had been negative since the Youngdyungpo article. He complained about that troublesome reporter Jo Jin-wee, and Suho just laughed it off, playing dumb. His senior told him to accept his award and then quickly left, saying he had other things to do. Suho watched him go, thinking about how his senior had always been so indifferent toward other people. He noted that even though he knew reporters were coming, he hadn't bothered to check on them at all. If he had paid any attention, he would have easily spotted reporter Joe among all the other reporters. He decided his carelessness had let the reporter slip in, but it was fine as the ceremony began. The stage lights suddenly brightened, and the excited audience finally quieted down in anticipation of the main event. The crowd erupted in a massive wave of cheers as Suho finally walked out onto the main stage. The fans were completely in awe of his handsome appearance, shouting their praises for the sword god. Some fans even declared they wanted to be slashed by him, which made Suho feel a bit embarrassed. The presenter on the stage then called for him to step forward for the official plaque presentation ceremony. The president of the Korea Hunter Association, Jang Kyung-won, presented him with the appreciation plaque. They posed for photos together, the president with a proud smile and Suho with a confident one. The president commented that he seemed used to posing for photos, and Suho credited his expert guidance. The president then mentioned that he had heard from manager Pai that Suho did quite a job in Yeongdongpo. Suho smiled modestly and simply replied that he had only helped the victims, that was all. The president told him to expect good news in a few days, which Suho knew meant his special recruitment. They shook hands, and the presenter invited Suho to the podium to say a few words to the audience. Suho thanked everyone, humbly saying he only did what he thought was right and was flustered by the award. He added that the award motivated him to work even harder and promised to continue doing his best. The crowd, especially his fans, erupted in cheers again, shouting their love and support for their hero. The first reporter asked if he still wished to join the association, and Suho gave a firm yes. The next question was about his new social media account, which he said a friend had suggested. He admitted he turned off his notifications but was aware that many people were interested in his activities. When asked about his first post, he suggested he might post a photo of the plaque he just received. Finally, reporter Joe introduced himself as being from the major news network, PBS, taking his turn to ask. The association staff and the audience were immediately on high alert at the mention of his well-known name. They recognized him as the writer of the critical article and wondered why the idiots invited him here. A staff member realized they had invited a different PBS reporter by mistake, cursing the administrative error. The reporter asked Suho if he had read the article about the association's selective enforcement of public safety. Suho confirmed that he was aware of it, privately admitting the reporter had guts to ask that question here. The association staff were panicking in the back, urging someone to do something about the bold reporter. Suho recalled that the reporter was known for his no-breaks style of speaking his mind, no matter what. As the chairperson tried to end the Q&A, his subordinates told him it was already far too late. The reporter asked his final question: can they expect the association's attitude to change once Suho joined? The angry chairperson left the room in a huff, ignoring his subordinates, who begged him to wait. With a confident and slightly mischievous smile, Suho leaned into the microphone to give his answer. He declared he would make sure there was no reason for such doubt, and would root out all corruption. The reporter thanked him for his powerful answer, and the very eventful Q&A session finally came to an end. Later that day, after the ceremony had finally concluded, Suho drove his car away from the association building. He stopped his car a short distance away to pick up a passenger who was waiting for him. It was reporter Joe who admitted he was shaking the whole time from the association staff's intense glares. The reporter laughed, admitting his question was a bit sharp and that his editor had warned him beforehand. He explained that he had to strike while the iron was hot to boost Suho's growing reputation. Suho thanked him, saying that because of his question, he was able to say what he really wanted to. When the reporter asked if it was just for show, Suho asked how he could possibly lie while receiving an award. Suho smiled, promising to work hard so that such criticism would never be necessary again in the future. The reporter laughed and said that he would be looking forward to seeing him keep that promise. They drove off into the sunset, both of them feeling very satisfied with the day's successful events. A few days later, much faster than expected, Suho arrived back at the Hunter Association headquarters. He had finally received his official ID card, which proudly displayed his name, On Suho, and his new title. He was officially appointed as a LEVEL5 special recruit, a very prestigious and important position. The feature articles about the Yeonggyungpo incident had exploded in popularity, gaining over 7 million views each. The third part of the series, focusing on the victims of the drug, also racked up nearly 7 million views. The articles had finally brought much-needed attention to the ignored slum, with many praising Suho as a hero. The public was abuzz with the news, with some finding it hilarious that a private citizen did the government's job. People online praised his handsome appearance at the ceremony and eagerly promoted his fan cafe to other fans. Some people questioned his right to act as a vigilante, but his loyal fans quickly shut down the trolls. The online forums were filled with very heated debates and passionate discussions about all of Suho's recent actions. The news of Suho joining the association as a special recruit spread like wildfire across all news platforms. Hunter On Suho had finally and officially joined the Korea Hunter Association, a truly momentous occasion. The public was amazed that his bold promise was real, and crowds of his fans chanted his name. Some speculated the association was just using him as a shield, but others argued a LEVEL5 rank was no joke. While the association had recruited Suho, the public's opinion of the police remained incredibly negative. Questions arose about his contract with Nexus, with many wondering if he had just ditched the guild. At the Nexus headquarters, the CEO was informed that rumors about Suho were spreading across the internet. He calmly decided to make an official press statement to clear the air and control the public narrative. News headlines were soon filled with Nexus's supportive statements, wishing Suho the best in his future. In response to Suho's appointment, Nexus released a formal statement clarifying their side of the situation. The public praised Nexus for their professional response, comparing them favorably to the other top guilds in the industry. People criticized the other guilds for being scummy and only seeing their hunters as a source of easy money. They recalled an incident where a guild's negligence led to a hunter's death, calling them a pile of trash. The CEO of Nexus, Bae Dong-hyuk, appeared on a news program where the interviewer asked if he released Suho's contract. The CEO calmly explained that from the very beginning, their agreement was that his contract would end. He added that it just so happened to be their guild, and the interviewer asked if he was disappointed. The CEO admitted he was disappointed, but believed Suho would do great things for humanity in a public institution. Suho knew the CEO's interview solidified Nexus's positive image, leaving him as the only one left to prove himself. On his first day, he was immediately mobbed by reporters and fans, all cheering for the sword god. He was already tired of all the attention and wished he could use his invisibility skill to just disappear. He remembered the reporter's advice to show his face to his fans, admitting that every word made sense. He knew his old mystery concept was no good. This time, he was stepping up and taking initiative. The chairman of the association, Byung-won, greeted him warmly as he walked into the main building. Suho saw the chairman and the vice chairman, both surrounded by reporters and photographers as they entered. He thought that as ex-politicians, they certainly knew how to put on a good show for all the cameras. The chairman made a big public show of welcoming him on his historic first day at the association. As soon as the cameras were gone, the chairman's tone switched, and he casually asked Suho how he's been. The chairman asked if he had been briefed on his schedule yet, and Suho replied that he hadn't. The chairman told him the vice chairman will explain the details and to come to him with any problems. Suho thought it was strange that the vice chairman was personally escorting him to his orientation. He knew that the vice chairman wasn't the type to lower himself for such a simple task. The vice chairman wished him good luck and then quickly left, confirming Suho's suspicions about his involvement. His old senior, Pi Song-gil, greeted him with a smirk, and Suho greeted him back, noting it had been a while. His senior invited him to sit down and then casually asked team leader Jung to get them something to drink. Suho found it very odd that two people from completely different departments were handling his simple orientation. His senior called him, quote him, Junior, and Suho, ever the professional, replied with a formal, yes sir. His senior told him to only call him Chief in official settings, and to use Senior otherwise. Suho was surprised by his senior's soft tone, especially for someone so sensitive about his official titles. The chief then asked him what he thought his role will be at the, quote, company, a strange question. Suho noted the staff always called it the company, and said he will first go through a probation period. His senior confirmed this, explaining that their internal training system was different from that of ordinary civil servants. He explained that their new recruits rotate through each department for 2 or 3 months as part of training. He added that many departments had their eyes on him but promised his special division transfer would go through. Suho realized the promise of skipping departments was just for show, which he had expected all along. He remembered how his senior had personally escorted him, knowing there had to be another reason for it. The schemer explained that he had chosen team leader Jung as his supervisor since they already knew each other. Suho and his old acquaintance, Jung Cheol-min, shook hands, agreeing to work together during his time at the association. The chief clapped Suho on the shoulder, saying he had done his part and would see him later. He told the team leader to take good care of Suho, and the man smiled, promising not to worry. Suho finally realized that his senior's personal visit was all just to subtly warn the team leader. It was an unspoken warning not to take him to the gate department, a classic move from his. After his senior left, the team leader greeted him again, and Suho politely returned the greeting. The man admitted he was surprised to be his supervisor, but Suho said he would be counting on him. He began to explain the training program, and Suho confidently listed all 5 departments and their functions. He detailed the roles of the management, awakening, gate, resource, and special divisions with perfect accuracy. The team leader was impressed, joking that he had printed out the information files for absolutely nothing. He confirmed that Suho would train in all 5 departments and asked where he wanted to start. He was told his first stop was the awakening division, and Suho knew that person would be there. His thoughts immediately turned to Director Lee Won-ik, one of the chairman's most loyal and dangerous people. The team leader explained that he would need to pass all the tasks and exams given by his evaluators. He added with a smile that he was completely sure Suho would pull it off splendidly without any trouble. He also reminded him that his official title was just, quote, probationary, so he should be careful how he speaks. Suho knew that even without his special memories, there was one person in this division everyone knew. As they entered the office, that very same person, the one man everyone knew, looked up from his desk. The man stood and welcomed them, calmly introducing himself as Lee Won-ik, the director of the Awakening Division. He joked that a national superstar had decided to come to his humble division first, which was an honor. He then introduced himself as Suho's official evaluator and said he looked forward to working with him. Suho remembered that this evil man was a non-awakened human who secretly trafficked people in his past life. That terrible incident never came to light because the chairman had completely and thoroughly covered it all up. Suho's expression was grim as he thought to himself that this time, things were going to be very different. He smiled confidently, knowing that this time, he was fully aware of the director's dark and sordid past. He then dismissed the team leader, who was surprised but quickly agreed, and took his leave from the office. Just then, another man knocked on the door, introducing himself as an administrative officer of the division. The director introduced Officer Aom Jun-sung, who would be in charge of Suho, and the two men shook hands. As the director left, Suho understood that the actual work of an evaluator was handled by a subordinate. The officer gushed, saying that working with such a hot topic felt completely and totally surreal to him. Suho smiled, noting that since he was in quote, he was a lower rank than a team leader. He figured he didn't remember the officer from his past life because they were in different departments. The officer asked for an autograph and told him not to overthink things, since his final destination was set. Suho feigned ignorance, but the officer laughed, saying the rumor was everywhere and he didn't need to pretend. He thought that with a powerful backer, things would go smoother and he'd be treated like royalty. They agreed to work well together, with the officer lamenting that it was too bad they wouldn't be on the same team. The officer then handed Suho a condensed summary manual for the Awakening Division to help him prepare. Suho recalled the massive department Bible from his past life and was impressed by the convenient summary. He remembered having to memorize dozens of volumes without any help and realized that connections really do matter. The officer explained that his training would consist of 1 theory test and 2 field training exercises. He assured him that was all he would be graded on and gave him a printout with his assignments. He told Suho he could take the theory test anytime, and Suho asked if it was all from the manual. With the test confirmed to be simple memorization, Suho confidently declared he would take it in 30 minutes. The officer was completely shocked by his confidence, thinking that he must be joking about the timeline. Suho, with a deadpan expression, reiterated that he was serious and would be ready in exactly 30 minutes. The officer was left speechless by his request, but finally agreed to the strange and demanding arrangement. He told Suho they would be done before lunch and gave him some pens to prepare for the test. Before leaving, he gave Suho his business card and told him to call if anything unusual happened. Suho knew it was a lot to memorize in 30 minutes and understood why they didn't believe him, but he had a secret weapon they didn't know about and activated his powerful library of memories skill. With a confident smirk, he knew that a simple memorization test would be an absolute piece of cake for him. 40 minutes later, the officer returned with the test papers and told him it was time to begin. He thought that with 50 questions, even with the summary, it would take at least 30 minutes to finish. He was then shocked to see Suho solving the difficult questions at an incredible and almost supernatural speed. In what felt like no time at all, Suho calmly put down his pen and announced that he was finished. The amazed officer checked the test and, stunned, told him to take a break before his afternoon training. As he was about to show him the cafeteria, Suho calmly said that he already had lunch plans. The officer agreed, and they made plans to have lunch together sometime in the near future. As soon as the officer was gone, Suho immediately pulled out his phone to make an important call. He secretly called team leader Jeong, asking him to have a private lunch together without telling anyone else. Team leader Jeong calls out his name, Officer Eom. As Eom is entering his room again, Officer Eom found the team leader and asked him to grade Suho's test, still surprised he was already done. He admitted he was shocked, but that Suho didn't seem to be bluffing and had finished every question. The team leader was impressed, saying that's just what you'd expect from Suho, and suggested they check it immediately. The eager officer said he wanted to stay and watch, mostly because he was extremely curious about the results. They put the test through the automatic grading machine, both of them staring at it with nervous anticipation. As the final results came out of the machine, they both stared at the paper in complete disbelief. They decided they had to recheck the score and try grading the entire test again, but this time manually. The result was exactly the same, leaving both of them completely and utterly stunned by the score. The officer stammered that the system might be bugged, but the team leader reminded him they graded it 3 times. The team leader exclaimed that Suho had gotten a perfect score after studying for only 30 minutes. The officer finally understood why Director Pai had personally chosen him, admitting that he was truly amazing. The team leader sighed, admitting he had wanted to work with Suho but couldn't compete with his boss. He laughed in frustration, jokingly blaming Suho for being far too talented for his own good. Later, Suho and the team leader were having a quiet break together near a vending machine. Suho handed him a cup of barley tea, but the team leader insisted the meal was on him. He asked why Suho had suddenly asked him to lunch, so Suho said he didn't want to eat alone. Suho smiled, saying he just wanted to eat comfortably and enjoy some quiet vending machine coffee. He commented that this spot was the perfect place to avoid people and take a much-needed break. The team leader suddenly remembered the test results and offered him a heartfelt congratulations on his score. He told Suho he got a perfect score, but Suho calmly replied that he had already graded it. The team leader was disappointed by his calm reaction and praised him for being so smart and talented. Suho modestly credited the people around him and said he's solved similar problems in the past, The team leader teased him, saying that being overly modest can sometimes come off as being annoying. They both shared a good laugh, enjoying the lighthearted moment together during their quiet break time. Suho smiled, a genuine, relaxed expression on his face, thinking that it's been a long time since he's laughed so freely. He reflected that since his regression, his new life hasn't been one of being constantly chased. Instead, it's felt more like a non-stop series of difficult homework assignments that he had to solve. But sitting here, drinking coffee with an old friend, it felt like he had gone back to the good old days. He remembered the moment he was poisoned in his past life, when he truly thought everything was over. But simple moments like this made him vow to keep fighting and to protect his new, precious life. He clenched his fist, vowing to never repeat the same mistakes and to defeat every calamity that came his way. With a determined expression, he renewed his promise to himself to reclaim the peace of his everyday life. He then asked the team leader for some tips, and the man joked that was his real goal. He laughed and said he was just kidding, asking what kind of tips he was looking for. Suho knew he just needed a conversation topic to rebuild their connection as the team leader began to explain. He explained that the most important task of the Awakening Division is keeping all of the information updated. Since no one else can view an Awakened status window, their job was to manually track everyone. Suho confirmed that he knew this basic fact about how the status windows of other players worked. Those who don't update their information are labeled malicious non-updaters and can be fined or even jailed. He explained that Awakened are essentially superhumans with unnatural powers, some of whom can even erase their own existence. That is why every country tries to keep its data on Awakened individuals up to date, like ticking time bombs. He told Suho he would probably be assigned to those who refused to update their personal information. He then explained that the non-awakening side of the department operated on basically the same idea. It dealt with people who had awakened as players but chose to hide that fact from the authorities. The team leader praised him, saying that perfect scorers like him really are just built differently. Suho felt confident, knowing he had been through similar training programs before in his past life. After their break, he told Officer Eom he wanted to start with the Awakening Department for no special reason. The officer agreed and, before they left, congratulated him one more time on his perfect test score. He said he didn't think Suho would get a perfect score and that the director would be pleased. As they parted ways, the officer jokingly told Suho not to pretend he didn't know him later. They arrived at the Awakening section, where they were greeted by the friendly chief, Lee Mun-ho. The chief congratulated him on his perfect score, and Suho was amused by how fast rumors spread. The chief handed him a field training manual and wished him good luck on his first assignment. The officer explained that he would give him a brief rundown of the section's duties in the next room. He explained that his training would mainly involve finding malicious non-updaters and updating their information. He then showed Suho a folder labeled quote, and Suho asked if he could see it. The officer handed it over, saying the list was small and that the job shouldn't be too hard. Suho took the folder with a skeptical look on his face, thinking, "Not hard, my foot." He knew everyone on this list was a notorious troublemaker, and suspected they were trying to use him. He wondered if this was the chief's idea, or if the order had come from someone even higher up. He also considered that this might be a personal and very difficult test from his senior, P.C. Whatever the case, he decided to take on the challenge and asked if they should move out. The officer agreed, saying he would show him how to use the stat scanner and warning him he was in for some work. Suho was given a temporary ID, making him a record renewal officer, a title he hadn't held in a long time. These officers were the association's equivalent of military police, sent after those who broke the rules. The officer explained that since he was desk staff, another mentor will accompany Suho on his field training. He then introduced Han-ho Seong, a GRADE 7 field officer who would be his partner for the day. The guide added that his new mentor was a veteran among renewal officers, so Suho would learn a lot from him. He wished Suho good luck, and then quickly ran away before he could be dragged into any more work. Suho introduced himself, and the veteran agent dryly suggested they look at the list of non-updaters first. The grumpy mentor sighed, complaining that it was a crime to be competent, and that they were treating Suho like royalty. He pointed out that the non-updaters on the list were all legends who were impossible to catch. He suspected this ridiculously difficult assignment was just a setup to hand Suho some easy achievements. Suho, aware that people were watching his every move, just smiled and pretended not to notice. The mentor asked if he had heard the instructions for the scanner, and Suho confirmed that he had. The agent was irritated that Suho seemed to know everything, but Suho innocently asked who to go after first. The grumpy mentor reluctantly agreed, and Suho suggested a specific person from the list of impossible targets. He pointed to a photo of a man with long, dark hair, confidently choosing his first target. When the mentor asked if he knew who that was, Suho simply replied that he was a malicious non-updater. The frustrated agent clarified that this man had fled overseas and was completely impossible to catch. Suho insisted they still had to catch him, as being on the list meant he was still active. The veteran agent couldn't argue with his logic, and reluctantly agreed with the very determined new recruit. Suho confidently declared that he would go and catch every single one of the troublemakers on the list. He looked at the file of his target, Kim Gong-won, who was a very successful illegal pharmacist. Also known as a, quote, doping designer, he supplied skill-based doping drugs to many famous sports athletes. He had been on the run for years, and his current location was officially presumed to be somewhere abroad. Normally, he would be treated as a missing person, but he was still on the list because he was active. Suho knew the Awakening Department was handling this case, because the special unit wouldn't move without solid evidence. He also knew that his senior wouldn't bother with a case unless it directly benefited him in some way. The mentor sighed, asking how he planned to catch someone overseas, but Suho just gave him a knowing look. Suho confidently stated that Kim Gong-won was still in Korea, as many athletes were still using his drugs. His mentor agreed it was a fair point, but said a report wasn't enough proof to act on. Suho said they would just have to verify it themselves, but the agent pointed out skill doping leaves no trace. Suho told him that he would handle that part himself, but the agent was still skeptical about getting a warrant. He explained he had a separate plan and asked to be allowed to try the case alone, as it was part of his evaluation. The veteran agent scoffed, but finally agreed to let the confident rookie try it on his own first. Suho thanked him for his trust, and the agent told him to call if anything got too difficult for him. As Suho left, the mentor thought that hunting non-updaters was nothing like what he had done so far. Suho immediately got on the phone, telling someone he was on his way and that he needed their help. The person on the other end, Seo Ki-won, eagerly agreed to help, saying it would be incredibly easy. At the Nexus Academy, Suho explained that all they needed to do was find the drug designer's current location. The white-haired hacker laid out the plan to follow the informant's phone numbers to eventually reach their main target. Suho was pleased, and the tech whiz, excited by the challenge, asked if they should start right away. Suho told him to wait for a moment, as one more very important person was on their way. Just then, his teammate Hyun-min arrived, and Suho confirmed that he would be joining them on this mission. When the hacker asked why, Suho explained that they needed Hyun-min's very special and unique ability for this. He explained that the quiet one would be the one to break into a tightly secured phone and extract all the information. With the full team now assembled and briefed, Suho announced that it was finally time to begin the operation. The tech whiz started the operation by making a call and asking for a man named Mr. Ham Dae-ho. He then launched into a fake sales pitch for an internet plan, and the man on the other end quickly hung up. Ho praised his surprisingly good acting, and they confirmed the informant's phone numbers were legitimate. With the connection now made, the hacker activated his digitation skill to trace the call to its source. He followed the network link from the call, diving deep into the complex and hidden digital space. Suho saw that he had found it, and now they just needed to search for any transaction logs. They decided to start with Telegram, the app where all the illegal deals were reportedly made. The tech whiz quickly found that the application was, as expected, locked with a powerful security firewall. Suho was completely unfazed, calmly saying that it was fine because Hyun-min would easily break through it. When the hacker expressed his doubt, Suho asked if he knew about Hyun-min's very useful personal trait. He explained that his teammate had the incredible ability to create a passageway that could go through anything. The skill was called entrance creation, and Hyun-min activated it, preparing a ball of dark, powerful energy. The quiet gatecrasher created a swirling portal of dark energy, a secret gateway into the locked app. Suho explained this skill creates an entrance inside the firewall, making it completely undetectable to any security. The tech whiz comically cried, lamenting all the time he had wasted trying to crack firewalls with brute force. Suho told him to think positive, as there would be no more grunt work, then led them through the portal. They found themselves inside the app's simple interface, and decided to check the chat room first. They all immediately knew which chat room to choose, as one of them stood out quite a bit. In the chat list, there was a single, very shadily and obviously named chat room simply titled Drugs. Inside, they saw two blank avatars, and Suho explained they were lucky the users hadn't left the chat yet. He identified the chat log and confirmed that the other avatar was definitely the drug dealer they were looking for. Suho pointed out a door behind the dealer's avatar, explaining that it would lead to his telegram. They stepped through the door and found themselves in a massive building-like digital space, which amazed Ki-won. The chat room was so large it was visualized as a building, and Suho vowed to send them all to prison. The quiet one got to work, digging through all the logs, contacts, messages, and call history for clues. The hacker pointed out a frequently contacted number which Suho deduced must be the dealer's main supplier. They decided to follow the connection and simply repeat the same process to move up the chain of command. After hopping through many layers of subcontracting, they realized the criminals were trying to be very safe. Suho sensed that they were finally getting very close to the source of the entire drug operation. They finally arrived at their destination, Kim Gung-won's phone, a digital space filled with his selfies. Suho joked that he was prepping his funeral photo and told them to track the GPS location and head back. The tech whiz cross-checked the location data and found what appeared to be the drug designer's home address. He revealed the location, the luxurious Acro Tower in the wealthy district of Gangnam, Seoul. In a lavish penthouse, the head of the Platinum Gang celebrated their unbelievable profits with his associates. He then asked the doping designer Kim Gung-won if he was properly blocking the annoying police. The drug designer confidently boasted that he had drugged not only cops but even people in the Hunter Association. Suddenly, the lights in the entire penthouse flickered and then went completely out, plunging them into darkness. The boss complained about the blackout, wondering what could have possibly caused it in such an expensive place. He grumbled about the high maintenance fees and said he needed to give the building a piece of his mind. He then ordered one of his men to go outside and deal with the very inconvenient power outage. As they waited in the dark, a blur of motion suddenly flashed right through the middle of the room. The gang members were completely shocked to see Suho suddenly appear right in front of them in the dark. He stood over a defeated thug, his eyes glowing as he smirked and said, "Found you, Gung-won." A couple of crooks, a big-shot boss named Son Baek-jiap and his jumpy sidekick Kim Gung-won, stare down an intruder they swear they've seen before. Stepping over a pile of snoozing guards, Han Suho gets ready to crash their little party. Suho flashes his badge, saying he's here to bust Gunil-won for dodging his official updates for years. Just for that paperwork foul, he's under arrest. The drug maker freaks out, realizing he's face-to-face with the famous sword god. The officer confirms it with a sick neck crack, telling them to play nice unless they want things to get ugly. He flashes a wicked grin, adding that their health insurance probably doesn't cover what he's got planned if they resist. Blink and you'll miss it. Both bad guys are now kneeling, looking like they just got hit by a truck. Suho cheerfully thanks them for cooperating, while one of the crooks mutters it felt more like a one-sided beatdown. He then shouts out his teammate Guyan, whose special ability made breaking in a piece of cake. She just shrugs it off with a smirk, saying the job was so easy she was practically falling asleep. Her partner, Kim Hyun-min, gets a sharp elbow for whining, then she acts all sweet for their team leader. With the crew checked in, Suho's nice guy act drops. It's time to get down to business with the kneelers. He starts with the drug designer, who's sweating buckets, knowing this next part is going to be bad. Ho whips out a cool gadget, a scanner that can peep at a person's secret stats without them knowing. He brags about getting a 100% reading, which he got by smacking the guy around until the numbers looked right. Leaning in, he sweetly warns the criminal to keep those stats perfect, or he'll personally delete his save file. With one guy properly scared, the rookie turns his gaze to the big boss, Son Baek-jiap. He mentions that while arresting the boss is on his to-do list, his current probation makes it a hassle. He leans in, reminding the gang leader about some loud-mouthed bragging he overheard earlier, much to the crook's confusion. Suho spells it out. He heard all about the bribes to cops, lawyers, and even the Hunter Association. As the guy shakes in his expensive shoes, the officer demands to know which suit in the association is on his payroll. A dark vibe rolls off Suho. He's totally disgusted by this lowlife wasting his life on such sleazy deals. The gangster's tough act is history as he sweats bullets under the kid's bone-chilling stare. The officer calmly asks if he's choosing silence, making the guy frantically promise he'll spill the beans. Grabbing him, Suho warns him not to screw this up, because second chances aren't really his thing. He orders him to talk, and the terrified man can only squeak out an okay, I get it. Across the room, his teammates quietly note that their leader's scary side has somehow made them respect him even more. Yeonhwa ribs her partner about being a total fanboy now, and he just sheepishly laughs it off. The boss finally sings, naming the association's own vice president, Park Gyuman, as the man on the take. Suho finds it suspicious that only one person was paid off, but the criminal swears it was just the one guy. The tough gang boss turns into a blubbering mess, begging the totally unimpressed officer to believe him. He seems to be telling the truth, which makes Suho think the VP had no clue this raid was coming. He figures the VP would have given a heads up, which means somebody powerful deliberately set him up to get caught. He remembers the twitchy section chief who handed him the mission, realizing that guy was definitely just a pawn. This whole thing smells like a setup by someone way up the food chain, like the president or a chief. The president wouldn't backstab his own guy, which points the finger straight at Suho's own mentor, Pai Seung-gyo. It clicks. His powerful senior, the guy who's supposed to have his back, is the one pulling all the strings. He doesn't remember those two having beef, so there must be some behind-the-scenes drama he's missed. He decides to just chill and watch, knowing this bust will make one of the bigwigs show their hand soon. Suho hauls his prisoner up, telling the stunned gang boss he might be back to arrest him another day. The boss is left totally baffled, trying to figure out why he got pummeled, interrogated, and then ghosted. Standing alone in his wrecked home, the gangster just can't wrap his head around being let go like that. Back at the office, Suho casually tells his assigned mentor, Han Ho-sung, that he's back from his errand. The senior officer is shocked he's back so soon and asks if he found the target. Suho just gives him a simple, "Yep." The vet is floored, right when he was about to give a big speech on how tough this job usually is. Suho tells him it's time to go, making the still-dazed mentor scramble to his feet to follow the rookie. Their next stop is a place with a very serious vibe. The official interrogation room. Inside, the senior officer's jaw is on the floor. He just can't believe what he's seeing. This kid caught a legendary fugitive in hours, and now the guy is spilling his guts without a fight? The stat scanner readings are perfect, but Han Ho-sang can't help but notice a weird new dent in the device. He looks at the rookie in total awe, amazed at how he made a huge, years-long mission look like a cakewalk. Suho requests the prisoner be transferred, but his mentor has to ask the one question bugging him. When asked how he did it, Suho brushes it off as luck and asks to go round up the rest. The veteran offers to tag along, but Suho says he's flying solo to get the best possible evaluation score. He leaves his stunned mentor to handle the paperwork, saying he'll call if he needs anything. He won't. The poor guy just stands there, watching the newbie he was meant to guide completely take control of everything. A few days later, the office grapevine is going nuts over the new guy's ridiculously good performance. Coworkers are buzzing that he nabbed all the top criminals in 2 days, calling him a total legend. But some worry his success makes the whole Awakening division look like a bunch of clowns, which could get real awkward. Instead of being salty, the division is throwing a party, cheering for Suho like he just won the championship. They're just stoked they won't get yelled at by their bosses anymore for failing to catch the guys he just bagged. His new fan club begs him to stay with their department forever, calling him a talent they've never seen before. One guy even announces he's joined Suho's fan club, while others start chanting weirdly religious praises for him. Suho just laughs it off, thanks them for the weirdly intense welcome, and says he's got to bounce to finish his work. As he leaves, his phone rings. He answers with a knowing look, telling the caller he figured they'd heard the news. It's Chief Pai Seong-gil on the other end, telling his junior to pop by his office for a little chat.